Chapter 1. The Blind-Eyed Douluo Su Yuntao. On the Douluo Continent, in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, lies the Fasno province. In the quaint village of Shenghan, Luban, there is no need for you to work in the fields today. Take this time to rest and prepare for tomorrow's awakening ceremony. The village chief, Old Jack, affectionately ruffled the hair of a child around 5 or 6 years old. Luban was an abandoned infant that Old Jack had discovered by the roadside 6 years prior, crying in hunger at just a month old. Feeling a wave of compassion, Old Jack took Luban home to raise him. Over the years, the two had become inseparable, sharing an exceptionally deep bond. Luban was not only exceptionally bright, but also remarkably considerate despite his tender age. He often assisted with chores, filling Old Jack with pride. You and Tang San are the two prodigies of our Shenghan village. I firmly believe both of you will awaken extraordinary martial souls and become soul masters. In his past life, Luban was the #1 marksman in the national server of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, who met an untimely demise due to a sudden heart attack while gaming, only to be reborn in the Douluo Continent. He was taken in by the village chief of Shenghan, Old Jack, and became a childhood friend of Tang San. When Luban regained consciousness, he was utterly astounded. Shocked, my brother is actually a gaming god. The more Luban pondered, the more he felt overwhelmed by pressure. For years, he had been silently calling for a system golden finger in his heart, yet to no avail. What about the benefits of being a transmigrator? Tomorrow marked the martial soul awakening ceremony, his final glimmer of hope. Rest assured, Grandpa Jack, I will undoubtedly become a soul master, Luban declared confidently, raising his small hand. Internally, however, he was in a state of turmoil. In the Douluo Continent, every individual possesses their unique martial soul, with the awakening ceremony taking place around the age of 6. The vast majority of people awaken useless martial souls, devoid of soul power, rendering them incapable of cultivation. The chance of awakening an exceptional martial soul to become a soul master is 1 in 10,000. Old Jack nodded with a smile before departing to inform other villagers with children of appropriate age. The following morning, under Old Jack's guidance, 2 children flanked him as they made their way to the central martial soul hall of the village. The so-called martial soul hall was merely a larger wooden house. This year, 9 children from Shenghan village were set to undergo the martial soul awakening. Upon arriving with Luban and Tang San, they found the other 7 children already waiting in the hall. At that moment, aside from the village chief, Old Jack, and the 9 gathered children, there stood a young man. Luban looked up, noticing the young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, possessing an exceedingly handsome visage. Dressed in a white fitted outfit and draped in a gray cloak, a soul character, the size of fist, was embroidered prominently on his chest. On his left chest, he bore a badge engraved with a long sword, featuring 3 intercrossed smaller swords, signifying the rank of a soul master. He exuded an air of grandeur and authority. Respected master of battle souls, I must trouble you once again. Village chief Old Jack bowed respectfully. The young man nodded lightly. I have little time, let us commence swiftly. Understood. Old Jack nodded in agreement, then turned to the children behind him, advising, this gentleman is the master of battle souls from Nodding City. You must cooperate fully with him during the martial soul awakening. Grandpa hopes you all can awaken formidable martial souls, restoring the glory of Shenghan village. At these words, the young man waved his hand impatiently. Enough of your repetitive remarks. Becoming a soul master is not as easy as you imagine. Yesterday, I traversed 8 villages and not a single child had even a trace of soul power, let alone an exceptional martial soul. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Old Jack let out a heavy sigh, stepping aside with a despondent expression. For ordinary people, becoming a soul master is exceedingly arduous. Children, my name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 great soul master. I will now proceed to awaken your martial souls one by one. As he spoke, Su Yuntao retrieved 6 pitch-black spherical stones and a gleaming blue crystal ball from his satchel. He arranged the 6 stones into a hexagonal shape, approximately 2 meters in diameter, signaling a child to stand in the center. Then, he commanded, Wolf Spirit possess. In an instant, the previously handsome Su Yuntao's eyes glowed a haunting green, radiating a chilling aura, while his brown hair turned gray. His physique surged, inflating more than double, stretching his clothing taut, with gleaming claws protruding from his fingertips, exuding an eerie menace. The children present screamed in terror. Do not be afraid, this is my martial soul, the wolf spirit. Its possession state is a unique ability of soul masters. Su Yuntao's authoritative voice quelled the children's tumult. He then unleashed 6 streams of soul power, infusing them into the 6 black stones on the ground. Suddenly, layers of golden ripples appeared, swiftly forming a faint golden hemispherical light shield. Is this the martial soul awakening ceremony? Is this the power of a soul master? At that moment, within the hall, feeling the intense pressure emanating from Su Yuntao, Luban's eyes blazed with fervor, his heart racing with excitement. 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, shone resplendently beneath Su Yuntao's feet. Those were symbols of a soul master and his strength, and Luban felt a pang of envy, beginning to envision his own martial soul. Beside him, Tang San was equally captivated by the scene, eager to take his turn. Extend your right hand. Su Yuntao instructed the small boy enveloped by the hexagram formation. The 6-year-old boy, initially petrified, instinctively reached out his right hand upon hearing Su Yuntao's command. A torrent of golden light surged into the boy's body, and in an instant, a scythe materialized before him. Your martial soul is a scythe, a weapon martial soul. Reel your martial soul back with your mind, then place your right hand on the crystal ball. With the awakening complete, Su Yuntao commenced the soul power test. The boy clumsily retracted his scythe martial soul, following the instructions to place his hand on the blue crystal ball held by Su Yuntao. After a moment, Su Yuntao shook his head with a sigh. No soul power, you cannot become a soul master. Next, the awakening ceremony continued. Your martial soul is a ho, a weapon martial soul. No soul power, unable to become a soul master. Next, with pitchforks, shovels, and other low-tier weapon martial souls, the subsequent children who completed their awakenings all manifested the most inferior weapon martial souls, none possessing innate soul power. Watching the awakening ceremony from the side of the hall, Village Chief Old Jack shook his head in disappointment. It seemed they were destined for another total failure this year. It had been years since Shanghun Village had seen a soul master. Soon, it was the 7th child's turn to awaken their martial soul. The little girl stood at the center of the hexagram formation, golden light particles converging towards her. In an instant, a delicate blue grass sprouted in her right hand. Useless martial soul, blue silver grass, you may step down. Su Yuntao wearily shook his head, signaling the girl to retreat, too exhausted to conduct further soul power tests. A common weed like blue silver grass, found everywhere on the continent, was inferior to farming tools and could never possess soul power. After the little girl, it was Tang San's turn. Alas, another useless martial soul, blue silver grass next. Chapter 2. Innate full soul power. When Tang San awakened his martial soul, the golden light enveloping him was significantly more abundant than that of the previous children. Su Yuntao, witnessing this, was elated, his eyes wide with anticipation as he focused intently on Tang San's right hand. However, upon seeing the familiar pale blue figure emerge, his excitement vanished in an instant. Another useless martial soul, blue silver grass, what a disappointment. As an ordinary deacon of the martial soul hall, awakening a child with a powerful martial soul and bringing them into the hall would yield substantial rewards. Now, facing this enormous letdown, Su Yuntao felt quite displeased. Old Jack, observing the awakening ceremony from the sidelines, wore an even more pronounced expression of dismay. If Tang San had a useless martial soul, what of Luban? He likely wouldn't fare much better. At that moment, Old Jack began contemplating how to console the children in his heart. Uncle, may I request a soul power test? Upon hearing the declaration of his useless martial soul, Tang San clenched his hands tightly, his face betraying a look of unwillingness as he implored. Yet, Su Yuntao completely ignored him, feeling fatigued from awakening so many martial souls, with his own soul power nearly depleted. Irritated, he replied, "There's no need for a test. I've never seen a soul power manifest in anyone with a standard useless martial soul like blue silver grass." He gestured for the last child from Shanghun Village, Luban, to step forward for his martial soul awakening. "Uncle, please allow Xiao San to have a try. I believe his blue silver grass is extraordinary, with the potential for divinity." Seeing Luban's resolute little eyes, Su Yuntao couldn't help but chuckle. These 2 children were remarkably bold, truly standing out from the rest. "Come here." Testing it wouldn't deplete his soul power, so Su Yuntao smiled and nodded, to merely satisfy the curiosity of the children. As he approached, Tang San discovered that the blue crystal ball was astonishingly marked with 10 distinct scales. The moment he activated his Xiantian skill, his internal energy surged forth like a torrent finding a release. 1 scale, 2 scales, 3 scales. As his internal power flowed out, the blue crystal ball, meant to test soul power, grew increasingly radiant, ultimately shining so brightly that it rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. Heavens! 10 scales of full soul power. At that moment, Su Yuntao was utterly stunned. He murmured, "How is this possible? It's innate full soul power." The old village chief beside him was equally dumbfounded, pulling out several strands of his beard in disbelief. An innate full soul power for the waste martial soul. Blue silvergrass, this was indeed a first for him, a rare sight in a lifetime. Indeed, it was a twin martial soul. Unlike the astonishment of Su Yuntao and others, Luban, standing behind Tang San, quickly caught sight of the black hammer emerging from Tang San's left hand behind his back. Though the moment was brief, he clearly glimpsed the silhouette of the Haotian hammer. "Hold on, he'll explain later next." Seeing the confusion on Tang San's face, Su Yuntao shook his head and gestured for Luban to step forward, taking his place at the center of the hexagram formation to continue presiding over the martial soul awakening ceremony. "Relax, don't be nervous." Once Luban settled, he noticed golden specks of light swirling around him, flowing into his body, which piqued his curiosity. Moreover, as the light particles entered, he felt increasingly warm and comfortable. He sensed the shackles binding his body beginning to shatter. Oh no, insufficient soul power. Su Yuntao, observing the suddenly flickering hexagram formation, gasped and hurriedly channeled his soul power into the 6 black stones on the ground to replenish the formation's energy. He expended all his soul power just to maintain the formation's operation. What on earth was happening? What was going on? However, once the awakening formation stabilized, Su Yuntao felt an overwhelming suction force that rendered him unable to cease the flow of soul power. Subsequently, not only was the soul power within his meridians being drained, but the primordial soul power in his dantian began to be extracted in succession. Damn it! In that instant, Su Yuntao was at a loss, filled with terror. From a 26th level Great Soul Master, his cultivation plummeted to 25 in the blink of an eye. The suction force of the formation persisted unabated. 24. 23. Woe is me, stop this at once. 20. Only when it fell to the 20th level did the suction force of the hexagram formation finally cease. At that moment, Su Yuntao collapsed to the ground with a thud. His constricted pupils revealed an overwhelming fear within. The circle of yellow soul rings beneath him had visibly dimmed considerably. Yet, at this moment, Luban within the hexagram formation was in exceptionally good spirits, feeling warm all over, until he sensed the shackles vanish, revealing a half-meter-tall little figure in his right hand. The little figure had large, sparkling eyes, 2 fist-sized buns atop its head, donned in light yellow children's attire, and carried a small red backpack. In its left hand, it wielded a dragon-mouth gun, and in its right a shark-mouth cannon. It came equipped with a taunting voice. "Come at me, you can't hit me." Upon seeing his awakened martial soul, Luban was momentarily frozen, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Isn't this Luban 7? At the same time, a system panel appeared before Luban. Host, Luban. Martial Soul, Luban 7. Martial Soul Talent. Marksman Domain Resist Aura. Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon. 3000 Lightning Strikes. Qualification. Innate Full Soul Power Wild Level Up. Soul Power, 20-100. Soul Rings, none. Soul Bones, none. Soul Skills, none. Items, Beginner's Gift Pack. Wow, Luban 7 is absolutely phenomenal. Not only does he possess a gifted domain, but he also starts with innate full soul power at level 20. This means he can directly absorb 2 soul rings right from the outset, becoming a great soul master. Seeing his personal information, Luban was overwhelmed with excitement. His talent and qualifications were undoubtedly unparalleled in Douluo Continent, surpassing Tang San's dual martial souls and Xian Rengshu's innate full soul power at level 20. Impossible! How can it be a waste martial soul dwarf? Meanwhile, Su Yuntao was left dumbstruck upon seeing Luban 7. He never expected that after expending so much soul power, the awakened martial soul would turn out to be a waste martial soul. This was difficult for him to accept. It is well known that blue silvergrass is the standard form of a waste martial soul among weapon martial souls. And the little dwarf is a typical representative of a waste martial soul among beast martial souls. In Su Yuntao's memory, these 2 martial souls were quite evenly matched, and he never anticipated encountering both on the same day. What a calamity! Alas, why is it another waste martial soul? Old Village Chief Jack, who had been observing, was initially thrilled by the commotion created by Luban, but felt his spirits plummet to rock bottom upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, taking a complete 180-degree turn. He understood all too well what a waste martial soul meant. Waste martial soul? After the martial soul awakening, Luban's senses of hearing, sight, and other faculties heightened significantly, allowing him to clearly hear Su Yuntao and Grandpa Jack's whispered lamentations. Luban's lips quivered, filled with inner resentment. Damn little dwarf. No wonder he is recognized as the blind Douluo. Uncle, may I test my soul power? Chapter 3, Beginner's Gift Pack. Su Yuntao glanced at the exquisitely chiseled, short-haired young boy before him, nodded, and then handed over the blue crystal ball. His demeanor was markedly different from how he had treated Tang San. After all, this was the martial soul awakened after absorbing his 6th-level soul power. Even if it was the universally acknowledged waste martial soul, he still wanted to ascertain its soul power. Luban extended his small hand and pressed it against the blue crystal ball, which was about the size of his head. He channeled his soul power through thought, continuously gathering it towards his right palm. As the first thread of soul power flowed in, the testing crystal ball awakened like a ferocious beast, opening its gaping maw and voraciously absorbing. The soul power within Luban surged uncontrollably, being drawn into the crystal ball. 1 scale, 2 scales. As the 10 scales filled up, a dazzling blue sun once again emerged at the center of the hall, blinding the onlookers. Hiss! Su Yuntao gasped, another innate full soul power. He felt he was going mad. Why was it always waste martial souls? The immense disparity between the two awakenings left him in turmoil. He could only watch helplessly as this wave of immense fortune slipped through his fingers. Uncle, what does innate full soul power mean? As soon as Luban completed his soul power test, Tang San hurriedly stepped forward, eagerly inquiring. The innate soul power level dictates the subsequent speed of soul power cultivation. After the conclusion of the martial soul awakening ceremony, Su Yuntao tidied up the equipment, composed himself, and briefly elucidated the fundamental concepts regarding martial souls. The strength of a soul master hinges upon 2 aspects, the martial soul and the level of soul power. For martial souls that are identical or similar, a higher level of soul power bestows greater attribute enhancements upon the soul master, thereby augmenting their overall prowess. Furthermore, the innate soul power level determines a soul master's potential ceiling. Those with an innate soul power below level 7 will never attain the rank of Title Douluo, and those below level 1 will remain perpetually unable to surpass the threshold of a 30-level soul venerable. As for possessing full innate soul power, that is the aspiration of every soul master, representing the pinnacle of soul power achievable post-awakening. It is said that in later stages of cultivation, there are virtually no bottlenecks to contend with. Alas, if only the 2 of you were not burdened with inferior martial souls. Even a low-grade weapon or beast martial soul would have boundless prospects. With a shake of his head and a sigh, Su Yuntao retrieved the seal of the martial soul hall from his bag and pressed it onto 2 sheets of paper, the contents of which he had prepared during his earlier explanation. All right, the certification from the martial soul hall is complete. The martial soul awakening ceremony has now concluded. Children, remember my name, Su Yuntao, your guide on the path of soul masters. With those words, Su Yuntao shouldered his bag and departed, wearing an expression of melancholy. What a stroke of misfortune today. Not only did I fail to discover any talents, but my soul power inexplicably regressed by 6 levels. Who am I to seek redress for this? Master, can blue silver grass and the little dwarf truly not cultivate? Just as Su Yuntao stepped beyond the threshold of the martial soul hall in Holy Soul Village, he was met with the anxious inquiry of the village chief, Old Jack. Hearing this, Su Yuntao turned back with a wry smile. What do you expect a blade of grass to cultivate into? Can a little dwarf possibly evolve into a titan giant ape? Awakening is merely the pinnacle, what a pity. With the awakening ceremony concluded, Old Jack instructed Luban to return home first, as he intended to escort Tang San. Their residence lay adjacent to the martial soul hall at the center of the village. While Tang San's home was situated at the western end, quite a distance away, Old Jack was concerned about allowing a mere 6-year-old child to wander alone. After bidding farewell to Luban, Old Jack soon made his way home. Once there, Luban summoned his personal system panel once more, meticulously examining its contents. Host, Luban Martial Soul, Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent, Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Full Innate Soul Power, Wild Level Up, Soul Power, 20, 0, 100, Soul Rings, none Soul Bones, none Soul Skills, none Items, Beginner's Gift Pack in this awakening of martial spirits. The Innate Talent Domain surprisingly possesses 3 exceptionally formidable domain skills. Rejection Aura, upon activation, a golden elastic shield instantly forms around the user, capable of repelling skill attacks and reflecting damage back to nearby foes. Enemies repelled by the rejection aura will be rendered dazed for 1 second, with their overall attack, defense, speed, and strength halved for 5 seconds. The skill lasts for 20 seconds, and both its duration and effects will increase with the host level. Invincible Shark Cannon, when activated, the Shark Cannon in the right hand of Luban 7 will unleash a fiery red soul power projectile, delivering explosive damage to any enemy within the shooter's domain. The attack inflicts double the damage of the user's current attack power. 3,000 lightning strikes. Upon activation, 9 waves of divine lightning will continuously descend within the shooter S domain, targeting enemies with single or area attacks. The initial attack inflicts 10% of the user's current attack power, while the second wave doubles the damage. And the subsequent 7 waves will continue to exponentially increase based on the previous wave's effect. The skill lasts for 9 minutes, with 1 wave of divine lightning striking every minute. Having perused the domain skills, Luban was filled with excitement and could not resist activating his shooter domain. Currently, the shooter domain centered around him spans an impressive radius of 20 meters. Within this domain, his attack, defense, speed, and overall physical attributes are astonishingly doubled. After grasping the domain skills, Luban focused his thoughts to open the Novice Gift Pack. Novice Gift Pack, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet, and Gamer Boy Skin, among others. Upon reviewing the system panel information, Jungle Knife, a divine artifact that doubles attack power when hunting soul beasts, featuring an armor-piercing effect that ignores all defenses of soul beasts. During consecutive attacks, it boasts a critical hit rate of 20, with the maximum critical effect reaching 10 times the user's current attack power. Gamer Boy Skin, a divine artifact that, when used, alters the appearance and form of the martial spirit, doubling attack power. After examining the items, Luban concentrated, and a seemingly ancient black storage bracelet materialized on his right wrist. Wow, what an expansive space, resembling a small mountain. After probing the vast interior of the storage bracelet with his mind, Luban was astounded, realizing that it was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Within its depths lay a 3-foot gray curved sword, quietly resting in a corner. With a mere thought, the sword instantly appeared in his hand, exuding an aura of antiquity and restraint. Is this the legendary jungle knife? Gazing at the serrated blade and the dull surface of the knife, Luban couldn't help but twitch his lips. Had he not previously seen the introduction, he might have mistaken it for a discarded butcher's knife. After examining the novice package, Luban began to explore his martial soul. Luban 7 Manifest. In order for a soul master to unleash extraordinary powers, it is essential to awaken their martial soul. For soul masters possessing beast martial souls, the manifestation of the martial soul is imperative, as he successfully manifested his martial soul and lacking any soul skills for the moment. Luban attempted a basic attack. Chapter 4. The Primary Soul Master Academy of Notting City. With an attack range of 20 meters, it matched the coverage of a marksman's domain. At that moment, a sycamore tree, the size of an adult's waist, was repeatedly pierced by orbs of soul force, resembling the size of a fist. Luban, with his left hand gripping the dragon mouth gun, unleashed a torrent of flames, releasing a soul force orb every second. In a rapid succession of 5 shots, he left 5 punctures in the tree trunk. What immense power and remarkable distance. If memory serves him right, Ma Hongjuan's first soul skill, the Phoenix Fire Line, had an attack range of nearly 5 meters. Now, with his martial soul manifested, his basic attack distance had already exceeded that of most soul masters' first soul skills. As his soul power increased and soul rings were acquired, his attack range would undoubtedly extend even further. Isn't this a quintessential reincarnation of the archer template? Once again, Luban finds himself delightfully immersed in his former profession. Before the archers of his nation, the infamous Wang Tang Xiaosan scarcely had a chance to approach. Tremble, you kings of single combat in the Douluo Continent, for in the face of his overwhelming output, the control system is destined to become a mere jest. The initial attack range and power of Luban's Soul Master, the 7, are sufficiently formidable, and with subsequent soul rings, his single target attacks will be more than adequate. The recent energy sphere he unleashed was the pinnacle of his 20-level soul power, boasting strength that surpasses even the bullets of his past life. Just one shot could easily claim the life of an ordinary person. Moreover, the potency of his basic attacks, akin to that of archers, can be adjusted at will. The smaller the energy sphere's power, the lesser the soul power consumed. Similarly, a reduced range in the archer's domain will significantly decrease soul power expenditure. Through a series of experiments, Luban gained a lucid understanding of his martial soul. Alas, this appearance is far too conspicuous. Concluding his trials, Luban approached a bronze mirror to inspect his form with the martial soul manifested, feeling a wave of mild embarrassment wash over him. In his left hand, he wielded a dragon's mouth gun, and in his right, a shark's mouth cannon, with a diminutive red backpack slung over his shoulders. At present, his youth renders this appearance somewhat endearing, but should he retain such a guise in adulthood, it would be even more humiliating than the Shrek Academy's infamous green uniform. Fortunately, when Luban 7 manifested, his height remained unchanged. Adopting the appearance of a video game character, Luban concentrated, and in an instant, donned the divine-grade martial soul skin. According to the system's interface, divine-grade skins can alter the form of one's martial soul, prompting Luban to eagerly experiment. He transformed into a descendant, revealing a dashing warrior clad in golden armor and wielding the sun-shooting bow. Then, he morphed into the radiant feather Douluo, appearing as an elderly child with flowing silver hair and an icy gaze, grasping the radiant feather bow. Astoundingly, he realized he could disguise himself. How remarkable! After several trials, Luban was exhilarated. With the divine-grade skin for camouflage, his future endeavors would be considerably safer. Otherwise, with the conspicuous nature of Luban 7, maintaining a low profile would be nearly impossible and could lead to endless troubles. Just then, his grandfather returned. With the martial soul manifested, Luban's consciousness and mental strength surged, allowing him to sense that old Jack was nearing their doorstep. Recalling his martial soul, Luban resumed his youthful appearance. As he saw old Jack, bent over and shuffling towards the door, Luban scampered forward with his short legs, exclaiming, "Grandpa Jack." Upon seeing him, old Jack's face lit up with joy. "Luban, my boy, I have decided to send you to the Soul Master Academy for your studies. Are you willing?" "As long as it brings you happiness, Grandpa, I shall do whatever you ask," Luban replied earnestly, lifting his small head. Old Jack rubbed his eyes and said, "Good child, once you acquire a soul ring, you shall become a soul master. Grandpa and the village of Holy Soul are eagerly awaiting to bask in your glory." Hearing this, Luban clutched his youthful book and assured, "Rest assured, Grandpa, I will undoubtedly become the pride of the entire village." Old Jack couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter at Luban's mature demeanor. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, it was precisely the occasion of the enrollment for new students at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Early in the morning, old Jack set forth with his horse-drawn carriage, accompanied by Luban and Tang San, heading towards Notting City. "Thank you, Grandpa Jack, for granting me the only work-study position available in Holy Soul Village," Tang San expressed sincerely from the carriage, filled with heartfelt gratitude. Attending the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy required at least 10 gold soul coins each year, a sum that was utterly unattainable for an ordinary family. However, due to the past emergence of a formidable soul saint in Holy Soul Village, there was an annual work-study position that exempted one from tuition and lodging fees. This time, the village elder, old Jack, relinquished the work-study position to himself. Consequently, Luban could only enroll as a self-study student. "Don't be modest, my dear. I still have some savings from my lifetime. I can support Luban's studies for a few years," he said. "Alas, it is indeed a pity for you to encounter such an irresponsible alcoholic father, as you will suffer for the next few years." The thought of the drunken Tang how filled old Jack with sorrow. "Do not worry, Grandpa Jack. Once I become a soul master, I will have numerous means to earn money," Tang San confidently replied. "While at the academy, I will certainly take good care of Luban and ensure he is not bullied." "Very well, you and Luban have grown up together. You must support each other at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy." Old Jack felt immense joy at Tang San's understanding. Hearing these words, Luban also wore a delighted expression and bumped fists with Tang San. Standing behind Tang San provided a sense of security, especially with a formidable Title Douluo safeguarding him from the shadows. In the Douluo Continent, lacking a background could lead to dire consequences if one exhibited extraordinary talent. Even the Pope, Bibi Dong, could not escape such fate, let alone someone with no connections like him. Bibi Dong was initially accepted as a disciple by Qian Xuanji due to her twin martial soul's extraordinary talent and was later coerced into bearing offspring for the angel lineage, leaving her with little freedom. Should he display remarkable talent without any backing, his fate would likely be even worse than Bibi Dong's. The best-case scenario would be to be taken by a prominent family or sect for breeding, while the worst could see him extinguished in the cradle. Having lived 2 lives, Luban possessed keen insight into human nature. Holy Soul Village was located adjacent to Notting City, making the journey brief. Old Jack drove the carriage for half a day before arriving at the gate of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Although Notting City was not extensive, the Soul Master Academy exuded grandeur. The 30-meter-wide iron archway and 3-meter-high courtyard walls were entirely constructed of high-quality granite. A rectangular wooden plaque carved from precious red sandalwood hung beside the archway, inscribed with the words Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. The entrance alone showcased the esteemed status of soul masters within the continent. "Stop. Who are you bunch of country bumpkins? Is this a place for you to come?" As old Jack, Luban, and Tang San approached the gate, they were halted by the gatekeeper. "Young brother, I am here with the children to register. This is a certification issued by Master Su Yuntao, a deacon of the Wuhuan Palace," old Jack replied. Understanding the arrogance of the townspeople, old Jack did not mind the gatekeeper's rudeness and produced 2 pieces of beast-hide parchment to present. "Humph." The gatekeeper disdainfully received the certification, smirking as he scoffed. "Holy Soul Village? Wuhuan Blue Silvergrass? When did the useless blue silvergrass become a full innate spirit power?" He sneered. "A blue silvergrass and a little dwarf? I say, old man, how dare you come here to deceive us at the Soul Master Academy?" With that, he contemptuously tossed the certification to the ground, dismissing them. "You." Old Jack's face flushed with anger, his heart brimming with indignation. "This is black and white. It bears the seal of the Wuhuan Palace's deacon. You are clearly trying to make things difficult for us. We shall go to the Wuhuan Palace and seek justice from Deacon Su Yutao." "Haha, this is truly laughable. A bunch of country bumpkins really think the Wuhuan Palace is a marketplace where anyone can enter at will." The gatekeeper, upon seeing old Jack's fury, spat on the ground and uttered, "A bunch of old tricksters bringing along 2 little tricksters. What a joke. You little brat, who are you calling a trickster?" Old Jack, leaning on his cane, trembled as he questioned. "Humph, what? Old fool, do you wish to fight?" Before the gatekeeper's mocking words could finish, a tender fist unexpectedly flew forward. Though small, the fist contained extraordinary strength, resembling a piece of unblemished jade upon closer inspection. Boom. At that moment, Tang San unleashed a punch, striking the gatekeeper in the abdomen and sending him flying. He had already mentally recited the core tenets of the Tang sect's Xian Tian Bao Lu, believing there was no need to show mercy against an enemy with murderous intent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The gatekeeper, infuriated at being struck by a child, hastily blew the whistle around his neck, summoning reinforcements. Who dares to cause trouble at the Soulmaster Academy? Soon, the captain of the guard arrived with a group of subordinates. Seeing one of their own beaten, their faces were filled with rage. Captain, it's them. That old man presented a forged Wuhuan Palace certification to sneak into the academy. As I stopped him, they took the opportunity to attack. The gatekeeper reported to the captain. Gesturing with exaggerated expressions, the bald captain quickly grasped the situation. A child of 5 or 6 years could knock down an adult, clearly indicating he had awakened his martial soul and possessed soul power. However, they were unaware of the academy's unspoken rules, not understanding the necessity of bribes for entry, thus leading to the current predicament. How dare they bully our Soulmaster Academy? Capture them, the captain bellowed, unwilling to lose face for the guard team, lest they struggle to collect fees in the future. With that, the bald captain activated his martial soul, instantly manifesting a dark red brick in his hand. His 7 or 8 subordinates followed suit, also activating their martial souls. In an instant, a brigade of brick wielders charged menacingly toward Old Jack and his companions. Though the brick was a useless martial soul, its intimidating presence was sufficient to scare ordinary folks. Little San, come back and hide behind Grandpa. Old Jack, seeing the fearsome group approaching, called out urgently to Tang San, anxious for his safety. Yet, at that moment, Tang San stood resolute, his brows furrowed, showing no signs of retreat. He raised his right hand, readying his silent hidden arrows, poised for action. Luban, standing at the back, also wore a frown, anger evident on his face. This pack of guards was truly excessive. It was time to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, once Tang San made his move, these people would either be severely injured or worse. Since awakening his martial soul, Luban's vision and hearing had greatly improved, and he was acutely aware of Tang San's every movement. At this moment, he had already heard the sound of the silent hidden arrows being readied. Little San, watch me. In this critical moment, Luban stepped out from behind Old Jack, directly activating his martial soul. With a sudden flourish, his dragon-mouth gun shone brilliantly. Upon witnessing this, Tang San halted the activation of his silent hidden arrows and retreated to observe. It was the first time he had seen Luban employ his martial soul to attack. Sparking his curiosity, he wondered if the seemingly useless martial soul of a little dwarf possessed any unique offensive capabilities. At this moment, Tang San was not called back, and Luban dashed out from behind. Old Jack was startled and filled with worry. He wanted to intervene, but realized it was too late. Suddenly, a series of soul power light spheres erupted from Luban's left-handed dragon mouth gun, surging forth with astonishing speed, directly targeting the members of the guard team. The bald captain and his henchmen were caught off guard, sent flying by the immense impact of the soul power light spheres, landing several meters away with a loud crash. The area in front of the Nodding City Junior Soulmaster Academy was filled with cries of distress. Remarkably, Luban had deliberately lowered the firing speed of the soul power light spheres to reduce their destructive power. Otherwise, they could have easily pierced through the bodies of the guard team members. It must be noted that Luban was currently a full innate soul power level 20, with physical attributes enhanced beyond that of an ordinary person due to his martial soul awakening. In another life, he would be akin to a master possessing 2 decades of internal energy, effortlessly dealing with a group utterly devoid of such power. This was an overwhelming display of strength, leaving no room for mishaps. Such formidable offensive power, could this truly be a waste martial soul? At this moment, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astounded by Luban's thunderous assault. Simultaneously, a hint of envy flickered in his gaze. The more he looked at the blue silver grass in his hand, the more he felt it was worthless. No wonder people often claimed that beast martial souls surpassed weapon martial souls, based on Luban's performance today. That assertion certainly held true. The soul power light spheres launched by Luban had instilled within him a profound sense of lethal threat. What is happening? The commotion near the academy's entrance attracted the attention of several individuals within. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with short black hair, rushed over upon hearing the noise. Although his face was covered in stubble and his appearance was unremarkable, there was an undeniable air of authority about him, reminiscent of a leader in the academy. Greetings, esteemed teacher. I am the village head of Holy Soul Village, here to register 2 children from our village who have awakened their martial souls. Having been a village head his entire life, Old Jack had a keen eye and, noticing the panic etched on the faces of the guard team, quickly recounted the events that had transpired. Sir, may I see the 2 certificates from the Martial Soul Hall? Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Old Jack had already thrust the certificates into his hands. Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, full innate soul power. Martial Soul, Dwarf, full innate soul power. Upon seeing the certificates from the Martial Soul Hall, the middle-aged man's breath quickened. His excitement was palpable. with trembling hands unable to contain his exhilaration. Waste martial souls with full innate soul power? According to his theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, he understood precisely what this implied. The certificates were indeed genuine. Sir, I would like to apologize on behalf of the Academy for the previous incident. Please entrust these 2 children to me. After reviewing the certificates, the middle-aged man approached Old Jack, slightly bowing in a gesture of apology. Observing this, Old Jack's gloomy expression vanished instantly, replaced by immense joy as he waved his hands repeatedly. It's quite all right, quite all right. Teacher, I leave these 2 children in your capable hands. After handing Luban and Tang San over to the middle-aged man and offering a few words of advice, Old Jack departed with a smile. You may proceed to the Academic Affairs Office to receive your punishment. The middle-aged man cast a cold glance at the guard team, stating this in a matter-of-fact tone. Terrified, the guards broke into a cold sweat, nodding frantically as they supported each other and hurried towards the Academic Affairs Office. They could not afford to offend this man. Not only a Grand Soul Master, but also a friend of the Academy's principal. Seeing the middle-aged man radiate righteousness, Tang San spoke up. Thank you, teacher. Looking at the 2 obedient and understanding children before him, the middle-aged man shook his head with a wry smile, clarifying that he was not their teacher. Hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. If he represented the Academy, then he must either be a teacher or a leader. However, the middle-aged man continued to shake his head, a look of despondency evident on his brow, as if he carried unfulfilled ambitions. One glance was enough to discern that he was a man with a story to tell. Blue Silvergrass and Dwarf, classic examples of waste martial souls, yet possessing full innate soul power. How short-sighted and superficial the world's perspective is. Believing only in their own assumptions, oblivious to the brilliance of the genius standing before them. Dual martial souls, aside from the 2 of you. Only 2 others have emerged across the entire continent in the past century. Upon hearing the mention of dual martial souls, both Tang San and Luban were taken aback. Tang San clenched his delicate hands tightly, silently reciting the overarching principles of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record. Master, you have paved your path to death. Reborn in this unfamiliar world, Tang San remained exceedingly cautious of strangers, harboring a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Luban, while astonished, secretly scoffed. The master's theories were indeed formidable. But unfortunately, they encountered an anomaly in him. Master, that theory doesn't apply to me. Do not be surprised. I have dedicated my life to studying martial soul knowledge, and have been recognized in the industry as a master. According to the first principle of my theory regarding the 10 core competencies of martial souls, the innate soul power level is directly proportional to the quality of the martial soul. Therefore, it is inconceivable for the Blue Silvergrass and Dwarf, both recognized as waste martial souls, to harbor such considerable innate soul power. Thus, I am certain that, in addition to the Blue Silvergrass and Dwarf, you possess another martial soul, one of immense strength. As the master spoke, his excitement was evident. The theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls was his life's greatest pride. There are no absolutes, could we not be exceptions? Hearing the master's explanation, Tang San's tense demeanor gradually relaxed, relieved that the master was merely speculating. Nevertheless, even his theoretical conjecture, the master had already earned his respect. At this moment, Tang San was unexpectedly surprised to discover that Luban also possessed a dual martial soul. Noticing the wary expressions on the faces of the 2 children, the master couldn't help but chuckle. While exceptions do exist, they certainly would not apply to the Blue Silvergrass and Dwarf. In the past century, there have been 19 instances of individuals with full innate soul power, all of whom were the most powerful beings in their respective fields. Powerful martial souls, aside from hereditary inheritance, can also arise from exceedingly rare mutations. Among the 19 with full innate soul power, 5 were of this latter category. Over the past several decades, I have investigated 647 individuals who awakened the Blue Silvergrass martial soul, and not a single one exhibited any mutation. The same holds true for the Dwarf martial soul. Among the 520 individuals I surveyed who awakened the Dwarf martial soul, not one presented a case of mutation. The master, with an air of confidence, elaborated passionately. When it came to the theory of martial souls, it was indeed his forte, capable of expounding for years without pause. On the side, Luban listened with rapt attention. Having recently awakened the unique martial soul of Luban number 7, he found himself perplexed regarding the methods of cultivation and the augmentation of soul rings. His thoughts were clouded with uncertainty. Given his personality and approach, he was inclined towards a purely offensive strategy. However, he remained unsure about which type of soul beast could provide the greatest offensive attributes. The alignment between martial soul attributes and soul ring attributes was a nuanced matter. With an esteemed mentor guiding him, his journey would undoubtedly be smoother. Otherwise, should he mistakenly attach a soul ring, it could irrevocably alter the course of his life, informed by his previous life experiences. Luban understood that the master treated his disciples with great care, akin to a caretaker on the path of cultivation, providing immense support to Tang San during the early stages of their journey, thus laying a solid foundation for Tang San's later breakthroughs. While Luban pondered these thoughts, Tang San spoke up first. Please accept us as your disciples. Do you truly wish to become my students? The master asked. his eyes wide with astonishment and excitement glittering within. Due to the mutation of his martial soul, he had found it nearly impossible to surpass the 30th level in his lifetime, relegated to theoretical research. The once mighty blue lightning tyrant dragon had transformed into a mere low-sin cannon, subjecting him to ridicule. Despite his theories, which he believed to be unparalleled and immensely beneficial for soul masters, no one was willing to try them. After all, who would acknowledge the theories proposed by one deemed a failure? The lack of recognition for his lifelong efforts was a profound regret. Yet now, with the emergence of two prodigies, Tang San and Luban, the master glimpsed a glimmer of hope, envisioning a day when his core competitive theories would be revered within the realm of soul masters. Indeed, esteemed teacher, your vast knowledge is unparalleled. I believe there is no other theoretical master as exceptional as you at the entire Nodding Academy. Tang San and Luban praised him, causing the master's eyes to well with emotion. Very well, from this moment forth, you two shall be my cherished disciples. The master affectionately ruffled their hair, radiating warmth. He then escorted them to the administrative office to complete their enrollment procedures. In St. Soul Village, Tang San, with his martial soul of blue silvergrass, possessed innate full soul power. Luban, on the other hand, had awakened the martial soul of a dwarf, also endowed with innate full soul power. Both children possess innate full soul power? Director Su gasped, utterly astonished upon seeing the proof from the martial soul hall. What? Innate full soul power? The other teachers in the office immediately sprang from their seats. To have encountered such a phenomenon, which was said to be legendary, especially in the case of two individuals, was indeed remarkable. However, as the teachers gathered around, Director Su shook his head with a sigh, lamenting, what a pity, one is blue silvergrass, and the other is a dwarf. Both are considered inferior martial souls. How could this be? The teachers exchanged disheartened glances as they perused the proof. The line between genius and failure is indeed tenuous. Director Su, Tang San and Luban are my disciples. Please assist them in completing their enrollment. The master, oblivious to the teacher's scrutiny, spoke in a calm manner. He then turned to Tang San and Luban, advising them to complete their enrollment and familiarize themselves with the academy's environment. He would seek them out later. Upon hearing these words, the teachers, including Director Su, wore expressions of bewilderment. You have actually chosen to become disciples of that master? Is that not acceptable? Tang San furrowed his brow in confusion. Noticing the look shared among the teachers, he sensed their hesitations as they swallowed their words. Tang San, a work-study student from St. Soul Village, received free tuition and accommodation in Dormitory 7. Luban, a self-study student from the same village, was charged 10 gold soul coins for both tuition and accommodation in Dormitory 6. After finalizing their enrollment, Director Su provided both Tang San and Luban with a set of school uniforms. With this, you are now officially first-year students at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. You may proceed to the back courtyard to arrange your accommodations, where dedicated staff will assist you. As they exited the administrative office, the sounds of mocking laughter from the professors reached their ears. True to form, they have chosen to follow a failure as their master. Indeed, the master is merely a joke within the Soul Master community. How could anyone take him seriously? It seems our academy is about to welcome two more little failures. The master's theories on failure will have successors. With their martial souls awakened and innate full soul power, Tang San and Luban felt their physical attributes significantly enhanced. As they walked away from the administrative office, the ridicule from within echoed in their ears. Luban, do not take their words to heart. Trust in my choice. Tang San reassured him, patting Luban's shoulder. Having lived two lives, Tang San possessed a resilience that shielded him from the harsh words of others. His only concern was for Luban's tender spirit. I believe in you. Luban nodded firmly, his resolve evident. The two companions exited the teaching building, traversed the playground, and arrived at the dormitory building in the back courtyard. The dormitory stood 3 stories tall, an impressive sight. The first floor housed the dormitory management office, while the second was allocated for student accommodations and the third for faculty. Upon reaching the office on the first floor, they completed their accommodation registration, and the managing teacher provided them with detailed information about the dormitory conditions. The academy hosted a total of 7 student dormitories, with each grade having 1 self-study dormitory, while the final dormitory served as the work-study residence, where students from grades 1 to 6 cohabited irrespective of their ages. Having gathered the necessary information, Tang San and Luban departed the office to search for their respective beds. Little San, I have arrived. See you later. Luban bid farewell at the entrance of Dormitory 6. Tang San nodded and made his way to Dormitory 7. Dormitory 6 was occupied by first-year students who had just awakened their martial souls. The spacious accommodation featured 30 single beds, each measuring 1 meter wide, arranged in 2 rows from the entrance to the back. The bedding was new, and the environment was pleasant. Upon entering Dormitory 6, Luban was greeted by the sounds of children playing and laughing. A group of 6-year-olds surrounded a chubby boy clad in ornate robes, praising him enthusiastically. Xiao Lauda is so mighty. Ignoring them, Luban proceeded to his designated bed. Bed number 30. This is the bed number assigned to him by the dormitory manager. The bedding is complete and quite satisfactory. Luban placed his luggage on the bed and was about to organize it when he heard a childish voice call out, "Hey, new kid. Why aren't you coming over to pay your respects to Boss Xiao?" Upon hearing this, Luban glanced at the group not far away but remained silent. Continuing to arrange his bed. Where did this wild brat come from? He really lacks manners. Seeing this, Boss Xiao raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased. "Kid, I'll count to 10. And if you don't come over to pay your respects, I'll make sure your mother won't recognize you. 1, 2, boys, get him." As he counted to 10 without any response from Luban, Boss Xiao's face turned ashen with anger. He waved his chubby little hand, directing his underlings to attack Luban. Just as 7 or 8 boys charged a few steps forward, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, and a magnificent blue dragon appeared, soaring around Luban until it reached the ceiling. The overwhelming pressure from the 20-level soul power was colossal for the 6-year-old children, who had yet to awaken their soul powers, leaving them trembling in fear on the ground, including Boss Xiao. Observing this, Luban couldn't help but smile, feeling immensely pleased. Truly, the god-tier skin was impressive. The gaming boy's disguise was quite intimidating. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus? How is that possible? Are you from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family? Boss Xiao exclaimed, his face turning pale at the sudden appearance of the dragon. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family was a formidable force across the continent, far beyond the reach of their small Xiao family. Humph, young one, though you are not old. Your knowledge is not lacking. With that, Luban retracted his martial soul, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and confidently approached Boss Xiao. What do you want? I warn you not to act recklessly. My father is the Lord of Notting City, and my brother is the top leader of the entire academy. As Luban approached with a fierce demeanor, Boss Xiao was nearly brought to tears. Oh, no wonder you are so arrogant. Do you think I fear your Xiao family? Luban stepped closer to Boss Xiao and lightly patted his face with disdain, saying, You are the leader of the 6th dormitory? Hearing this, Boss Xiao instinctively nodded, then quickly shook his head in denial. That was in the past. From now on, you are the leader of our dormitory. Boss Xiao stood up, his face flushed, speaking with a reluctant tone. Do you all have any objections? Boss Xiao having conceded, Luban turned to the other students in the 6th dormitory and casually inquired. The others quickly shook their heads and replied in unison, no objections. Very well, from this moment on, I, Luban, shall be the leader of the 6th dormitory. Since I am the leader, what kind of tribute do you all owe? At that moment, Luban exuded an aura of authority. The students of the 6th dormitory lined up on both sides and bowed in unison, proclaiming, Greetings, boss. Chapter 8. What is so impressive about the 2nd floor? Being the leader undoubtedly comes with its perks. Luban surveyed the group and declared, starting with Boss Xiao, let us all introduce ourselves. Boss, my name is Xiao Qinyang. My martial soul is a wolf, and I possess innate soul power at level 2, hailing from the Xiao family of Notting City. After Xiao Qinyang's introduction, the others followed suit in turn. Luban nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. For every student from Notting City, the greeting gift is 1 golden soul coin. Xiao Qinyang. You owe me 2. Huh? Upon hearing Luban demand a meeting gift, the members of the 6th dormitory exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a blend of shock and incredulity. Internally, they grumbled, questioning whether the illustrious Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family truly needed such trifles. What is it? Do you have any thoughts? Luban inquired, lifting his clenched right fist and blowing gently upon it, his tone laced with nonchalance. Startled, Xiao Qinyang shivered involuntarily, hastily patting his chest and retrieving 2 gleaming gold soul coins from his inner pocket, bowing as he presented them to Luban, leading by example. The other students from Notting City, reluctant to lag behind, quickly followed suit, producing their own gold soul coins. By the time they had gathered their coins, the hour had passed noon, signaling mealtime. Luban instructed someone to guide them directly to the academy's cafeteria, which stood adjacent to the dormitory, a modest 2-story building. The 1st floor catered to budget meals, a favored haunt of work-study students, while the 2nd floor offered a la carte dining at a premium, typically frequented by the affluent scions of Notting City and the academy's faculty. As Luban approached the cafeteria, he was met with a cacophony of voices, a heated argument echoing within. Ah, isn't that Wang Sheng and his cohort of work-study students? Ah, they'll forever be confined to the 1st floor, he chuckled, dismissing the notion of the upper-level superiority. Upon entering, Luban spotted a young girl in a blue uniform, adorned with rabbit ear decorations and a scorpion tail braid. Fiercely shaking her fist at the 2nd floor, her demeanor suggesting a readiness to confront. Despite her ferocity, her cherubic face was undeniably endearing. At that moment, she was being restrained by Tang San, who was attempting to prevent her from charging upstairs. Wang Xing, a senior student, leaned in to whisper to the girl. Sister Xiao Wu, the 2nd floor is a la carte dining, and it's quite expensive. We truly cannot afford it. Tang San echoed the sentiment, urging her to let it go. Humph, Tang San, are you really that timid? Xiao Wu sulked, clearly displeased by the mockery they faced from the upperclassmen. It's just a meal. How expensive could it possibly be? Sister Xiao Wu, don't act on impulse. Without even a single gold soul coin, we shouldn't venture upstairs. We might inadvertently exceed our budget. Wang Sheng continued to caution. What is a gold soul coin? Xiao Wu furrowed her brow, perplexed. The other work-study students exchanged glances. astonished that she was unaware of such a basic concept, revealing the extent of her impoverished background. Just then, Luban arrived, flanked by a cadre of first-year followers. Exuding an air of confidence. "Luban, you're here," Tang San greeted, his face lighting up at the sight of his companion. "Tang San, why are you all standing here? Let us head to the second floor. It's on me," Luban declared, casually waving his hand, his demeanor radiating affluence. "Really?" Before Tang San could fully comprehend, Xiao was already beaming with joy. "Tang San, is he your friend?" She regarded Luban, who was of similar height, her eyes sparkling as she thought to herself how handsome he was, far surpassing Tang San in looks. "Indeed, this is my childhood companion, Luban," Tang San affirmed, nodding in response to her inquiry. "This is Xiao, the leader of our 7th dormitory." He briefly introduced everyone present to Luban. "Greetings." Luban smiled warmly, acknowledging them. "Since you are a friend of Tang San, you are also a friend of mine." Xiao bounced over to Luban, casually patting him on the shoulder. "If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me. Sister Xiao will stand up for you." With a defiant glance at the onlookers on the second floor, she declared, "Let us go upstairs. I'm curious to see what's so special about it." Luban rubbed his nose, feeling slightly awkward at her boldness. "Upstairs? Luban, what is going on?" Tang San questioned, puzzled, fully aware of the modest means of Luban's family and unable to fathom such extravagance. Perceiving Tang San's skepticism, Luban merely smiled serenely and gestured to his entourage behind him. "No worries, as the newcomer, you shouldn't have to bear the cost. Everyone, let us dine on the second floor today. I, Xiao Qinyang, will cover the expenses," Xiao Qinyang announced nonchalantly, as if the cost were trivial to him. Seeing this, Tang San ceased to protest and followed Luban to the second floor. "What is happening? Are those work-study students heading upstairs?" Someone exclaimed, incredulous. "Have they lost their minds? Challenging Xiao Laoda's authority?" Laughter erupted, echoing throughout the second floor, as it was well known that the meager means of the work-study students could hardly sustain a meal upstairs, equating to what they would spend on the first floor over an entire semester. "Xiao Qinyang, you're quite the character. Do enlighten me about this raucous dog," Luban remarked, unfazed by the attention directed at them. However, the individual he referred to, Xiao Qinyang, appeared sheepish, his head bowed like a wilted sprout. "Boss. He is the chief of our Nodding Academy, Xiao Qinyu, a 6th-year student," one of Luban's followers whispered. "Xiao Qinyu?" Luban mused, intrigued. "Isn't that Xiao Qinyang's elder brother?" No wonder when the esteemed Xiao appeared, Xiao Qinyang stealthily hid behind him, reluctant to show his face. At that moment, Luban had a sudden realization. "Brother, why are you mingling with this group of work-study students?" The keen senses of a soul master detected Xiao Qinyang's speech, prompting his brother, Xiao Qinyu, to take notice. "Speak the truth." Luban turned his head and issued a calm warning. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyang nodded in fear and timidly stepped forward, saying, "Brother, this is our dormitory's leader, Luban." Chapter 9. Unveiling the second martial soul. "What did you say?" Upon hearing his brother acknowledge Luban as his leader, the arrogance on Xiao Qinyu's face vanished, replaced by a ghastly pallor. As a scion of the illustrious Xiao family, a prestigious lineage and the foremost family in Nodding City, it was indeed a disgrace to recognize an obscure child as a leader. "Brother, I will explain when we return." Xiao Qinyang scratched his head, displaying a look of helplessness. What could he do? Not only could he not win in a fight, but he also dared not provoke them. Before enrolling, the city lord had repeatedly warned him to avoid offending the offspring of noble families, a lesson Xiao Qinyang remembered well. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family empire wouldn't dare to provoke them, let alone their humble Xiao family. "Xiao Qinzi, considering he is your brother, let today's incident slide," Luban said, draped in a blue school uniform, waving his hand with an air of authority that left the surrounding students in astonished whispers. "Who is this guy? Wow, he is quite impressive. Lead the way, let us eat," Luban declared casually, hands clasped behind his back, prompting Xiao Qinyang to quickly take the lead. Subsequently, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the other work-study students followed Luban to the second floor to feast, inciting the ire of Xiao Qinyu and the other noble offspring in the city. "Luban, you were so cool just now." At the dining table, Xiao Wu munched on a carrot, showering praises upon him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "You are the leader of the 6th dormitory, and I am the leader of the 7th. Let us spar sometime." "Huh." Upon hearing this, Luban's lips twitched, internally grumbling. Truly, a violent rogue rabbit. After lunch, the master sought out Tang San and Luban, leading them back to his residence. The master resided on the 3rd floor of the dormitory building, in a spacious teacher's apartment comprising 3 rooms and 2 halls. The decor, while not opulent, was clean and elegant, exuding an air of scholarly charm. "Release your second martial soul. Let me have a look." "Tang San, you go first," the master instructed. Tang San extended his left hand, channeling his soul power into it. Soon, a dark hammer adorned with purple golden stripes manifested. The hammer's handle measured 3 feet, its head resembling a forging hammer with a standard cylindrical shape. Though its exterior appeared ancient and reserved, it emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. The master recognized the Haotian hammer at a glance, the foremost entity among weapon martial souls. "All right, put it away," he said, suppressing his excitement. "Remember, Do not use your second martial soul in public unless absolutely necessary. Why? What is my second martial soul called? And is there a taboo associated with it? Tang San inquired, bewildered. That hammer is called the Haotian hammer, the most powerful entity among weapon martial souls. As for other details, it is not yet time for you to know. Remember, everything your teacher does is for your own good. Now, share with me about your family situation. The Haotian hammer? Noticing the master's reticence regarding it, Tang San chose not to pursue further questions. He then recounted the years spent in Holy Soul Village, living closely with his father, to which the master reacted with a knowing expression. He could scarcely believe that his idol had fallen to such a state. He yearned to know what had transpired back then, yet felt he lacked the right to ask. Luban, release your second martial soul. Having understood Tang San's martial soul, the master turned his attention to Luban. Actually, I only possess one martial soul, Luban awkwardly stated. Scratching his head. He had intended to clarify this earlier, but the master had not afforded him the opportunity. Impossible. My theory cannot be wrong. The master decisively refuted Luban's claim of having a single martial soul. Release your diminutive martial soul. Let me see it. He then pondered that a 6-year-old child would likely not lie, considering whether the Spirit Hall's officials had made an error during the martial soul assessment. Such a scenario had indeed transpired before. In the study, Luban entered a state of deep contemplation, channeling his soul power to converge towards his right hand. Soon, the spirit of Luban number 7 materialized once more, standing at the height of an adult's knee. It grasped a dragon's mouth spear in its left hand and a shark's mouth cannon in its right, with a vibrant red backpack slung across its back. Its large, captivating eyes sparkled with a delightful charm, radiating an extraordinary cuteness. Upon witnessing this, the master displayed a look of astonishment. The appearance indeed resembles that of a diminutive spirit. Yet it possesses subtle distinctions. Luban Kaheo is adorned with an exquisite costume, clutching a toy in his hand. Such a comical representation of a dwarf spirit is a first for the master. Luban, are you truly certain you have only awakened a single spirit? The master inquired. His tone filled with curiosity. Luban nodded earnestly, affirming, yes. That should not be the case. The master scratched his head in perplexity. Teacher, could it possibly be the mutated spirit you mentioned earlier? Tang San interjected, offering a suggestion. The master shook his head in response, acknowledging that the only explanation at present could be a mutated spirit. However, the likelihood of a waste spirit suddenly evolving into a top-tier innate spirit with full soul power is nearly impossible. The occurrence of a mutated spirit is already exceedingly rare, let alone one transforming into such a formidable entity. The situation unfolding with Luban is indeed astonishing. Teacher, could it be that the spirit I awakened is an entirely new one, not recorded in the continent's historical texts? Luban posed the question with feigned curiosity. The probability of such an event occurring is minuscule, virtually non-existent. The master proceeded to elucidate the origins of spirit manifestation to both Luban and Tang San. For the majority, a spirit is inherited from either the father or the mother. Besides that, there exists the previously mentioned remote chance of a mutated spirit. Even in the case of a mutated spirit, it must arise from one of the parent spirits. A new species cannot simply materialize from thin air. According to historical records, Douluo Continent has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and over such an extensive period, the spirits that should exist have largely been documented. In nearly 10 millennia of recorded history, no new spirits have been discovered. Luban, how could you believe the spirit you awakened is a new one? The master, utterly baffled, finally asked. Luban did not respond directly but countered. Teacher, is it true that the maximum innate full soul power can only reach level 10? Indeed. Once soul power reaches level 10, one encounters a bottleneck, requiring the hunting of soul beasts to obtain soul rings for further cultivation. Seizing the opportunity, the master provided Luban and Tang San with a brief overview of soul rings. But why do I feel that my soul power exceeds level 10? Luban queried again, leaving the master momentarily speechless. He pondered to himself, wondering why this child posed so many peculiar questions. His disciple was rather eccentric. Could it truly be a mutated spirit? He was well aware that some mutated spirits could render individuals foolish. Presently, Luban's intellect appeared somewhat compromised. Chapter 10. The limit of output. Impossible. According to the continent's historical records, no one has ever possessed innate full soul power exceeding level 10. The master shook his head, offering a wry smile. His stance resolutely dismissive. Such a defiance of the natural order was, in his eyes, utterly inconceivable. Teacher, does the Academy possess any equipment for testing soul power? I wish to ascertain my soul power level. It is time to showcase my talents. Otherwise, how can I persuade the master? Since you wish to test your soul power, follow me, the master replied with a calm smile. Surely, the Academy must have a device for testing soul power. It may be a bit of a hassle, but it will satisfy the child's curiosity. Thus, the master led Luban and Tang San to the Academy's laboratory. The laboratory was undoubtedly the most precious place within the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, housing a set of soul guide devices capable of testing soul power levels up to level 30. Xiao San, you go first, the master instructed as they entered the lab. Following the master's guidance, Tang San approached a circular platform in the center of the laboratory, approximately 2 meters in diameter, tiered in design. with a 1-meter-tall jade pillar standing at its peak. Atop the jade pillar rested a blue crystal ball the size of a basketball. Tang San ascended to the top step, and with his small hand, he gently pressed against the crystal ball, much like he had done previously at the Spirit Hall in Holy Soul Village. As Tang San's soul power was absorbed, the crystal ball shone brilliantly, with numbers on the display below rapidly ascending. 1, 2, 3, and it halted at 10. Do you see? A full innate soul power is level 10. The master remarked, affectionately ruffling Luban's hair with a confident smile before signaling Luban to step up for his test. With his short legs, Luban climbed the steps to the testing platform, placing his small hand on the blue crystal ball. The crystal ball erupted in brilliance once more, and the numbers on the display soared. 1, 2, 3, 10. Under the watchful eyes of the master and Tang San, the display continued to rise. 11, 12. Goodness! The master gasped, astonished. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Teacher, what is happening? Yet the master remained fixated on the display, his eyes unblinking. Level 20? My heavens! How is this possible? Upon seeing the final test value displayed, the master was left speechless, utterly astounded. A miracle, he had witnessed a phenomenon within the realm of soul masters today. Innate full soul power at level 20, it felt as though he were dreaming. Rubbing his eyes and shaking his head, he realized that all this was genuinely occurring, not an illusion. His theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls would henceforth include an additional point, as the current situation could not merely be attributed to a mutated martial soul. It was likely that a new martial soul had emerged in the world of soul masters, and he was a witness to it. After the testing concluded, the master led Luban and Tang San back to his residence, his heart racing with excitement. His two disciples truly surpassed each other in talent. If dual martial souls represented unparalleled genius, then the unheard-of innate full soul power of level 20 was undeniably an extraordinary prodigy, dominating an entire era. The events of today's soul power testing must remain confidential, the master stated seriously as they returned to his study. Luban, never reveal your soul power in front of outsiders unless you possess the means to protect yourself. Tang San has dual martial souls, and even if others learn of it, his background affords him some safety. However, Luban lacks such a powerful background. Should the major families or the Spirit Hall discover his extraordinary talent, he may find himself in grave danger, either being coerced into servitude or extinguished altogether. Understood. Both Luban and Tang San nodded in agreement. Excellent. The master felt a surge of satisfaction at their obedient demeanor. Teacher, is there a difference between innate full soul power at level 20 and level 10? Luban inquired, his large, curious eyes sparkling with eagerness for knowledge. Indeed, there is a significant difference, the master replied, suppressing his excitement. According to my theory on the 10 core competencies of martial souls, innate soul power not only determines the speed of subsequent cultivation, but also significantly affects the quality of soul rings attached. The higher the innate soul power level, the quicker the cultivation speed, and the higher the potential age of the first soul ring, based on my previous experiments. The maximum age for a soul beast from which a soul master can obtain their first soul ring is 423 years. Exceeding this limit results in catastrophic failure. Furthermore, once a soul ring is attached, it grants the soul master not only a soul skill, but also enhances all physical attributes. The stronger the physical attributes, the greater the potential age for hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings. With innate full soul power at level 10, the maximum age for the first soul ring is 423 years. I dare to predict that with innate full soul power at level 20, this limit will certainly increase exponentially. The master continued to impart foundational knowledge about soul masters to Luban and Tang San. Tang San listened enviously, realizing that Luban's talent exceeded even his own as a transmigrator. Xiao San, do not be disheartened. Your dual martial soul talent is hardly inferior to Luban's. While Luban's soul ring age may be higher, your second martial soul can still continue to gain soul rings, so your overall strength will not lag behind. The master noticed Tang San's expression and reassured him, understanding that rivalry among children was entirely natural. Now, let us discuss the development direction of your martial souls. The master resumed his lecture. The Junior Soul Master Academy was dedicated to imparting foundational knowledge about martial souls. Mastering the basics was essential for avoiding missteps and was crucial for a soul master's future development. Soul masters can generally be divided into two categories: beast martial souls and tool martial souls. For instance, Xiao San's blue silvergrass, a plant martial soul, falls under the category of tool martial souls. Beast martial souls use the power of beasts, augmenting the user's abilities, while tool martial souls operate externally. Consequently, various developmental paths have emerged based on these two types of martial souls, including control, combat, healing, scouting, and food-based systems, among others. Before attaching soul rings, a soul master must decide their martial soul's future development direction to maximize its potential. After concluding his lecture, the master offered his insights. Xiao San, your blue silvergrass martial soul is best suited for control. As for Luban, suddenly, the master appeared flustered in his haste to test soul power. He had neglected to inquire about Luban's martial soul abilities. Luban, your martial soul is quite unique. I believe it to be a newly emerging martial soul on the continent. As a new martial soul, it is crucial to approach the choice of development direction with utmost caution. The master's brow furrowed as he expressed his concerns. With Luban's exceptional talent, a misstep in choosing a martial soul's development direction could lead to significant trouble. He realized it was necessary to conduct thorough research moving forward. Teacher, I wish to pursue an extreme output style. Just as the master found himself perplexed regarding the future direction of Luban, the latter resolutely articulated his thoughts. With the system panel present, he was acutely aware of his martial soul. What constitutes the ultimate output flow? Where did you hear that? Upon hearing Luban suddenly introduce this novel term, the master paused, filled with curiosity. Where could a 6-year-old child have encountered such an unusual phrase? Master, when my martial soul awakened, I instinctively absorbed some knowledge pertaining to martial souls. The so-called ultimate output flow signifies a full-point attack, following the path of extreme assault. Henceforth, the attributes of the attached spirit rings will gravitate towards the offensive direction. After Luban's explanation, the master stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. He had not anticipated that Luban's martial soul was so extraordinary, possessing an intrinsic clarity. To his knowledge, the ultimate flow had only been manifested within a single sect on the continent, the Haotian sect. Within the Haotian sect, the disciples all wielded the Haotian hammer, and many of them pursued a path purely focused on extreme power and offensive capabilities. These secrets were gleaned from the extensive archives once held by the Spirit Hall, which had invested considerable resources to uncover them. To think that a mere 6-year-old child, Luban, could articulate such astonishing revelations with such ease. Suddenly, the master recalled something, his breath becoming heavy with concern. Luban, he cautioned, the drawbacks of the extreme output approach are significant. I advise you to pursue a balanced development path. The extreme output method is exceptionally challenging for soul masters. Take, for instance, the disciples of the Haotian sect who have chosen to focus on extreme power. Their successes are few and far between, scarcely a handful. The demands of the extreme approach on soul beasts are exceedingly high. While other soul masters prioritize soul skills when hunting soul beasts, those following the extreme path place value on the enhancement of extreme attributes. Disciples of the Haotian sect seeking extreme power must specifically hunt for soul beasts that embody pure strength. Their focus lies on the attribute enhancements provided by the soul rings, rather than the soul skills themselves. However, such soul beasts with extreme attributes are exceedingly rare, particularly the high-level pure strength soul beasts, which are nearly extinct on the continent. This scarcity imposes considerable limitations on the disciples of the Haotian sect pursuing the extreme path, while other soul masters typically dedicate their time to cultivation. Those from the Haotian sect are either in pursuit of soul beasts or traveling in search of them. The potential for future achievements is largely contingent upon luck. Should fortune not favor them and suitable soul beasts remain elusive, the extreme path becomes futile. The risks associated with extreme output are monumental. The master expressed his concerns, noting that the types of soul beasts with pure attack attributes are not only few in number but also extraordinarily difficult to locate. The time before a soul master turns 20 is particularly precious. We cannot afford to squander it on hunting for soul beasts. By the way, summon your martial spirit. I wish to observe its attacking capabilities. Upon hearing the master's words, Luban unleashed his martial spirit, Luban number 7, and began a simple demonstration. Master, the greatest feature of my martial spirit is its long attack range. Even without a soul ring, my attack range can reach 20 meters. With that, he activated his martial spirit, moving to the window of the study and unleashed a barrage at a nearby tree. With his left hand gripping the dragon's mouth gun, he repeatedly fired, and at a distance of approximately 20 meters, a flock of sparrows was instantly struck. The master and Tang San stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. My heavens, what an extraordinary attack range. Even without a soul ring, it extends so far. One can only imagine the spectacle should a soul ring be added. In future confrontations, you could unleash a relentless barrage from a distance, causing the enemy's health to plummet without them even realizing who struck them. Now I understand why you wish to pursue the extreme output path. At this moment, the master finally recognized the terrifying potential of the ultimate output stream. Do you agree with this statement? Luban inquired, lifting his gaze. This matter necessitates the recognition and guidance of the master, for he currently lacks the capacity to hunt soul beasts, let alone the exceedingly rare pure attack attribute soul beasts. You two should return for now. I intend to devote the next few days to thorough research. After Luban and Tang San departed, the master stood by the window, lost in thought for quite some time, occasionally sighing. Old friend, it seems I must trouble you once more. Had it not been for the arrival of Luban and Tang San, the master had already resolved to retreat into seclusion at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy to live out the remainder of his days. The arrival of these two prodigious disciples altered everything, rekindling the embers of his frozen heart. Once clarity dawned upon him, the master descended from the dormitory and made his way toward the postal office of Notting City. In Soto City, within the Shrek Soul Tool specialty store, a middle-aged man in his 50s reclined in a rocking chair, engrossed in a magazine, when suddenly he heard someone shouting at the door. Is Mr. Flender here? I have an urgent letter for you. Upon hearing of the urgent correspondence, Flender rose and stepped outside, retrieving the letter from the postal worker. Who could this be? Flinder adjusted his black spectacles, a look of confusion crossing his face. It had been many years since he had received a letter from anyone. As he opened the letter, he was momentarily taken aback. Ah, Xiaogang, you finally decided to reach out to me. Flinder was quite moved upon recognizing the handwriting of Yu Xiaogang. Memories of the splendid adventures he shared with Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong during their youth flooded back to him. Fastnuo Province. Nodding City, who would have thought you would venture to such a remote locale? Upon receiving the letter, Flinder wasted no time. He summoned his martial soul and set off for Nodding City. Flinder's martial soul was the four-eyed cat eagle, a flying type beast martial soul, known for its remarkable speed. He arrived in Nodding City that very evening after a mere half-day's journey and met with the master at the luxurious private room of the full guest fragrance restaurant on the second floor. Yu Xiaogang hosted a banquet for Flinder, revealing his intentions. Flinder, upon hearing this, could only shake his head and smile wryly. Xiaogang, I thought you had come to a realization, but it seems you have merely taken on 2 disciples. What kind of disciples could warrant such significance? Besides, is it truly necessary for a soul sage like myself to assist in acquiring the first soul ring? Flinder was utterly astonished when the master requested his help in hunting soul beasts. Helping a 6-year-old child hunt soul beasts? Surely, this is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Do bear in mind, I am a soul sage of level 78. These 2 disciples I have taken are extraordinary. They possess innate full soul power. What? Innate full spirit power? Or 2? Upon hearing this, Flinder was momentarily stunned. When did innate full spirit power become so commonplace? Yet, even with innate full spirit power, your Nodding City Soul Master Academy should be able to handle it, right? Chapter 12, a brief test of skills after the initial shock. Flinder composed himself, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Hunting a spirit beast to obtain the first spirit ring. With Master S strength at level 29, coupled with the assistance of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, should be sufficient. After all, the lifespan of the spirit beast for the first spirit ring is at most a few hundred years. No. Upon hearing this, Master shook his head and explained. The spirit beast I plan to hunt has a lifespan of around 800 years. Unless all the faculty of the Nodding Academy join forces, it would be exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Most importantly, we cannot proceed in that manner. Otherwise, the talents of my 2 disciples will be exposed. What? 800 years? Flinder's eyes widened in shock at Master S words. Are you out of your mind? An 800-year-old spirit beast exceeds the absorption limit for a level 20 spirit master. Xiaogang, what nonsense are you talking? 800 years? In response to Flinder's skepticism, Master waved his hand and continued. Have you ever encountered innate full spirit power at level 20? One of my 2 disciples possesses twin martial souls, while the other has innate full spirit power at level 20. As Master recounted this, his expression mirrored his astonishment. He had never anticipated encountering anything in the continent that would stir such emotions within him until he met the prodigies, Luban and Tang San. Today, his twin martial souls. Innate full spirit power at level 20? Flinder nearly dropped his jaw, his eyes wide with disbelief. Having spent considerable time with Master, he knew he was not one to speak lightly. Yet, he found it hard to accept such extraordinary phenomena. Indeed, Master nodded. To be honest, I was just as incredulous at first. Even after witnessing it with my own eyes, I felt as though I were in a dream. Well then, what are we waiting for? Bring those 2 kids out. I wish to see them. Flinder suddenly stood up, unable to suppress his excitement. Shrek Academy had not enrolled any new students in 2 years, and the teachers were growing restless. Calm down, it's so late. Let us discuss this tomorrow. The next morning, as dawn broke, Luban and Tang San were awakened by Master. The 2 followed him to the woods behind the academy, where a figure was already waiting. Allow me to introduce you. This is my dear friend, Flinder. Hello, Uncle Flinder. Upon hearing that he was Master S' friend, Luban and Tang San greeted him politely. Flinder, beaming with delight, nodded as he observed the 2 boys with great interest, as if they were treasures, filled with joy. Greetings. Luban. Unleash your martial soul and attack me with all your might, Flinder said to Luban with a calm smile. Luban was taken aback, realizing Flinder intended to test him. He must have been informed by Master about his innate full spirit power at level 20. Master nodded at Luban, indicating that he should proceed without hesitation. Luban 7, manifest. Without further hesitation, Luban activated his martial soul. Upon hearing the name Luban 7, Master could not help but twitch his mouth in amusement. What a grand name his disciple had chosen. He never expected one would dare to name their martial soul after themselves. Haha. Is this the new martial soul born in the Soul Master realm that Master spoke of? It looks quite impressive. Flinder exclaimed with laughter as he watched Luban summon Luban 7. The appearance of this new martial soul is undeniably amusing and charming. However, its offensive capability remains uncertain. Just as Flinder's laughter subsided, Luban launched his assault. Master and Tang San stood quietly at the side, observing intently, seizing this opportunity for combat. The Master aimed to comprehend the intricacies of Luban's martial soul, intending to guide his training in the future. The basic attack range extended to 20 meters, with energy orbs firing at a rapid pace of 1 per second, directly targeting Flinder. Flinder was astounded by the remarkable attack range. It was his first encounter with such a martial soul. The capability to strike from such a distance purely through basic attacks was impressive, surpassing even his first soul skill. He formed a protective barrier using his soul power, and through the vibrations resonating from the shield, he distinctly sensed the intensity of Luban's strikes. The master was correct. The strength exhibited was beyond that of a 10th-level soul master. Without employing soul skills, such formidable power suggested a minimum soul power level of 20. Luban, is this truly all your martial soul can muster? Do you possess any other formidable talents? Flinder teased with a smile. Harboring the belief that a natural full soul power of 20 could not be so simple, not only Flinder, but also the master, was eager to discern the true potential of Luban's martial soul. Luban, do not hold back. Unleash your full might. Upon hearing Flinder and the master's words, Luban nodded, internally reciting the incantation of the Game Boy skin. This transformation not only altered the form and appearance of the martial soul but also doubled its attack power. Once the transformation was complete, Luban's demeanor shifted dramatically, evolving from youthful charm into that of a fiery youth. With a series of rapid-fire attacks from his dragon mouth gun, Luban astounded Flinder, the master, and Tang San. They witnessed the protective barrier Flinder had conjured ripple under the force of the assault, clearly indicating that this attack was at least twice as powerful as the previous one. Haha, splendid. Feel free to showcase any further techniques you possess, Flinder urged, his excitement growing with Luban's displayed potential. Martial Soul Domain, activate. Luban decisively unleashed his innate domain, causing his attributes to once again double, further amplifying his offensive capabilities. The energy orbs emitted from the dragon mouth gun surged in power. Just as Flinder and the others were engulfed in astonishment, Luban retracted the dragon mouth gun, aiming the shark mouth cannon forward, preparing to unleash a powerful charge. Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon. Luban activated the domain skill, and a massive, fiery red energy orb, resembling a basin in size, shot forth with astounding speed, hurtling towards Flinder. Boom. The energy orb collided with the protective barrier, erupting in a tremendous explosion that amplified its destructive force yet again. Hiss. That is a domain skill. The master was taken aback upon witnessing Luban's first use of such a technique. Flinder was equally astounded. The prowess of Luban's martial soul was astonishing, capable even of executing a domain skill. Teacher, what is meant by a domain skill? Tang San inquired, noticing the shock on the faces of Flinder and the master. Skills are generally categorized into single target and area of effect skills. Beyond these, there exist the more formidable domain skills. Typically, a soul master must reach the rank of Title Douluo to have a minuscule chance of acquiring a domain skill. Once activated, the enhancements provided by domain skills are often monumental, comparable to a 100,000-year soul ring. Martial souls inherently possessing a domain are exceedingly rare and potent on the continent. Chapter 13. Departure for Soto City. Tang San was deeply moved by the master's explanation, thoroughly impressed. Although he did not fully grasp all the details, he understood it was incredibly impressive. Wonderful, wonderful. Flinder was left in a state of shock, joy cascading over him as revelations unfolded. A natural full soul power of 20. Coupled with an innate domain skill, reflected Luban's extraordinary talents, truly unparalleled in his experience. 3,000 thunderstrikes. Just as Flinder and the others were enveloped in astonishment, Luban activated his domain skill once more. A significant portion of his soul power was instantly drained. As a high-cost ultimate move, 3,000 thunderstrikes could only be executed once at his current soul power level. Boom. At that moment, the backyard woods were suddenly engulfed by a fierce gale, with dust and debris swirling chaotically, heralding a dramatic change in the atmosphere. Soon, a dense layer of ominous clouds appeared above Flinder and his companions. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this mass of clouds had a radius of approximately 20 meters, perfectly coinciding with the domain of the Luban number 7. Crack. In an instant, a lightning bolt, as thick as a finger, descended, striking directly at Flinder. The swiftness of the assault caught him off guard, leaving him no time to evade. And he was hit squarely. The initial bolt of lightning possessed only a mere 10% of Luban's maximum attack power, although it connected. It inflicted minimal harm upon Flinder, akin to a static shock, merely a tingling sensation. What a delightful surprise you have bestowed upon me today, Flinder exclaimed. Luban, devoid of a soul ring, was clearly utilizing an innate skill of his martial spirit in this moment. The manifestation of two innate abilities from a single martial spirit was unprecedented in Flinder's experience. Hiss. Yet another innate skill had emerged, and the potency of this newly revealed martial spirit was astonishingly formidable. Meanwhile, the master, observing the battle from the sidelines, gasped as Luban unleashed another domain skill. Truly, the innate soul power of 20 levels was remarkable. Despite having previously elevated Luban number 7's innate abilities, he was still taken aback. The talents displayed by Luban number 7 were unparalleled across the continent. Crack. Just as Flinder reveled in the spectacle, a second thunderbolt struck. He chose not to dodge, instead savoring the might of Luban's skill. He discerned that this subsequent thunderbolt was twice as powerful as the first. Naturally, such a transformation did not escape the master's keen observation, He absorbed every detail. Luban, how many of these thunderbolts can you summon in total? The master inquired with palpable excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This skill, capable of altering celestial phenomena, truly opened his eyes. Teacher, this skill comprises a total of 9 divine thunders, each wave's attack power exponentially amplifying from the previous one. What? 9 divine thunders? Upon hearing Luban's introduction, Flander and the master were taken aback. They quickly began to calculate in their minds. Goodness, if this continues, how many times will the attack power increase in the end? Hiss. With 9 divine thunders unleashed, it could ultimately augment the attack power by nearly 25 times. My heavens, what on earth is this skill? At this moment, the master and Flandra exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. After this, if Luban becomes a Title Douluo, who in the continent could possibly rival him? Indeed, the innate abilities of his martial soul, along with 2 additional skills, are simply unimaginable. At this moment, the master was so exhilarated that he began to gesticulate wildly. Luban, remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not showcase your domain skill in front of outsiders. Once the excitement subsided, the master regained his composure. The prodigious talent demonstrated by Luban was extraordinarily formidable. Should it be witnessed and disseminated, he would inevitably become the adversary of every soul master across the continent. Teacher. I actually possess 3 innate skills. The third one is specifically for defense. 3 domain skills? Upon hearing this, both the master and Flander shuddered, nearly losing their balance. Goodness, is this still a human being? My disciple is akin to a deity. Soon, the experiment concluded, providing the master with a profound and comprehensive understanding of Luban's capabilities. Luban, with such exceptional talent, why not pursue a balanced development? Why are you fixated on extreme output? In the forest behind the mountain, the master gently patted Luban's head, attempting to persuade him. Indeed, soul beasts suited for extreme output are rare and could hinder your cultivation speed, Flander added, sharing their concerns about Luban's inclination towards an all-out offensive approach. They did not wish for Luban to take such considerable risks. Teacher, Uncle Flander. Pursuing extreme output is the path my martial soul desires. I believe it is the only way to unlock its full potential. Luban's youthful visage radiated determination, revealing a resolute character. Observing this, the master sighed and smiled wryly, nodding in acceptance. Since you are so insistent, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Luban, your convictions are commendable. I support you. Seeing Luban's stubbornness, Tang San harbored a twinge of jealousy. Teacher, if Luban does not follow the balanced path, I will. I will prove your theory. This prompted Flander to chuckle heartily, finding the 2 youngsters quite amusing. Xiaogang, this works well. Luban will pursue extreme output while Tang San follows a balanced control approach. Your theories can mutually validate each other. The master nodded in agreement, increasingly satisfied with his 2 new disciples. Very well, since you have decided on your martial soul's developmental direction, the next step is to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. Return and prepare, we shall venture to Soto City. There are no purely offensive soul beasts near Nautic City. So the master decided to inquire in the larger city of Soto, where Flander was more familiar, making the arrangements more convenient. On that midday, Luban and Tang San meticulously packed their belongings before hastily departing from the academy. The master had hired a carriage in Nautic City, and the 4 of them set forth towards Soto City. Throughout the journey, the master did not cease his lessons, continuously imparting foundational knowledge regarding martial souls to Luban and Tang San. The 2 listened with rapt attention, for what they currently lacked most was theory. Upon the conclusion of this soul-hunting expedition, you shall accompany these 2 young ones to my Shrek Academy. Although the facilities at Shrek Academy cannot compare to those of the Empire's premier soul master institutions, they certainly surpass those of the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nautic City by a considerable margin. Flandra urged fervently from the carriage. The 2 children were amenable, yet he worried that the master might not agree. Given Luban and Tang San's extraordinary talents, they deserved a superior education at Shrek Academy. As Flandra's entreaties reached the master's ears, the latter's serious demeanor and vacant gaze clearly indicated he had entered a contemplative state. After a moment of reflection, the master finally spoke a single word that filled Flandra with immense excitement. Excellent. The master had finally come around. Luban, from this moment forth, you shall be the eldest senior brother of Shrek Academy, and Tang San, you shall be the 2nd senior brother. Chapter 14, The Colosseum. Upon hearing this, Luban's mouth twitched. A 6-year-old senior brother, Flandra truly had a knack for humor. It seemed that, at this juncture, Shrek Academy had yet to enroll any students. Luban, drawing from his past experiences, understood this well, while Tang San, beside him, wore a perplexed expression, his brows furrowed in confusion. Uncle Flandra, what about the others at Shrek Academy? Tang San, hailing from the Tang sect in his previous life, was acutely aware of the significance of the titles of senior brother and 2nd senior brother. Within the confines of the door, there existed a prominent figure among the disciples. Ahem. Upon witnessing Tang San's skepticism, Flinder felt an acute sense of embarrassment. His mind raced as he sought a suitable excuse. He was determined to coax these 2 remarkable prodigies into Shrek Academy, which had only recently uncovered such extraordinary talents. My dear Xiao San, Shrek Academy is not a place where mediocrity can gain entry. We exclusively admit monsters and exceptionally gifted individuals. The last genius student has just graduated, and currently, there are no others in the academy. However, from this moment forth, everything shall change. You and Luban will henceforth represent our esteemed Shrek Academy. Thus, throughout their journey, Flender incessantly extolled the virtues and prestige of Shrek Academy to Luban and Tang San. Soto City, one of the two major cities in the Barak Kingdom, is situated in the southwest of the Tindo Empire, bordering the Fasno province, and lies a mere 500 kilometers from Notting City, by carriage. The journey could be completed in just 2 days. On that midday, Luban and his companions finally arrived at Soto City, which was significantly larger than Notting City. The streets were bustling with a continuous flow of people and a cacophony of vehicles, exuding an atmosphere of extraordinary prosperity. Upon entering the city, Flander drove the carriage directly to a specific location, reputed to be the best place to inquire about soul beast information. Here we are. Let us disembark. Luban stepped down from the carriage and looked up to behold a colossal structure, its entirety too immense to be grasped by the naked eye. However, the arc-shaped components at the front of the building clearly indicated that it was, indeed, a circular edifice, towering at least 20 to 30 meters high. It appeared remarkably grand from the outside. A magnificent golden archway bore a massive plaque that read, Soto City Arena. This was the arena, the battleground where soul masters engaged in combat with soul beasts. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Luban and Tang San's faces, the master elaborated on the origins of the arena. On the Douluo Continent, the variety of soul beasts is vast, and understanding the characteristics and skills of each type is fundamental knowledge that every soul master must possess. Failing to do so could result in life-threatening encounters with soul beasts in the wild. The arena, therefore, serves as the most direct and expedient means for soul masters to familiarize themselves with soul beasts. Quickly now. I've heard that the Yao Yu team is about to challenge the Firefox. Wait, is it the one with nearly 800 years of cultivation? Indeed, that team, known as Yao Yu, has challenged it 7 times already. My goodness, such bravery. The Firefox is a dominant force at the first level. It's astonishing that anyone would dare to challenge it. Yes, the teams that previously attempted to confront the Firefox either perished or were left in a pitiful state. As Luban entered the arena, he overheard spectators discussing a team's challenge against the Firefox. Xiaogang, take Luban and Tang San to observe the beast fights. Let them broaden their horizons while I gather some information. The interior of the arena was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. And Luban was astonished to discover that the arena was actually situated underground, with the towering structure above serving as office space. The scale of this arena is truly astonishing. Bidding farewell to Flander, the master navigates the first floor alongside Luban and Tang San. The ground level of the arena serves as a gathering place for soul masters to form teams and engage in discourse. As they walk, the master elucidates the details of the arena to Luban and Tang San. Upon reaching the entrance to the underground level, the master leads the way as they descend the spiral staircase, swiftly arriving at the subterranean arena. At the entrance stands an imposing 3-meter-high arched doorway, flanked by 4 soul master guards. The master approaches the entrance, presents his credentials, and ushers Luban and Tang San inside. Although referred to as the first floor, it boasts a height of at least 10 meters, resembling an underground palace. Upon entering, the resounding cheers of the audience erupt, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The underground arena features a central main fighting area surrounded by 8 smaller arenas. Each arena is bustling with energy, and the circular stands resemble those of a football stadium. The main arena is double the size of the smaller ones, with an almost identical overall structure. The master guides Luban and Tang San to the ticket booth at the entrance of the main arena. Good day, sir. How many tickets would you like to purchase? Are there discounts for children? Yes, children under 2 meters tall can enter for free. Thank you. Just 1 ticket will suffice. After acquiring the ticket, the master leads Luban and Tang San into the arena. Dear audience, I am your host Dodo, and I warmly welcome you all. The battle will commence in 10 minutes. Please be patient. As they find their seats, Luban notices a short-haired beauty standing in the center of the arena, enthusiastically introducing the event. The Firefox, a challenge nearly 800 years in the making, is indeed a formidable opponent for the team known as Yaowe. Luban, Tang San. Observe closely. The Yaowe team has faced 7 challenges without any casualties. I dare say the members are undoubtedly prodigious talents, the master remarks calmly. The Firefox, a soul beast renowned for its charm and formidable fiery attacks, possesses an intimidating presence, making it difficult to contend with. Its 8 centuries of cultivation surpass even that of many thousand-year soul beasts, thus maintaining its status as the dominant force in the arena. Any team daring to challenge it must be exceptional in their own right. Only those with a cultivation level of 40 or above can hope to defeat an 800-year-old Firefox, while those at the 30 level mark would likely flee upon encountering it. According to arena regulations, participants in the underground arena must not exceed a soul power level of 20 and cannot possess a second spirit ring. Teams may consist of up to 7 members, yet 7 soul masters without a second spirit ring are akin to helpless prey before the near 800-year-old Firefox, which could easily dispatch them. The Soto City arena's placement of the Firefox at the first level serves merely as a spectacle, never anticipating a team would dare to challenge it. As the master elaborates, 10 minutes swiftly pass. Now, let us welcome the 7 members of the Yaowe team. With that, the host declares into the microphone, prompting a wave of excitement from the audience. The arena, designed in a cylindrical shape, features a battleground below and tiered seating above. As the members of the Yaowe team enter, the crowd erupts into fervent cheers. Chapter 15, the first encounter with Luban, 2, is swept up in the audience's exuberance. His gaze falls upon 7 youthful figures, aged 11 or 12, confidently stepping into the arena. Leading the group is a golden-haired girl. Youthful yet nearly perfectly shaped. Her large, sparkling eyes capture attention, and her long, slender legs move with an ethereal grace. Each movement exudes an air of nobility, combining beauty with elegance, allure with dignity. Yaowe team, Captain, Hulaina, Martial Soul, Fox Spirit, Level 20 Control System Soul Master, Spirit Ring, 1 yellow. Member, Xiaoyu, Martial Soul, Moonblade, Level 20 Attack System Soul Master, Spirit Ring, 1 yellow. Member, Yin, Martial Soul, Flame Lord. Level 20 Attack System Soul Master, Spirit Ring, 1 yellow. Member, Zhang Ping, Martial Soul, Golden Waste Swallow, Level 20 Agility System Soul Master, Spirit Ring, 1 yellow. Member, Sun Chuantao, Martial Soul, Ring Great Blade, Level 20 Attack System Soul Master, Spirit Ring, 1 yellow. Member, Siyu, Martial Soul, Brilliant Gold Staff. Level 19 Support System Soul Master, Spirit Ring, 1 yellow. Member, Li Kai, Martial Soul, Blackhorn Dragon Pig, Level 20 Defense System Soul Master, Spirit Ring, 1 yellow. After the host Dodo announces the members of the Yaowe team, the audience erupts in another round of cheers. My goodness. Where did these prodigies from the Yaowe team come from? Their talent is simply astonishing. Look at their ages, barely 11 or 12, and yet they possess a soul power of 20. Are they even human? Indeed, they must be the direct descendants of some grand sect, venturing forth to hone their skills. To challenge the Firefox at such a young age is nothing short of incredible. Go, Yaowe team. The emergence of such extraordinary young warriors in Soto City creates a significant stir. As the Yaowe team prepares to challenge the Firefox, their audience grows ever larger. Although they have failed in their previous 7 attempts, the fact that they have suffered no casualties is already remarkable, bordering on legendary. The martial souls of the 7 youths, including the Fox Spirit, Moonblade, and Flame Lord, are of the highest caliber, suggesting their origins are indeed extraordinary. The master is equally astonished by the Yaowe team's power and potential. To assemble 7 such unparalleled talents is a feat that hints at unimaginable backing. Such a lineup, I reckon, would be quite a challenge for the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire to assemble. Master, do you believe they can succeed in this endeavor? Luban inquired with curiosity, for his understanding of Soul Beast remains rather limited, making it difficult for him to assess the situation. The formation of the Demon Moon team is remarkably comprehensive, encompassing offense, control, defense, and support. Against other teams, their strength would ensure an effortless victory. However, this time they face Soul Beasts with nearly 8 centuries of cultivation, particularly those adept in control, rendering victory nearly impossible. The master shook his head in negation. While analyzing the situation, he took the opportunity to impart knowledge regarding team dynamics to Luban and Tang San. Glancing at Luban, the master suddenly smiled, suggesting that if the Demon Moon team had a long-range damage dealer like him, victory might be conceivable. Feeling a sense of pride at the master's praise, Luban thought to himself, of course, his prowess as a national-level marksman is beyond question. As the master and his disciples conversed, the arena challenge officially commenced. I hereby declare the challenge to begin, the host announced, and in an instant, the audience fell into a profound silence, their gazes collectively fixed upon the combat stage below. The 7 members of the Demon Moon team had all summoned their martial souls, their feet enveloped in radiant yellow soul rings, a truly magnificent sight. Suddenly, the heavy iron gate on the opposite side of the arena swung open, and a fiery red fox, resembling the blazing sun, entered the arena. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. At that moment, the audience held their breath, filled with tension. Those seated in the front row, closest to the combat stage, felt their hearts racing uncontrollably. Even through the protective barrier, the intense pressure emanating from the Firefox was palpable. With its 8 centuries of wisdom, the Firefox, upon spotting the members of the Demon Moon team, was immediately consumed by its primal instincts, its face contorted with fury. These wretched little creatures are utterly relentless, incessantly challenging its authority. Such tolerance is beyond comprehension. They must be dealt with. At that moment, the Firefox let out a resounding howl, sounding the battle horn, baring its fangs in defiance. Defend! Captain Helena shouted urgently upon seeing the Firefox suddenly vanish from sight. If the Firefox were to launch a successful ambush, the team would be in grave peril. With a single swipe, the Firefox could crush them. Fortunately, after 7 previous encounters, the team members had become well acquainted with the Firefox's tactics. Upon hearing Helena's command, the defensive soul master Li Kai, with remarkable synchronicity, activated his first soul skill, Dragon Armor Shield. The members of the Demonic Moon team gathered closely, encircled by a protective barrier composed of black scales. Li Kai's first soul ring was acquired from hunting a 400-year-old blackhorned armored dragon, granting formidable defensive capabilities sufficient to withstand the Firefox's standard assaults. Boom. The Firefox's claws struck the protective shield, sending ripples throughout the barrier, causing the 7 members of the demonic moon team to stagger backward. Strike. As the Firefox revealed itself, Captain Helena issued another command. The agile attacker Zhang Ping, embodying the golden waste swallow spirit, sprouted black wings from her back and swiftly exited the shield, initiating an offensive against the Firefox. First soul skill, Falling Wild Goose. Whoosh. Zhang Ping's speed surged once more, her feet enveloped in a layer of soul power scales, resembling dragon claws, as she launched a flurry of kicks at the Firefox. A fierce assault. Although Zhang Ping, as an agile attacker, could only entangle the Firefox and restrict its speed, she was unable to inflict significant damage. Observing this, Helena promptly issued further orders. In an instant, 3 powerful attacking soul masters from the demonic moon team sprang into action, simultaneously unleashing their respective first soul skills: Xiaoyu, Crescent Moon Slash; Yin, Lava Surge; Sun Chuantao, Whirlwind Kill. Support. At the moment the powerful attackers struck, Captain Helena signaled for the auxiliary soul skills to follow suit. In response, the auxiliary soul master Suyu activated his martial soul, the Radiant Golden Staff, decisively deploying his first soul skill, Group Auxiliary Skill, Radiant Golden Staff, Attack 1. As the skill activated, 3 beams of light surged forth, enveloping Xiaoyu, Yin, and Sun Chuantao, significantly enhancing their offensive power. The team members unleashed their attacks, and as captain, Helena was certainly not idle. As a control-type soul master, her role was to restrain the Firefox's movements. First soul skill, Foxfire Command. With a commanding cry, Helena summoned the spirit of the demon fox, conjuring 2 blood-red demon flames in her hands. With a gentle push of her hands, the fiery orbs were launched towards the Firefox. The demon flames burned with intense heat and had the ability to erode mental fortitude, severely impairing the opponent's condition and hindering their actions. Chapter 16. Flander is captured. As soon as the Firefox's form was detected, the demonic moon team launched an all-out assault under Captain Helena's command. At this moment, the audience held their breath, their hearts stirred with excitement. The spectacle of this beast battle was truly exhilarating. The fiery fox was the first to launch an attack, only to be ensnared by Zhang Ping, the agile spirit master of the Yaoyu team, significantly reducing its speed. Simultaneously, the captain, Hulaina, unleashed her control skills. With the invocation of the fox fire, all demon flames bowed in submission. Fiery spheres rained down upon the fiery fox, further diminishing its agility. The combination of restrictions and control completely suppressed the fox's speed advantage. As the saying goes, seize the moment of weakness. In this instant of confinement, the formidable strikes of the 3 assault spirit masters, Xiaoyu, Yin, and Sun Chuantao, descended upon the fox. The Moonblade technique was executed with relentless precision, each slash more potent than the last. Yin's first soul skill, Hell Lava Surge, was equally relentless, conjuring a hellish sea of flames to assault the fiery fox. Sun Chuantao's Whirlwind Slash increased the speed of the massive circular blade, its assault akin to a tornado, wreaking havoc like a tempest through a parking lot. With the assistance of their supportive spirit masters, the trio's offensive prowess reached its zenith, amidst the ferocious onslaught from the Yaoyu team. The fiery fox emitted a chilling scream, a testament to the ferocity of the assaults it endured. Observant viewers could clearly see the injuries manifesting on the fox's form. See? This is teamwork. This is synergy. The master explained to Luban and Tang San, highlighting the remarkable coordination of the Yaoyu team, truly embodying the essence of a cohesive unit. Every spirit master, regardless of their chosen development path, cannot achieve perfection alone. Remember, there are no flawless spirit masters, only a flawless team. Master, the fiery fox is clearly at a disadvantage. How could you previously claim that the Yaoyu team could not succeed? Tang San questioned, witnessing the intense offensive from the Yaoyu team. That is because spirit beasts possess skills of their own, akin to the abilities of spirit masters. Most spirit beasts awaken their bloodline skills upon reaching a certain age, the master elucidated. Although the fiery fox appears to be at a disadvantage now, the fact that it has yet to unleash a single skill indicates that it has not truly exerted its full power. No sooner had the master's words settled than the situation in the arena took a dramatic turn. The fiery fox, besieged by the Yaoyu team, let out a series of piercing shrieks. The call of the fox is imbued with an enchanting allure. Once its sound graces the ear, it ensnares the listener's spirit, plunging them into a state of intoxicating reverie. Fortunately, following several prior encounters with the Firefox, the members of the Demon Moon team have devised a strategy to counteract the bewitching melody of the Firefox. As soon as the piercing shriek of the fox resonates, they swiftly channel their soul power to block their hearing, thus evading its spell. Although the fox's enchanting sound was effectively muted, it nonetheless afforded the Demon Moon team a brief pause in their actions, granting the creature an opportunity to escape. Regroup. The Firefox's retreat signified the conclusion of the initial wave of assault, prompting Helena to decisively instruct her team members to fall back and fortify their defenses. Whether it involves soul masters versus soul beasts or soul masters against one another, battles typically unfold in a turn-based manner. Given the diverse array of skills possessed by both sides, unless one party can decisively overpower the other from the outset. The confrontation invariably devolves into a protracted exchange of attacks and defenses. At this moment, the situation between the Demon Moon team and the Firefox mirrors this very dynamic. Defend. Observing the Firefox adorned in a fiery crimson hue, Hulina swiftly commanded a defensive stance. This state represents another skill of the Firefox, akin to Hulina's Demon Fire command. It is versatile, capable of both offense and defense, and exceptionally difficult to contend with. After enduring a fierce onslaught, the Firefox, being a spirit beast with a feisty temperament, could hardly restrain itself and seize the opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks. At that moment, one could see the Firefox with its mouth agape, launching fireballs the size of fists, which struck against the dragon armor shield, causing it to ripple with disturbance. Thus, both sides became entangled in a protracted battle, taking turns to exhaust their energies. The outcome was evident. The Yaowei team faced yet another defeat, having battled for an hour. Their spirit power nearly depleted, leaving them with no choice but to concede. Forget it, sister. With our current lineup, it is impossible to defeat that Firefox. I believe you need not be so persistent. Let the higher-ups handle it, said Xiaoyu. The members of the Yaowei team exited the underground arena, their faces smeared with disappointment. Xiaoyu understood his sister Hulina's strong-willed nature. She was reluctant to call upon the powers of the Spirit Hall during their training expedition. However, the nearly 800-year-old Firefox was the most suitable candidate for her second spirit ring, as if it had been tailor-made for her. If she were to abandon this opportunity, it would be nearly impossible to find such an ideal spirit beast again. Have you all succumbed to setbacks after just a few failed attempts? Hulina shot a defiant glance at her brother, retorting obstinately. Haven't you noticed how our team's coordination has become increasingly adept and harmonious? As the captain, I say we continue to challenge. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression fell, feeling utterly despondent. Continuous failures would surely affect their morale. Aside from Xiaoyu, none of the Yaowei team dared to voice dissent against Hulina, which had fostered her domineering demeanor. Sister, the key issue now is that we can barely afford to eat. Money is simple. Let's find some easy tasks to take on. Hulina waved her hand nonchalantly, leading the charge towards the task area on the second floor of the arena. The second floor of the arena serves as a hub for soul masters to post and accept tasks. There are countless missions ranging from searching for individuals, treasure hunting, to locating rare artifacts. As long as one is willing to pay, one could even acquire information about a mole on the city lord's wife's backside. After bidding farewell to the master, Flander arrived here to inquire about aggressive, high-attribute spirit beasts. Unfortunately, after extensive inquiries, he found himself empty-handed. Ultimately, he was compelled to post a bounty task. As soon as Flander stepped out of the task hall, he was approached by a staff member who informed him that his task had been accepted. Flander was elated. Such rapid progress was beyond his expectations. The task hall on the second floor was extraordinarily spacious, with the inner counter designated for posting and accepting tasks, while the outer area was furnished with sofas and conference tables for discussions. At that moment, Flander sat at one of the conference tables, facing 7 youngsters aged around 11 or 12. Leading the group was a girl with golden short hair. If Master Luban Tang San were present, he would immediately recognize this group of young boys and girls. Indeed, they were none other than Hulina and her Yaowei team. I do know of a pure offensive spirit beast's whereabouts, but the bounty you offered is insufficient to satisfy me, Hulina said, crossing her legs and speaking nonchalantly, exuding the aura of a superior despite her youth. 10 gold soul coins are quite a sum for a child. Flander adjusted his glasses, responding languidly. It's merely a piece of information. Do you realize that on the continent, a single gold soul coin can cover the expenses of an ordinary family for 3 months? 10 gold soul coins for a spirit beast's information is already quite generous in my eyes. However, he was unaware that the individuals seated before him had grown up in Spirit City and had witnessed far grander affairs. Uncle, although we may be young, we are not fools. Hulina swirled a glass of fruit wine in her hand, smiling calmly. If you were inquiring about a common spirit beast, I wouldn't say much. But for the rarest pure offensive spirit beast, 10 gold soul coins are far from adequate. If I am not mistaken, you must have descendants pursuing an extreme path of development. Hulina's words left Flander astounded. He had not anticipated that this 11 or 12-year-old girl possessed such profound knowledge. She had taken control of the negotiation from the outset, leaving him at her mercy. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Then how much do you desire? 10-fold. 100 gold soul coins. Huh, young one, you truly do not understand the value of wealth. Do you know what 100 gold soul coins signifies? Moreover, I am still unaware of your grasp on the specifics of the spirit beast. I know of a pure offensive spirit beast with a cultivation age of around 800 years. A spirit beast under 1,000 years should command 100 gold soul coins. Do you think I am a fool? Farewell. Negotiation failed, and Flander rose to leave, his face etched with regret. The golden-haired girl had mentioned a spirit beast whose age was perfectly suited for Luban's first spirit ring, but alas, he lacked the requisite gold soul coins. For now, he could only feign an inability to reach an agreement and temporarily depart. He would need to return and discuss the matter with the master. On the first floor of the arena, in the resting area, upon Flanders' return. The master and the others had been waiting for quite a while. So, did you find out anything? The master inquired eagerly as soon as Flander reappeared. Flander recounted the earlier negotiation with Hulaina. There is indeed information, but the funds are insufficient. An 800-year-old pure offensive spirit beast? Splendid. It would be perfect for Luban's first spirit ring. The master exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Flanders' account. His previous opposition to Luban pursuing an extreme output path stemmed from the difficulty in finding suitable spirit beasts. Now that news had finally surfaced, regardless of the cost, it was imperative to secure it. Xiaogang, I think we should hold off for a few days. Perhaps those children will lower their price. Flander lamented about his financial constraints. Shrek Academy had not received any students for several years, and he was currently in dire financial straits. The salaries of the teachers still needed to be paid each year, placing immense pressure on him. No, if those youngsters leave, where will we find them? The master resolutely shook his head in disagreement. Years have passed, yet Flander's avarice remains unchanged. First, he must borrow 100 gold soul coins from the bank and acquire the information. As the master concluded his statement, Hulaina, accompanied by the members of the Moonlit team, descended from the second floor. Upon noticing them, Flander pointed at Hulaina, exclaiming, "Look! That is the young lady with whom I negotiated earlier." The master, along with Luban and Tang San, followed Flander's gesture and beheld the Moonlit team. It is indeed them. The master marveled. What an unexpected coincidence. Do you know them? Flander inquired. The master nodded and briefly recounted the events of their earlier encounter in the underground arena. No wonder. Flander's suspicions were confirmed. Such exceptional talent must surely be nurtured by a formidable power. He had sensed the extraordinary nature of this young lady through her eloquence during their previous exchange. Noticing Flander and the master troubled by financial concerns, Luban stepped forth. After all, this predicament arose from the need to hunt a soul beast. Teacher, Dean Flander, I can assist the Moonlit team in slaying the Fire Fox, thus eliminating the need to spend 100 gold soul coins. The master hastily shook his head in disapproval. That is out of the question. If you do so, your talent will be exposed, and that is absolutely unacceptable. Indeed, Luban, Flander echoed. Leave the monetary matters to me and Xiaogang. You need not worry. The prospect of Luban's revelation was alarming, especially given his extraordinary level at such a tender age. Luban, understanding the concerns of the master and Flander, continued to explain, Teacher, my martial spirit can change its form, so it will not be revealed. As he spoke, Luban activated his martial spirit, causing his stature to suddenly increase, transforming him into an adult appearance, complete with 2 yellow soul rings beneath his feet. This transformation consumed considerable soul power, and once depleted, the disguise would vanish. However, enduring through a single challenge would be entirely sufficient. Witnessing Luban's martial spirit transformation, both the master and Flander were left astounded. What manner of martial soul is this? Capable of altering its form, assuming disguises, and even mimicking soul rings? It is utterly astonishing. Beside him, Tang San stood equally dumbfounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. Once again, Luban's talent transcended his comprehension. Very well, if that is the case, let us meet the Yaoi battle team. After witnessing Luban's disguise, the master acquiesced to his request. The perfection of Luban's martial soul disguise left no trace of flaw. There was no cause for concern regarding exposure. With such worries alleviated, what was there to fear? Thus, they proceeded with confidence. To facilitate negotiations, the master instructed Luban's martial soul to manifest as a youth of approximately 15 years. At 15, possessing a soul power of level 20. This talent could be deemed average among soul masters. In the Soto City Beast Arena, on the second floor of the mission hall, the master, accompanied by the disguised Luban and Tang San, occupied an empty seat. Before long, Flander summoned Hulaina and her companions. Let us resume our discussions. Hey, old man. I've heard you can assist me in completing the challenge of hunting the Fire Fox? Hulaina inquired. Skepticism evident on her face as she took a seat opposite the master. Incorrect, it is not I, but rather my disciple here, the master replied with a calm smile, gesturing towards Luban. At that moment, Luban had assumed the guise of Hoi, a towering figure clad in resplendent golden armor, strikingly eye-catching. I have observed your previous battle with the Fire Fox. It is clear that your offensive capabilities were lacking. If the Yaoi battle team were to replace their agile attackers with my disciple, they would undoubtedly succeed in slaying that Fire Fox. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yaoi battle team could not contain their laughter. Casting a glance at Luban, they shook their heads in unison. This old man truly underestimated the strength and foundation of their Yaoi battle team. Chapter 18, Agile Attackers versus Output Types. Did he genuinely believe that any random individual could substitute for the members of the Yaoi battle team? It was utterly ludicrous. Take Zhang Ping, a member of the Agile Attack team, for instance. Her Golden Waist Swallow Martial Soul's first soul ring was obtained from slaying a soul beast with 400 years of cultivation. The augmentation of attack attributes provided by this ultimate spirit ring surpasses that of an ordinary assault-type spirit master. It is noteworthy that attaining the maximum age for each spirit ring in the Douluo Continent is no small feat, achievable only by elite families and sections. However, today, an old man emerged from seemingly nowhere, audaciously claiming that his disciple is superior to the agility-type spirit masters of the Yaoyu team, which struck Hulaina and her companions as quite amusing. A glance at Luban prompted Hulaina to shake her head. It appeared that at the tender age of 15 or 16, he had yet to break through level 20, a clear indication of his lacking talent. If you don't believe it, you can try, the master stated calmly, unfazed by the disrespect exhibited by the group of youngsters. If your agility-type members can defeat my disciple, I shall unconditionally offer 100 gold spirit coins. All right, it's a deal, Hulaina promptly agreed, realizing the significance of gold spirit coins, especially given her current financial constraints. The two parties agreed to a competition and departed from the second-floor mission hall, heading straight for the third floor. The third floor of the Beast Arena houses trial rooms for spirit masters to engage in combat. Zhang Ping, a level 20 agility-type spirit master wielding the golden waist flying swallow, stepped onto the arena. To show mutual respect, both parties were required to announce their cultivation levels, a customary practice in the spirit master community. Tang Air, possessing the sun shooting bow, was also a level 20 output-type spirit master. After Zhang Ping introduced herself, Luban followed suit. Output type? What on earth is that? The audience from the Yaoyu team erupted in laughter at Luban's declaration. They were familiar with assault and agility types, but this output type was an entirely new concept. It seemed almost a jest. On the other side, the master and his companions exchanged glances, surprised that Luban was so cautious, albeit the name seemed rather arbitrary. Xiao San, who is older, you or Luban? Flinder inquired instinctively. Luban is a few days older than me, came the reply. Flinder nodded, understanding why it was Tang Air and not Tang Si. They had already witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of Luban's spirit. Thus, the master and his companions were not the least bit concerned about this duel. Output type? Merely a flashy display. Let me show you the prowess of an agility-type spirit master. After both parties announced their identities, they released their spirits. Zhang Ping snorted and launched her attack immediately. First soul skill, falling geese in the desert. Remember, to be defeated by me, Zhang Ping, is something to take pride in. The golden waist flying swallow spirit awakened, sprouting wings from Zhang Ping's back, allowing her to move with astonishing speed. Her toes like blades as she aimed to kick at Luban. On the opposite side of the arena, Luban summoned a yellow spirit ring beneath his feet, utilizing the skin of a video game character. His left hand transformed the dragon mouth gun into a magnificent golden bow. First soul skill, 3,000 lightning strikes. The competition arena was a circular platform with a diameter of 70 to 80 meters, while Luban's domain extended only 20 meters in radius. Initially, both contestants remained at opposite ends of the arena, with Luban unable to reach Zhang Ping. However, as she executed her soul skill and charged forward, she quickly entered his domain. At that moment, Luban drew his bow, enveloped in crackling electricity, resembling a thunder god amidst lightning. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a dark cloud gathered above the arena. Even the seasoned members of the Yaoyu team stood in awe, mouths agape in disbelief. Was this truly the first soul skill? Such grandeur was unheard of. As Zhang Ping approached Luban, she felt an overwhelming pressure upon entering his domain, an indescribable sense of danger. With a shout from Luban, the first bolt of lightning struck down. However, rather than falling directly from the sky, Luban harnessed the lightning into his hands, transforming it into a lightning arrow and releasing it. The lightning arrows shot forth with blinding speed, far surpassing Zhang Ping's own swiftness. Caught off guard, Zhang Ping had no time to evade. Once within Luban's domain, not even a divine being could escape the onslaught of lightning. She was struck directly, her body jolted, plummeting from the air in a rather undignified manner. Yet she did not fall out of the arena, and the duel continued. Humph, is that all the power you possess? After her initial setback, Zhang Ping felt a surge of indignation, realizing that Luban's lightning arrows posed little threat to her. Her previous clumsiness had merely caused her to fall from the air. If she flew close to the ground, even a hit would be inconsequential. The battle-hardened members of the Yaoyu team quickly observed Zhang Ping's vulnerabilities. She soon devised a counterattack strategy and launched another assault. Second arrow. As Zhang Ping re-entered Luban's domain, he decisively released another lightning arrow. Once again, she was struck, the recoil sending her flying back. Third arrow. With each successive attack, Zhang Ping found herself in increasingly dire straits, her attempts thwarted by Luban's unorthodox methods, leaving Hulaina and her companions utterly speechless. Is this what output type is? Hulaina exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. How could Zhang Ping even approach? Hulaina's brother, Xieyu, was equally astounded. On the arena, Luban had unleashed 6 lightning arrows, each significantly more powerful than the last. The members of the Yaoyu team could clearly gauge the strength of the lightning arrows from Zhang Ping's increasingly desperate situation. Oh no! A mere 12-year-old girl has been utterly overwhelmed. She has never faced such humiliation before. Tang Air, if you have any skill, forgo the bow and let us settle this with our fists. Huh. At this, Luban frowned, feeling somewhat awkward as he shook his head. No. Output type relies on ranged attacks. I admit I cannot defeat you in close combat. You scoundrel. I shall take your life. Zhang Ping, frustrated by Luban's refusal, charged at him once more. I advise you to concede. The power of the seventh arrow is formidable, and you will be severely injured. Luban cautioned, but Zhang Ping, incensed, paid him no heed. Reluctantly, Luban adjusted his aim, targeting Zhang Ping's feet, having discerned that they were her strongest defense after their earlier exchanges. At a critical moment, Hulaina spoke up from the audience. She sensed a dire threat emanating from the seventh arrow of Luban. Should it be released, there was a significant likelihood that Zhang Ping would be unable to withstand it. The goodwill gesture of Luban did not go unnoticed by the members of the Yaowei team. At the instant Luban adjusted the arrowhead, they instinctively embraced this new ally who was about to join them in a challenge. Moreover, as an agile attack-type soul master, Zhang Ping's legs were of utmost importance. Her wings were utilized for acceleration, denoting agility. Her legs served as the means of offense, signifying attack. The fusion of both elements defined a top-tier agile attacker. Should her legs be incapacitated, Zhang Ping's life as a soul master would be irrevocably shattered. The Yaowei team could neither afford such a gamble nor the consequences of defeat. In that moment, although Hulaina conceded, the seventh lightning arrow in Luban's grasp had already been unleashed, irretrievable. Fueled by anger, Zhang Ping, lost in her fury, did not relent and unleashed her first soul skill. Falling goose in the desert, re-entering the fray. It was only then that she truly comprehended the essence of life and death peril. This evokes a sense of seasoned experience. She is certain that she cannot withstand the arrow before her. This feeling cannot be mistaken. Moreover, the target of the lightning arrow strikes precisely at her most cherished limbs. Her legs. At that moment, cold sweat instantly adorned Zhang Ping's forehead. Her complexion turned ashen, and a profound sense of helplessness enveloped her. It was over. Her beautiful legs were doomed. The instant the lightning arrow was unleashed, Luban had already shut his eyes, for he knew Zhang Ping would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. All he could hope for was that the defensive capability of her legs would be formidable enough to mitigate the damage as much as possible. The seventh lightning arrow's offensive power was no trifling matter. He believed that apart from the defensive soul masters of the Demon Moon team, none of the others could endure it. It is essential to note that his current soul power stood at level 20, which equates to a base attack power of 20. Within the archer's domain, the attack doubles, elevating the base attack to 40. The first lightning arrow constituted 10% of the attack power, and this escalated exponentially. By the time the seventh arrow was unleashed, the attack power had transformed into 6.4 times the base attack power. That amounted to over 250 points of offensive power, a level that no mere agility-focused soul master with only one soul ring could withstand. Although Zhang Ping's first soul ring was nearly at the 400-year limit, it is crucial to understand that the majority of this 400 points of attribute enhancement was allocated to speed and attack attributes. The defensive attribute barely reached 50 points, which is commendable at best. One must ponder, how could a defensive value of 50 possibly withstand an onslaught exceeding 250 points? Without a doubt, the outcome was destined to be disastrous. Dragon Armor Shield. At the moment when Captain Hulaina recognized the threat, the defensive soul master of the Demon Moon team, Li Kai, leaped into action, ascending to the arena and promptly activating his martial soul to unleash his soul skill. This exemplifies the profound synergy among the members of a team. The greater the degree of harmony, the more formidable their strength becomes. After a period of rigorous training, the cohesion among the 7 members of the Yaoyu team has reached an exquisite level. As the Dragon Armor Shield activated, a formidable barrier materialized before Zhang Ping. Boom. The lightning arrow struck the dragon armor, unleashing a tempest of soul power that gradually dissipated. Ultimately, the Dragon Armor Shield successfully intercepted the 7th lightning arrow, shielding Zhang Ping from harm. What a spectacle! As the contest concluded, Flander led the applause. The master, visibly flushed with excitement, could not contain his pride in his exceptional disciple, Luban, who, at such a tender age, displayed an unparalleled prowess. Tang San, you must also strive to excel. Your talent is not inferior to Luban's, the master encouraged, showering praise upon Luban while also motivating Tang San. Rest assured, master, I will. Tang San nodded in affirmation. Humph. You little rascal, do you even understand the value of cherishing beauty? Upon witnessing the 7th lightning arrow being thwarted by the Dragon Armor Shield, Zhang Ping patted her chest in relief, then turned to Luban, launching into a tirade. Do you realize how significant a girl's legs are? Where were you aiming that broken bow just now? Luban, scratching his nose in bemusement, contemplated, I didn't hit your face. Shouldn't you be grateful instead? The thought processes of girls were indeed peculiar. However, he chose not to retort, as Zhang Ping, hands on her hips and sleeves rolled up, exuded an aura suggesting she was ready to retaliate at any moment. Not wanting to provoke her, he was well aware of the formidable lineage of the individuals before him. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall. With powerful protectors behind them, any conflict could easily result in overwhelming defeat for Flander and his companions. Zhang Ping. Enough with your unreasonable antics. Tang Air clearly showed restraint earlier. Hulaina interjected, preventing further escalation. The 7 members of the Yao Yu team all possessed formidable backgrounds, supported by influential figures within the Spirit Hall. Thus Hulaina refrained from further comments. Shall we commence our discussion now? The master stated nonchalantly, his demeanor radiating pride. As if to proclaim, look at how exceptional my disciple is. Hulaina nodded, and the group promptly returned to the second-floor task hall. You have witnessed my disciple's capabilities. With his addition, your challenge against the Firefox is bound to succeed. Upon hearing the master's familiar words, the Yao Yu team members refrained from their previous ridicule and instead fell into contemplation. They occasionally glanced at Luban, realizing that the continent was indeed filled with remarkable individuals. Had it not been for this opportunity to train outside, they would have remained oblivious to the existence of output-type soul masters. Uncle, could you enlighten us on what an output-type soul master is? Unlike their earlier arrogance, Hulaina lowered her head and directly sought guidance. The impact of the recent battle between Luban and Zhang Ping had left her profoundly astonished. If the Yao Yu team were to gain another output-type soul master like Luban, it was inconceivable how powerful they could become. Certainly, let me use my disciple as an example. He embodies the concept of extreme output. The master proceeded to elucidate the notion of extreme output-type soul masters, using Luban as a reference. It was the first time the master had encountered a pure attack-oriented soul master like Luban, as no prior records had documented such a phenomenon. Thus he could not delve into great detail. Upon concluding his explanation, the 7 members of Hulaina were left in awe. All attributes focused on attack? My goodness. That is a truly audacious concept. Hulaina sighed, her eyes riveted on Luban, unable to look away. She had not anticipated the existence of such an eccentric soul master on the continent. With the endorsement of the Soto City Arena, both parties swiftly reached an agreement. The master learned of the coveted soul beast's whereabouts, while Hulaina, with Luban's temporary inclusion, established the new Yao Yu team. They issued another challenge to the Firefox. As news spread, the Soto City Arena erupted in excitement. Have you heard? The Yao Yu team is challenging the Firefox again. Is that for real? They are indeed relentless. It's true, the challenge is set for tonight, and it seems there have been changes in the team. Huh. The Yao Yu team doesn't think they can defeat the Firefox simply by altering their lineup, do they? Admittedly, it appeared somewhat unrealistic, as the Firefox, boasting nearly 8 centuries of cultivation, was originally acquired by the arena to showcase its prowess. How could the Yao Yu team dare to confront the Firefox? Their previous lineup was arguably the strongest, and any changes would merely result in a marginal improvement. Oh, these privileged youths clearly lack experience. They are destined to suffer a significant setback. The Yao Yu team's renewed challenge against the Soul Beast Monarch, the Firefox, generated considerable buzz and anticipation. That evening, notable aristocratic youths gathered in the main arena of the Soto City, eager to witness the new Yao Yu team's challenge. Good evening, esteemed audience. I am Douluo, your host for tonight's Arena Challenge. Thank you for joining us. The host continued. Now, let us welcome the challengers. As the host's introduction concluded, the 7 members of the new Yao Yu team, led by Captain Hulaina, confidently strode onto the arena stage. The host proceeded to introduce the revised lineup. This time, the Yao Yu team has undergone personnel adjustments, replacing a speed-type member with a new output-type soul master. Team members, Tang Air, Martial Spirit, Sun Shooting Bow, a level 20 output-type soul master. Following the announcement, a wave of murmurs rippled through the audience. Output type? What on earth is that? Where did this output-type soul master come from? Is this a joke? Does the Martial Spirit even have an output-type development path? This is truly a revelation. I've never heard of an output-type soul master before. The sudden substitution of Luban for Zhang Ping sparked considerable skepticism. The audience had never encountered such a concept, particularly those speed-type soul masters who felt indignant on behalf of Zhang Ping and disparaged Luban. I hereby declare the challenge officially commenced. As the host's words echoed, the murmurs gradually faded, and the Firefox was unleashed into the arena as the audience watched intently. Whoosh! Upon seeing the Yao Yu team once more, the Firefox was filled with rage. This group of individuals is truly relentless, having come to provoke it almost daily during this period. This time, they must conquer them. With a piercing scream, the Firefox once again initiated an assault. As before, Hulaina commanded her team to defend. Defense. Defensive Soul Master Li Kai immediately unleashed his first soul skill, the Dragon Armor Barrier. The 7 members of the Demon Moon team huddled together, forming a protective shield resembling dragon scales around them. Boom, boom, boom. They successfully withstood the Firefox's initial wave of attacks. With the absence of agile attack soul masters to impose restrictions, Hulaina, a control-type master, seized the opportunity to strike first. Observing the Firefox drawing near, she decisively released her first soul skill, Foxfire Command. Fiery orbs of soul power surged towards the Firefox, while simultaneously, the support soul masters within the team activated their assistance. Attack. The speed of the Firefox was halved, and Hulaina signaled the assault-type members to engage. Unlike their previous passive approach, the audience noted that the new Demon Moon team exhibited a far more aggressive stance, opting to actively pursue the Firefox. They relentlessly chased after it. Such a tactic was exceedingly depleting on soul power and could not be sustained for long. The trio of powerful attack soul masters, Xieyu, Yan, and Sun Chuantao, surrounded the Firefox. Just like last time, their strikes were effective only to a degree. The initial blows could inflict minor injuries, but subsequent attempts failed to deliver any substantial damage. Furthermore, they had to remain vigilant against the Firefox's counterattacks, and as time passed, their offensive strength would inevitably wane. Just as the audience began to worry for the Demon Moon team, Luban finally discovered the opportune moment to act. At this juncture, the Firefox had been cornered against the edge of the arena, perfectly within his sniper domain. It was impossible for it to escape in the short term. Brilliant night. 9 Thunder Paths. Luban commenced the release of his first soul skill. In this moment, the figure of the gaming prodigy transformed into that of a descendant, adorned in resplendent golden armor, basking in the radiance of lightning, as if emerging from a tempestuous sea of thunder. Above the arena, a tempest brewed, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon. As a colossal thundercloud began to take shape, the first arrow, Luban drew his sun-shooting bow, taking aim at the Firefox, unleashing a barrage of lightning arrows. The second arrow, one struck true, reducing the Firefox's speed by 1/10, eliciting a piercing scream. At that moment, within the realm, it sensed a life-threatening peril. It had to escape this tempestuous cloud. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In this instant, the Firefox shed its previous composure, abandoning any restraint, desperately striving to break free. No longer wishing to engage, it repelled the fierce assault from the Demon Moon battle team and swiftly fled. The 7th arrow. The arrow, boasting an impressive attack power of over 250 points, struck the Firefox directly, causing it to spit blood. Although the Firefox possessed nearly 800 years of cultivation, the majority of those attribute points were not allocated to its defense, as it was not a defensive spirit beast. Consequently, the 7th arrow shot by Luban inflicted considerable damage upon it. Fortunately, sensing the imminent threat to its life, the Firefox did not hold back. It activated its demon flame shield, enveloping itself in a fiery crimson aura, capable of withstanding both physical assaults and spirit technique attacks. This is how serious injuries are avoided. Tang Air, could you possibly shoot your arrows a bit faster? As Firefox skillfully evaded the onslaught, Hulaina was filled with urgency. Should Firefox escape this ambush, their efforts would be rendered futile, leaving them in a position of passive defense, much like before. The crux of their success lay with Luban. Hulaina was confident that once he released his 8th arrow, Firefox would be unable to withstand it. However, Luban's shooting speed was lamentably slow, as he took an eternity to aim before each shot. Upon hearing Hulaina's complaints, Luban's expression turned awkward. It was not that he lacked the desire to be swifter, but rather that his domain skill dictated such a pace, allowing only one strike of divine thunder per minute. He longed to hasten his efforts, but found himself unable to do so. The 8th arrow. As Luban prepared to unleash the 8th thunder arrow, Firefox's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, driven to madness. It sensed the breath of death emanating from the incoming arrow. With a swift motion, Firefox unleashed its mesmerizing skill for a final counterattack. Defend. Seeing Firefox's alarming transformation, Hulaina issued another command, signaling her team to be on high alert. The members of the Demon Moon team understood that this was Firefox's most potent charm skill. They hastily sealed their auditory senses with soul power and averted their gaze from Firefox. Despite the confined space of the beast-fighting arena, even the swiftest of reactions could still be entranced for a brief moment. By the time they regained their senses, Firefox had already slipped away from the encirclement, 1 foot stepping beyond the reach of the archer's domain. Chase after it. Luban urgently called out, indicating for the Demon Moon team to pursue. If Firefox were to escape the archer's domain, their prior preparations would be in vain. However, Luban's words received no response. As the Demon Moon team traditionally adhered to Hulaina's commands, no one heeded Luban's direction. In a team, especially during battle, only one voice should lead. Hearing Luban's call, Hulaina shot him a disapproving glance, feeling somewhat exasperated. At present, their team lacked a speed-oriented soul master capable of the chase. The speed of their group paled in comparison to that of Firefox. Fortunately, Firefox was significantly injured and its speed had diminished. Otherwise, they would be left lamenting in its wake. Support. Within the team, only Hulaina possessed the speed required. She swiftly hoisted Luban onto her back and pursued the fleeing Firefox. Although the primary soul skill of the support type was to enhance attack power, his spirit, the radiant golden staff, possessed a slight acceleration attribute. Despite its modest nature, this increase in speed proved to be crucial at that moment. As Hulaina needed to carry Luban while chasing Firefox, and the added weight would undoubtedly impact her velocity. At this moment, the assistant perfectly countered the weight loss of Luban, one fleeing and one pursuing. The speeds of both parties were surprisingly synchronized. preventing the firefox from completely escaping the archer's domain. The 8th arrow. After pursuing for about 2 meters, the 8th lightning arrow finally charged up, and, under the tense gaze of the audience, it shot forth with a whoosh. Swift as lightning, it almost instantaneously pierced through the abdomen of the firefox. The Colosseum echoed with the final lament of the firefox. Wounded gravely by a single arrow, the firefox lay on the arena, barely clinging to life. As obtaining a soul ring requires the soul master to personally hunt the soul beast, Luban refrained from aiming for the firefox's head. Otherwise, it would have certainly resulted in a swift kill. Success. Witnessing the dire state of the firefox, Hulaina exclaimed with excitement. They had finally succeeded in their challenge. The second soul ring she had longed for was soon within reach. Hulaina set Luban down and eagerly approached the firefox, delivering a fatal blow. A yellow soul ring materialized in the arena, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the audience. With the successful challenge, the soul ring obtained from hunting the soul beast rightfully belonged to the challenger, a rule upheld in all arenas of Douluo Continent. No one could contravene this. Hulaina sat cross-legged, releasing her martial soul and using her telekinetic power to draw the soul ring onto her martial soul. Uft. Ha. Luban couldn't help but burst into laughter at Hulaina's appearance. The other members of the Yayua team also stifled their giggles. Having previously carried Luban while pursuing the firefox, Hulaina was naturally drenched in the essence of lightning. At that moment, her golden hair stood on end, resembling an explosive spherical hairstyle, with wisps of smoke occasionally rising from it, creating a comical sight. Humph, what are you laughing at? After absorbing the soul ring, Hulaina, noticing Luban's attitude, retorted angrily. No one had dared to mock her so before. Luban offered no explanation. The challenge had concluded, and he hastily leaped off the arena, fleeing in a hurry. Soon, Hulaina's furious scream was heard behind him. Tang San, I will kill you. The news of the firefox being slain by the Yayua team rapidly spread throughout the arena, creating a sensation. My heavens, the Yayua team actually killed the firefox. It was utterly unbelievable. The intensity of the battle was remarkable. Those who were not present could not comprehend it. I tell you, the output-type soul masters are truly the most formidable. This challenge has opened my eyes. I never expected there to be output-type soul masters in this world. Indeed, the ability of the Yayua team to defeat the firefox relied on that output-type soul master. Spectacular. That battle was the most thrilling match I have ever witnessed. It will be etched in my memory for life. Task completed. Although Master and his companions left the arena, the legend of the output-type soul master spread like wildfire. Consequently, for some time thereafter, teachers at various soul master academies in Soto City found themselves inundated with inquiries from students eager to learn about output-type soul masters and how to pursue that development path. In the imperial capital of the Heaven Do Empire, 400 miles northwest, lies a vast forest, named the Frozen Forest by the Snow Knight Emperor. This is where the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire raises soul beasts. At this moment, Master Flander and his companions, after 3 days and nights of travel, finally arrived. Hulaina mentioned that she had once seen a swarm of pure attack-type blood-sucking mosquitoes in the core of the frozen forest. The leader of that swarm appeared to be an 800-year-old soul beast. Pure attack-type soul beasts possess immense attacking power without the need to unleash soul techniques. The blood-sucking mosquitoes, for instance, have no skills. They are incredibly fast and possess strong stealth capabilities. Once they select a target to attack, their rock-solid proboscis can pierce through any animal's defenses. After feasting on blood, they vanish immediately. Such skill-less soul beasts may seem trivial to other soul masters, yet they align perfectly with Luban's martial soul. Thus, upon hearing about the blood-sucking mosquitoes, the master was exceptionally excited, bolstering his confidence in Luban's potential for extreme output. Master, why is it so lively at the outskirts of the frozen forest? Upon entering the frozen forest, Luban was astonished by the scene before him. The perimeter was bustling with buildings and vendors, thriving with activity. Of course, soul masters are the wealthiest profession on the continent, Master explained with a serene smile. He then produced a hand, and upon its presentation, the soldiers guarding the perimeter allowed them passage. Master Flander and his companions entered the frozen forest. In places like the frozen forest, where the Empire raises soul beasts, a hand issued by the Spirit Hall is required to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Along the way, Master shared extensive knowledge about the soul-hunting forest with Luban and Tang San. There are no 10,000-year soul beasts in the frozen forest, and with Flander, a level 78 soul sage present, the safety of the group was assured. After 2 hours of travel, they finally reached the core area of the frozen forest. Shoo! Master gestured for silence, and everyone began to search cautiously. The core of the frozen forest, spanning about 5 miles in diameter, though not vast, was overgrown with weeds, thickets, and brambles, making it quite difficult to traverse. Towering ancient trees blocked most of the sunlight, resulting in poor visibility. In such a gloomy environment, the blood-sucking mosquitoes thrived, buzzing. Shortly after arriving in the center, the group encountered a multitude of blood-sucking mosquitoes. Most of them were quite young. Reaching 10 years was commendable. and 100 years was exceedingly rare. 800-year-old ones were practically unheard of. If Hulayina's words held true, they would strike it rich this time. Chapter 22. The first soul ring master Flander and his companions pressed on with their search. The number of blood-sucking mosquitoes continued to swell, and the 800-year-old blood-sucking mosquito was likely nearby. The core of the frozen forest was exceptionally dark, making it nearly impossible to find it actively. Thankfully, with prior knowledge in hand, Master was well prepared. Soon, after the group found a flat area, Master took out a mosquito-attracting incense from his storage soul guide and lit it. The incense emitted a fragrance that irresistibly lured the blood-sucking mosquitoes, a primal temptation they could not resist. After lighting the mosquito-attracting incense, Master also ignited a 5 poisons incense. The 5 poisons incense, once lit, formed a green mist that enveloped the mosquito-attracting incense. This was done to repel the lower-aged blood-sucking mosquitoes. Indeed, once the mosquito-attracting incense was lit, the core area became agitated in no time. Buzzing. The sounds of buzzing from all directions grew louder and closer. And soon Luban beheld a dense swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes. They encircled the green mist of the 5 poisons incense, forming a thick black barrier, which grew thicker by the moment. However, they could not cross the threshold. Any contact with the toxic mist would spell certain death for the blood-sucking mosquitoes. It is important to note that these were purely attack-oriented soul beasts, completely lacking any poison resistance. Even those over 100 years old would perish upon contact. Soon, the bodies of blood-sucking mosquitoes piled up like mountains around the toxic mist in large clusters. This primal temptation, fully aware of its fatal consequences, remains irresistible. Akin to a moth drawn to a flame, persistently seeking to traverse the noxious mist. After approximately an hour, a tremendous roar resonated, and a powerful gust began to swirl at the periphery of the poisonous fog, attempting to disperse it. Such an astute maneuver could only signify the emergence of the bloodthirsty mosquito leader. It has appeared, prepare yourselves. At this moment, the master and his 3 companions were already seated upon the ancient tree branches, having awaited this moment for quite some time. The instant the bloodthirsty mosquito leader manifested, the master swiftly alerted Flanders. 7th soul skill, Cat Eagle transformation. Upon receiving the warning, Flanders immediately activated his martial soul, unleashing its true form. In this state, all attributes received a substantial enhancement. With eyes ablaze, Flanders swiftly located the bloodthirsty mosquito, which had attained 800 years of cultivation. Found it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He launched a rapid assault, unleashing the full advantage of a speed-oriented soul master. At level 78, Flanders was significantly faster than the bloodthirsty mosquito leader. Extending his claws, he executed a low aerial maneuver, capturing the mosquito leader in midair and unleashing a barrage of violent strikes. With the successful strike, the master, accompanied by Luban and Tang San, began to traverse the trajectory of Flanders' flight towards the outskirts of the frozen forest. Soon, they reconvened at an open area on the periphery. We shall guard. Luban hastened to absorb the soul ring. Upon hearing the principal's words, Luban nodded in acknowledgement. Approaching the bloodthirsty mosquito, he drew a dagger and swiftly dispatched it. Moments later, a yellow 100-year soul ring coalesced from the remains of the mosquito. The soul ring could only remain for an hour. Luban, focus your spirit and concentrate on your martial soul. Quickly absorb it. Noticing Luban's momentary daze at the soul ring, the master offered a reminder. Luban settled into a meditative posture, releasing his Luban number 7 martial soul, channeling his soul power to attract the soul ring towards it. He commenced the absorption process. During this process, Luban's body experienced a violent surge of energy. However, given his innate full soul power at level 20, the absorption of the 800-year soul ring proved relatively manageable. In a short while, after approximately half an hour, Luban exhaled softly as the heavy sensation dissipated, leaving him feeling remarkably light. He had successfully completed the absorption of the soul ring. Opening the personal information panel of the system, he observed, Host, Luban. Martial Soul, Luban number 7, Martial Soul Talent, Archer Domain, Resisting Aura, Invincible Shark Cannon, 3000 Thunderfalls. Aptitude, Innate Full Soul Power, Field Level Up. Soul Power, 20, 400,100. Soul Ring, Yellow, Soul Bone, None, Soul Skill, Attack, 700. Items, Gamer Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. The first soul skill granted an impressive 700-point enhancement to his basic attacks. The remaining 100 attribute points further bolstered his other attributes. Hiss, a phenomenal enhancement. Upon reading the introduction of his first soul skill, Luban was utterly astonished. Now, even without activating the Archer Domain, his fundamental attack had reached an astonishing 724 points. The destructive power of this attack is truly astonishing. If I were to challenge the nearly 800-year-old Fire Fox from the Soto City Arena now, a single basic attack would suffice to dispatch it effortlessly. Xiao-san, what is your first soul skill? Quickly, release your soul skill for me to witness. Just as I rose after absorbing the soul ring, Flinder and the master surrounded me, gazing at me with the excitement akin to that of a child beholding a treasure. Teacher, Dean Flinder, my first soul skill grants a 700-point enhancement to my basic attack. A basic attack enhancement? Upon hearing this, the master nodded in acknowledgement. Having anticipated such a development, especially after their previous encounter with the bloodthirsty mosquito. After all, it was a soul beast solely of attack attributes, possessing no skills of its own. 700 points of attack enhancement? However, upon hearing the specifics, both the master and Flinder were rendered speechless, gasping in astonishment. Their disbelief palpable. Is a 700-point enhancement strong? Little Tang San, oblivious to the significance, inquired curiously upon witnessing the master's and Flinder's stunned reactions. Who? The master struggled to steady his breathing and began to explain. It is not merely strong, it is extraordinarily so. Typically, a soul beast grants a soul master a balanced attribute enhancement. Even when hunting specialized soul beasts, the attribute enhancements rarely differ significantly. For instance, a powerful attack-type soul master, even when slaying a soul beast of 800 years, would only receive an enhancement of around 500 points. A being like Luban is a miracle within the realm of soul masters. There has never been a record of such a phenomenon on the continent. Moreover, let us not forget that this is merely his first soul ring. Other soul masters' second soul rings may only possess soul beasts of a maximum of 764 years, far from reaching Luban's attack power. Upon hearing the master's elucidation, Tang San finally grasped the magnitude of the disparity and felt the pressure that Luban emanated. Indeed, he was overwhelmingly powerful. Luban's first soul skill could effortlessly sweep aside any opponent of the 30-level soul respect, rendering combat a mere act of domination. At this moment, both the master and Flinder were ecstatic, their joy reminiscent of children. An ultimate output flow? What an ultimate output flow! Luban, it seems your choice was indeed the right one. Indeed, if the first soul ring is so extraordinary, I dare say that if all subsequent enhancements are of this caliber, there will be no one on the continent who can rival Luban in one-on-one combat. Luban successfully acquired his first soul ring, and Flinder and the master were even more elated than he was. Chapter 23. The Imperial Combat Team. The Frozen Forest is a sanctuary for soul beasts raised by the imperial family of the Tiando Empire. Having come this far, we cannot simply return without further exploration. Thus, after Luban successfully acquired his first soul ring, the four of us resumed our search. We sought suitable soul beasts for Tang San while harboring the faint hope of encountering a pure attack-type soul beast of 1500 years of age. Given that Luban inherently possessed a full soul power of 20 levels, he did not require training to directly attach a second soul ring. Moreover, the age of the soul beast that would serve as the second soul ring must be double that of an ordinary soul master. Through practical experience with Luban, the master's theory regarding the 10 core competencies of martial souls underwent significant revision, particularly concerning the age of soul rings. Luban's success validated his hypothesis that soul masters with an innate full soul power of 20 levels possess soul rings with ages that surpass those of other soul masters with a maximum innate full soul power of only 10 levels. The four of us spent 2 days in the frozen forest before departing. During that time, we did not encounter another pure attack-type soul beast. However, we did assist Tang San in hunting a mandala snake, allowing him to successfully acquire his first soul ring, pursuing a path of pure extreme attributes. Soul beasts are exceedingly difficult to obtain. It is no wonder that such soul masters are a rarity on the continent today. On our return journey, Flinder lamented, "Damn it. We nearly scoured the entire frozen forest without finding a second pure attack-type soul beast." In response, the master shook his head with a wry smile, noting that soul masters and soul beasts share a commonality in this regard. Pure extreme-type soul masters are exceedingly rare, just as pure extreme-type soul beasts are equally elusive due to their stringent environmental requirements. Indeed, if the path of extreme development were straightforward, such individuals would be far more common on the continent. As I have heard, only the prestigious sect, Haotian sect, has produced pure power-type extreme soul masters. Other factions and academies within the Tiando Empire pursuing extreme paths have not found success. The most notable among them is the Five Elements Academy, which initially aimed for pure extreme flow but ultimately failed to produce a single successful candidate. Consequently, they had to abandon the extreme path, and their current attribute flow, while appearing to be single attribute, essentially retains the core of a balanced flow development direction. In the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, the master, Flinder, and the others strolled along the broad streets, allowing Luban and Tang San to experience the splendor of the imperial city. As the capital, the prosperity of Tiando City is undoubtedly unparalleled by those of lesser cities. In this place, even a single street is more bustling than the city of Nottingham. The Colosseum of Tiando City is reminiscent of the layout of the Soto City Colosseum, albeit on a much grander scale. From the outside, the Soto Colosseum at least reveals the outline of a circular structure. However, the Tiando Colosseum only presents a gentle curvature. From the front entrance, one cannot discern that this is, in fact, an immense circular edifice. Xiaogang, take the children to the underground Colosseum for a glimpse. I will investigate some news in the task hall upstairs. As per their previous arrangement, upon entering the Colosseum, Flander bid them farewell to gather information about soul beasts, while the master led Luban and Tang San to the first underground arena to observe the combat challenges. As they descended to the main arena, they found the stands nearly filled to capacity with spectators, all abuzz with discussions regarding the upcoming challenge. The Royal Combat Team is quite audacious. This marks their 7th challenge against the Thunderstorm Dragon, does it not? No, it is the 8th. Their courage is not just commendable, it borders on recklessness. Indeed, each challenge had seen team members grievously injured, with a direct fatality occurring in the 3rd attempt from a swift attack Soulmaster. Yet, they dared to challenge the floor's reigning champion once more. Rumor has it that they have enlisted a formidable support Soulmaster this time, perhaps increasing their chances of victory. That is a tall order. The Thunderstorm Dragon has nearly 8 centuries of cultivation. It would be a stroke of luck if the Royal Combat Team manages to exit unscathed. As the challenge time approached, the host made her entrance. Welcome, everyone, to this combat challenge. I am your host, Yaya. Now, let us welcome the challengers, the members of the Royal Combat Team. With her announcement, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers. The 7 team members, led by their captain, Yu Xiaogang, entered the arena in unison. The host then introduced their lineup: Royal Combat Team. Captain, Yu Xiaogang, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, a level 20 powerful attack Soul Master, with 1 yellow soul ring. Vice Captain, Douluo Yin, Martial Soul, Emerald Green Snake, a level 20 control type Soul Master, also with 1 yellow soul ring. Team members, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, a level 20 defensive Soul Master, Shirhu, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, a level 20 defensive Soul Master, Yufeng, Martial Soul, Windbell Bird, a level 20 agile attack Soul Master, Aadibio, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard, a level 20 agile attack Soul Master, and Yellingling, Martial Soul, 9 Hearts Begonia, a level 20 support Soul Master. Compared to their previous lineup, the new support Soul Master, Yellingling, garnered significant attention. Master, does the Royal Combat Team stand a chance against the Thunderstorm Dragon? Luban inquired. In response, the Master shook his head, declaring, they cannot win. A tie is the best they can hope for. A tie? Who is this old man spouting such nonsense? Others interjected. Incredulous. You must be unaware of the Thunderstorm Dragon's prowess. Please, sir, do listen closely. That beast has nearly 8 centuries of cultivation. Failure is inevitable for the Royal Combat Team. Just as the Master finished speaking, their remarks were met with derision from nearby spectators. The Thunderstorm Dragon has dominated the first floor for many years. How could a team without a second soul ring possibly succeed? They couldn't even manage a tie in their previous 7 attempts. They were thoroughly trounced by the Thunderstorm Dragon. The Master furrowed his brow, uninterested in further debate. Nonetheless, to satisfy his students' curiosity, he continued. The Thunderstorm Dragon is a soul beast with both formidable attack and defense capabilities. Its nearly 8 centuries of cultivation bestows upon it a highly resilient, thunderous armor, a natural gift that is exceptionally rare. In comparison to its impressive defense, the Thunderstorm Dragon's offensive capabilities are truly terrifying. It ranks among the most powerful attackers among beast martial souls. Its skill, Thunderous Might, is an exceptionally potent lightning-based attack that few soul masters of the same rank can withstand. Hearing the Master's explanation, Luban and Tang San nodded in understanding, gaining valuable insights. The spectators who had previously mocked them were momentarily taken aback, realizing that this middle-aged man possessed genuine knowledge of the Thunderstorm Dragon. I assert that a tie is possible due to the Royal Combat Team support Soul Master. The Master elaborated. The 9 Hearts Begonia is an exceedingly rare support martial soul, often referred to as the Undying Martial Soul, as long as she remains in her prime. Her teammate's survival is assured. The audience was left astounded, questioning the true capabilities of the 9 Hearts Begonia. Yet, observing the Master's earnest demeanor, they began to anticipate the ensuing battle with renewed excitement. As the Royal Combat Team entered the arena, the host declared the match to commence. Unleash your martial souls. At the captain's command, all 7 members instantaneously manifested their martial souls, their feet enveloped in yellow soul rings, creating a spectacular scene. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. At this moment, the grand gates on the opposite side of the arena swung open, and the Thunderstorm Dragon was unleashed into the Colosseum, eliciting a chorus of gasps and screams from the audience. With nearly 8 centuries of cultivation, the Thunderstorm Dragon stood approximately 10 meters tall, resembling a dinosaur with its colossal physique. Upon entering the arena and catching sight of the 7 members of the Imperial Battle Team, it immediately erupted into a furious rage. This group of individuals brazenly dared to challenge the authority of the subterranean overlord. How? The Thunderstorm Dragon erupted in fury, launching the first assault with its 3-meter-long tail sweeping across the arena. Defend. Upon witnessing this, Yu Tianheng bellowed. The 2 defensive members of the Imperial Battle Team immediately activated their primary soul skills. Mo summoned the Guardian of the Xian Turtle, while Shirhu invoked the Guardian of the Earth. The dual layers of defensive soul skills effectively thwarted the Thunderstorm Dragon's onslaught. The dragon's tail, hindered, staggered back, its form unsteady. Strike. Seizing the moment, Yu Tianheng decisively commanded his agile teammates to engage. Yu Feng and Ao Debiao unleashed their primary soul skills, initiating the first wave of assault. Wind Blade, Leopard Shadow Strike. Yu Feng transformed into a wind bell bird, while Ao Debiao morphed into a phantom leopard, both converging upon the thunderstorm dragon. The wind wings became blades, and the steel claws of the phantom leopard struck relentlessly at the dragon. Clang, clang, clang. The skirmish appeared intense, yet the thunderstorm dragon's thunderous armor remained intact. They merely restrained the dragon with their swiftness. Control. Yu Tianheng issued another command. Vice Captain Douluo Yin unleashed her primary soul skill, phosphorescent red poison. The Bai Lin serpent, a rare beast martial soul, carried potent venom, more fearsome than that of the mandrake snake, instilling dread among soul masters. Yet, for her allies, the phosphorescent red poison was a boon, enhancing their speed and attack power by 20%. Conversely, for their foes, it had the opposite effect. Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin had always worked in splendid harmony. Following the release of the poison, Yu Tianheng promptly executed his primary soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. At that moment, the arena resonated with the roar of a dragon. The blue electric tyrant dragon, renowned for its formidable attack power, delivered an astonishing strike of 300 points. Coupled with Douluo Yin's support, the enhanced attack propelled the Imperial battle team's might to its zenith. Over 360 points of overwhelming soul skill crashed upon the thunderstorm dragon, breaching its defenses. A brilliant azure flash of a colossal dragon claw left a gash upon the dragon's form. How? Although the Imperial battle team's assault failed to inflict mortal wounds, the continuous damage would inevitably weaken the beast. Enraged, the thunderstorm dragon unleashed a devastating counterattack. Its Ma Agape, it channeled bolts of lightning, transforming the arena into a veritable sun. Defend. The thunderstorm dragon's skill, Thunderous Might, unleashed a bolt of lightning as thick as a waist, hurtling towards the Imperial battle team. With 800 years of cultivation, this strike boasted an attack strength of at least 600 points, shattering both the Xian Turtle Guardian and the Earth Guardian's defenses. The impact bore down upon Yu Tianheng and his comrades. Support. This strike severely injured the two agile soul masters, whose defenses were relatively weak. As the petals of flowers drift away and water flows freely, Yi Lingling decisively activated her healing abilities. Her martial soul, the Nine Hearts Sea Peony, radiated a stunning gradient of pink and white, delivering an unexpectedly remarkable healing effect. The agile soul masters of the royal battle team, having suffered significant injuries, instantaneously regained their strength, much to the excitement of the audience in the beast arena. Many were left in awe, exclaiming about the extraordinary prowess of the Nine Hearts Sea Peony. With such a supportive soul master, sustaining injuries seemed almost impossible. Lingling, you did splendidly, praised Yu Tianheng, who turned to commend this new teammate, evidently pleased. The royal battle team had finally shifted from a pattern of frequent injuries to a more favorable situation. Charge. The thunderstorm dragon unleashed a fatal blow, leaving it momentarily vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Tianheng organized another offensive. The ensuing battle unfolded almost precisely as the master had predicted, with both sides locked in a tense standoff. The royal battle team had only one strong attack-type soul master, Yu Tianheng, whose power was insufficient to inflict a lethal blow on the thunderstorm dragon. We concede. As the auxiliary soul master, Yi Lingling approached the limits of her soul power. Yu Tianheng made a decisive choice to surrender. Continuing the fight would undoubtedly lead to casualties. He could not be so selfish as to prioritize his second soul ring at the expense of his teammates' well-being, especially given the remarkable potential this new team had displayed, which astonished him. He believed there was no other team within the entire Heaven-Do Royal Academy that could rival such excellence. The loss of such outstanding teammates was simply unacceptable, particularly those who had fought alongside him for so long. Upon Yu Tianheng's concession, a level 60 Soul Emperor emerged at the edge of the arena, swiftly subduing the thunderstorm dragon and ensuring the royal battle team's safe exit. Tianheng, perhaps we should let the Academy intervene and purchase that thunderstorm dragon, suggested Douluo Yin with a furrowed brow. The thunderstorm dragon was of immense significance to Yu Tianheng. Its nearly 800 years of cultivation could serve as the perfect second soul ring for him. Given their numerous attempts had yielded no success, it was evident that they could not complete the challenge with their current strength. Thus, it would be prudent for the Academy to facilitate the acquisition of the thunderstorm dragon. Yu Tianheng, upon hearing this, wore a bitter expression. Acquiring a thunderstorm dragon would require a substantial amount of gold soul coins, and he was reluctant to ask his family for assistance. Alas, it seems I shall need to undertake tasks for a while to earn some gold soul coins. He sighed as he made his way toward the task hall on the second floor. Captain, there is no need to be so concerned. That thunderstorm dragon is beyond the capabilities of any soul master team to capture, Yu Feng remarked. Indeed, the thunderstorm dragon is merely a showpiece for the beast arena. Even in defeat, there is no reason to feel disheartened. I dare say there is not a single soul master team across the continent capable of overcoming that thunderstorm dragon. How disheartened these young individuals appear. At this moment, Flander, who is searching for information in the mission hall, furrows his brow upon noticing the Royal Combat Team. My dear children, it is merely a thunderstorm dragon. There is nothing to be overly concerned about. Do not despair in the face of failure. Take a moment to contemplate your strategies, for perhaps the next attempt will yield success. Chapter 25. A new battle against the agile attackers, huh? The members of the Royal Combat Team were taken aback by Flander's lecturing demeanor. Who is this old man? So audacious as to boast without fear of his own tongue being struck? Clearly, he is lacking in experience. Do they not understand the true nature of the thunderstorm dragon? Sir, that is a thunderstorm dragon, not some trifling creature. If you do not comprehend, it would be wise to refrain from making a scene. Indeed, who dares to challenge a thunderstorm dragon with nearly 800 years of cultivation? It is nothing short of absurd. Such claims may deceive the inexperienced youth. But in our presence, it is merely a display of ignorance. Observing a group of immature children babbling, Flinder's temper flared. Who is Flinder? If he cannot manage a bunch of little brats, how can he claim to be a principal? Whether it be a thunderstorm dragon or a thunderstorm insect. In the eyes of our Shrek Academy, they are merely soul rings. One of our disciples, with just a single soul ring, once single-handedly defeated an 800-year-old fire fox in the Soto arena. Huh, what an audacious claim you make. Upon hearing Flinder's words, Yu Xiaogang and others could not help but burst into laughter. Why waste time conversing with you? Individuals like you are the lowest tier in our academy, Flinder declared dismissively. Observing the dark expressions of Yu Xiaogang and his companions, he felt a surge of delight. Ah, young ones, how they dread comparisons. Yet, upon Flinder's words, the countenances of Yu Xiaogang and his companions soured significantly. They are the most gifted students of the Tiando Royal Academy, and to be labeled as the lowest tier by outsiders is infuriating. Such bravado is unwarranted. I have never even heard of Shrek Academy. If you possess any skill, let your students compete against us, Douluo Yin retorted coldly. Young lady, I am in search of a purely offensive soul beast and lack the patience to engage in verbal sparring with you, Flinder replied, turning to depart. However, he was intercepted by Yu Xiaogang. What kind of age are you looking for in a purely offensive soul beast? Seeing Yu Xiaogang's inquiry, Flinder's eyes widened. Sensing an opportunity, around 1500 years would suffice. Haha, what a coincidence. I happen to know of a purely offensive soul beast precisely of that age. Upon hearing this, Flinder's breath quickened, losing all semblance of jest. He solemnly confirmed, young ones, you cannot be joking, can you? If what you say is true, not only can I arrange for my student to compete with you, but I can also assist you in hunting that thunderstorm dragon. With the Soto arena backing me, how could I possibly make unfounded claims? Yu Xiaogang smiled, his demeanor exuding an air of exceptional pedigree. At the first floor of the arena, in the rest area, after watching the royal battle team's match, the master awaited with Luban and Tang San. Soon, Flinder descended from the second floor, his face alight with joy, prompting surprise from the master. It is known that Flinder is typically stern, wearing dark glasses and possessing a stern expression that appears rather formidable to outsiders. Has he gathered information? Flinder nodded, contemplating how best to explain. The master leapt up, his face brimming with excitement, struggling to believe the news. Such elusive, purely offensive soul beasts, could he have found one so quickly? This case is similar to the last. It would require Luban's assistance. Flinder organized his thoughts and relayed the agreement made with the royal battle team. Hunting a thunderstorm dragon? Flinder, you encountered the royal battle team? Flinder had not witnessed the previous challenge at the arena and shook his head in confusion. The master continued. Is there a girl with purple hair and green eyes in that team? Upon hearing this description, Flinder nodded repeatedly. The girl was too distinctive to forget. Excellent. Everything is coming together, making this easier. The master then had Luban transform into his descended form, and the party made their way to the mission hall on the second floor. There, upon entering the hall, Flinder pointed to the location of the royal battle team. He then approached them and sat down across from them. These are the students of Shrek Academy, the one I mentioned earlier, Flinder introduced. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang and his companions turned their gazes toward Luban. Standing at 6 feet tall and clad in golden armor, Luban exuded an imposing presence. Are you certain he is capable? Yu Xiaogang questioned. Observing Luban's appearance, one could easily assume he was at least 15 years old. To have yet to acquire a second soul ring at such an age suggests a lack of talent. To label him a genius would be laughable. Douluo Yin and the others shared similar sentiments, their lips quivering as they regarded Luban. What a boastful claim from Shrek Academy. To suggest he single-handedly defeated an 800-year-old firefox, what an audacious exaggeration. It will soon be apparent whether he can back up his words. Following their agreement, both parties proceeded to the trial room on the third floor. The agile assault-type member of the royal battle team, Yu Feng, leaped onto the stage to face Luban. Yu Feng, possessing the Wind Bellbird martial soul, is a level 21 ring agile assault soul master. Before the match, both sides introduced themselves in a show of respect. Tang Er, martial soul sun shooting bell, a level 21 ring output type soul master. Huh? Output type? What is that? Is there such a development direction for martial souls? They had never heard of it. Upon hearing Luban's declaration of output type, not only was Yu Feng bewildered, but Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin below were equally perplexed. At that moment, a yellow 100-year soul ring encircled Luban. Based on soul ring matching, it was indeed somewhat acceptable. Make your move, but remember, you only have one chance to attack. On the stage, Luban spoke calmly to Yufeng. With his current attack power exceeding 700 points, striking Yufeng would be akin to squashing an ant. One blow would suffice to end him. Fortunately, his soul power projectile could be controlled, otherwise, this match would hold no significance. What audacity! Yufeng was thoroughly incensed by Luban's words. Between Flinder and this youth, how could they be so boastful? At this moment, not only was Yufeng furious, but the rest of the royal battle team also scowled in anger. Dugu Yin, exasperated, exclaimed, "How dare he underestimate us? Yufeng, do not hold back. Teach him a lesson." Below the stage, Dugu Yin, hands on her hips, resembled a fiery pepper, her mouth moving incessantly, as if she longed to jump onto the stage and confront Luban herself. "Kid, remember, the one who will defeat you is Yufeng." After declaring his intent, Yufeng unleashed his first soul ring, Windblade. As the wind bell bird Martial's soul activated, wings sprouted from his back, transforming into wind blades that surged toward Luban. Whoosh! At this moment, Luban drew the sun-shooting bow. Chapter 26, The Royal Combat Team. To allow an agile attack-type soul master to approach, should one call it arrogance or folly? As Yufeng flapped his wings, merely 3 steps away from Luban, he noticed that no arrow had yet been released, a smirk of mockery gracing his lips. When Yufeng's wind blades reached Luban's face, the Royal Combat Team erupted in shouts, their earlier indignation at Luban's brazen remarks rekindled. Having found this opportunity, they were eager to deride Luban. In battle, permitting an agile attack-type soul master to close in is a grave mistake. Do not laugh. My disciple is merely adjusting his attack force to avoid harming you, the master explained calmly from below the arena, observing Luban's prolonged aim with the bow. Haha. I see now. It appears that the strongest skill of Shrek Academy is boasting. First it was Flander, then Luban, and now the master. Who were these individuals? Each more skilled at bluster than the last. The members of the Royal Combat Team could not help but burst into laughter. "Hey, kid, why are you shaking your head?" At that moment, Dugu Yin noticed a small boy, barely a meter tall with short blue-black hair, standing beside the master, shaking his head at the arena. She teased, thinking, "Surely, this little brat isn't going to try to show off too. You agile attack-type soul masters are truly foolish. You don't even know how to maneuver properly. Charging in a straight line like that is akin to being a live target in midair." Tang San lamented, shaking his head. Huh? The Royal Combat Team was momentarily stunned, taken aback that a 5- or 6-year-old child would dare to speak so audaciously before them. Damn, Shrek Academy has truly opened our eyes, they thought. It was their first encounter with an academy so skilled in boasting. It seemed they started training the art of bluster from a young age. However, just as Tang San's words fell, Luban released his arrow. At that moment, Yufeng's wings were nearly at his nose, and he felt the sharp sting of the wind blades against his face. Whoosh! The sun-shooting bow unleashed a soul power arrow, swift as thunder and as quick as lightning. At such a short distance, it was practically instantaneous. The immense force of impact sent Yufeng hurtling across the arena, spanning a diameter of 100 meters. And before he could regain his footing, the overwhelming force of the soul power arrow struck him again. Boom! Yufeng was slammed against the wall of the trial chamber. Unconscious. With a mere basic attack, Luban rendered him utterly defenseless. Hiss. At that moment, all members of the Royal Combat Team, including their captain, Yu Tianheng, were left in shock at the scene before them. They gasped collectively, their faces etched with disbelief. Was an output-type battle soul master truly this formidable? From their vantage point, they had seen clearly that Luban's strike had not utilized any soul skills. It was simply a casual basic attack. Yet, with such simplicity, Yufeng, one of the top agile attack-type soul masters among his peers at the Tiendo Royal Academy, had been sent flying by an opponent. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed the events unfolding before them. Children, what do you think? Uncle did not deceive you. Did he? Flander waved his hand at the Royal Combat Team, smiling. Quickly prepare yourselves, restore your soul power, and get ready to challenge the Thunderstorm Dragon. We are quite busy here and cannot afford to linger too long. Luban's casual strike had thoroughly shattered the inflated pride of the Royal Combat Team, granting them their first visceral experience of true fear. Such formidable offensive power is truly unprecedented in their lives, an astonishing phenomenon. At this moment, Yu Tianheng and Flander fulfilled their contractual agreement under the watchful eyes of the combat arena. Yu Tianheng informed Flander about the whereabouts of the purely offensive soul beasts, while Flander assisted him in vanquishing the Thunderstorm Dragon. Good heavens, have you heard? The Royal Battle Team is set to challenge the Thunderstorm Dragon once more. What? Could it be? Did they not just face it today? Absolutely true. I heard that the Royal Battle Team has revamped its lineup. Goodness. Are there truly so many prodigious youths nowadays? They can just swap members like that? Indeed. Reaching level 20 in soul power at the tender age of 11 or 12 is something even the most prominent families in Tiendo City would struggle to achieve. The previous challenge against the Nine Hearts Begonia Spirit Master was already astonishing. This time, the Royal Battle Team may well surprise us again. I've heard they VE enlisted a powerful offensive soul master. Let us await the spectacle. That night, the underground level of the Heavenly Do Arena was once again abuzz with excitement. The Imperial Fighting Team was the star ensemble of this venue, particularly for the young aristocrats. The prodigies of the Imperial Fighting Team were nothing short of revered icons. Their challenges were, without a doubt, a spectacle to behold. In the main arena of the underground level, at this moment, the streets were deserted, as all 60,000 seats were sold out. With crowds even standing in the aisles, eager to witness the highly anticipated Beast Battle Challenge. Welcome to the Heavenly Fight Beast Arena. I am your host, Yaya. Now, let us welcome the challenger, the Emperor Fighting Team. As the host's voice faded, the audience erupted in cheers as the new Emperor Fighting Team, led by their captain, Yu Xiaogang, made their entrance. During their arrival, the host seized the opportunity to introduce the members of the Emperor Fighting Team. This time, they had replaced the Agile Attack-type Soul Master, Yu Feng, with the Output-type Battle Soul Master, Tang San. Upon hearing the term Output Type, the audience was left bewildered, murmuring in confusion about what it entailed, as it was a concept they had never encountered before. Indeed, they heard correctly, it was an Output-type Battle Soul Master. As verified by the esteemed predecessors of the arena, the host offered a brief explanation, leaving the audience in suspense about the nature of the Output Type. I now declare the challenge to commence. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. With Yu Xiaogan's commanding shout, the 7 members of the team activated their martial souls in unison. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus, the azure scale serpent, the Xuanwu turtle, the 9-heart begonia, the ghost leopard, and the sun-shooting bow all made their grand appearances, each standing on a century-old yellow soul ring. The spectacle was indeed magnificent. Look over there. The young man clad in golden armor is the Output-type Soul Master. Gasped the audience. Ah, that Output-type Soul Master is so handsome. What does he eat to grow up so striking? Scoffed another. A bunch of infatuated fools. A Soul Master values strength. Mere good looks are of no consequence. Exactly. Can being handsome defeat the Thunderstorm Dragon? Can it earn the favor of the Spirit Hall? Indeed. What was this Output-type Battle Soul Master? Could he possibly rival the Agile Attack-type Soul Master? The audience watched in disbelief as the Output-type Soul Master's martial soul was revealed to be a bow. This can't be. He must not shoot far, otherwise. How can he be considered an Output type? How superficial. What does shooting far even matter? Can he defeat the Thunderstorm Dragon? Murmured the audience, disheartened. It seems the Emperor Fighting Team has little hope this time. I have never heard of a formidable bow martial soul on the continent. Archers are indeed weak. I could take on 3 at once back in my day. The Emperor Fighting Team has grown accustomed to losing. Let us all follow suit. Chapter 27. A sudden arrow roar. Boom. As the gate on the other side of the arena swung open, the Thunderstorm Dragon lumbered into the arena, shaking the ground beneath, causing the audience to feel a tremor akin to an earthquake. Standing over 10 meters tall, the Thunderstorm Dragon projected an overwhelming presence, resembling a prehistoric behemoth to those in the audience who were not Soul Masters. Roar. You again, you wretched beings. Upon seeing the Emperor Fighting Team once more, the Thunderstorm Dragon's temper flared. With its 3-meter-long tail dragging behind, it charged forward. Defense. Commanded Captain Yu Xiaogang, and the team members swiftly activated their first soul skills. Xuanwu Shield. Earth Guard. A protective barrier resembling a turtle shell enveloped the Emperor Fighting Team, reinforced by a 1-foot-thick wall of earth attribute soul power. The Thunderstorm Dragon, now utterly enraged, unleashed a strike with no playful intent. Summoning the power of thunder, its massive tail crackled with electricity, resembling a colossal lightning rod, radiating an exceptional aura of might. At this moment, the stands fell into profound silence. The audience held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated upon the thunderous strike of the Thunderstorm Dragon. Boom. Just as the dragon's tail was about to collide with the guardian of the earth, the Thunderstorm Dragon plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. Its lantern-sized scarlet eyes were filled with terror. Hiss. At that moment, the entire audience collectively gasped in astonishment, each person rubbing their eyes in disbelief, eager to comprehend what had transpired. Witnessing the Thunderstorm Dragon collapse, the members of the Imperial Battle Team were overtaken by sheer shock. They realized that it was Luban who had struck, yet the crucial detail eluded them. The manner in which Luban had executed his attack remained a mystery. The thunder arrows discharged by the sun-shooting bow had vanished without a trace. However, the gaping wound, as large as a bowl, at the heart of the Thunderstorm Dragon was undeniable evidence. What are you waiting for? If the Thunderstorm Dragon perishes, you shall lose the chance to absorb its soul ring. Standing resolutely on the arena, Luban spoke with an air of nonchalance, instantly rousing the dazed onlookers from their stupor. Yu Xiaogang hurried forward to slay the Thunderstorm Dragon and claim the soul ring, knowing that one of the prerequisites for obtaining a soul ring was that it must be the Soul Master themselves who delivers the final blow to the soul beast. Tang San, just how swift is your arrow? Dugu Yin turned to Luban, her gaze reflecting a lingering incredulity. My arrow is beyond the grasp of your vision. Before you even perceive it, I have already unleashed it. In the audience, Yu Feng, who had been replaced by Luban, trembled uncontrollably, icy chills coursing down his spine. Throughout the entire battle, he had been intently focused on Luban. Yet, despite his efforts, he had only witnessed Luban draw the bow, failing to capture even the trajectory of the arrow. That previous shot by Luban had been nothing short of instantaneous. By the time his gaze shifted back to the thunderstorm dragon, a gaping hole had already formed in its chest. Hiss. This arrow rivals the speed of light. In previous contests, the opponent not only held back but, judging by the current situation, it can be said they hardly made a move. As I watch Luban's erect figure, the weight of the wind against my breath grows heavier. It feels as though I am facing death itself, an immense pressure bearing down upon me. In the brief moment following the fall of the thunderstorm dragon, the entire arena erupted into chaos. Spectators rubbed their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape, jaws nearly grazing the ground. What just occurred? How did the thunderstorm dragon fall? I do not know. I too failed to see clearly. And it feels as though I have entered a dreamlike state. Someone, please slap me to confirm this is not a figment of my imagination. For heaven's sake. How did the injury on the thunderstorm dragon's chest come to be? An output type? Goodness, it must have been that output type soul master who struck. I saw it too. But alas, I only noticed them drawing the bow. I missed the moment of release. My word, is the output type soul master truly that formidable? Their strength is indeed astonishing, rendering the rest of the Imperial battle team mere bystanders. Oh, how incredibly impressive. It's so captivating that I'm left breathless. I wish to bear a child for that output type soul master. In the commercial street of Tindo City, even in the dead of night, the neon lights continue to shimmer, as if it were still daylight. The soul guide device in question is something that only the grand cities, such as the capital of the Tindo Empire, can afford. After exiting the arena, Master Flander, Luban, Tang San, and the others commenced their procurement of essential supplies. In the forthcoming days, they are to venture into the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts. The pure offensive soul beast with a cultivation age of 1,500 years, as mentioned by Yu Xiaogang, resides in the vicinity of a certain mountain within the Sunset Forest. Yu Xiaogang sketched a rudimentary map for them. As the terrain of the Sunset Forest is exceedingly intricate, filled with towering mountains, making it impractical to create a detailed representation. Thus, they needed to stockpile sufficient provisions for their quest to locate the soul beasts. Luban, your performance in the battle was truly spectacular. Reminiscent of my youthful days traversing the continent, Flander mused as they strolled through the marketplace. He reminisced about his past experiences with the master. But noticing the master's furrowed brow regarding the third member of the Golden Triangle, he refrained from elaborating further. Luban, we must have a friendly spar sometime. Tang San interjected eagerly, clenching his small fist in anticipation. Very well, little San. I shall allow you one arm, Luban replied playfully. Not necessary, Tang San retorted, igniting laughter from Flander and the master at their playful banter. With a dismissive glance at Tang San's mischievous expression, Luban thought, what audacity to provoke me. If I were to hold back, a single strike from my invincible shark cannon could obliterate him. Soon enough, their shopping concluded, and Flander and his companions found it into rest for the night, preparing for their journey at dawn. Meanwhile, in the Tindo arena, shortly after Luban and the others departed, rumors regarding the output-type soul masters began to circulate fervently. Yes, it worked, Yu Xiaogang exclaimed, exhilarated after absorbing the thunderstorm dragon's soul ring on the arena stage. His second soul skill, Thunderous Might, was a formidable technique that unleashed the full power of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The other members of the royal fighting team flocked to congratulate him. Yu Xiaogang then pondered, but what about Tang Er and the others? They vanished as soon as the challenge ended. Why didn't anyone stop them? Upon hearing this, the others' lips quivered in disbelief. How could anyone hope to intercept them? The offensive capabilities of output-type soul masters are no laughing matter. Output-type soul masters are incredibly formidable. Our royal fighting team must also have one, Yu Xiaogang mused. Consequently, the events occurring in the arena spread like wildfire, escalating from 10 to 100 accounts, until the entirety of Tindo City was abuzz with excitement. Everyone sought to understand the phenomenon of the output-type soul master, leaving the teachers of the Tindo Royal Academy utterly baffled. Where do these output types come from? They should focus on their studies instead of delving into such nonsensical pursuits. Chapter 28. The Cunning Golden Eating Mouse. The following day, as dawn broke, Flander and his companions departed Tindo City by carriage, heading towards the Sunset Forest. This forest lies centrally within the Tindo Empire, specifically located east of Tindo City and west of the Tindo Empire. It borders much of the Douluo Empire, but does not adjoin any of the main cities of either empire. The Sunset Forest derives its name from its unique natural environment. Each evening as the sun sets, the forest emanates a soft golden glow, as if enveloped in the afterglow of dusk. Unlike the soul-hunting forests of the other empires where soul beasts are kept, the Sunset Forest boasts a complex terrain filled with dense trees, thorns, and swamps, interspersed with clear streams and lakes. These water bodies serve as habitats for numerous aquatic soul beasts, marking it as one of the renowned locations for wild soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. Daily, many adventurers and soul masters venture into the Sunset Forest in search of exploration and soul beast hunting. As they journeyed in the carriage towards the Sunset Forest, the scenery outside whizzed by in a blur. The master regaled Luban and Tang San with tales of his experiences across the continent. This is a fundamental course that every soul master must comprehend. In this continent, cultural studies at primary soul master academies are indispensable. Understanding the wilderness survival environment can assist soul masters in extricating themselves from perilous situations. The foundational knowledge I have just imparted should be etched in your minds, as it may one day prove vital for your survival during your adventures, the master stated calmly. Luban and Tang San nodded in agreement. Soon, a day had elapsed. At dawn the following day, the carriage finally reached the edge of the twilight forest. After disembarking, the four inhaled the crisp air, exclaiming, "At last, we have arrived." They then plunged into the depths of the twilight forest. Flinder produced a rudimentary map sketched by Yu Xiaogang and led the way. A delicate mist enveloped the forest, while sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. They tread carefully on the damp earth, each step requiring vigilance to avoid thorns and vines. Flinder wielded a long sword, his gaze alert as he surveyed the surroundings. His face bore an expression of resolute determination, clearly prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Behind him, Luban and Tang San followed closely, with the master bringing up the rear. The Twilight Forest is unlike the Empire's other soul-hunting forests, as it is teeming with high-level soul beasts. Each step taken demands utmost caution. After wandering for half a day, the four finally approached the location indicated on the map. At that moment, they beheld an abandoned metal mine before them. This should be the place. Everyone, be cautious and stay close behind me, Flinder instructed, producing a lighting soul guide as he ventured into the mine. According to the information provided by Yu Xiaogang, a golden devouring rat with a cultivation age of 1500 years resided near this mine. The golden devouring rat is exceedingly rare. Most soul masters have never even heard of it. As a purely offensive soul beast, it, like the previous blood-sucking mosquito, lacks inherent skills and relies solely on its extreme attributes for attacks. The blood-sucking mosquito survives by using its steel-like proboscis to siphon blood, while the golden devouring rat thrives on its iron teeth capable of consuming gold and debris. The rarity of purely offensive, extreme attribute soul beasts lies in their lack of skills, making survival in harsh environments exceptionally challenging. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to unexpectedly learn of the whereabouts of the gold devouring rat. The alignment of the timeline has left both Flinder and the master utterly astonished. Internally, they can't help but wonder if this young man, Luban, is truly the favored child of destiny. The interior of the mine is arched, with the ceiling and sides adorned with glimmering ores, resembling a resplendent golden ocean. These ores not only provide cover and protection for the gold-devouring rats, but also serve as a bountiful source of nourishment. Navigating through the winding tunnels, the four of them eventually arrived at an abandoned cave, where traces of a milky substance suggested a natural formation. This is the place. Upon reaching the cave, Flinder, Luban, and the others paused. It is imperative to note that the mine's convoluted passages have no end in sight, rendering further exploration futile. However, the gold-devouring rat, a soul beast that thrives by consuming metals, is particularly sensitive to various rare ores. Thus, they had prepared well in Heavendo City. At this moment, Flinder retrieved a basketball-sized piece of purple gold metal from his storage soul guide and placed it upon a massive rock within the cave. The four then concealed themselves behind a rock of modest height, awaiting silently. The gold-devouring rat is exceedingly sensitive. When it appears, they must strike decisively without hesitation. Otherwise, if it escapes, locating it again would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The master quietly devised a strategy. This hunt for the gold-devouring rat primarily rests on Luban's shoulders, not Flinder's. From a distance of 20 meters, Luban's attack is remarkably swift, even faster than Flinder's. Furthermore, after acquiring his first spirit ring, Luban's attack power, exceeding 700 points, is doubled within the marksman domain, resulting in nearly 1,500 points, far beyond the gold-devouring rat's capacity to withstand. Acknowledging the master's instructions, Luban nodded in understanding. Given the significance of the second spirit ring, he would not hold back. No matter the complications, Flinder assured them, he could traverse the mine with remarkable agility. Xiao-san, utilize your blue-silver ensnarement as the situation dictates. Even a momentary control over the gold-devouring rat would suffice. Teacher, I comprehend, Tang San affirmed with a nod. Soon, the tactical arrangements were concluded, and silence enveloped the cave, with all four awaiting the appearance of their quarry. After a fleeting hour, just as anxiety began to mount among the group, a series of chirps echoed from afar. The four rejoiced at the sound. Shortly thereafter, a moderately sized soul beast emerged before them. This creature measured approximately 2 feet in length, its fur a delicate shade of gold, appearing as though crafted from pure gold, its eyes glimmering with an intense brilliance. Seeing this, the master was elated and signaled to Luban, confirming that it was indeed the gold-devouring rat. In an instant, Luban unleashed his Luban No. 7 martial spirit, activating the marksman domain. With his dragon beak gun firmly aimed at the purple gold ore, he prepared to strike. Meanwhile, prior to entering the cave, the gold-devouring rat, ears perked, cautiously ventured within upon detecting no anomalies. Upon spotting the purple gold ore inside the cave, its eyes gleamed with a sharp and cunning light, betraying its wild instincts. In a swift motion, it leaped onto the boulder, snatched the purple gold ore, and attempted to flee. However, at that moment, a lightning arrow was already en route, and before the gold-devouring rat could react, it was struck through the head by the arrow. Strange. The gold-devouring rat's speed and response shouldn't be this lackluster. Luban mused, struck by both triumph and confusion. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the creature bore an injury on its foot, an explanation for its sluggishness. Chapter 29. The first encounter with Qian Renshua hastily. Luban began to absorb the spirit ring, urging his companions to guard him. With that, Luban sat cross-legged, focused and calm, intent on his martial spirit, commencing the absorption of his second spirit ring. Meanwhile, another hunting team within the Sunset Forest was gripped by anxiety. This team consisted of merely 3 individuals, 2 elders and a young woman of 17 or 18 years. Damn it. I never anticipated the gold-devouring rat would be so sensitive to the scent of the perfume, the young woman lamented. She had been searching for the gold-devouring rat in the Sunset Forest for 3 days, nearing success, only to have it flee upon detecting an unfamiliar aroma in the air. They had pursued it fervently, yet it ultimately eluded them. Such cunning. Do not blame yourself, my lady. The gold-devouring rat is exceedingly rare, and the records of it on the continent are few and far between. It is only natural that we might overlook something. Indeed, my lady. There is no need to insist on the gold-devouring rat for your third spirit ring. The young woman nodded, realizing that continuing the pursuit would yield no results. Once the gold-devouring rat fled, finding it again would be a daunting task. Look, a deserted mine lies ahead. The young woman's spirits lifted at this revelation, and she hurried forward to investigate. Upon discovering it was a metal mine, her excitement intensified. This is likely the lair of the golden-devouring rat. Let us proceed inside and, upon discovering the creature, unleash our full might. Behind the young lady, 2 elderly men stepped forward, clearing the way as they ventured into the mine tunnel. As they walked, they soon encountered a naturally formed cavern, roughly the size of a small plaza. Miss, look. It is indeed the golden-devouring rat, exclaimed one of the elderly men, adept in ocular techniques, his keen eyesight enabling him to identify the rat from 100 meters away. Upon hearing this, the young lady and her companions hastily quickened their pace, fearing the creature might escape. However, upon entering the cavern, they were rendered speechless. The golden-devouring rat lay motionless on the ground, utterly rigid. Beside it stood a young boy, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, who had just risen after absorbing the soul ring. Did you absorb my soul ring? The young lady inquired, her expression a mix of shock and indignation. How could a creature with a cultivation of approximately 1,500 years be so easily absorbed by a mere child? Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes? She would never have believed it. The 2 elderly men behind her shared her astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief akin to seeing a ghost. Young lady, what do you mean by your soul ring? With the discovery of Luban's talent, Flander and the master immediately grew vigilant. Flander felt a surge of murderous intent, his gaze frequently scanning the 2 elderly men behind the young lady. The young girl possessed long, flowing golden hair that cascaded to her waist, gently curling and glimmering with a soft sheen. Her locks resembled moonlight, effortlessly drawing one's gaze. Her deep blue eyes were reminiscent of the azure sea and sky. Her porcelain-like skin was fair and delicate, her nose elegantly pronounced. Clad in a pale golden gown, she exuded an aura of grace and nobility. Is that not Qian Rengshu? Luban immediately recognized the identity of the young girl before him, feeling quite astonished. He never anticipated encountering the esteemed daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall in this place. The master stepped forward and placed a hand on Flander's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions. 2 elderly men dressed in unusual attire stood behind the girl. In his memory, only the cardinals donned such garments. Each cardinal of the Spirit Hall possessed a cultivation level exceeding 70. Should a conflict erupt now, it would be they who would suffer the consequences. The renowned golden iron triangle of Flander and the master was not merely a title, the 2 shared an extraordinary synergy. With a mere gesture from the master, Flander comprehended the underlying meaning instantly. He promptly repressed the murderous intent in his eyes, adopting an expression of ignorance. Although Flander's fleeting murderous intent was barely perceptible, it was nonetheless caught by the 2 cardinals behind Qian Rengshu. Without further ado, the elderly men activated their soul rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 indicating a readiness to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. Qian Rengshu's position within the Spirit Hall was of utmost significance, and the 2 cardinals remained vigilant, wary of any sudden attack from Flander upon her. Humph. We have pursued this golden-eating rat for 3 days. Do you not see its uninjured feet? That is our doing. Upon hearing this, Flander and the master exchanged glances, surprised at such a coincidence. However, now that the soul ring had been absorbed, further debate regarding the ownership of the soul beast was futile. Sister, the golden-eating rat has no injuries on its feet. We can also hunt it. Seeing Qian Rengshu's unwillingness to let the matter rest, Luban silently scoffed. What nonsense. Such rules do not exist on the continent. Soul beasts do not belong solely to the first discoverer. Little brat, what are you pretending for? Acting as if this golden-eating rat was your kill. The sight of a 5 or 6-year-old child displaying such arrogance before her irked Qian Rengshu. As the daughter of the Pope, the foremost among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, even Hulaina addressed her as sister. No one dared to flaunt such airs before her, not even a mere child. She represented the dignity and face of the Spirit Hall, and her pride was not to be challenged. You guessed correctly, The golden-eating rat was indeed slain by me. Luban, upon hearing this, scratched his nose and spread his hands, asserting that he was not showing off. His strength was evident, since his innate talent was now revealed. Showcasing his prowess was not a matter of concern. At such a young age, you already know how to put on airs. If so, dare you to compete with me? If you can hunt the golden-eating rat, surely you would not shy away from a battle with me? Qianringshu challenged, eager to ascertain the extent of this child's capabilities. She was perplexed as to how he could absorb a 1,500-year soul ring at such a young age. Typically, there are limitations on the absorption of soul rings on the continent. The first soul ring's maximum limit is around 400 years, while the second is approximately 700. Only the third soul ring can reach around 1,500 years. Did this child already possess a 30th level cultivation? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she quickly suppressed it, deeming it impossible. Even with her innate full soul power of 20, her cultivation speed could not be so extraordinary. She could not believe that any martial soul could surpass her six-winged angel martial soul. Upon hearing Qianringshu's challenge to Luban, both Flander and the master turned to look at him, their eyes filled with questions. They were unaware of the attribute enhancements of Luban's second soul skill and were reluctant to see him accept the challenge recklessly. Luban exchanged a knowing glance with the master and Flander, signaling them to remain calm, which allowed them to exhale in relief. At this moment, Luban had already summoned his personal information panel. Host, Luban Martial Soul, Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent, Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Cannon. 3,000 Thunder Strikes, Qualification, Innate Full Soul Power, Wild Level Up, Soul Power, 28, 0-100, Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple Soul Bones, None Soul Skills, Attack, 700. Attack, 1350, Items, Gamer Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. After absorbing the second soul ring, Luban's soul power level had reached 28. Previously, after absorbing the blood-sucking magic mosquito's soul ring, his soul power had increased by 4 levels. However, without the addition of the second soul ring, although his soul power had risen, it remained suppressed at 20. Now, with the second soul ring, the previously stored soul power was instantly released, and coupled with the enhancement from the golden-eating rat soul ring, Luban's soul power soared to 28. A 6-year-old with 28 levels of soul power, a talent so extraordinary would undoubtedly cause a stir across the continent, if known. Truly, the pure offensive extreme attribute Soul Beast. The 1,500-year golden-eating rat had granted Luban a staggering increase of 1,350 points in attack power. With the addition of the attack from the first soul ring, Luban's normal attack now reached a formidable 2078 points. Such overwhelming offensive capability made dealing with Qianringshu a trivial matter, although Qianringshu also possessed innate full soul power at 20. Her lack of theoretical guidance led to her soul rings being similar in age to those of other full soul power individuals. According to the Master's theory regarding the 10 core competitive attributes of martial souls, the upper limit of soul ring enhancements for a level 20 full soul power soul master would multiply. For instance, while the maximum age for the second soul ring of other full soul power individuals cannot exceed 764 years, Luban was capable of directly absorbing a 1,500-year soul ring. This is all thanks to the guidance of the Master's theory. Otherwise, one might end up like Qianringshu, who squandered immense talent, with her second soul ring merely augmenting her abilities for a scant 700 years. The disparity is glaring when one makes a comparison. In the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, 2 groups stood facing each other. One side comprised Qianringshu and 2 crimson-robed bishops behind her, while the other side featured Luban and his 3 companions. A contest is acceptable. However, should you lose, you must cease your pursuit of us, and the events of today must remain confidential, known only to those present. Luban agreed to the duel with Qianringshu, stipulating his own conditions. Naturally, the demands of a mere 6-year-old child were not taken seriously by Qianringshu, who readily acquiesced. Luban, a soul master with the Luban number 7 martial spirit, stood at the 28th level of the output system. In accordance with the rules of the contest, Luban proclaimed his title first as a sign of respect. What? 28th level? Upon witnessing the yellow and purple soul rings beneath Luban's feet, Qianringshu was utterly flabbergasted. The 2 crimson-robed bishops behind her were equally astonished, their mouths agape, their beards in disarray from the countless times they had tugged at them in disbelief. A purple 1,000-year soul ring? An output system soul master? Each of Luban's words struck Qianringshu's young heart like a thunderclap, leaving her in a state of shock. Her mouth, agape in astonishment, could easily accommodate her tiny fist. Her light blue eyes widened to such an extent that it felt as though they might pop from their sockets. At this moment, it was not only Qianringshu who was taken aback. Even Master Flander and Tang San behind her were equally astounded. The absorption of 2 soul rings resulted in an astonishing elevation of 8 levels in soul power. Goodness, it was indeed a marvel to behold. Is this truly human? Luban's talent has once again been elevated infinitely in their hearts. The potential growth of this young lad is truly exhilarating to anticipate. How long has it been since the awakening of the martial soul, and yet records that have stood for millennia across the continent have been shattered one after another. At the tender age of 6, possessing a staggering rank of 28, a 2,000-year soul ring, and an ultimate output style, each record sends shivers down one's spine. Are you truly only 6 years old? Qian Rengshu could not help but inquire, her face a canvas of disbelief. I shall turn 7 next year. Luban nodded, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Qian Rengshu, with her martial soul of the six-winged angel, is a formidable 30-level attack-type soul master. Biting her lip, Qian Rengshu proclaimed her name for the first time, signifying her respect. In her previous competitions, she had never felt the need to declare her name. The reason was simple. As a naturally gifted soul master with a soul power of 20, she was invincible among her peers, having never encountered a worthy opponent. However, this record was now shattered by a 6-year-old boy before her. In the face of her contemporaries, or rather, the next generation, Qian Rengshu adopted a serious demeanor. She understood that her defeat was inevitable today, yet she could not allow the honor of the angel god to be tarnished. A fierce battle was essential. Qian Rengshu summoned her six-winged angel martial soul, and behind her, 3 pairs of snow-white angelic wings appeared, shimmering with a sacred white light. Exuding an air of majesty and sanctity, 2 yellow century soul rings spiraled around her feet, acknowledging the vast disparity between century and millennium soul rings. Qian Rengshu realized her chances of victory were slim. Thus, she resolved to showcase the might of her angel martial soul to uphold the dignity of the angel god. With her second soul skill, Angel's Wing, she unleashed her first soul skill, Angel Strike. Qian Rengshu initiated the assault with unrestrained ferocity, holding nothing back. Utilizing Angel's Wing, her speed doubled, and the 3 pairs of angelic wings fluttered gracefully in the wind, leaving behind ethereal afterimages in the air. With Angel Strike activated, her right arm transformed instantly, enhancing her attack power by 30%, as her jade fist surged toward Luban's face. To track Qian Renshu's swift movements, Luban activated his archer domain. Within this realm, any rustle or breeze would be perceived by him immediately. Truly, the top-tier beast martial soul was remarkable. The 6-winged angel flew without a sound. Luban silently marveled at her prowess. Here she comes. Soon, as Qian Renshu entered the archer domain, Luban swiftly unleashed a soul power energy sphere from his dragon's mouth gun. The luminous energy sphere possessed a mere 500 points of attack power, sufficient to contend with Qian Renshu. Should it be exerted with greater force, she would be unable to withstand it. Given her current soul ring level, a gentle shot could easily obliterate her. Rat-a-tat-tat. The dragon's mouth gun activated, and the automatic taunt of Luban number 7 echoed. Come at me, you cannot harm me. Boom. The energy sphere collided with the angelic arm created by the assault, sending Qian Renshu flying, shattering numerous trees in the sunsetting forest. Miss. The 2 cardinal red-clad figures gasped in shock and hurried to investigate the situation. They found Qian Renshu in tattered garments, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. I'm fine. It was merely a recoil, she said with a bitter expression. I have been defeated. And it was a crushing defeat. She comprehended the situation clearly. Her opponent had not even unleashed their martial soul. It was simply a casual strike that effortlessly vanquished her, the foremost among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. This is truly a heavy blow. Even Qian Renshu, with her exemplary character, cannot help but feel a surge of frustration. Chapter 31. Astonished Zhao Wujing. To be defeated by a mere 6-year-old child is indeed disheartening. Qian Renshu straightened her attire and confidently approached Luban. Luban, would you care to join the Spirit Hall? She inquired, her eyes glimmering with hope. If you join the Spirit Hall, I promise to provide you with the finest cultivation resources. At this juncture, joining the Spirit Hall would be akin to a longevity-seeking old man hanging himself. What a perilous notion, Luban exclaimed, hastily shaking his head and retreating behind the master, resembling a frightened child. At that moment, Flander had already unleashed his martial spirit, standing upon 7 soul rings to display his prowess. Anxious that Qian Renshu and her companions might act recklessly. Apologies, but Luban is still too young to join the Spirit Hall. His future decision shall depend solely upon his own aspirations, the master interjected, gently declining Qian Renshu's invitation on Luban's behalf. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Flander, signaling him to hasten Luban and Tang San away from the sunset forest. Without pause, they dashed forward, fearful that the Spirit Hall's members might pursue them. Uncle Oreo, what is an output-type battle spirit master? Once Luban and his companions had departed the sunset forest, Qian Renshu could no longer contain her curiosity. She had refrained from asking earlier, concerned about appearing foolish before Luban and the master. As the esteemed daughter of the Pope, the thought of needing to inquire about basic knowledge was quite humiliating. I haven't heard of it either. The subsequent exchange between the 2 cardinals clad in red left Qian Renshu utterly dumbfounded. Upon inquiry, she discovered that no one among them knew what an output-type battle spirit master was. How regrettable. Had she known, she would have asked earlier. My lady, you truly should not have let them go. If we had joined forces, we would have had an 80% chance of detaining those 4, at the very least. We could have eliminated Luban. Allowing him to remain is akin to leaving a ticking time bomb for the Spirit Hall and the entire continent's Spirit Master community. lamented the two cardinals after Luban and his companions had departed. Qianren Shui silently gazed in the direction of Luban's departure, remaining reticent. She never regretted the choices she made. 2 days later, Luban and Flander returned from the Sunset Forest to Soto City. Luban, Tang San, you two will accompany Flander directly to report to Shrek Academy. I must return to Notting City for a brief farewell to an old friend, the master instructed. Teacher, I also wish to visit Notting Academy, Tang San declared, raising his chin. Thereafter, the master led Tang San back to Notting Academy, while Luban, under Flander's guidance, proceeded to report to Shrek Academy just outside the city. Nestled within a quaint village of merely 100 households, Shrek Academy awaited them. Upon their arrival, Flander couldn't contain his excitement, calling out to the villagers, all right, everyone. Let us commence. After 3 long years, Shrek Academy was finally ready to enroll students. We only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals, and now we have our first little monster, no. Rather, a super incredible little monster, Flander proclaimed joyously. Luban's talent was unparalleled in Flander's experience. While other monsters held limitless potential, Luban's future was beyond imagination. Flander led Luban through the village, navigating past several homes until they arrived at Shrek Academy. Flander, where have you been for so long? Don't forget. The teacher's salary for this month has yet to be dispersed. As Flander's voice echoed, Vice Principal Zhao Wujin emerged, grumbling. Oh, old Zhao. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Allow me to introduce you to our new student, Luban, Flander interjected, waving his hand to dismiss Zhao Wujin's complaints about wages. A new student? Zhao Wujin's interest piqued at Flander's words, as he scrutinized Luban. The small boy before him, with dark brown hair and standing at barely a meter tall, appeared to be no more than 6 years old. Flander, are you jesting? Zhao Wujin frowned. Our Shrek Academy has always only accepted monsters. We cannot lower our standards simply due to a lack of applicants, nor can we compromise for monetary gain. He suspected that Flander had admitted some useless noble offspring for the sake of money, which displeased him. In response, Flander adjusted his black-framed glasses with a sly smile. Old Zhao, let us not be so absolute. You might just find yourself eating your words. Huh, as if you've managed to recruit a genius student. Zhao Wujin crossed his arms, shaking his head dismissively. Shrek Academy had stringent admission criteria. No one over the age of 13 and no one with spirit power below level 20. He found it hard to believe that this little boy possessed spirit power exceeding level 20. Luban, unleash your spirit rings so that our esteemed Vice Principal Zhao can witness. Flander feigned seriousness. Internally, he was already chuckling, envisioning Zhao Wujin's astonished expression. Luban nodded and began to activate his martial spirit. Soon, 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring appeared in succession. 2 soul rings. A purple 1,000-year soul ring. At this moment, witnessing the 2 soul rings encircling Luban's feet, Zhao Wujia was utterly dumbfounded. His mouth agape, eyes wide like copper bells, he rubbed his face in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this child, so young, possess such a high level of soul power? How could the 2nd soul ring possibly be a millennium ring? Innate full soul power? No. It was inconceivable for someone so small to have 2 soul rings. Zhao Wujia's face was a canvas of questions, and as he turned to Luban, the previous indifference had vanished, replaced by fervent curiosity. My boy, how old are you? All right, old Zhao, don't frighten the child. Noticing Zhao Wujia's scrutinizing gaze, Flander quickly intervened. Without waiting for Luban to respond, he recounted the recent events. Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he gasped in disbelief. Innate full soul power at level 20, an output-type battle soul master, slaying an 800-year-old fire fox and thunderstorm dragon? Heavens, is this even human? As he spoke, Zhao Wujia rubbed his hands together, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Little Luban, let us spar a bit. Allow me, old Zhao, to experience what extreme output truly means. Rest assured, I won't use any soul techniques. You needn't hold back. Unleash your full strength against me. He pounded his chest with his fists, speaking boldly. It was his first encounter with a purely offensive soul master, and he was keen to witness Luban's extraordinary power. Chapter 32. The teachers are stunned. Old Zhao? Whom are you planning to spar with now? Just as Zhao Wujia expressed his desire to witness Luban's output-type battle soul master abilities, 3 teachers emerged from within Shrek Academy. Currently, there were only 5 teachers in total, and now they were all present. Old Zhao, let me introduce you. This little fellow is Flander's newly recruited disciple. Zhao Wujia introduced casually. He then proceeded to introduce Luban to the 3 teachers before him. Shrek Academy, a food systems spirit master of level 71 with the martial soul jelly bean, Lu Chi Bean. A control system battle soul emperor of level 66 with the martial soul starry chess, and Li Yusong. A strong attack system battle soul emperor of level 63 with the martial soul dragon pattern staff. Greetings, esteemed teachers. Luban bowed respectfully. Upon hearing about the new recruit, Shrek Academy and his companions were taken aback, struggling to believe that this little child, at most 5 or 6 years old, had been accepted into the academy. All right. Enough chatter. Step aside. I wish to spar with little Luban, Zhao Wujia declared, leading Luban towards the small plaza at the center of the academy. A spacious area more suited for combat. Upon arriving at the plaza, Flander flashed a mischievous smile at Luban. Do not hold back. Your opponent, Teacher Zhao, possesses the martial soul of the mighty Diamond Bear, renowned for its formidable defense. Fear not. You won't be able to harm him just yet. What? Upon hearing Flander's words, Xiao Exine, Li Yusong, and the others exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in disbelief. What did he mean by that? As if he were warning this young boy of the trouble he might bring upon Zhao Wujie? This age must mark the recent awakening of his martial soul. Humph, Flanders. It appears you harbor quite a confidence in young Luban. How about this? If he can unleash his soul skills better than I can, we shall consider this spar as his victory. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's statement, Xiao Xian and the other two teachers were left utterly bewildered. What were Flanders and Zhao Wujie up to? Why the caution for a mere boy who has just awakened his martial soul? Come now. You are a formidable rank 76 assault system soul master, renowned as the indomitable king, even without utilizing soul skills. A single punch could send a rank 50 soul king flying. To act this way before a child who has only just awakened his martial soul seems rather excessive. Haha. Very well, old Zhao, do not weep later. Flanders laughed heartily, signaling Luban to commence. Luban promptly summoned Luban number 7, embodying his martial soul, while unleashing his shooting domain to envelop Zhao Wujie. Subsequently, he ignited his soul power and released his soul rings. One yellow and one purple circled at his feet, radiating with brilliance. What? 2 soul rings? A purple 1,000-year soul ring? My heavens, this cannot be a dream. The 3 teachers, upon witnessing Luban's soul rings, were left agape. Their expressions a portrait of disbelief. Once they regained their composure, they collectively inhaled sharply. Is this still human? Upon witnessing this, Flanders raised his head with an air of triumph. His expression seemed to exclaim, do you see how exceptional my disciples are? He gestured for the 3 instructors to remain silent and observe the sparring quietly. At that moment, upon seeing the 2 soul rings on Luban, Zhao Wujie felt a profound shock within. Come on, little Luban, let me, old Zhao, see what an ultimate output soul master truly is. All right, Teacher Zhao. If you sense any danger, please unleash your soul abilities swiftly. I strike with great speed to avoid causing you harm, Luban cautioned before launching his attack. The corners of the mouths of the 3 instructors, including Xiao Xian, trembled in disbelief. How audacious to think of injuring the unyielding king. They could hardly fathom the source of this young fellow's confidence. Tap, 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 tap. Luban initiated a probing attack with his dragon mouth gun in his left hand. His basic attack now dealt over 2,000 points of damage, quite formidable indeed. Zhao Wujie, currently at level 76, possessed 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. As a powerful assault-type soul master, he allocated his soul ring attributes primarily towards attack and defense. Due to his martial soul being the mighty golden bear, his soul abilities focused on offense, while the attributes from his soul rings predominantly enhanced his defense. The defensive boost from just 3 10,000-year soul rings exceeded 30,000 points. This does not even account for the attribute enhancements bestowed by the previous 4 soul rings. In other words, with an attack power not exceeding 30,000 points, Zhao Wujie's physical form is capable of withstanding the assault without the necessity of employing any soul skills. What does it mean to possess a defense of 30,000 points? It is akin to the impenetrable shell of a tortoise. Even a formidable soul emperor of over 60 levels, unleashing their full might, would find it exceedingly difficult to breach Zhao Wujie's physical defenses. This was also the reason why the 3 teachers, including Xiao Xian, were so astonished. Indeed, it was a significant enhancement in offensive power. When a soul power orb with an attack strength exceeding 2,000 points struck him, Zhao Wujie felt a slight itch. He was quite pleased with the result. The sheer power of this attack is astonishing, to the extent that it evokes a sensation upon his skin. The realm of archers. With another basic attack unleashed, this time augmented by the domain's enhancement, the attack power doubled. For 1,000 points of might struck Zhao Wujie with tremendous force. Excellent, proceed. As he felt a pressure upon the surface of his skin, Zhao Wujie's heart was filled with profound astonishment. Is this the epitome of extreme output? It is indeed astonishingly formidable. The invincible shark cannon. In the next assault, Luban swiftly switched to his right hand, unleashing the second skill of the marksman domain. The invincible shark cannon. His attack power surged once more. The soul power orb, boasting an attack strength of 8,000 points, struck Zhao Wujie's with a resounding impact. Zhao Wujie's could not help but emit a groan, feeling an unexpected sense of comfort, akin to a massage. What a remarkable lad. Your attack power is the most formidable I have ever witnessed at this level. Teacher Zhao, shall we continue? Luban scratched his head, inquiring, as he realized that should this continue, he would have no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique. What? Your attack power can still be enhanced? Hearing Luban's question, Zhao Wujie's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, wonderful. Young man, continue. Unleash any secret techniques you possess. Upon hearing this, Luban hesitated no longer. He immediately activated the third skill of the marksman domain, 3,000 Thunderfalls. As the domain skill was triggered, a tempest brewed above Luban and Zhao Wuji's. The heavens themselves transformed. Thunder roared in the sky, crackling with electricity. 3,000 thunderfalls. The first cannon. A minute passed, and Luban guided the first divine thunder to descend, propelling the divine thunder cannonball with his right-hand shark cannon toward Zhao Wuji's. The second cannon. Soon, when Luban fired the sixth shot, Zhao Wuji's was utterly dumbfounded. This formidable strike resulted in a staggering two-fold increase in attack power, soaring from 4,000 to an impressive 13,000. Such overwhelming force instilled a profound sense of pressure in Zhao Wuji. Although his defenses remained intact, he felt a tumultuous upheaval within, as if the very tides of the ocean were turning. The impact compelled him to stagger backward several paces. Gasp! Witnessing this spectacle, the three observing teachers, including Xiao Xian, were left utterly astonished. Good heavens, a mere 6-year-old child has managed to repel the immovable King Ming. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause an upheaval across the continent. Chapter 33. The Doubts of Shui Binger Ahem. After being repelled by little Luban, Zhao Wujing revealed an awkward expression and took a few steps forward. The seventh cannon. Its power doubled once more, with an astonishing attack strength of 26,000 points, instilling a palpable sense of deathly threat in Zhao Wujing. Damn it, no more pretense. If I don't employ my soul skills, I might just lose my life. Luban had not been exaggerating. His skill speed was truly astonishing. It could almost be described as instantaneous, a realization Zhao Wujing felt acutely at that moment. Immovable King Body. Before Luban could unleash his first shot, Zhao Wujing decisively activated his first soul skill. In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, enhancing his defense while reflecting Luban's attack back at him. Upon witnessing Zhao Wujing employ his soul skill, Luban quickly retracted his abilities and concluded the sparring session. Little Luban, what was that soul skill of yours? It's absolutely outrageous. Zhao Wujing's face was a canvas of disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered a soul skill capable of exponentially increasing attack power. It was truly monstrous. Whoever encounters it is bound to be unfortunate. How many waves can your divine thunder unleash? 9 waves. Hiss. At this revelation, Zhao Wujing involuntarily shivered. This was beyond comprehension. If the attack power were to quadruple once more, even his strongest defensive soul skill would be insufficient to withstand it. In other words, the 6-year-old Luban already possessed the capability to eliminate him. Xiao Xian and the 3 teachers, Li Yusong and others, were utterly astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. Ha! Seeing everyone in a state of shock, Flander could not help but burst into laughter, urging everyone to cease their astonishment and to promptly introduce the new disciple Luban to the specific circumstances of the academy. Following the recent sparring match, Luban had completely earned the recognition of the teachers at Shrek Academy, and it was the kind of recognition that sought to cling to him. Now that Luban wished to leave, they would not allow it, clinging to his legs, making it impossible for him to depart. It had been many years since they had encountered a disciple with such extraordinary talent. Thus, Luban successfully entered Shrek Academy to study. In the days that followed, while Master was absent, Flander, Zhao Wujing, and the other 5 teachers took turns teaching him. Xiao Xian. Food-type soul masters are exceedingly important within a team. Luban. Teacher Xiao. Could you please elaborate on the knowledge pertaining to attack-type soul masters? Little Luban, you are still quite young. You must not be overly ambitious. Let us first focus on the food-type aspect. As soon as the class concluded, Flinder approached with an incessant stream of chatter. Unlike the powerful attack-type soul masters, the agile attack-type soul masters are undoubtedly the swiftest members of any soul master team. Principal, could you please elucidate the matters pertaining to pure attack-type soul masters? Upon hearing this, Flinder straightened his face and feigned seriousness, replying, Young Luban, whether in cultivation or study, one must not be overly eager for success. Impatience is unwise. Now, let us continue our discussion on the foundational knowledge of agile attack-type soul masters. Thus, for the ensuing period, regardless of Luban's willingness, the 5 instructors conducted their lessons with utmost diligence. On numerous occasions, Luban found himself dozing off, only to be roused by the gentle nudging of the instructors, urging him to remain attentive. Time passed swiftly, and soon a month had elapsed. During this period, Luban's life and studies have been exceedingly fulfilling. He has acquired a comprehensive understanding of the fundamental knowledge of martial souls. However, his cultivation level has remained stagnant. Upon accessing the system's personal information panel, he found the following details. Host, Luban, martial soul, Luban number 7, martial soul talent, archer domain, resist aura, invincible shark mouth cannon, 3,000 thunderfalls. Aptitude, innate full soul power, jungle level up, soul power, 28, 0, 100, soul rings, yellow and purple, soul bones, none, soul skills, attack, 700, attack, 1350, items, gamer skin, jungle knife, storage bracelet. Luban scrutinized the information, his eyes nearly glazing over, yet his soul power had not increased in the slightest. It seemed that the notation regarding jungle leveling was not merely for show. The system's provision of a jungle knife further affirmed this notion. His soul power advancement was not to be achieved through mere cultivation, but rather through engaging in jungle activities. Realizing this, Luban made his way to the principal's office to discuss the matter with Flinder. Principal, I feel as though I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and wish to venture out for some practical experience. Where would you like to go? I shall accompany you. I wish to engage in combat with soul beasts to enhance my practical experience. Upon hearing Luban's intention, Flinder nodded in approval. Very well. Let us first visit the Soto Arena. Before the Soto City Arena, a luxurious convoy came to a halt, and subsequently, a group of young girls descended from the carriages one after another. A group of young girls, each adorned in blue uniforms, appeared to be just over 10 years of age. The leader, with flowing blue locks, seemed slightly younger than the others. Uncle, you can't be serious. Is it truly possible for someone at level 20 to defeat a firefox that is cultivated for nearly 800 years? Water Binga raised her head defiantly, her expression rife with skepticism. Binger, your uncle was present at that challenge. How could he possibly be mistaken? Humph. I refuse to believe anyone possesses greater talent than I. Water Binger, she replied with a haughty demeanor. As a direct descendant of one of the continent's 10 illustrious families, she boasted the supreme ice attribute martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, with innate full soul power. She had never encountered a peer whose aptitude exceeded hers. That individual appeared to be around 15 or 16, naturally. Their talent cannot compare to Binger's. The purpose of this visit is merely to broaden your horizons by showcasing the talents that exist beyond our domain. Her uncle gently patted her head with an affectionate smile. You must understand, the continent is rich with diverse soul masters, and encountering an output-type battle soul master will greatly benefit you in the future. Upon hearing her uncle's words, the other young ladies from the Tianshui battle team eagerly inquired, Uncle, are output-type battle soul masters truly as formidable as you claim? Water Wearer, Binger's sister, asked with curiosity. Uncle, what exactly is an output-type soul master? Indeed, our academy's instructors have never mentioned output-type battle soul masters. In response, Water Luoban shook his head. Do not blame your instructors. Until now, I too had never encountered such output-type battle soul masters. As the Water family convoy came to a halt, Water Luoban led Binger and the others into the Soto Arena, directly proceeding to the second-floor task hall to inquire about the personal information of Luban. Unfortunately, he gleaned no useful information. However, their inquiries were not entirely in vain. They learned that Luban and his companions were searching for purely offensive soul beasts. The mention of purely offensive soul beasts caused Water Luoban's eyes to gleam with excitement. At that moment, he recalled the whereabouts of a specific purely offensive soul beast. Without delay, he posted a bounty task in the arena's task hall, hoping to locate Luban. Chapter 34. First encounter with Waterbinger in pursuit of experience points. Luban, accompanied by Flinder, returned to the Soto Arena. With his martial soul activated, he transformed his appearance once more using the skin of the gaming character, taking on the guise of a descendant clad in golden armor. Upon entering the arena, Luban suggested they first check the second-floor task hall, which elicited a knowing shake of the head and a gentle smile from Flinder. Young Luban, you must temper your impatience. Cultivation requires a steadfast heart and a methodical approach. If purely offensive soul beasts were so easily found, how could there exist only one extreme output-type soul master like you on the continent? As they walked, Flinder continued to impart his wisdom. Noting Luban's eagerness to achieve quick success, the second-floor task hall remained as bustling as ever. When Flinder and Luban arrived, each reception window was filled with long queues. Whether for task postings or task claims, they waited patiently for an hour before their turn arrived. Good day, sir. What type of task would you like to inquire about? I wish to learn about the whereabouts of purely offensive soul beasts, Flinder replied, adjusting his glasses with a languid demeanor. Certainly, please hold on a moment. As soon as Flinder finished speaking, the attendant began searching through the soul guide device. A minute later, she discovered a recently posted bounty task concerning the whereabouts of a purely offensive soul beast. Sir, you have arrived at just the right time. A related task was posted merely an hour ago. What? Flinder, taken aback, requested, could you please repeat that? It felt surreal. How could their luck be so fortuitous? Stumbling upon the whereabouts of a purely offensive soul beast right after stepping out? An hour ago, a client posted a bounty task regarding the location of a purely offensive extreme attribute soul beast. Principal, you heard correctly. My third soul ring may have a lead. Flinder's expression shifted to one of disbelief as his eyes widened. Yes, we shall accept this task, regardless of the conditions. Without delay, the attendant processed the task transfer. Meanwhile, upon receiving the task and perusing the requirements laid out by the benefactor, Flinder was rendered speechless, staring intently at Luban. Goodness! Not only is finding a purely offensive extreme attribute soul beast a rarity, but even locating other extreme attribute soul beasts is something many soul masters may not encounter for years. Yet, Luban, you seem to find them with such ease. Is this the embodiment of the European emperor, the child of fortune? This bounty task may seem insurmountable to others, yet for them, it is a mere gift delivered to their doorstep. The benefactor's request is quite simple, to locate the whereabouts of Luban. You, my friend, are exceptionally fortunate, as this soul ring seems to come knocking at your door. Luban scratched his head and chuckled, clearly taken aback by the turn of events. In the subterranean arena of Soto, a team of 7 soul masters is engaged in a fierce battle against a 200-year-old nether wolf. After a prolonged struggle, the team suffers a casualty and an injury. What a pitiful display. The noble youths of Soto City are embarrassingly inept. Indeed, it is disheartening to witness 7 soul masters failing to subdue a mere 200-year-old nether wolf. Ironically, this is a team hailing from Soto City's finest intermediate soul master academy. Truly shameful. Their cooperation is painfully rigid. Had it been our team, we would have concluded the battle in merely 3 rounds. Is this truly a place renowned for its prodigious talents? It certainly does not appear so. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, along with 5 other young girls, engaged in unabashed discourse, drawing the attention of those around them. To openly mock the local nobility in Soto City is a bold affront. Any noble within earshot would certainly rise to defend their honor. Yet, upon noticing the grand wave-shaped family emblem adorning Shui Binger's blue uniform, they instantly recoiled in fear, anxious to conceal any semblance of discontent toward the Shui family. The Shui family ranks among the 10 great families of the continent, their power rivaling that of the 7 most illustrious sections. The overall strength of the Shui family is astonishing, scarcely inferior to that of the top 3 sections. They are not to be trifled with by the minor nobles of Soto City. Even if these young ladies were to travel to Balak City and deride the royal family, none would dare to object. Do not let your pride soar too high, my little ladies, Shui Luobin remarked with a wry smile, easily discerning the underlying skepticism in their words. The first time he witnessed the Yao Yu team in Soto City, he was utterly astonished by the 7 members led by Hulayina. The Yao Yu team could be considered the most gifted combatants he had ever encountered, prompting him to closely follow their performances in the subsequent days. It was only a few days later when another member, Tang Air, made an appearance. The battle in which Tang Air vanquished the Fire Fox remains vividly etched in his memory. Upon returning to Tianshui City, Shui Luobin recounted these events to Shui Binger and her companions. The Tianshui team, comprised of Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and the others, fell short in overall strength compared to the Yao Yu team, especially when juxtaposed with Tang Air, the output-focused soul master. Children are naturally inclined to compare themselves. And upon hearing Shui Luobin's remarks, Shui Binger and her friends were reluctant to accept this disparity. They insisted that he take them to witness the Yao Yu team and to observe Tang Air's prowess firsthand. Enough. When Shui Luobin adopted a lecturing demeanor, Shui Binger stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. I know. Uncle, are you about to say something like there are always mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people? In response, Shui Luobin shook his head and sighed, realizing he had no means to manage these mischievous young girls. They would only learn through significant hardship. Excuse me, are you Mr. Shui Luobin? After the challenge concluded, as Shui Luobin and the girls exited the main arena of the underground level, a staff member called out to him. Their attire marked them unmistakably as members of the Shui family. Shui Luobin nodded. That's me. Is there something you need? The staff member proceeded to inform him that his bounty task had been claimed by someone else, and upon hearing this, Shui Luobin was filled with joy. Let us go? Take me to meet them. In the reception area of the task hall, shortly after Flander and Luban accepted the task, they noticed the benefactor's arrival. A middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s or 50s, entered, followed by 7 young girls clad in blue uniforms. Though these 7 young girls are not of great age, they have matured splendidly, around 10 years old, each exhibiting a charmingly curvaceous figure, already displaying the first signs of development. Chapter 35. The Tianshui battle team is captured upon seeing the golden attire. Shui Luobin instantly recognized Luban. It was unexpected to find the true individual in such a brief time. It is a pleasure to meet you, Shui family, Shui Luobin. Shrek Academy, Flinder, Tang San. After exchanging greetings, they commenced their discourse. Tang San, before I inform you of the location of the purely offensive extreme spirit beasts, may I kindly ask for your guidance regarding these younger ones beside me? Shui Luobin spoke with a gentle smile, his demeanor refined, exuding an air of nobility. Uncle, if I am not mistaken, these 7 young girls are meant for combat, correct? You wish for them to witness the prowess of an offensive spirit master? Upon hearing this, Shui Luobin smiled and nodded. During our sparring, dear Tang San, please be gentle. Each of them is a cherished treasure of our family. If they were to be harmed, I fear I would face dire consequences upon my return. Rest assured, Uncle, I am well aware of the appropriate measures in my actions, Luban boisterously declared. Engaging in a spar with the 7 young ladies of the Tianshui battle team was akin to playfully sparring with children. It is noteworthy that his current strongest attack could pose a threat even to Zhao Wujia, and these 7 from Tianshui, being so young, likely have yet to acquire their second spirit ring. Boy, are you truly an offensive spirit master? You'd best not shed tears during our spar. Luban's exaggeration irked Shui Binger immediately. The other 6 girls from the Tianshui battle team wore expressions of discontent as well. Little Tang, prepare to witness the might of our Tianshui battle team, one declared. Indeed, we shall make you call us sister. Correct. We will strike you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you. The cacophony of voices filled the air, leaving Luban quite overwhelmed. It is often said that 3 women create a scene. With 7 young girls gathered, they could drive anyone to madness. Soto Arena, 3rd floor, trial room. The arena bears resemblance to the Grand Soul Arena, albeit devoid of spectator seating, featuring only a stage where soul masters engage in friendly combat. At this moment, Luban and the 7 members of the Heavenly Water Team ascend the stage, standing face to face. Sisters, unleash your martial souls, commanded the team leader, Shui Binger, prompting the members of the Heavenly Water Team to summon their martial souls and undergo soul embodiment, each standing upon a singular yellow 100-year soul ring. Luban feigned the release of his martial soul, and soon a magnificent golden bow, the sun-shooting bow, materialized in his hands, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty. Observing this, Shui Yueo was momentarily entranced, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Tang looks so dashing when he releases his martial soul. She thought, humph, Yuer, rein in your infatuation. This is a competition, a matter of honor for our Heavenly Water Team. You must not hold back. Hee, fear not, I shall not go easy, she replied playfully. Beneath the stage, Flanders and Shui Luobin engaged in lively conversation. Little Luban, don't strike too hard. Spend some time entertaining those lovely ladies opposite. Who knows? You might even bring home a wife, Flanders remarked with a hearty laugh as the match commenced. Ludan, Shui Luobin inquired, puzzled by Flanders' nickname for Tang. Slip of the tongue. Flanders thought to himself, wishing to slap himself for revealing too much. I misspoke. Tang nickname is Ludan. Just look at that round face of his. He resembles a giant stewed egg, he explained, causing Shui Luobin to burst into laughter. On the stage, Luban stood with 2 yellow soul rings at his feet. To conceal his true strength, he had disguised his purple soul ring. Observing that Luban possessed only 2 soul rings, the members of the Heavenly Water Team exchanged knowing smiles. This time, we must thoroughly torment that arrogant young man on the opposite side. Tang, if you have any extraordinary skills, now is the time to showcase them. Otherwise, once we strike, you will have no chance to retaliate. Shui Binger raised her head, speaking with a haughty demeanor. This statement is precisely for you. The 7 beautiful ladies opposing us. Do reveal any abilities you possess, for if I, Tang, make my move, you will only be left to endure a barrage of attacks. Luban, wielding the sun-shooting bow, remarked nonchalantly, emanating an air of dominance. However, to Shui Binger and her companions, Luban's expression appeared rather infuriating. Sisters, let us take him down, Shui Binger declared as she promptly unleashed her first soul skill. Ice Seal. The Ice Seal is an instantaneous skill, and before Luban could react, he found himself immobilized, encased in layers of ice. Young man, do you now comprehend my formidable prowess? Witnessing Luban being instantly frozen, Shui Binger reveled in triumph. Assist. Determined to teach Luban a lesson, Shui Binger commanded her team to continue the assault. Upon receiving the order, Vice Captain Shui Wu immediately unleashed her soul skill. First soul skill, Dark Cloud. As the words fell, a heavy dark cloud materialized above Luban's head. Beneath this cloud, Luban felt his overall condition diminished by 10%. Charge. Seizing the opportunity presented by both the Ice Seal and the lowered state, Shui Binger dispatched agile attack-type soul masters. Upon hearing the command, Shui Yuer and Gu Qingba swiftly activated their soul skills and surged towards Luban. First soul skill, Chilly Ice Rain. First soul skill, Rising Fish Waves. Shui Yuer, with her martial spirit, Crystal Dolphin, manifested the chilly ice rain, her form resembling a dolphin leaping through the ocean, her speed dramatically enhanced, while the mist surrounding her transformed into cascading ice rain. Once she approached her target, the ice rain would be unleashed with ferocity. Gu Qingba, with his martial spirit, Azure Flag Fish, executed Rising Fish Waves, his speed similarly amplified, moving like a fish flowing with the current, impossibly swift and elusive. This maneuver relies on explosive speed to unleash a formidable close-quarters assault. Success. Upon observing that Shui Yuer and Gu Qingba were merely 2 meters away from Luban, Shui Binger and the others were expressions of delight. Once subjected to the joint attack of the chilling icy rain and the surging fish waves, Luban would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Subsequently, it would suffice to deploy powerful assault-type soul masters to reap the rewards. After all, Luban was not a defensive soul master. So initially, Shui Binger refrained from dispatching the strongest offensive soul master and instead opted for a swift attack soul master. Young man, brace yourself for my onslaught. However, before Gu Qingba's words could fully resonate, 2 lightning arrows were unleashed, striking her and Shui Yuer. Boom. The 2 were violently propelled backwards before finally coming to a halt. Witnessing Luban breaking free, Shui Binger prepared to unleash her first soul skill once again. Alas, Luban denied her the opportunity, swiftly sending her flying off the stage with a single arrow. The presence of a control-type soul master capable of instantaneously casting skills posed too great a threat. With Shui Binger eliminated, Shui Yuer and the other girls were left to scurry away in despair, their skills rendered utterly ineffective against Luban. His attack power vastly surpassed theirs, leaving them to endure a barrage of strikes. Come at me. You cannot touch me. The martial soul Luban no. 7 occasionally emitted taunts, which infuriated Shui Binger below the stage. Chapter 36. Entering Tianshui City. All right, little rascal, enough is enough. It's time to conclude this spar. Not wishing to see the Tianshui team suffer such a dismal fate on stage, Flandre hastily urged Luban to end the confrontation. This fellow truly lacks the grace to cherish delicate beauty. He mercilessly pummels a group of young ladies and still finds time to mock them, which is rather deserving of a reprimand. With a swift barrage, Luban unleashed 6 thunderous arrows, sending the remaining 6 members of the Tianshui battle team tumbling from the stage. He waved innocently at Flandre and Shui Luobin, feigning innocence. He had held back considerably, yet the Tianshui battle team proved to be woefully inadequate. Moreover, the taunts uttered belonged to the innate vocal characteristics of Luban's 7th spirit. To outsiders, it appeared as if he was deliberately ridiculing them, when in truth, he was not the one speaking. Such matters are beyond explanation. Even if one attempts to clarify, no one would believe it. Binger, now you understand that there are always greater mountains and more formidable individuals beyond our ken. With the sparring concluded, Shui Luobin smiled and spoke. He nodded at Luban, devoid of any reproach, instead wearing an expression of admiration. At this moment, Shui Luobin's heart was brimming with joy. The young ladies, led by Shui Binger, often indulged in their talents, behaving like troublesome rascals at the Shrek Academy, frequently stirring up trouble. Now that someone had stepped in to teach them a lesson, he could not be happier. Furthermore, this experience would greatly benefit their growth. After all, flowers nurtured in a greenhouse seldom flourish. Humph. Do not get too proud, young man. Once I grow to your stature, we shall engage in a duel again. Luban descended from the ring, and Shui Binger retorted angrily. This prompted Shui Luobin to facepalm, feeling utterly embarrassed. Goodness, as if growing up would be a trivial affair for you. What a peculiar mindset that girl possesses, likely infuriated beyond measure. Upon hearing this, Flandre's lips quivered in disbelief. In a few years' time, he mused, Shui Binger's words would seem absurd. Soon, the Tianshui team would probably find themselves unable to summon Luban's assistance at all. Upon completing their sparring, they returned to the mission hall, where, as per their agreement, Shui Luobin shared with Luban what he knew about a purely aggressive, extreme attribute soul beast. Tianshui City, 6-winged frost centipede, a 10,000-year soul beast? Upon hearing about the soul beast, Flandre was momentarily taken aback. Such a soul beast, with a cultivation age far exceeding the limits of Luban's 3rd soul ring, was indeed astonishing. According to the Master's theory of the 10 core competitive abilities of martial souls, the maximum lifespan a soul master can achieve for their 3rd soul ring is typically 760 years. A talent like Luban, endowed with innate full soul power at level 20, could, at best, absorb a soul beast with a cultivation age of 3,500 years. For him, a 10,000-year soul beast felt like a distant dream. After leaving the mission hall, Luban expressed to Flandre his desire to venture to Tianshui City for training, which startled Flandre greatly. This is not merely a trivial matter, it is abundantly clear. Luban has evidently developed an infatuation for the ancient 6-winged frost centipede. Luban, you are still quite young, do not rush your cultivation. A millennium of experience is beyond your current capacity to absorb. Rest assured, aside from you, there exists no other extreme output soul master on the continent, and it is unlikely that anyone will disturb the 6-winged frost centipede in Tianshui City in the near future. Upon hearing that Luban intends to travel to Tianshui City, Flandre hastily offered words of consolation. Such an exceptional student, he certainly does not wish for any unforeseen circumstances. Principal, are you familiar with the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls? Luban inquired, invoking the esteemed master's theory in an attempt to persuade Flandre. I am well aware of Xiaogang's theory. During my travels across the continent, he often reiterated it in my ear. As soon as Flandre finished speaking, Luban articulated his thoughts. According to the 10 core competencies of martial souls, there exists a situation wherein one can disregard level limitations and perfectly absorb soul rings. That is to allow soul beasts to willingly sacrifice themselves. Now that I have fortuitously encountered a pure, attack-oriented soul beast with extreme attributes, I have decided to give it a try. Luban, do you comprehend the difficulty of prompting a soul beast to voluntarily sacrifice itself? Upon hearing Luban's explanation, Flandre was astonished, never expecting Luban to conceive such a method. A voluntarily sacrificed soul beast not only can disregard level restrictions for perfect absorption but also generate soul bones. Do you realize how rare soul bones are on the continent? Let me put it this way. Throughout nearly 10,000 years of recorded history on the continent, I have not discovered a single instance of a soul beast willingly sacrificing itself, Flandre stated with a serious expression. This theory can only be regarded as a mere hypothesis, as no one has ever witnessed it. For the sake of such an elusive notion, putting oneself at risk seems, in Flandre's view, hardly worthwhile. Principal, I still wish to give it a try. I am still young, With ample time to err and rectify my mistakes, Luban declared with unwavering determination. Should I succeed, my abilities will undoubtedly experience a tremendous enhancement. I do not wish to forfeit this opportunity. The resolute glimmer in Luban's eyes moved Flanders. Indeed, youth is a capital, and it is surprising that Luban possesses such understanding. Since he is aware of how to navigate the path ahead, Flanders chose to refrain from further discourse. Let us proceed to Tianshui City. Tianshui City, located in the northeastern part of the continent, is in close proximity to the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City. Nestled on the largest island in Tianshui Lake, it stands as one of the most prosperous cities on the continent, surrounded by the crystal-clear waters of the lake. Tianshui City resembles a dazzling pearl embedded within the gently rippling lake. Flanders and Luban traveled northward by carriage, taking 2 days to finally arrive. Upon entering Tianshui City, they were greeted by bustling streets lined with shops, showcasing a plethora of goods. Merchants and visitors from all corners of the continent flowed in and out, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary vibrancy. Throughout the streets, one could frequently encounter numerous beautiful women, even prompting Flanders to express his admiration. By the time Luban and Flanders reached this place, night had already fallen. Yet the streets remained aglow with lights, resembling a sea of stars. The towering buildings, illuminated by the lights, appeared even more magnificent, while the shops lining the streets were adorned with various lanterns, exuding a rich traditional ambience. Do our esteemed guests require any services? Our ladies here are the most captivating on the entire street. Coughing, Flanders, having just checked into a hotel with Luban, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at the server's enthusiastic recommendations. Oh dear, did you not notice there is a young child beside you? Despite Luban now presenting himself in the guise of an adult descendant, such crude remarks could prove detrimental to his future growth. Flanders quickly waved his hand, dismissing the server. Let us rest well. Tomorrow we shall visit the Tianshui Beast Arena. This time, Flanders accompanied Luban on his journey to hone his skills, fully aware that success was unlikely for the latter. He thought that this experience might serve to temper Luban's excessive ambition, which had recently become rather pronounced, potentially leading him astray in his future cultivation. Chapter 37. The initial trial of the wild blade. The following day, as dawn broke, Flanders led Luban into the Tianshui Beast Arena. Upon entering, he noticed the scrutinizing gaze of the welcoming maid at the entrance, which piqued his curiosity. Little Luban, have I become more handsome lately? Flanders tossed his head, striking a pose of self-admiration. Principal, could it be that she is looking at me? Luban's words were barely out when Flanders playfully smacked the back of his head. You rascal, how can you underestimate my good looks? In my prime, Flanders, was quite the handsome figure across the continent. The two bantered as they made their way. Not long after Flanders and Luban entered the Tianshui Beast Arena, news of their appearance reached Shui Wanbin. Haha, that lad has indeed come. Shui Wanbin was elated to learn of Luban's arrival. A talent like him would be a tremendous asset to the Shui family. Third uncle, I heard that Tang Heir has arrived in Tianshui City. Shui Binger burst into Shui Wanbin's residence, followed closely by Shui Zhuer, Shui Wu, and other members of the Tianshui battle team. What is this? Why the sudden interest in Tang Heir? Could it be that you have taken a liking to him? Shui Wanbin teased, provoking a flurry of embarrassment from Shui Binger. Third uncle, if you continue to speak nonsense, we will ignore you from now on. Shui Wanbin chuckled, shaking his head. That lad's talent is no less than yours. Humph. Third uncle, do not forget he possesses innate, full soul power. Shui Binger retorted, her face flushed with indignation as she felt overshadowed by comparisons. My instincts have always been accurate. You can go to the Beast Arena to witness his challenge. He shall remain there for quite some time. The Tianshui Beast Arena, grander than the Soto Beast Arena by more than double, was indeed an impressive sight. The interior bore a similarly majestic ambience. Flanders brought Luban to the lower level to register for the challenge. The soul beast within this level possessed no more than 800 years of cultivation, making them mere trifles for Luban to dispatch. His purpose in challenging this level was to test the wild blade and assess his aptitude for the wild. Challenges could be undertaken individually or in groups, with a maximum of 7 members per team, provided no 2 soul masters possessed 2 soul rings. For individual challenges, it was sufficient to have a cultivation level not exceeding 30 and a third soul ring, criteria that Luban perfectly met. Hello, we would like to register for a challenge. Flanders and Luban swiftly completed the registration process in the service hall of the lower level. Luban's first challenge was against a 300-year-old nether wolf. Welcome to the 8th division of the lower level of the Beast Arena. Now presenting tonight's challenger, Tang Heir, the host on the arena stage, holding a soul guide microphone, announced with palpable excitement. Individual challenges lacked the popularity of team challenges, and at that moment, only a sparse scattering of spectators filled the 10,000 seats above the arena, totaling less than 1,000. Among them, however, the host spotted Shui Wanbin and Shui Binger, members of the Shui family's direct line, which filled him with joy. After all, the Tianshui Beast Arena belonged to the Shui family, and their favor would surely lead to promotions and rewards. As the host concluded his introduction, Luban stepped onto the arena stage through the side entrance. Tang Heir, martial soul, Sun Shooting Bow, Level 28 Output System Battle Soul Master. Output System? The audience was bewildered by the host's introduction. They had never even heard of an Output System Battle Soul Master. Level 28. Upon hearing the host announce Luban's soul power level, Shui Luanbin was left utterly astonished. Previously, during a competition with Shui Binger and others, he had believed Luban had just acquired his second soul ring and was merely at level 21. This sudden emergence of a 28th level is truly astonishing. The speed of this upgrade is truly astonishing. Third uncle, is something amiss? Upon witnessing the shocked expression of Shui Luobin, Shui Binger turned and inquired. Shui Luobin shook his head, signaling that all was well. He refrained from sharing his thoughts with Shui Binger, even if he did. The group of young girls before him would surely find it hard to believe. Were he in their position, he too would be skeptical if an outsider made such claims. Why would someone so powerful challenge a 300-year-old netherwolf? Shui Binger continued to ask in confusion. Shui Luobin shook his head once more, as he too was uncertain about the situation. Now, I declare the challenge to commence. As the host's voice echoed, the massive gate on the opposite side of the arena thunderously swung open, revealing a netherwolf as robust as a calf entering the battleground. As the netherwolf stepped onto the stage, the audience did not witness Luban employing the sunshot bow. Instead, he drew from his storage soul guide a mottled gray, curved blade. The blade, approximately 3 feet long, bore a serrated edge and appeared somewhat antiquated. To the untrained eye, its aesthetic was rather lackluster, even bordering on ugly, resembling a chipped and worn-out weapon. Why isn't Tang Air summoning his martial soul? What purpose does this broken blade serve? As the netherwolf entered the arena, it bared its formidable, glistening teeth and lunged at Luban. Yet, Luban merely brandished the tattered blade, leaving Shui Binger quite perplexed. I understand now, Shui Binger exclaimed, as a realization dawned upon her. Tang Air must have sensed our presence. He aims to showcase his prowess to us. Uft. At her words, Shui Luobin sputtered out a mouthful of hot tea, choking from the unexpected revelation. Where on earth does this girl derive her confidence? No sooner had Shui Binger finished her thought than the other female members of the Tianshui battle team chimed in eagerly. The captain speaks true. Tang Air undoubtedly intends to capture our attention. Tang Air is so subtly flirtatious. It's delightful that he chooses to express it in such a manner. I wonder which of us he truly favors. Indeed, he refrains from unleashing his soul skills, clearly wanting us to take note. Humph. A 300-year-old netherwolf is no trivial opponent. If he underestimates it, Tang Air is bound to face dire consequences. On the arena, as Luban unsheathed the jungle knife, he cast another glance at its system description. After all, it was his first time using it, and he felt somewhat unfamiliar with its capabilities. Jungle Knife, an artifact that doubles attack power when hunting soul beasts, with an armor-piercing effect that disregards all soul beast defenses when attacking consecutively. It boasts a critical hit rate of 20, with the maximum critical damage reaching 10 times the current level's attack power. Indeed, this is an extraordinary artifact. A 10-fold critical hit nearly rivals the destructive force of the 8th Divine Thunder of the 3,000 Thunder Strikes. Currently, Luban's normal attack power stood at 2078 points, meaning that a critical hit could exceed 20,000 points. Not to mention, he could easily slay not just a 300-year-old netherwolf, but even one boasting a millennium of cultivation. This challenge tests the talents of Luban, intending to explore the nuances of jungle leveling. Consequently, he selects a spectral wolf with an impressive 3 centuries of cultivation. At this moment, the spectral wolf lunges forward, yet Luban makes no unnecessary movements. He simply swings his blade forward. Chapter 38. Talent in the jungle with a swift motion, the seemingly unremarkable jungle knife cleaves the spectral wolf in twain. The audience collectively gasps in astonishment. The women of the Tianshui team, including Shui Binger, are left speechless, their expressions marred by disbelief. Gulping audibly, they internally marvel at his prowess. Without even activating his martial spirit, Luban has effortlessly vanquished the spectral wolf with a single strike. As the challenge concludes, Luban checks his personal information panel, only to discover that his cultivation remains unchanged. Shaking his head in resignation, he concludes that the low rank of the spirit beast is to blame. Exiting the beast arena, Luban and Flander return to the reception hall on the first floor to continue their registration for further challenges. This time, Luban faced the formidable king of the Azure Bull, who had cultivated for 5 centuries. The battleground remained the same as the previous 8th beast arena. Much like the earlier combat, the encounter was swift and decisive, with a single stroke leading to the demise of the Azure Bull King. Upon accessing the personal information panel, the details revealed: Host, Luban, Martial Soul, Luban number 7. Martial Soul Talent, Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon, 3000 Thunderfalls. Qualification, Innate Full Soul Power, Jungle Level Up. Soul Power, 28, 1100. Soul Rings, Yellow and Purple, Soul Bones. None, Soul Skills, Attack, 700, Attack, 1350. Items, Video Game Boy Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. In the soul power level section, a change finally appeared, marking a progression from 0 to 1 as a result of defeating the 500-year-old Azure Bull King and gaining 1 point of experience. This filled Luban's heart with immense joy. The sense of confinement within him vanished in an instant. His soul power had finally experienced an elevation. This was what was referred to as the talent for leveling up through hunting, signifying that his enhancement in soul power could not solely rely on cultivation, but rather on defeating soul beasts. Having successfully completed the challenge once more, Luban exited the beast fighting arena and proceeded to the reception hall on the lower level to register for another challenge, leaving the staff utterly astonished. Who the hell is this? Challenging at such an unprecedented speed? Most soul masters can only attempt 1 challenge per day at most. Only those exceptionally gifted prodigies might manage consecutive attempts. Completing 2 is practically the limit for a great soul master. Never did they expect to encounter such an extraordinary anomaly today. This time, Luban has registered to challenge the underground dominator, the mandala snake, which boasts nearly 8 centuries of cultivation. My heavens, I have heard that someone intends to confront that nearly 800-year-old mandala snake in single combat. Indeed, the arena has deliberately placed this challenge in the main coliseum. How audacious it is to take on the underground ruler alone. It seems utterly reckless, bordering on madness. It is true that even the most formidable teams from Tianshui Intermediate Academy had failed in their attempts to challenge this beast, and now someone dares to face the mandala snake in a one-on-one duel. How absurd. The news of Luban's challenge spread like wildfire throughout the arena, causing an uproar. A grand soul master engaging in single combat against a soul beast of such venerable age is a sight they have never witnessed before, not even whispered of across the entire continent. Now, fate has conspired to present them with this spectacle. It is indeed a rare encounter. Is this not a sheer act of folly? The audience harbors little faith in Luban's challenge this time. The mandala snake, with its incredibly potent venom, is notoriously difficult to contend with. Among soul beasts of comparable cultivation, it is a formidable adversary. Furthermore, pitted against a nearly 800-year-old mandala, it seems akin to offering food to a predator, especially considering that the challenger is a soul master without a 3rd soul ring. Welcome, everyone, to the first level of the main beast arena. I am your host for tonight's contest, Douluo, and I now invite the challenger to take the stage. As the host's voice faded, Luban stepped onto the arena, once again brandishing the wild hunting knife. Hiss. At this sight, Shui Binger was rendered speechless. The women of the Heavenly Water team were collectively astonished. Could it be that he intends to confront an 800-year-old mandala with that worn-out knife? In this moment, even Shui Luobin wore a serious expression, utterly perplexed. He had yet to hear of any grand soul master capable of taking on a soul beast of such ancient lineage, particularly one as regal as the mandala snake. If Luban were to employ his martial soul, there might have been a glimmer of hope, but given the current circumstances, he seemed entirely disinclined to engage his martial soul. This situation caused Shui Luobin considerable concern. Luban was a prodigy he held in high regard, and he certainly did not wish to witness his downfall. Tang Er, wielding the martial spirit of the Sun Shooting Bow, was a level 28 output type soul master. Upon hearing the host's introduction, the audience was left in a state of utter bewilderment, completely at a loss regarding the meaning of an output type soul master. Whispers echoed throughout the venue as attendees inquired amongst themselves, only to discover that none were familiar with the term. Their astonishment deepened, leaving them perplexed. Now, I announce the commencement of the challenge, proclaimed the host. As the words faded, the grand door on one side of the beast fighting arena swung open, revealing an 8-meter-long mandrake snake, as thick as an adult's thigh. Hisses. Its blood-red tongue flickered, its scarlet eyes glinted ominously, its triangular head loomed, and its emerald-green skin sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. It was over. Upon witnessing the mandrake snake launch its assault on Luban, many spectators could not suppress their sighs. They had assumed that the wild knife in Luban's grasp was his martial spirit. Given the snake's imposing demeanor, there seemed to be no contest. At the moment the mandrake snake opened its cavernous maw, Shui Binger was so terrified that she instinctively covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight, peering through the gaps in her fingers instead. The other girls from the Tianshui team were equally unnerved by the snake's terrifying appearance. Hesitant to challenge such a formidable foe, Shui Luobin gripped his hands tightly, bracing himself to intervene. Yet, Luban remained unfazed, exhibiting an air of calm as the mandrake approached. With a swift motion, he wielded his knife, striking downwards. Crack! The creature was cleaved in two, severed cleanly at the 7-inch mark, meeting its end with an eerie tranquility. Hiss. The challenge concluded, and the audience collectively inhaled sharply, their faces etched with disbelief. Each person rubbed their eyes, struggling to comprehend the surreal spectacle they had just witnessed. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and the other 5 members of the team were left with their mouths agape, their eyes wide as saucers, nearly popping from their sockets in astonishment. Shui Luobin's trembling hands and racing heart rendered him nearly speechless. A genius. No, a prodigy. The potential of this young man before him was beyond imagination. Having dispatched the mandrake snake, Luban glanced at his personal information panel, noting a slight increase in his soul power level. What the heck? How could the experience gained from an 800-year-old soul beast be the same as that from a 500-year-old one? What sorcery was this? Shouldn't a higher-level soul beast yield a greater increase in soul power points? Luban found the situation regarding his soul power level advancement to be quite different from his expectations. A sense of dissatisfaction washed over him, prompting him to resolve to try again. Thus, he descended to the second underground level with Fran and registered for another challenge task in the reception hall. This time, the challenge is a demon spider with a cultivation level of 1500 years. The news has once again stirred a wave of excitement in the Tianshui beast fighting arena. Chapter 39, The Six-Winged Frost Centipede. Driven to madness, utterly insane. This world is truly insane. It has become somewhat incomprehensible. Are the youth of today truly so remarkable? A mere two-ring soul master, barely reaching level 30, dares to confront a demon spider that has existed for 1500 years. Prior to the challenge, Shui Luobin even sought out Luban to persuade him, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Luban was resolute in his decision to accept the challenge. As before, with a swift stroke, he delivered a fatal blow, leaving the audience in utter astonishment. My goodness, the citizens of Tianshui City were left utterly stunned, their heads buzzing in disbelief. Such brilliance! Incredible! Indeed, is it truly possible for a soul master under the age of 30 to achieve such feats? The prowess of a battle spirit master is indeed remarkable. After completing this challenge, Luban shook his head in disappointment, realizing that his soul power level had only increased marginally. It appears that there is little correlation between one's cultivation and the hunting of soul beasts. Currently, one can only enhance their soul power level by hunting soul beasts with a cultivation level of over 500 years, gaining a slight increase with each beast slain. In the days that followed, Flanders and Luban remained in Tianshui City. Each day, Luban ventured to the Tianshui beast arena to hunt soul beasts. Initially, he targeted those with 500 years of cultivation, dispatching them with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. He managed to eliminate 12 within a single day. Were it not for the 1-hour interval mandated between challenges at the arena, he would have continued his relentless pursuit. Due to Luban's extraordinary performance, he gained significant notoriety in the arena, becoming a well-known figure among the public. He garnered a large following, with many female admirers hailing him as the Little Prince of Combat. On this day, Flender accompanied Luban once more to the reception hall on the underground level to register for the challenge. Mr. Tanger, I regret to inform you that you have been limited. Upon hearing this, Luban appeared bewildered and hurriedly inquired about the situation. After some investigation, he learned that he had hunted an excessive number of soul beasts in the past few days, overwhelming the supply at the arena, which led to the imposition of a limit on him. He could only challenge once per day. After completing the challenge, Luban exited the arena with a melancholic expression. Principal, shall we not directly venture into the Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts? Upon hearing this, Flender widened his eyes in astonishment, glaring fiercely at Luban before delivering a light smack to his head. Do you perceive soul beasts over 500 years of cultivation as mere cabbages? Even in the Douluo forest, managing to hunt a single 500-year soul beast in a day would be remarkable. Even if we were to find one, it is improbable that you could continue hunting without interruption. The Forest King watches over the Douluo forest. Flender proceeded to enlighten Luban about the intricacies of hunting soul beasts. While it is convenient to hunt in the Douluo forest, excessive slaying would incite attacks from the beast kings within. With their current strength, they were ill-equipped to handle such encounters. Should they be pursued by a 100,000-year soul beast, their fates would be sealed. After Flender's analysis, Luban nodded in understanding, recognizing that remaining in Tianshui City was indeed the wisest choice. Thus, Luban and Flender spent 6 months in Tianshui City. During this time, after completing his daily challenges, Luban was compelled by Flender to attend cultural classes for half a year. By the end of this period, he had essentially mastered the 6-year curriculum of the Junior Soul Master Academy. Opening his personal information panel, Host, Luban Martial Spirit, Luban No. 7 Martial Spirit Talent, Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon, 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualities, Innate Full Soul Power, Wild Level Upgrade, Soul Power, 30, 0, 100, Soul Rings, Yellow and Purple Soul Bones, None Soul Skills, Attack, 700. Attack, 1350, Items, Arcade Boy Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. His soul power level had also reached the 30th level. Luban, have you truly resolved to proceed in this manner? Luban nodded. He was determined to challenge the 10,000-year pure attack type extreme attribute soul beast, the Six-Winged Frost Centipede, to compel the Six-Winged Frost Centipede to voluntarily sacrifice itself. Luban had prepared for a protracted battle. He would persist in challenging it until the Six-Winged Frost Centipede wished for its own demise. After 200 challenges over the course of half a year, he discovered that the jungle knife could inflict damage upon the souls of soul beasts, which was rather miraculous. With this revelation, he felt even more confident in coaxing the Six-Winged Frost Centipede to voluntarily sacrifice itself. At the Tianshui Beast Arena, look, the Beast Prince has arrived for another challenge. My heavens, I wonder which soul beast will meet its misfortune this time. Hiki, let us follow him to see. As Luban entered the arena, he instantly caused quite a stir, quickly surrounded by a throng of admirers who trailed behind him, making their way toward the second underground arena. Over the past 6 months, Luban has become accustomed to such scenes. After all, given his prowess, having a few fans is entirely natural. Mr. Tang, you are quite punctual. Upon the arrival of Luban and his companion, the reception staff had grown used to their presence. May I inquire which soul beast you intend to challenge? The ruler of the second underground layer, the six-winged frost centipede. Very well, a challenge against the six-winged frost centipede. Wait, what? The six-winged frost centipede? Just as the attendant was about to record the challenge in the soul guide device, a sudden realization struck, leaving him momentarily startled. Goodness. There is only one six-winged frost centipede in the entire arena, and it is a 10,000-year-old beast, the overlord of the second underground layer. A great soul master challenging a 10,000-year soul beast? The attendant's head spun with disbelief. Yes, you heard correctly, it is indeed the six-winged frost centipede. Once the registration for the challenge was completed, the news of Luban's intent to confront the overlord of the second underground layer swiftly spread throughout the arena, igniting a wave of astonishment. Heavens, he has gone mad. That kid Tang has lost his mind. Wait, are you serious? A great soul master is challenging a 10,000-year soul beast? Let us go see what is happening. The beast-fighting prince has certainly lost his composure. Could it be that Tang has a misapprehension regarding the 10,000-year soul beast? At the Water Mansion, upon hearing that Luban intended to challenge the six-winged frost centipede, Luban activated his martial soul and rushed towards the arena. The information about the six-winged frost centipede was originally divulged to Luban by him, discovered accidentally by the elders of the Shui family in the extreme northern region 6 months ago. It took the efforts of 6 Title Douluo elders from the Shui family to finally capture it, placing it in the Tianshui beast fighting arena as a display. He had not anticipated that Luban, within such a short span, would become so restless as to challenge the six-winged frost centipede. He initially believed that Luban would only take action when it was time to obtain his 5th spirit ring. A great soul master challenging a 10,000-year soul beast. What a farce. Isn't that courting death? No matter how exceptional his talent, success is unattainable. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Captain, we have significant news. Tang has gone insane. What? Shui Bingo exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? He intends to challenge the 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede in the underground arena. What? Shui Bingo was instantly stunned. Quick. Notify the entire team to assemble. Good heavens, it seems that Tang is ready to risk it all. Upon receiving the news, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and the 7 members of the Tianshui team hurriedly made their way to the arena. Chapter 40. The first encounter Tianshui beast fighting arena, second underground layer. It consists of 8 sub-arenas and 1 main arena, with a maximum soul beast limit set at 10,000 years. The main arena today was bustling with activity, as all 60,000 seats were sold out. A great soul master was set to challenge the 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede. While other great soul masters might not attract much attention, the situation changes entirely when the challenger is Luban. Over the past 6 months, Luban has garnered an extraordinary reputation in the arena, remaining undefeated and engaging in daily challenges. It is rumored that the arena has even issued a special quota for him. The focus on Luban has generated numerous accolades and legends surrounding him. Welcome to tonight's Beast Battle Challenge. I am your host, Dodo. Now, let us invite the challenger, Tang to enter the arena. The host, microphone in hand, announced loudly, Tang with the martial soul sun shooting bow, a level 32 ring output soul master. He has remained undefeated in beast battles for half a year, earning the title of Little Prince of Beast Battles from his fans. As Luban made his entrance, the host incessantly recounted his glorious achievements to stir audience engagement. As expected, the moment the host concluded, the crowd erupted into excitement, fervently whispering and discussing. Why did you agree to let him challenge the 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede? Shui Luobin inquired of his companion, Flandra. That kid is incredibly stubborn. Once he sets his mind on something, not even 10 horses could pull him back, Flandra replied with a wry smile. He actually didn't want Luban to challenge the frost centipede so soon, but he simply could not dissuade him. This is absurd. As an elder, are you just going to watch your junior walk to his doom? Shui Luobin's face flushed with indignation. Rest assured, that boy won't perish. I can assure you of that. Flandra stated confidently. Shui Luobin paused, taken aback by the assertion. Assure? On what basis do you provide such assurance? That is a 10,000-year soul beast. One of the rarest pure attack type extreme soul beasts. Even a level 60 soul emperor would avoid it. Uncle, where does your confidence stem from? Shui Bingo interjected. Her lips pursed in disbelief. Let's see how composed you remain when the white-haired sends the black-haired to their end. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Luban retrieved a wild hunting dagger from his storage soul guide. 2 yellow 100-year soul rings gradually rose beneath him, swirling around his form. I now declare the challenge to commence. With the host's command, the grand gate of the arena swung open, unleashing a powerful chill that swept across the venue, causing many ordinary spectators to shiver. Fortunately, the arena had reinforced its protective barrier to thwart the icy gust. With a thunderous rumble, the earth trembled as a colossal, snow-white figure emerged upon the battleground. The 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede was immense, measuring at least 10 meters in length, with a girth comparable to that of an adult's waist. Its massive, serpentine body undulated, and the rows of small legs covering its form sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Each scale glimmered with a chilling luminescence, as if composed of ice crystals. In the snow, it nearly merges with the ice and snow, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. The most striking feature of the six-winged frost centipede is the 6 enormous wings adorning its back. These wings exhibit a translucent, ice-blue hue, resembling a delicate layer of frost. Adorned with intricate patterns akin to sculpted crystalline designs, each wing resembles a masterpiece of art. As the six-winged frost centipede entered the scene and caught sight of Luban, a glint of cold light flashed in its eyes, its body twisting as it swiftly launched an assault. "Chirp, chirp, chirp," it exclaimed. "You seek your own demise." Suddenly, the six-winged frost centipede unfurled its 6 pairs of wings, soaring majestically, a breathtaking spectacle, akin to a blizzard swirling violently in the air, leaving the audience in awe. Its attack speed is astonishing. This is not merely a skill, but a unique trait endowed by its 6 magnificent wings. As a purely offensive soul beast with extreme attributes, the six-winged frost centipede possesses no skills. Its formidable power is manifested in its ice attribute attacks. Its body emanates an overwhelming chill, preventing soul masters below level 30 from approaching without risk of frostbite. Should it deliver a bite, even a level 60 soul emperor would find their body instantaneously encased in ice. Within a brief moment, bodily functions would cease, leading to a loss of life. The attributes of this extreme attack are exceptionally formidable. Any soul master who has heard of the six-winged frost centipede cannot help but feel a shiver of fear. On the beast fighting stage, Luban has already activated his archer domain. Despite currently being only at level 30, he finds himself greatly outmatched by the six-winged frost centipede. Without the protection of his martial soul domain, he would not dare to undertake this challenge today. The six-winged frost centipede possesses astonishing speed, appearing as nothing more than a fleeting phantom to the naked eye, nearly impossible to catch even for a level 50 soul king. Currently, it is only through the heightened perception afforded by his archer domain that Luban can trace the movements of the six-winged frost centipede. Suddenly, a chilling gust surged from behind him. Luban swiftly turned, wielding his wild knife to strike. A thunderous sound echoed as the blade met the centipede's head, propelling Luban backward. The head of the six-winged frost centipede was quite unique, featuring a long, pointed snout filled with rows of slender teeth, capable of crushing any hard substance. Now, confronted by Luban's crude blade and with several of its teeth shattered, the centipede seethed with rage. Its eyes glowed a deep blue, as if ready to unleash a fiery breath. With a swift adjustment of its form, it lunged at Luban once more. Relying on the superior sensing capabilities of his archer domain, Luban found himself locked in a tense standoff with the six-winged frost centipede. Though perpetually on the defensive, he felt a sense of satisfaction at the level of engagement he had achieved in their first encounter. What could be the reason that Tang was able to discern the trajectory of the centipede's attacks? It was perplexing. Even I, a level 42 soul master, could not perceive it. Was it possible that this young man had mastered some form of ocular technique? It was indeed astonishing. Tang had withstood the assault of a 10,000-year-old six-winged frost centipede. What material was that crude knife made from? It was remarkably durable, managing to inflict harm upon the centipede. At that moment, not only the other spectators but also Shui Luobin and Shui Bing were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. How could Tang possibly withstand the frigid aura emanating from the six-winged frost centipede? And what was the secret behind that formidable knife which could breach the centipede's icy armor? My goodness, so Tang was this powerful. The young girls of the Heavenly Water team were utterly astounded by Luban's remarkable performance today. While they had felt a tinge of resentment before, they could no longer deny that Luban's strength surpassed their expectations. They were compelled to admire him. Meanwhile, onlookers noticed the astonished expressions of Shui Luobin and her companions. And Flinder wore an air of pride. With his head held high, he exuded an aura of arrogance as if to proclaim, "Look, that young man down there is my student." Why was Luban able to withstand the chilling aura of the six-winged frost centipede? The audience remained blissfully unaware. Yet Flinder understood all too well. It was Luban's domain skill, 3,000 thunder strikes. When activated, it summoned thunder into his body, granting him substantial attribute immunity, not only to ice but also to fire. As the six-winged frost centipede launched its next attack, Luban channeled divine lightning into his wild knife and struck at the centipede. A resounding boom echoed. To his astonishment, he triggered a 5-fold critical strike with his knife. With a base attack of 2078 points, enhanced by the archer domain, his attack surged to over 4,000 points. This 5-fold critical strike would yield an astounding 20,000 points of damage. If it struck the centipede, it would surely cleave it in two, sealing its fate. However, he could not allow this to happen. If the centipede were to perish, the precious 10,000-year soul ring would be wasted, far beyond his capacity to absorb. What he needed to do was compel the six-winged frost centipede to willingly sacrifice itself. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Luban deliberately aimed his wild knife slightly away from the centipede's head. At that moment, the centipede sensed the looming threat of death and frantically flapped its 6 pairs of wings in a desperate bid to evade this lethal strike. Fortunately, it managed to dodge just in time. Luban's strike missed, crashing into the beast fighting stage and carving a massive chasm into the ground. Terrified, the six-winged frost centipede darted toward the edge of the arena, escaping the range of the archer domain. The sudden series of changes left the audience in a state of astonishment, their eyes wide, mouths agape, and faces etched with disbelief. Just moments ago, it seemed that the six-winged frost centipede had been frightened away. I, too, was taken aback, feeling as though I were lost in a dream. Had it not been for the others, I might have thought my eyes were deceiving me. How could this be? The six-winged frost centipede appeared to be terrified of a mere two-ringed soul beast. What an extraordinary situation. It was hard to believe that the formidable six-winged frost centipede displayed such fear. If I were to share this revelation, I would undoubtedly be accused of boasting. Amidst the collective shock, Luban raised his hand towards the host, signaling his surrender and thus concluding the challenge. What? Is it over just like that? At that moment, Shui Luobin and Shui Binger, who had previously believed Luban was doomed, were now astonished to see the six-winged frost centipede retreat, just as they were left wanting more. The announcement of the challenge's end came abruptly. Tang, why in the challenge? That six-winged frost centipede clearly revealed a flaw. Perhaps there was a chance to defeat it. Shui Luobin asked, bewildered. He couldn't believe he was even suggesting such a thing. In the past, he would have never uttered those words. Yet now, witnessing the challenge unfold, he felt an inexplicable conviction that Luban could indeed vanquish the six-winged frost centipede. What good would it do to kill it now, when we cannot absorb its soul ring? Flinder replied, shaking his head with a mysterious smile, uninterested in further explanation. Meanwhile, the ladies of the Tianshui battle team stood by, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief, as if they truly believed Luban could slay the six-winged frost centipede. Soon enough, news of Luban's challenge spread throughout Tianshui City, creating a significant stir. The notion of a two-ringed great soul master holding his own against a 10,000-year soul beast was met with skepticism. Although many spectators were present that day, they were but a fraction of the millions inhabiting Tianshui City, and thus, doubt was inevitable. However, as time passed, public sentiment began to shift. More and more individuals witnessed the spectacle firsthand. Luban returned daily to the underground arena to challenge the six-winged frost centipede, with audiences swelling at every event. As word spread, Luban's fame soared throughout Tianshui City. Work's done. Come, let us go watch the Beast Tamer Princess challenge. Darling, it's the weekend. Let us head to the arena to see the challenge. I'm seeking a partner. Whoever takes me to see the Beast Tamer Princess challenge shall have my hand in marriage. As time flowed on, a year passed in the blink of an eye. Visiting the Tianshui Beast Arena to witness Luban's epic battles against the six-winged frost centipede became a daily ritual for the city's aristocracy. Couples on dates would be ridiculed if they had not experienced Luban's challenge. During this period, numerous affluent nobles sought to propose marriage to Luban through Flanders. And as time progressed, the number of suitors increased significantly. These young ladies could encircle the city of Shuihua by holding hands. Shui Mansion. Binger, what do you think about having that lad Tang as our Shui family's son-in-law? In the grand hall, Shui Binger's father, Shui Luotian, the current head of the Shui family, inquired with a smile. Dad, he's still quite young. Why are you saying such things? Upon hearing this, a deep crimson flush instantly spread across Shui Binger's face, cascading down her neck, leaving her both embarrassed and indignant. I'm not suggesting an immediate marriage. What are you worried about? I have personally assessed Tang. In terms of talent and looks, he is certainly worthy of you, although his background is somewhat lacking. We soul masters do not place great emphasis on that. Innate talent is far more significant than one's lineage, Shui Luotian continued earnestly. His talent is merely mediocre. At 15 or 16, he has only reached the 30th rank. By that age, I would have at least achieved the 40th rank as a soul master. My dear daughter, if you understood how challenging it is to find purely offensive soul beasts, you would not speak so lightly, Shui Luotian remarked with a wry smile. He knew that Shui Bingo did not comprehend the significance of extreme output, a concept he had only recently grasped after considerable effort, including hosting Flandra and Luban at Shui Mansion. Let us discuss this later, Dad. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Shui Bingo vanished without a trace. Shui Luotian, filled with mirth, shook his head while watching her retreating figure. She claims to be uninterested. Yet she rushes off to see him challenge again. He glanced at the clock on the wall before following her out of Shui Mansion. Luban's challenge times on the underground level were consistently set for this hour. Welcome, everyone, to tonight's Beast Battle Challenge. Now, let us invite the challenger, Tang, to the stage. As Luban entered, the host continued to introduce his background. Although the audience was already well informed, the customary procedures could not be overlooked. Now, I declare the challenge to commence, the host announced, quickly rising and soaring away from the battle platform. On the platform, Luban brandished his hunting knife, resting it on his shoulder while humming a tune, waiting for the six-winged frost centipede to make its entrance. The great doors swung open, and after a prolonged moment, the audience beheld a severely injured six-winged frost centipede entering slowly, appearing utterly despondent, as if pleading, please, just let me die. Chapter 42. The Third Soul Ring. What a day to be challenged repeatedly. Who could possibly endure such torment? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that each encounter culminates in a thorough beating. Initially, the six-winged frost centipede could hold its ground against Luban for a while, but as Luban became increasingly familiar with its tactics, the centipede was left with no choice but to be mercilessly defeated. Remarkably, Luban would always cease his assault just as the centipede appeared on the brink of demise, leaving the six-winged frost centipede utterly speechless and burdened with psychological trauma. Now, upon sighting Luban, it harbors no thoughts of resistance, only a longing for a swift end to its suffering. Six-winged frost centipede, receive my blade. As the centipede ascended the stage, Luban brandished his jungle knife and charged forward, shouting loudly as he struck. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This time, the six-winged frost centipede chose to surrender entirely, refraining from any counterattack and merely coiling in the arena, allowing Luban to strike at will. The audience was left in a state of utter astonishment. Despair enveloped them as they sensed an overwhelming wave of hopelessness emanating from the six-winged frost centipede. Six-winged frost centipede, do you wish to put an end to this torment? Luban stood before the centipede, holding his blade with a calm demeanor, uttering these words with a hint of indifference. In a surprising turn of events, the six-winged frost centipede nodded slightly, eliciting a series of astonished expressions from the audience. What a marvel! Are you a demon? Very well, if that is the case. Allow me to offer you a suggestion. Luban stroked his chin, feigning a thoughtful demeanor. You may voluntarily offer yourself as a sacrifice. My goodness! Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. Listen closely, is this truly a sensible proposition? The path has been illuminated for you. The choice to proceed rests solely in your hands. With that, Luban resumed his relentless strikes with the jungle knife. Suddenly, a chilling aura swept across the beast arena, causing Luban to shiver involuntarily. Snowflakes began to descend from the sky, and the biting wind howled fiercely, reminiscent of a mournful wail that stirred a profound sense of desolation within the listeners. Death, it seems, is a form of liberation. Sometimes, living feels far more burdensome than the prospect of dying. Then, to the astonishment of the audience, a circle of black soul rings gradually ascended from the six-winged frost centipede, which appeared devoid of any life force. The concept of voluntary sacrifice differs fundamentally from the soul rings acquired through slaying soul beasts. It requires no arduous absorption and seamlessly integrates instead. As the black 10,000-year soul ring materialized, it floated directly towards Luban's body, initiating a slow yet complete fusion. The process was remarkably effortless, devoid of any hindrance. In a mere minute, it concluded. Successfully acquiring the soul ring, Luban's face was alight with exhilaration. He then accessed his personal information panel to investigate further. Host, Luban Martial Soul. Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain. Resist Aura. Invincible Shark Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls. Qualities. Innate Full Soul Power. Wild Level Up. Soul Power. 35, 0, 100. Soul Rings. Yellow, Purple, Black Soul Bones. None Soul Skills. Attack. 700. Attack. 1350. Attack. 9000. Items. Gamer Boy Skin. Jungle Knife. Storage Bracelet. The soul power level had surged by 5 levels, and the third soul ring granted an astounding 9,000 points of attack power. This meant that his basic normal attack had reached over 11,000 points. Incredible! At this moment, even Luban himself felt an overwhelming sense of prowess. At merely 8 years old, he had already achieved such formidable strength. One could scarcely find another like him across the continent. Suddenly, a thunderous uproar erupted in the arena. What was happening? It felt akin to an earthquake. Was it really just the defeat of the six-winged frost centipede that warranted such a commotion? Just as Luban was startled by the crowd's reaction, a brilliant light appeared on the battle platform. In the very spot where the six-winged frost centipede had perished, a small six-winged frost centipede, approximately a foot in length, emerged. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the skeletal remains of the six-winged frost centipede. At this moment, Luban suddenly recalled something, the soul bone. It was indeed the soul bone. He smacked his forehead, realizing how he could have overlooked such a vital detail. According to the esteemed master's theory on the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls, any actively sacrificed soul beast has the potential to produce a soul bone. The six-winged frost centipede before him would undoubtedly be no exception. This challenge perfectly validates the master's theory. Moreover, the soul bone that has emerged this time is the most precious and rare among the 6 major soul bone locations. The trunk bone. No wonder the audience reacted so fervently. Soul bone, my goodness, look, that is a soul bone. Hiss. So this is what a soul bone looks like, after 50 years. I am seeing it with my own eyes for the first time. This is simply extraordinary. It has actually revealed a soul bone. How could it be? The trunk bone. The rarest of all, soul bone, my soul bone. At this moment, even the aristocrats, who have always been accustomed to grandeur, were utterly astonished. Their eyes betraying an unmistakable fervor. Gulp. Shui Bingo gazed at the glimmering six-winged frost centipede trunk bone on the beast fighting platform, her mouth watering with anticipation. As the direct descendant of the Shui family, she fully understands the rarity of soul bones, a privilege she herself does not possess. The Shui family owns fewer than 5 soul bones in total. The women of the Tianshui battle team gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers. Shui Luotian, the head of the Shui family, also shared an intensely fervent gaze. After all, this is a soul bone that has existed for millennia. Who wouldn't be moved? Just then, feeling the hungry gazes of the crowd, Flinder felt a chill run down his spine. In this situation, if they were to acquire this soul bone, they would have to find a way to escape Tianshui City alive. Mr. Flinder, may I invite you and Tang San to our Shui residence for a discussion? Shui Luotian said with a calm smile beside Flinder. Flinder nodded in agreement. Subsequently, as everyone witnessed Luban being taken away with the soul bone by the Shui family, those who harbored intentions of claiming the soul bone instantly lost their fervor. The Shui family is a colossal entity across the continent, not a force that just anyone could provoke. In the grand hall of the Shui residence, Shui Luotian presided over the main seat, with Flinder, Luban, and Shui Luoban, Shui Binger, and others seated on either side. Shui Luotian addressed the matter directly. The six-winged frost centipede trunk bone aligns perfectly with our Shui family's attributes. We wish to purchase it. May I inquire if you two would be willing to part with it? Father, how is this any different from outright theft? Shui Binger interjected, advising against Shui Luotian's proposition to buy the six-winged frost centipede trunk bone. Such a precious soul bone, any ordinary person would never consider selling it. Beside them, Shui Luoban's eyes darted as he cast a significant glance at Shui Binger, constrained by the family's rules from directly questioning the head of the family. He truly wished to avoid offending Luban over a mere soul bone. Luban's potential was boundless, and his future was immeasurable. It would be unwise to create enmity with him. Silence. Let the adults converse. Children should refrain from interrupting, Shui Luotian admonished, lifting his teacup to savor the brew while awaiting responses from Flander and Luban. Flander had long anticipated Shui Luotian's reaction and now wore a furrowed brow, caught in a dilemma. Little Egg, you must decide on this matter yourself, Flander sighed, recognizing he lacked the authority to make a decision for Luban regarding such a valuable object. If Luban was unwilling to sell, he would promptly assist him in fleeing from Tianshui City. It is merely a 10,000-year-old soul bone. I hardly find it appealing, Luban remarked nonchalantly. Principal Flander, you are most adept at negotiations. I would appreciate your assistance in discussing this with Uncle Shui. A profound silence enveloped the room upon hearing Luban's words. Shui Binger, Shui Luoban, and the others were left in sheer astonishment, unable to believe that Luban was willing to part with the six-winged frost centipede soul bone and even seemed to regard it with indifference. How audacious! Had anyone else made such a statement, they might assume it was a calculated decision born of necessity, yet coming from Luban, they harbored no doubts. After prolonged interaction, they had come to understand his character well. His words clearly indicated he indeed held no regard for the six-winged frost centipede soul bone. Clap, clap, clap. Shui Luotian erupted into applause, his face alight with admiration for Luban. He marveled at how this young boy, despite his tender age, possessed such grandeur and pride, a rarity he had never encountered before. Little Egg, do you truly wish to sell this soul bone? Flander reiterated, seeking confirmation. Luban nodded, indicating he had made his decision. Subsequently, the Shui family prepared a lavish banquet to honor Flander and Luban. During the feast, Flander and Shui Luotian engaged in a spirited exchange of negotiations. Two cunning old foxes, their words like arrows, testing one another with sharp repartees about the value of gold soul coins, the number of soul-guiding devices, and the matter of familial obligations. Yet, the primary focus remained on the quest for soul beasts with pure, extreme offensive attributes. The waters of Shui Luotian provided satisfactory answers one by one. At the banquet's conclusion, they directly summoned Shui Binger to Luban's side, intending to betroth the two, which startled Luban. Goodness, she is merely 8 years old. Witnessing Luban's flustered expression, Flander erupted in laughter, casually concocting an excuse to evade the situation. After selling the body of the six-winged frost centipede to the Shui family, Luban and Flander rested for several days in Tianshui City. Subsequently, they embarked on their journey toward the Tagar Desert, located in the northwesternmost part of the continent, at the juncture of the Idfu province and the northern province. According to information gleaned from Shui Luotian, there existed soul beasts of pure offensive, extreme attributes in that region. The two then set off in a carriage, heading toward the vast desert in the northwest. They first traversed an expansive grassland before moving into a desolate mountainous area. The peaks were steep, with bare rocks resembling the ancient bones of the earth. After crossing the mountains, they finally reached the edge of the Tagar Desert 3 days later. The sight before them was breathtaking. The boundless sea of sand shimmered with golden light under the sun, resembling an endless ocean. The undulating dunes formed a magnificent landscape, imbued with an air of mystery and antiquity. Flander retrieved a map and began to search for human settlements. Before nightfall, they ultimately discovered a small town constructed of sand and stone, named Shimo City. The town was modest, incomparable to the colossal steel cities inland like Tianshui City, resembling more of a small hamlet, albeit with an additional layer of outer walls. The Tagar Desert was anything but tranquil. It hosted numerous soul beasts, with many small towns like Shimo City dotting its periphery. Within these towns, numerous mercenary organizations frequently ventured into the desert to hunt soul beasts. Upon arriving at Shimo City, Flander and Luban found a small inn to rest for the night, preparing to explore the desert the following day. The location provided by Luo Tian was vague, necessitating a slow and cautious search. For the next 3 days, they found nothing. Exhausted, emerging from the desert felt akin to being scorched by fire. Their skin darkened by the sun. The desert environment was exceedingly harsh. The blazing sun poured down from the sky, roasting the sand beneath their feet with oppressive heat. The rising heat distorted their vision, rendering it hazy and unclear. Moreover, the desert's climate was unpredictable, with storms erupting without warning, posing great danger. Luban and Flander narrowly avoided being buried alive. Luban, I believe it would be wise for us to refrain from exploring on our own and instead team up with those familiar with the terrain. As dusk descended upon the day, Flander bent over, panting heavily. Luban nodded in agreement. The following day, at the break of dawn, Luban and Flandra began to wander through the stone desert city, in search of information. Soon, they found themselves in a small square at the heart of the city, where stalls were set up, each charging 10 gold soul coins for a day's trade. Upon entering, they heard the vendor at the entrance calling out to passers-by. Setting up a stall allowed for both the buying and selling of goods as well as the exchange of intelligence and the formation of teams. They meandered about, inquiring here and there, yet failed to gather any substantial information. Subsequently, Flandra paid 10 gold soul coins and set up a stall with Luban, advertising for news regarding the whereabouts of pure offensive soul beasts, indicating that the price was negotiable. Barely had they begun when Luban heard a sudden outcry from a nearby stall. Everyone, be cautious. The Reaper squad is here to recruit again. A collective gasp ensued. Who would dare team up with them nowadays? Indeed, since their arrival in Stone Desert City 6 months prior, none of the soul masters who had joined forces with the Reaper squad had returned alive. Let us see which fool will fall for their lure this time. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd as Luban noticed a group approaching their stall. At the forefront was a strikingly attractive girl, seemingly around 11 or 12 years old. Her dark red, wavy hair cascaded down to her waist, and her fair complexion accentuated her delicate features, with large eyes shimmering with a faint silver glow. She wore a form-fitting red mini-dress that swayed gently with her movements, accentuating her long, graceful legs. The sheer fabric hinted at her skin beneath, evoking a sense of intrigue. Her upper attire consisted of a black crop top that showcased her slender waist, adorned with bold eyeliner and crimson lips. Her gaze exuded confidence and a hint of arrogance. Every gesture was infused with vitality, as if she were a blazing flame. I know the information you seek. Shall we discuss it elsewhere? The red-haired girl proposed with a serene smile directed at Luban and Flandra. Upon hearing this, both Flandra and Luban's faces lit up with joy. After such a long time in the Tiger Desert, they had finally stumbled upon news regarding pure offensive soul beasts. Without hesitation, they closed their stall and followed the girl, disregarding the murmurs of disappointment from behind. It's a disaster. 2 naive fools have walked right into a trap. Those 2 are newcomers, mesmerized by the pretty girl, letting their ulterior motives take hold. Alas, lust is a double-edged sword. Brothers, let us keep the virtue of restraint close to our hearts. Chapter 44, The Land of Fire Clan Heritage in the Yu of Stone Desert City. On the second floor in a private room, Flandra, Luban, and Huowu sat across from each other, engaging in conversation. I trust you have heard of the infamous reputation of our Reaper squad, so I shan't waste words. Huowu stated, proceeding to detail the imminent dangers they were to face. It turned out that the Reaper squad had been attempting to conquer a certain secret realm, where each failure necessitated a sacrifice of life. Otherwise, none could emerge alive. Furthermore, this secret realm was shrouded in a formation that did not discriminate by age, yet imposed restrictions on strength. Soul masters entering the realm, regardless of their prowess, even those at the Title Douluo level, would find their abilities instantly suppressed upon entry. Upon hearing Huowu's account, both Flandra and Luban were taken aback, astonished that such a mystical place still existed on the continent. No wonder the stall owners had claimed that soul masters recruited by the Reaper squad had not returned alive from the Tiger Desert. Now, understanding the gravity of the situation, they realized it was indeed dire. However, contrary to what those stall owners had implied, participating in the Reaper squad as challenges was not a deception. The risks associated with the secret realm had been clearly communicated beforehand. This implies that the members of the Death God squad did not intend to harm anyone. Upon hearing this, Flander cast a sidelong glance at Luban, signaling him to consider whether he was willing to take the risk. Luban nodded, indicating that he was unfazed. Given his current strength, there were few soul masters capable of taking his life. Understanding Luban's thoughts, Flander resumed his discussion with Huowu. We are indeed willing to take this risk, Flander remarked, adjusting his glasses. What about the whereabouts of the soul beast? Noticing that Huowu remained silent regarding the soul beast's location, Flander pressed further. You shall know once you arrive at the destination. Rest assured. With the reputation of our fire clan, we have no reason to deceive you, Huowu clarified, stating that she could only divulge the information upon reaching their target. After contemplating briefly, Flander nodded in agreement. In the heart of the Dagor Desert, there exists a multitude of small sandy enclaves enclosed by sturdy iron fences. These areas function similarly to forests in the inland region where soul beasts are cultivated. Numerous prominent families and sects have claimed territories here for the purpose of raising soul beasts. After all, The continent is home to a diverse array of soul beasts that thrive in the desert. On that day, the Fire Clan marked their territory, and a few individuals from Luban arrived on camels. The surface of the desert in the core region was loose and sandy, while the underground foundation was remarkably solid. Thus, the Fire Clan had constructed numerous edifices beneath the desert for habitation. As Huowu and her companions entered the designated area, Luban was astounded, never having anticipated such a picturesque scene hidden below the sands. Above lay the vast sea of dunes, while below thrived a small human town, a truly enchanting spectacle. Subsequently, Luban and Flanders followed Huowu toward a grand courtyard at the heart of the town. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by several fully armed soul master guards surrounding a tall structure resembling a cathedral. The entrance bore the emblem of the Fire Clan, a blazing flame. This was the sacred ground of our heritage, Huowu explained as they walked. The so-called secret realm was indeed the place of legacy for the Fire Clan. Upon stepping inside the building, the interior starkly contrasted with the opulence they had imagined. The design was simple and crude, leading to a cavernous pit the size of a room. Huowu led the way, with Luban and Flanders following her into the depths. As they descended, an extraordinary sight unfolded before them. The temperature within the cavern soared, akin to being engulfed in a furnace. The surrounding stone walls glowed a fierce red, with streams of lava visible as they flowed along the surfaces. Stalactites hung from the cavern ceiling, each droplet of water instantly vaporizing in the intense heat. Continuing their descent, they soon reached the cavern's base. At that moment, they beheld a colossal fire pool at the center, bubbling with crimson magma. Above the magma, an inverted, bowl-shaped shield of fiery red encased the pool. Now can you reveal the location of the soul beasts? Flanders inquired upon arriving at their destination. Huowu smiled faintly and gestured toward the immense fire pool. The soul beasts you seek reside there. A mysterious aspect of our heritage is that, upon successful challenge, one can obtain a soul ring perfectly attuned to oneself. Your desire for a purely offensive, extreme attribute soul beast is merely a means to acquire the soul ring, contingent on your success in the challenge. Upon hearing Huowu's explanation of the enigmatic nature of the heritage site, Flanders and Luban were momentarily stunned. They were profoundly astonished, realizing that such a marvelous place existed on the continent. Unlike Flanders, who was less aware, Luban, as a time traveler, possessed greater knowledge. Yet he too was overwhelmed by the revelation. In his memories, the Fire Clan of Douluo Continent did not have such a secret realm. It bore a resemblance to both Sea God Island and Douluo Hall, yet remained distinctly different. Have you made up your minds? Huowu finally asked. Let us begin. Flanders nodded in agreement. Very well, let us introduce ourselves for better coordination. Huowu introduced herself. Huowu, Martial Soul, Fire Shadow, Level 20 Control System Grand Soul Master. Huowu Shuang. Martial Soul, Unicorn Fire Violent Dragon, Level 22 Ringed Attack System Grand Soul Master. Following this, Huowu introduced 5 additional Soul Masters. Tang Air, Martial Soul, Sunshot Bao, Level 35 Output System Battle Soul Master. Upon hearing Luban's soul power level, Huowu's expression brightened. Finally, they had found a genius for their team. Previously, they had encountered only mediocre individuals, and even the few talents they had met had fled at the mere mention of danger. At 15 or 16 years old, a level of 35 was already commendable across the continent. An Output System Battle Soul Master? However, upon learning about Luban's martial soul development direction, Huowu and the others were momentarily perplexed. What exactly was an output system? Regardless, they dismissed their confusion. After all, Luban was merely a supplementary figure for them. The main challengers were the members of their fire team, and for them, Luban was merely a potential sacrifice in the event of failure. The challenges ahead were exceedingly formidable. They had been attempting for over a year, losing hundreds of soul masters without achieving success. The probability of success this time is equally slim. The members of the Fire Clan are well aware of this reality. It is commendable for the entire Fire Tribe to produce even a single individual who passes the trials of the Inheritance Land once every 100 years. Previously, Fire Dance's brother, Fire Wu Shuang, attempted the challenge before obtaining his second soul ring, yet after 2 years of failure, he had no choice but to abandon his quest. Now it is Fire Dance's turn to face the challenge, and after a year of relentless effort, there is still no sign of progress. In truth, everyone has mentally prepared for failure. Nonetheless, Fire Dance remains resolute, knowing that under her current circumstances, she can endure for at most another 6 months. Should she fail to pass the trials within that time, she will have to revert to the old path of hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Chapter 45. Azure Lotus Demon Fire, are you not participating? After introducing himself, Luban noticed that Flandre remained silent, prompting Fire Dance to inquire. Having one of my students participate is sufficient. At my age, what need do I have to join in the revelry with you young ones? Flandre waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he declined. This response elicited disdain from Fire Dance, Fire Wu Shuang, and others, who considered it shameless. They believed Flandre's refusal stemmed from a fear of death, given that one's power would be sealed during the trials. As Flandre opted out, Fire Dance had no choice but to arrange for another participant from their side. Soon, a 7-member team was formed, and as the challenge loomed, the Fire Clan was abuzz with excitement. Many gathered to witness the trials at the Inheritance Land. Come, let us go to the Inheritance Land. I heard Fire Dance has brought in 2 more to face certain doom. Didn't T2 just perish a few days ago? How quickly they found replacements. Wrong. The latest news is that a Soul Master of around levels 30 to 50 is participating. My heavens, that Soul Master is quite handsome. But alas, he will soon meet his end. It has been 100 years since anyone from our Fire clan has passed the trials. This lineup surely stands no chance. Indeed, they are merely toying with fate. I have lived for so long and have never heard of an output-type Soul Master. Isn't this absurd? Indeed. It seems like a jest. If this team were to succeed in the trials, I would eat sand. Amidst the murmurs of the Fire clan, Fire Dance boldly leaped into the central fire pool. As Luban and the other 6 entered, the scene within the magma lake transformed into a circular arena. In the center, a cluster of azure flames materialized. Upon seeing Luban and his companions, the azure flames morphed into a humanoid figure clad in azure armor, exuding an aura of formidable might. The battle was imminent. Outside the fire pool, onlookers from the Fire clan held their breath and watched intently. How extraordinary! Upon entering the fire pool, Luban found himself bonded with a single yellow soul ring beneath his feet, unable to access the other 2. It appeared that Fire Dance's earlier claims were indeed true. Any soul master with more than 2 soul rings would be sealed and unable to utilize their soul techniques. However, his attacks did not rely on soul techniques. His soul rings merely served to enhance the power of his basic attacks. Thus, this limitation posed no hindrance to him. At this moment, Luban was filled with exhilaration. Now aware of the whereabouts of his 4th soul ring, all he needed to do was hunt soul beasts to elevate his soul power to level 40. Then, he could return to challenge the Inheritance Land and acquire his soul ring. Attack! The Blaze team, commanded by Fire Dance, launched their offensive against the Azure Demon. Fire Dragon Bullet. Team leader Fire Wuxuang bellowed, summoning the Unicorn Fire Dragon and unleashing his first soul technique in an instant. Fire Rain. Fire Arrow. The 3 Assault-type Soul Masters of the Blaze team simultaneously executed their first soul techniques, launching a furious barrage against the Azure Demon. Support. Just as the Assault-type Soul Masters attacked, Fire Dance signaled the Support-type Soul Masters to join in. Firelight descends. The Support-type Soul Masters unleashed their skills, augmenting the attack power of the 3 Assault-type Soul Masters by 20%. The Blaze team initiated their most ferocious assault from the outset. Due to the predictable nature of the trials in the Inheritance Land, the Azure Demon would initially focus on defense rather than offense. If they could not defeat it within 3 rounds, it would launch its first counterattack, following another 3 rounds of rest and defense if it survived. It would initiate a second counterattack, which would be stronger than the first. Historically, Fire Dance's team could only endure until the Azure Demon's 3rd counterattack. As Fire Wuxuang and the other 3 Assault-type Soul Masters executed their powerful maneuvers, the scoreboard displayed a dismal 0-5. The Azure Demon remained unfazed, its azure armor unscathed. As the 3 rounds concluded, the Azure Demon began to move. Defense! Fire Dance shouted, prompting the defensive Soul Masters to swiftly activate their first soul technique. Fire Armor descends. The group defense skill enveloped Fire Dance and her companions in a layer of crimson armor, binding Fire Ring. In a pivotal moment, Fire Dance decisively cast her first soul technique, a control skill. A fiery red ring, reminiscent of a hula hoop, materialized around the Azure Demon, tightening progressively until it ensnared its arms and legs, significantly slowing its movements until it ultimately became immobile. The Azure Demon's first counterattack was thwarted, paving the way for the Blaze team's second offensive attack. With a commanding voice, Fire Dance ordered Fire Wuxuang and the other 3 Assault-type Soul Masters to unleash their most potent assault once more. Support. Simultaneously, the Support-type Soul Masters released their enhancement skills. Yet, they still failed to breach the Azure Demon's defenses. Next came the Azure Demon's second, doubled counterattack. Defense. As Fire Dance's command echoed, the defensive Soul Masters promptly activated their soul techniques, forming crimson armor around each individual. Binding Light Ring. Fire Dance once more cast her control skill to restrain the Azure Demon's counterattack. As a massive fire ring approached, the Azure Demon's speed began to diminish. Crack, crack. However, the intensity of the second counterattack was significantly greater than the first. This time, the Azure Demon broke free from the binding light ring and charged towards the Blaze team. Charge! In a critical moment, Fire Dance commanded the Agile Soul Masters of the Blaze team to spring into action. Fire Cloud Assault. The Agile Soul Master, Fire Cloud, immediately unleashed his first soul technique, bounding upon a fiery red cloud, swift as the wind and lightning, rushing towards the Azure Demon with tremendous speed. Support. Under the enhancement of the Support-type Soul Master skills, Fire Cloud managed to restrain the Azure Demon's second counterattack. Now, the Blaze team was poised for their third offensive, which historically had been their final assault. Attack. With the command of the Fire Dance, the entire Blazing Fire team unleashed their full offensive might for a final desperate struggle. The 3 formidable attack-type Soul Masters, accompanied by a swift attack-type Soul Master, charged forth alongside even the defensive Soul Master. bolstered by the support of their auxiliary soul masters. They exerted every ounce of strength, releasing all their skills in unison, striking fiercely at the Azure Demon. At that moment, outside the fiery pool, the onlookers from the Fire Clan were filled with palpable tension. If the defenses cannot be breached this time, failure is inevitable. However, given the current circumstances, this challenge is destined to fail, as there is an idle observer present, merely watching without contributing. This has provoked discontent among the members of the Fire Clan, each one harboring their own grievances. What sort of individuals have been summoned here? It is truly vexing. They must surely be here to offer their heads. I suspect that Wu has expended a considerable fortune to procure a minion of death, tasked solely with demise and, following failure, sacrifice. Chapter 46. The Blaze battle team, stunned the members of the Fire Clan, now gazed at Luban, their faces a portrait of disdain. What sort of damage-dealing soul master is this? Utter rubbish. It is beyond comprehension how one could possess 35 soul power. Within the fire pool, Luban remained oblivious to the scorn of the Fire Clan. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Presently, he was focused on assessing the defensive capabilities of the Azure Demon, meticulously gauging the force of his impending strike. Should he exert excessive power and inadvertently slay the Azure Demon with a single arrow, it would lead to considerable complications. Mastering this moment is no easy feat. One must thoroughly investigate the situation at hand. With a resounding roar, the Blazing Fire Squad launched their third assault. Yet they still could not breach the defenses of the Azure Fiend. Fire Dance's complexion turned ashen in an instant, realizing that their challenge was doomed to failure once again. Defend. As the Azure Fiend prepared for its third counterattack, the members of the Blazing Fire Squad wore expressions of palpable tension. Based on their previous experiences, they knew they would surely be unable to withstand this retaliation. Fire Dance and her 6 companions swiftly gathered together. Tang, I truly do not understand how you reached level 35. Fire Dance glared with indignation at Luban, who stood not far behind her. This individual is merely here to observe. Beside him, the captain, Yu Xiaogang, let out a sigh, realizing that this was indeed the output-type soul master, a rather disappointing sight. Yu Xiaogang, with a face full of disillusionment, understood that shortly they would face defeat, and that Luban would have to sacrifice his life, hence he refrained from saying more. The expressions of the other members of the Blazing Fire Squad were similarly complex, aware that the person before them was soon to be lost, and they chose not to speak further. Binding Fire Ring. Charge. Wu hastily directed the members of the Blazing Fire Squad to fend off the third counterattack from the Azure Demon. They unleashed their control and restriction skills to impose limitations on the Azure Demon. Following this, the Agile Attack-type Soul Master launched an assault, utilizing his speed advantage to entangle the Azure Demon, thereby minimizing the impact of its counterattack. Boom. The third counterattack from the Azure Demon was remarkably fierce. The Binding Fire Ring, having only restrained it for a mere second, was instantly shattered by its sheer force. Subsequently, it directly replicated Yu Xiaogang's first soul skill, the Fire Dragon Ball. A massive, fiery red sphere of soul energy, the size of a football, hurtled toward the members of the Blazing Fire Squad. Indeed, this strike from the Azure Demon was an area attack, far more potent than Yu Xiaogang's single-target assault. Since it mirrored Yu Xiaogang's skill, its power was virtually identical. Be cautious. The Fire Dragon Ball approached at an alarming speed. The Agile Attack-type Soul Master, being too close to the Azure Demon, could not react in time and was struck, sent flying. Fortunately, he was clad in the fire armor. Otherwise, this blow would have resulted in death or severe injury. With the arrival of the Fire Dragon Ball, all 6 members of the Blazing Fire Squad sustained varying degrees of injury, making it nearly impossible to organize another full-force attack. This challenge has once again ended in failure. At this moment, the members of the Fire Clan outside the pyre have begun to sigh. Yu Xiaogang cast a glance at Wu, silently urging her to concede. Now, it suffices to sacrifice one life to bring this assessment to a close. Wu's expression was complex. She bit her lip, caught in a web of indecision. Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively cast a glance back at Luban. For yet another soul master was on the brink of losing their life because of her, and she felt a twinge of guilt. However, upon seeing Luban, her face transformed into one of astonishment. Her mouth agape, she found it hard to believe. Hiss, how is this possible? At this moment, Luban bore no injuries whatsoever. This is utterly unscientific. The other members of the Blaze Squad, noticing Wu's stupor, followed her gaze towards Luban. Demon Flame, you finally made your move. Luban exclaimed, pointing at the Azure Demon, unleashing a torrent of curses. It was only after he successfully countered the Fire Dragon strike that he truly grasped the appropriate level of response. I've been waiting for your strike for what feels like an eternity. Upon hearing Luban's words, Wu and the 6 others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. This is utterly ridiculous, as if you possess some extraordinary prowess. After standing idly for an eternity, you now choose to flaunt your abilities, leaving me speechless. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the 6, Fire Dance and Fire Xiaogang, Luban grasped the sun-shooting bow and finally unleashed his first attack since entering the scene. With a swift motion, a basic strike was executed, delivering an astonishing damage of over 11,000 points. The strike resonated like a roar from the depths of hell, accompanied by a tempest of thunder and lightning, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, arriving almost instantaneously. It crashed into the azure-skinned creature. Boom. At that moment, the entire arena erupted in a cascade of azure sparks. The creature was shattered by Luban's arrow, leaving behind only a faint flicker of flame the size of a pinky finger at the center of the stage, barely strong enough to withstand a breath. Hiss. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Blazing Fire team, including Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang, were momentarily stunned, collectively inhaling sharply. It was accomplished. Good heavens. It felt like a dream. One arrow breached the defense. Is it truly that astonishing? My heavens, strike me. Let me experience the warmth of humanity. Huo Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, as she pinched herself. Feeling the sting, she realized that everything unfolding before her was indeed real, not a mere illusion. What are you still dawdling for? If you delay any further, that spark will extinguish. Luban sheathed the sun-shooting bow and offered Huo Wu a serene smile. That smile shone like the blazing sun in the depths of winter, instantly thawing Huo Wu's frozen heart. Feeling somewhat bashful under Luban's gaze, her cheeks flushed. She quickly regained her composure and rushed to the azure flame, extinguishing it with a swift punch. At the moment the azure demon fire vanished, a yellow spirit ring emerged, gracefully drifting towards Huo Wu. The assessment was successful, and Huo Wu was bestowed with her second perfect ring. Girdle. At this moment, Huo Wuxuang and the others gazed enviously at the nearly 800-year-old soul ring, their mouths watering in awe, believing it to be a perfect match. They were convinced that Huo Wu's second soul skill would be exquisitely suited to her development as a control-type soul master. Outside the fire pool, the onlooking members of the Huo clan had completely lost their composure, erupting in a frenzy of excitement and cheers. Had they succeeded? They had actually passed the inheritance examination. My goodness, after a century, the Huo clan had finally produced a flawless soul ring. Unbelievable. That last strike from Tang Air was simply unimaginable. Could it be that this is the prowess of an output-type soul master? In the Stardow Forest, are output-type soul masters truly this formidable? Observing the fervor among the Huo clan members, Flinder held his head high with a sense of pride. They truly had never seen the world. Sir, may I ask how to address you? At this moment, a group of Huo clan members surrounded Flinder, their eyes filled with respect, a stark contrast to their earlier disdain. Ah, please, there is no need for formality. You may call me Flinder. Tang Air is my student. Mr. Flinder, what exactly is an output-type soul master? We humbly seek your guidance. Subsequently, the elders of the Huo clan engaged Flinder in an animated discussion, their rapport resembling that of longtime friends. Tang Air, thank you. We misunderstood you earlier. Huo Wu expressed her gratitude after absorbing the soul ring and approaching Luban. Brother Tang Air, I apologize for my previous remarks. I had no idea an output-type soul master could be so reckless. The other members of the Blazing Fire team also came forward to convey their apologies to Luban. Chapter 47. The second examination. Luban waved his hand, indicating it was of no consequence. The misunderstanding stemmed from the world's lack of understanding regarding extreme output styles. He believed that as he rose to prominence, extreme output would undoubtedly astonish the entire continent, becoming a nightmare for all soul masters. Congratulations on passing the first examination. The passage to the second examination is now open. Just as Luban exchanged a few words with Huo Wu and the others, a resounding voice suddenly echoed. At that moment, the onlookers around the underground fire pool were struck dumb with astonishment. What on earth is happening? How can there be a second examination for the inheritance test? Did you hear that voice just now? I thought it was an illusion. Indeed, it was unmistakably the voice from the inheritance fire pool. What is going on? This is extraordinary. Quickly, summon the clan elder in charge to discern what is happening. Once the voice from the fire pool faded, a swirling black vortex appeared at the center of the arena, looking exceedingly mysterious. The second examination? Luban was instantly taken aback. What was going on? How could there be another examination? He glanced at Huo Wu and the others, noticing their shock mirrored his own, confirming they were equally unaware of the situation. Well, perhaps you all should step outside for now. Luban scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. He wished to continue the challenge to uncover the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Huo Wu and the others were once again taken aback. You intend to challenge the second examination yourself? Luban nodded. The second examination was undoubtedly extraordinary, and given their current strength, they were likely not yet ready to participate. In that moment, the 6 individuals, Huo Wu, Huo Wuxuang, and their companions, exchanged glances, each displaying a semblance of indecision. Deep down, they yearned to challenge the second round of assessment. Huo Wu, Wuxuang, all 6 of you, stepped forward. Just then, the elder of their clan arrived. Your strength is insufficient for the second round. It would be tantamount to courting death. We shall merely observe as Tang San faces the challenge. The elder of the Fire clan felt a tumult of emotions within, almost overwhelmed with excitement. After so many years, he would finally witness the second round of the inheritance trial with his own eyes, something he had only encountered in the clan's most secretive records. Upon the elder's command, Wu and her companions complied without hesitation, swiftly exiting the fire pool. Having successfully passed the first assessment, the protective barrier that bound them dissipated, allowing them to leave without sacrificing their lives. After their departure, Luban cast a glance at the platform where Flander stood, offering him a reassuring nod, indicating that all was well. Flander acknowledged him with a slight nod. He was acutely aware of Luban's formidable strength and felt assured. Luban then entered the swirling black vortex, the world spinning around him until he arrived at the second round of assessment. Observers outside the fire pool noted that Luban had appeared upon a new arena. Although he remained within the fire pool, the environment had shifted. From their vantage point outside, they could clearly see that Luban had not moved from his position within the pool. However, within the second round, Luban sensed a stark difference. The azure demonic flames from the first round had occupied the center of the arena, yet in this second round, they now encircled the edges, forming 7 azure flames around the entire circular arena. Luban found himself at the center, the focal point of the impending assault. The scene unfolded almost identically to the first round, albeit in reverse. The 7 azure flames morphed into 7 humanoid figures, launching an attack on Luban. Finding Fire Ring. Just as Luban unleashed 3 of his spirit rings, he was immediately besieged. In an instant, he was restrained by a control-type spirit master among the azure figures. Be careful. This is dangerous. Panic swept through Yu Xiaogang, and their companions outside the fire pool, as if they were experiencing the challenge themselves. With Luban now bound, the situation seemed dire. If they had been a team, they could have offered support, but with Luban alone, any restriction would lead to a relentless onslaught from the azure beings. The elder of the fire clan glanced at Flander beside him, surprised to see no trace of concern on his face. It seems that Tang San possesses a skill to break control, he mused. On the arena, once bound, Luban activated his domain skill. His 3 spirit rings lacked a control-breaking ability, save for the archer domain. This marked his inaugural use of the skill in combat. And it was indeed necessary to face the 7 azure beings, each undoubtedly more powerful than those encountered in the first round. Repulsion Halo. The first domain skill was instantly triggered. A circle of golden, elastic light enveloped Luban, expanding outward with force, shattering the binding fire ring. With his control lifted, Luban wasted no time. He drew the sun-shooting bow and unleashed 7 lightning arrows in rapid succession. The arrows flew like the wind, reaching the 7 azure beings in an instant. 6 of them saw their armor shattered, suffering considerable injury, while 1 remained unscathed, clearly a defensive spirit master. Luban's archer domain had a coverage radius of merely 35 meters, while the arena itself spanned approximately 100 meters. He could not encompass all the azure beings within his domain's influence and had to advance while engaging. His first target was the 2 control-type spirit masters among the azure beings. On the arena, Luban transformed into a veritable god of archery, raining down lightning arrows with incredible precision, managing to suppress the combined assault of the 7 azure beings single-handedly. Those watching from the fire pool were left astounded. Good heavens! Is this the prowess of an output-type spirit master? Absolutely magnificent. Indeed, single-handedly overwhelming an entire team was nothing short of impressive. The sheer might of his attacks was astonishing. Even a basic shot seemed to require spirit techniques for defense. Utterly remarkable. Tang San's display was nothing short of breathtaking. Wu and Yu Xiaogang, along with their fiery team, trembled with excitement as they witnessed Luban's true strength. This was a revelation. Their previous challenges together now seemed almost trivial, as Luban had hardly exerted himself. On the arena, Luban continued to suppress the azure beings with simple attacks, advancing swiftly toward the control-type spirit masters. Soon, his archer domain enveloped them entirely, and with this newfound advantage, his basic attack power doubled instantaneously. With a swift motion, Luban released 2 arrows, eliminating the 2 control-type spirit masters with a single shot each. Freed from their constraints, Luban felt no hesitation. The ensuing battle unfolded with the swiftness of autumn leaves falling, leading to a rapid conclusion of the second round of assessment. Chapter 48. Infinite Resurrection. As the 7 azure beings fell, a black vortex formed once more. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the second round of assessment. The passage to the third round is now open. Observers gasped in astonishment as they saw Luban stride confidently into the third round. Look, Tang San has not emerged. He has entered the third round. How incredible. If the second round was this formidable, I shudder to think how difficult the subsequent challenges will be. Indeed, many speculated that Tang San was courting disaster. Such a genius is destined to fall today. What a pity. The unfolding events were astonishing. Few had anticipated a third round of assessment in this trial. As Luban stepped into the third round, Wu clenched her fists, her anxiety palpable. She yearned to call him back, but the barrier rendered their voices unheard. Mr. Flander, how are you so unfazed? The third round is bound to be significantly more challenging than the second, the elder of the Fire Clan inquired, a smile gracing his features. Internally, he too was astonished by Luban's entry into the third round. News of the events here was swiftly making its way back to the Fire Clan, and it was expected that the elders would soon arrive in droves. I have great confidence in Tang San's abilities. I doubt the third round will prove too arduous for him. Flanders' words elicited incredulous reactions from those surrounding him. Their expressions were a mix of disbelief and astonishment at his unwavering confidence. Even a soul master of 35 levels must have their limitations. The current situation is quite apparent. According to the observations of the gathered crowd, the next assessment clearly targets genius soul masters below level 60. To challenge such a task with a 35-level soul master is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Despite Luban's remarkable performance previously, the members of the Fire Clan do not believe he can surpass the third trial. As all eyes were fixed upon him, Luban stepped into the third trial. At that moment, the arena transformed once more. The area had expanded to twice its previous size, resembling the first trial, with a sacrificial altar at its center, upon which rested an extraordinarily eerie azure flame. In comparison to the second trial, this azure flame had now grown to a size exceeding tenfold. The instant Luban appeared, the form of the azure flame began to shift, rapidly transforming into an azure specter. A gasp erupted from the spectators surrounding the fire pit as they witnessed the specter's assault. Binding fire ring, fire dragon bomb, fire cloud assault. My heavens! What are they witnessing? This azure specter possesses both control and formidable offensive capabilities, while simultaneously exhibiting the swiftness of an agile attacker. Before their eyes, this azure being is a composite of an entire battle team's abilities, utterly terrifying. The amalgamation of an entire squad's powers in one entity is truly astounding, beyond imagination. This is utterly astonishing. At this moment, Luban found himself taken aback by the bizarre offensive capabilities of the Azure Fiend. He had not anticipated encountering such a composite creature. As a damage-dealing spirit master, his greatest fear was being controlled. Thus, Luban resolved to hold nothing back. He decisively activated the Archer's domain and unleashed his first skill, Resist Aura. With a thunderous crash, the binding flames were shattered. Just as the Azure Fiend's assault was about to reach him, Luban launched his own counterattack. The Sun-quelling bow was drawn, and within the confines of the Archer's domain, his basic attack was doubled, delivering a staggering blow of over 22,000 points of damage to the Azure Fiend. This time, it was a full-force basic attack. Despite the Azure Specter's defensive capabilities as a defensive soul master, it sustained considerable damage. The attack from Luban arrived with remarkable swiftness, catching the Azure Specter off guard and resulting in a direct hit. Consequently, the Azure Specter promptly learned from this experience and activated its defensive skills before launching an assault on Luban. As Luban unleashed another basic attack, it became exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon the Azure Specter, merely causing it to be pushed back a short distance. At a critical moment, Luban decisively unleashed his second domain skill. His attack power soared once more, delivering over 44,000 points of damage to the Azure Specter. In an instant, the Azure Specter's defenses crumbled, and it was pierced by a lightning arrow, transforming into a tiny flame no larger than a fingertip. Oh, is it truly not dead? Such formidable defensive capabilities. The astonishing fact that over 40,000 points of attack could not vanquish the Azure apparition left Luban utterly astounded. With such offensive power, even an average 70th level Soul Saint would have been able to deliver the finishing blow. The inability to slay the Azure figure before him was nothing short of extraordinary. However, before Luban could fully process his astonishment, an even more bizarre occurrence unfolded. The Azure apparition instantaneously resurrected, restored to its pristine state, bearing not a single mark of injury. Hiss, it can revive? After a series of probing tests, Luban ultimately confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, the Azure apparition before him possessed the uncanny ability to resurrect. This should be the special ability of the Cyan Phantom Collective, an auxiliary-type soul master. How astonishing. At present, unless defeated in a single blow, the Cyan Phantoms will revive infinitely. In his mind, Luban contemplated this and subconsciously glanced at his personal information panel, instantly taken aback. Host, Luban Martial Soul, Luban No. 7 Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Innate Full Soul Power, Leveling Up in the Wild, Soul Power, 35 2100, Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple, Black Soul Bones, None Soul Skills, Attack, 700. Attack, 1350, Attack, 9000. Items, Gamer Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. Indeed, his soul power level had remarkably increased by 2 points. Killing the Cyan Phantom before him could elevate his soul power level, akin to hunting soul beasts. How delightful, Luban confirmed repeatedly, and his heart swelled with excitement. Goodness, if he continued to grind here, wouldn't his cultivation soar? However, the subsequent challenges revealed to Luban that he might have been overly optimistic. After he defeated 5 Cyan Phantoms, a resounding notification echoed. Challenge time expired. The third round assessment ended in a draw, failure to pass. As the voice of the fire pool faded, Luban found himself enveloped by a mysterious force, ejected from the fire pool. The audience from the Fire Clan was utterly astonished. A draw? Tang is too formidable. Truly impressive. Is she even human? Goodness, can Tang genuinely be a 35-level soul master? I would believe her to be a soul sage. Unbelievable. When did such a prodigy appear on the continent? Astonishing, genuinely astonishing. This younger generation is truly formidable. After being expelled from the fire pool, Luban approached Huowu. Scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he inquired, can I still enter the Legacy Land to participate in the assessments? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang, and the members of the Blazing Fire team were momentarily stunned. Goodness, is he truly addicted to challenges? One might think the assessments of the Legacy Land were so simple. The Legacy Land can only be opened for challenges once every 7 days. Just then, the elder of the Fire Clan approached and smiled, providing an answer. Chapter 49, Level 40. Upon hearing this, Luban nodded with slight regret. It seems that the time for grinding experience would need to be significantly extended. However, being able to challenge once a week and defeat 5 Cyan Phantoms each time is quite commendable. On average, he could slay a soul beast corresponding to the years of cultivation each day. As is widely known, the higher the cultivation years of a soul beast, the more challenging it is to find. Currently, the Fire Clan's Legacy Land is indeed the best place to grind experience. Do not rush in your cultivation, take your time. For you are still young, Flander approached to offer comfort, having noticed the look of disappointment on Luban's face. After all, at just over 8 years of actual age, Luban's progress is unprecedented. Subsequently, Luban and Flander were surrounded by the members of the Fire Clan as they departed the Legacy Land. Luban had now become a cherished treasure in the eyes of the Fire Clan. My goodness. Knowing that following him could effortlessly lead them through the first 2 assessments to obtain perfect soul rings. With this thought, the gazes of the Fire Clan members towards Luban grew increasingly fervent, especially among the young women of the Fire Clan, who surrounded him, casting flirtatious glances. They seemed almost eager to offer him their hearts, hoping to entice him. With further experience grinding challenges ahead, Luban and Flander chose to remain within the territory of the Fire Clan in the Tagore Desert. Meanwhile, at the main camp of the Fire Clan, in the Blazing Fire City, upon receiving the message from the territorial elder, the Fire Clan patriarch convened an emergency meeting that very night to announce the relevant situation. Hearing this, the elders of the Fire Clan were left in a state of shock, their mouths agape, faces filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could a 35-level soul master possibly pass the assessments of the Legacy Land and reach the 3rd round? It indeed seemed unlikely. Yet so many clansmen had witnessed it firsthand. Surely there could be no deception. Tomorrow, we shall all go and see. I refuse to believe that a soul master can pass the assessments of the Legacy Land. I too remain skeptical, let alone the 3rd round. No one has passed the 1st round in a century. The elder would not joke about such matters. We shall all visit the Legacy Land tomorrow to see for ourselves. Thus, the Fire Clan patriarch, Huowu, along with the elders, set out the next day towards the Tagore Desert in the northwest. Upon their arrival 2 days later, they encountered Luban and Flander. Confirming Luban's cultivation level, they witnessed Huowu's 2nd soul skill, leaving everyone in a state of utter astonishment. Even with the truth before their eyes, they still found it hard to believe. Days later, Luban once more entered the Legacy Land to challenge. In the 1st round assessment, this time Luban held nothing back, effortlessly unleashing 7 thunder arrows to pass through. In the 2nd round assessment, he wasted a few extra minutes. After eliminating the control-type soul master among the Cyan Phantom team, he concluded the battle with a simple 5 thunder arrows. As for the 3rd round assessment, it was even more astonishing. Just as before, after defeating 5 Cyan Phantoms, Luban was declared to have run out of time and was expelled from the fire pool. The entire audience, including Huowu and the elders of the Fire Clan, watched in dumbfounded awe, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. As their mouths nearly dropped to the ground, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, their faces reflecting a profound incredulity. When did the trials of the Land of Inheritance become so effortlessly manageable? It feels as if I am ensconced in a dream. In this recent challenge, Luban's soul power increased by an additional 5 points, a source of great joy for him. Brother Tang, don't you find this constant challenging rather dull? Perhaps you could bring along a few of our Fire Clan disciples next time to help them acquire some soul rings? Upon the conclusion of the challenge, the Fire Clan leader, Huowu, approached Luban with a beaming expression, affectionately draping his arm over Luban's shoulder, speaking as if they were family. This caused both Huowu and Yu Xiaogang to feel rather awkward. Grandfather, Tang is still quite young. Your actions are muddling the hierarchy. Huowu pouted in discontent as she stood before Huowu. Haha, look at your grandfather. He is simply so overjoyed that he forgot about that. Upon hearing his granddaughter's reminder, Huowu pretended to cough, attempting to ease the awkwardness. Mr. Flandra, what do you think of my earlier suggestion? With Huowu's remarks, the seasoned Principal Flandra, having held his position for many years, readily acquiesced. After all, this was their territory, and to reject Huowu would risk losing face. The Fire Clan could easily find a pretext to expel them. Thus, for a period following this, whenever Luban participated in the assessment at the Land of Inheritance, he would conveniently bring along a few talented members of the Fire Clan. In the first 2 trials, he consistently emerged victorious, severely injuring the greenish demons, while the Fire Clan talents handled the final harvest, securing flawless soul rings. Subsequently, Luban would enter the 3rd trial to accumulate experience. As time flowed by, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Luban was now 10 years old. Naturally, his cultivation had also ascended to level 40. Throughout these 2 years, he diligently attended challenges at the Land of Inheritance weekly to gain experience. Under Luban's formidable presence, the Fire Clan saw a surge of extraordinary talents, each possessing increasingly remarkable soul abilities, with various rare techniques emerging one after another. Members of the Blaze team, including Huo Wu and Huo Shuang, also attained their perfect 3rd soul rings. Huo Wu had matured over these 2 years, her figure becoming more voluptuous and alluring. The innocence of her youth gradually faded, giving way to a more feminine allure. She frequently sought Luban for sparring sessions, yet each time returned defeated. The recent defeat here was not solely the fault of Huo Wu, but rather that of the entire Chihua team. Whenever Huo Wu and Huo Shuang reflect upon output-type soul masters, they cannot help but tremble with apprehension. In response, the Chihua team took the initiative to recruit a marksman, emulating Luban, to serve as their output-type soul master. Although he pales in comparison to Luban, his presence has significantly bolstered the overall strength of the team. You need not endure any more torment. I shall depart after completing the challenge at the heritage site tomorrow. After their sparring session, noticing the bittersweet expressions on the faces of the Chihua team members, Luban offered a reassuring smile. What do you mean? The others looked on in confusion. Do you have confidence in passing the 3rd challenge? Huo Wu inquired, her brow furrowed with concern, feeling a pang of reluctance. Absolutely. Luban nodded with a smile, exuding confidence. Brother Tang, if you succeed in your challenge, we will truly miss your presence. Huo Shuang, the captain of the Chihua team, stepped forward and patted Luban on the shoulder. My sister will probably miss you even more. Brother? At his words, Huo Wu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. Over the past 2 years, her heart had indeed been captured by Luban. She had never imagined encountering such a handsome and formidable soul master as him. Who is Tang Er? Step forward for a duel. Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, the Feng family had traversed the Tagore Desert and arrived at the territory of the Fire Clan. Upon entering the underground town, a young man from the Feng family shouted loudly, his voice echoing to the crowd. Indeed, the newcomer was Feng Xiaotian, a direct descendant of the Feng family. He had harbored feelings for Huo Wu since childhood, often visiting Chihua City to play with her, making them childhood companions. However, in the past 2 years, he had sensed Huo Wu growing increasingly distant, which left him feeling quite dejected. After some investigation, he learned that Huo Wu had been lured by a soul master named Tang Er. How could this be tolerated? Chapter 50. Feng Xiaotian is at a loss. Feng Xiaotian, who permitted you to cause such a commotion here? As she approached, Huo Wu, visibly irate, reprimanded him sharply. Upon hearing her words, the previously arrogant Feng Xiaotian instantly extinguished his bravado. He stepped forward, grinning sheepishly. Huo Wu, dear sister, it has been quite some time since we last met. I merely came to see you. He continued, I heard you have grown quite close to a fellow named Tang Er. I am curious to discern what sort of individual has captured your attention. Following Huo Wu's gaze, Feng Xiaotian spotted a youth adorned in golden attire not far away, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old. To his surprise, the young man was rather handsome. Even though Feng Xiaotian prided himself on his own good looks, he found himself conceding in this regard. Feng Xiaotian refrained from causing trouble. As Feng Xiaotian approached Luban, Huo Wu hastily called out from behind. However, Feng Xiaotian's temper flared, insisting on challenging Luban to a duel. You are Tang Er? Luban observed the youthful figure clad in green, his face masked, striding toward him with an air of provocation. Is there something you need? Luban nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. Tang Er, today we shall engage in a one-on-one contest. Should you lose, you must cease your associations with Huo Wu. What say you? Do you dare accept this challenge? Feng Xiaotian declared, brandishing his fist in a mock-fighting stance. This elicited grimaces from Huo Wu and the other members of the Chihua battle team, each inwardly exclaiming their astonishment at Feng Xiaotian's audacity to challenge such a formidable opponent. He truly appeared to be someone who had never encountered the world. I shall not accept that condition, Luban replied coolly. If you wish to spar with me, you must be prepared to offer something of value in return. Haha, young man, it seems you are simply terrified and unwilling to engage with our esteemed youth. Truly cowardly. You are not a man. Indeed, his followers echoed this sentiment, believing Luban was merely making excuses to evade the fight. Feng Xiaotian crossed his arms, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed the scene. Today, declining the challenge would surely label him a coward in Huo Wu's eyes, a notion he found quite amusing. However, he knew he had to maintain a fade of propriety. Speak plainly about what you desire. My Feng family, one of the 10 great clans of the continent, is not in want of gold soul coins. Feng Xiaotian replied with an air of nonchalance, exuding an air of affluence. Very simply, if you can provide me with information regarding the whereabouts of a purely offensive soul beast, I shall accept your challenge, Luban stated casually, wishing to disengage from this group. This group of young children, so immature, is already embroiled in jealousy, hindering his cultivation. To his surprise, upon hearing his words, Feng Xiaotian burst into laughter. If you are in search of other soul beasts, I might have to exert some effort, but as for pure attack-type soul beasts, I am already aware of one. Upon hearing this, Luban's eyes sparkled with interest. Could it be mere coincidence? Could Feng Xiaotian truly possess such clandestine knowledge? With Huo Wu and the others as witnesses, he declared, as long as your words hold truth, I am willing to spar with you. A subtle smile graced Luban's lips. Seeing this, Feng Xiaotian decided to be forthright and revealed to Luban that within the ancestral grounds of the Feng family, there exists a pure attack-type soul beast. It is well known that each of the 5 elemental families has its own legacy site. So it is quite plausible that the Feng family indeed possesses such a soul beast of extreme attack attributes. Noticing Luban's hesitation, Huo Wu eagerly provided further clarification. Feng Xiaotian, with a firm assurance, pounded his chest in guarantee, making an oath and elaborating extensively. This alleviated Luban's doubts. Well, how would you like to spar? Unexpectedly acquiring a soul beast with purely offensive and extreme attributes filled Luban's heart with joy. Engaging in a friendly contest with a novice like Feng Xiaotian hardly necessitated any effort on his part. Given your age, around 15 or 16, your soul power level should be nearing 20. Thus, I shall not take advantage of you. I will refrain from utilizing my second soul ring during our match. Upon hearing Luban's agreement to spar, Feng Xiaotian was instantly elated. As Feng Xiaotian boasted grandly, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang were left coughing from the sheer audacity of his declarations. Where does such confidence stem from? Feng Xiaotian, possessing the martial spirit of the Gale twin-headed wolf, stands as a formidable 20-level second-ring assault system soul master. He introduces himself with pride before unleashing his martial spirit. 2 yellow soul rings ascend from beneath his feet, swirling around his form. With arms crossed and a smug expression, he embodies an air of superiority. His innate full soul power at such a tender age is sure to astound Tang Air greatly. The shock, my opponent possesses innate, full soul power. Feng Xiaotian revels in his triumph, his outward cheerfulness masking the delight within. Noticing Luban's momentary daze, a throng of young followers behind Feng Xiaotian erupts into cheers. Fear not, young lad. Our young master only employs his first soul ring. They exclaim, astonished are you? Let me inform you that our young master possesses innate, full soul power. Indeed, it would be wise to concede now, lest the situation become even more embarrassing later. Upon hearing the raucous taunts from the Feng family, Huo Wushuang, and the others quickly averted their gazes, unable to bear the spectacle. What a bunch of fools. Don't even think we know you. As Huo Wu and her companions turned their backs, Feng Xiaotian's smile grew even wider. He thought to himself that Huo Wu and the others did not wish to witness Tang Air's embarrassment. However, at that moment, the opposing Luban revealed his martial soul. Before him appeared a magnificent golden bow, while 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, hovered beneath his feet. Tang Air's martial soul, the sun shooting bow. A level 43 ringed output-type battle spirit. Hiss. At the sight of Luban's soul rings, Feng Xiaotian and the others collectively gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Feng Xiaotian rubbed his eyes vigorously, repeatedly confirming that it was not an illusion. His mouth fell agape in sheer shock. Good heavens! A level 40 soul master? Is there any point in sparring? Luban asked, observing Feng Xiaotian, who appeared utterly stunned. The opponent had unleashed a soul skill that had been honed over a millennium, leaving them utterly defenseless, with no opportunity to counter. Luban, currently disguised with the divine skin of a gaming character, pondered how Feng Xiaotian and his companions would react if they were to witness his true soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. At this stage, being at level 40, the notion of sparring seemed utterly frivolous. With a respectful clasp of his fists, Feng Xiaotian quickly led his team away, unable to maintain any semblance of dignity within the territory of the Fire Clan. This disgrace has truly been taken to her grandmother's home. It is imperative that she returns to cultivate her skills diligently, and perhaps in a few years, she can seek retribution. Gazing at the retreating figures of Feng Xiaotian and his companions, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, along with others, could hardly contain their laughter. It was utterly hilarious. This was the first time they had witnessed Feng Xiaotian in such a predicament. As the tumultuous events came to a close, the dawn of the following day arrived. It was once again the day for Luban to challenge the ancestral grounds of the Fire Clan, a day that could be described as one where the streets were deserted. As Huo Wudi gathered the esteemed elders of the Fire Clan. Chapter 51, The Assessment and Passage. This challenge is unlike any other. It is said to be Luban's final trial. After 2 years of meticulous preparation, everyone is eager to witness the heights Luban can achieve. From where did you receive students like Flander and Tang San? Are there any more? Our Blaze Academy is also keen to enroll a few, inquired the Fire Clan leader. Huo Wudi, with a smile outside the fire pool of the inheritance grounds. This elicited a twitch at the corner of Flander's mouth. How could they possibly recruit more? Luban possesses an unparalleled talent, a rarity he has encountered only once in his lifetime. The notion that cultivation relies on hunting soul beasts, which Luban euphemistically refers to as breaking through in battle, is simply unbelievable. Who could accept such a claim without witnessing it firsthand? Exceptional talent is one thing, but even the method of advancement is astonishingly unconventional, leaving little room for other soul masters to catch up. As Flander and Huowudi engaged in lively conversation, Luban had already plunged into the fire pool, commencing the final assessment of the inheritance grounds. The first trial was a familiar path, with a swift whoosh. 7 lightning arrows pierced through the barriers. The second trial commenced without delay as he swiftly eliminated a control-type battle soul master, dispatching them with a few precise arrows. Before long, he arrived at the highly anticipated third trial. This time, everyone is eager to witness how Luban will contend with the endlessly resurrecting Azure Spectre. This Azure Spectre embodies the collective prowess of the entire team, exuding an overwhelming aura that renders the spectators at the edge of the fire pit breathless. Only Luban can handle it with ease. For anyone else, merely surviving 3 rounds would be considered a remarkable feat. Xiaoqing, after 2 years of leveling up together. I must confess, I find it difficult to bring myself to eliminate you, Luban expressed with a hint of regret upon encountering the Azure Phantasm in the third stage. Remember, to perish beneath my arrow is a mark of pride. With that, Luban ceased to hold back. The archer's domain activated, and his attack power surged instantaneously. Invincible Sharkmouth Cannon. As he unleashed the second domain skill, his attack power doubled once more. In an instant, a lightning arrow, boasting an astonishing attack power of over 44,000, struck the Azure Spectre. This time, the Azure Demon did not resurrect. It simply vanished. With his full attack power, Luban left no opportunity for the Azure Demon to revive, delivering a single devastating blow without leaving a trace of blood. Congratulations on passing the 3rd level assessment. The 4th level assessment is now open. Challengers may choose to continue or claim a perfect soul ring and exit. A resonant voice echoed from the fiery pool, and the surrounding spectators erupted in astonishment, shaking the very walls of the mountains. My goodness, Tang has truly succeeded in his challenge. How terrifying. How did he accomplish this? Indeed, it is awe-inspiring. Tang strength is beyond imagination. Ah, the perfect soul ring from the 3rd level. It must be at least a 10,000-year soul ring. Truly, I am envious. A perfect 10,000-year soul ring is something I could only dream of possessing. Members of the Blaze Fire team, including Huowu and Huowushuang, shouted excitedly, praising Luban's prowess. Elders from the Fire Clan, such as Huowudi, were left flabbergasted, their beards trembling in disbelief, for they had witnessed Luban decline the reward from the 3rd level and proceed directly to the 4th. The arena for the 4th level was twice the size of the 3rd. The formation resembled that of the 2nd level, now pitting 7 Azure Demons against Luban. To conserve soul power, Luban chose not to use the invincible shark cannon this time, instead employing a jungle knife for combat. With the jungle knife in hand, he felt invincible. The attack was doubled, with an armor-piercing effect that ignored all defenses of soul beasts. During consecutive strikes, the critical hit rate was 20, with a maximum critical effect reaching 10 times the current attack power. Luban wielded the jungle knife, slashing furiously, instilling fear in the Azure Demons. For the first time, they sensed the emotion of fear emanating from him. It turned out that the Azure Demon fire possessed sentience. At that moment, Luban was astonished. With the broken knife in hand, he wildly slashed on the 4th level arena, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, mouths agape. Hey, come on. This is a challenge. Could you not show some respect? Look at how terrified the 7 Azure Demon babies have become. Soon, another resounding voice announced, congratulations to the challenger for passing the 4th level assessment. The 5th level assessment is now open. Upon hearing this, Luban did not hesitate and stepped into the passageway, entering the 5th level arena. Based on his experience, he knew that the rewards for soul rings would only improve as he progressed deeper. The 5th level transformed into a single Azure Demon. Yet this one was distinctly different from the previous ones. The azure hue radiating from her was incredibly pure, surpassing any blue Luban had ever encountered. This time, Luban truly felt the pressure. The power of this Azure Demon likely reached the level of a 100,000-year soul beast. He could no longer afford to hold back. Despite his formidable attack power, his defense was weak. If the Azure Demon found a flaw, a single strike could cost him his life. In a critical moment, Luban unleashed the Archer domain once again, executing his ultimate technique, the 3rd domain skill, 3000 Thunderfall. At that instant, thick dark clouds gathered above Luban's head in the center of the 5th level arena. The first arrow. In that moment, Luban transformed into the God of Thunder, each arrow becoming a true thunder arrow, striking with unerring accuracy. The second arrow, with 2/3 of his base attack power, over 2,000 points of damage struck the Azure Demon, but it was deflected away. Hiss. At this moment, the onlookers surrounding the fire pit were enveloped in palpable tension. The 5th round of assessments infused a sense of pressure into every individual present. Even the Fire Clan leader, Huowudi, was visibly perspiring. Upon witnessing the diminishment of Luban's offensive prowess, Huowu's brow furrowed, her concern escalating. The 3rd arrow, with each successive shot gaining in potency, She finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially, she had presumed Luban was injured, which had led to his weakened strikes. However, it now appeared to be a manifestation of a unique skill. The other members of the Blazing Fire team silently marveled at Luban's formidable abilities. As such a spectacle was unprecedented for them, they were astonished by the myriad of concealed tactics he possessed, leaving them to ponder the true extent of his strength. The seventh arrow. His spiritual energy was dwindling, likely allowing for only 2 more shots before depletion, with an attack multiplier of 6. For times, nearly 70,000 points of force surged forth, finally inflicting injuries upon the Azure Demon. Flander gripped his hands tightly, anxiety swelling within him. As the next 2 arrows Luban would unleash were critical, should he exhaust his shots, or allow the Azure Demon to escape the marksman's domain, all would be lost. Fortunately, Luban engaged in psychological warfare at this juncture, feigning a fade of weakness, which kept the Azure Demon from breaking free from the marksman's territory. At this moment, the 8th arrow had finally completed its charge, with an astonishing attack power enhancement of 12.8 times. A formidable lightning arrow exceeding 130,000 points was unleashed, causing the entire arena to tremble. The Azure Demon sensed a life-threatening crisis and attempted to flee. But alas, it was too late. In the realm of archers, the 3rd domain skill, 3,000 Thunderfalls, manifested instantaneously. The Azure Demon was naturally unable to escape. The 8th lightning arrow struck with an unprecedented swiftness, crashing into him. Instantly, the arena was illuminated with flashes of lightning and sparks flew, as the Azure Demon vanished without a trace. At the center of the arena, the Azure Demon's flames gradually dissipated, revealing a breathtaking red soul ring that floated towards Luban's body. Hiss. 100,000-year soul ring. Witnessing that Luban's 5th reward was a 100,000-year soul ring, the members of the Fire Clan collectively gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Heavens, how could this be? The reward for the 5th challenge was actually a perfect 100,000-year soul ring. This is absolutely insane. Only a Title Douluo could absorb such a soul ring. Hiss. Thankfully, it was a perfect soul ring bestowed by the legacy site. Otherwise, Tang Air would not have been able to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring. My goodness. Tang Air's 4th soul ring is actually a 100,000-year soul ring, truly extraordinary. My eyes are about to burst from the shock. This is indeed the most precious perfect 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Air's luck is off the charts. Upon witnessing Luban obtain the 100,000-year red soul ring, Huowudi and the elders of the Fire Clan were overwhelmed with excitement, their faces flushed and bodies trembling. What a miracle. Today, they witnessed a true marvel. Huowu's face was equally flushed, her hands clenched tightly, her heart racing fervently. At this moment, Tang Air was akin to a war god in her eyes. Huowu Shuang and the members of the Blaze battle team were all rendered speechless. To have a 4th soul ring that was a 100,000-year soul ring was something they had never heard of in the entire continent, utterly absurd. At that moment, even Flander was beside himself with excitement, muttering incessantly, a 100,000-year soul ring. This is a 100,000-year soul ring. Even Title Douluos covet such a soul ring. Now, Luban's 4th soul ring has reached this height. My heavens, Flander felt as though he were in a dream. However, an even more astonishing event was about to unfold. Just as Luban absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring, a radiant soul bone appeared in the center of the arena after the Azure Demon's flames completely vanished. Judging by its size, it was evidently the most precious of the 6 types of soul bones, the torso bone. At this moment, the members of the Fire Clan found their breaths heavy, their eyes ablaze with fervor. After all, it was a soul bone aged 100,000 years, a treasure so rare that they had only heard tales of its existence, never having laid eyes on one. Even the formidable leader, Huowudi, was overcome with excitement, for it was his first encounter with such an ancient relic. Envy and jealousy surged within them. If not for the protective barrier of the fire pool, they would have rushed forward to seize it. Many elders of the Fire Clan gazed at the soul bone with fiery intensity. In stark contrast, only Flinder appeared utterly astonished. Another soul bone? 100,000 years old. No less? He was at a loss for words. If the Fire Clan coveted it, both he and Luban would be in grave danger. Wait, that's not right. If Luban were to absorb this 100,000-year soul ring, his offensive capabilities would soar to unimaginable heights, rendering him impervious to the threats posed by the Fire Clan. With Luban's prowess, only a handful of Title Douluo across the continent could stand against him. What was there to fear? With this realization, Flinder's face lit up with excitement. A broad smile stretching across his features, completely oblivious to the covetous glances from the Fire Clan. In the center of the fire pool, Luban focused intently, swiftly completing the absorption of the 100,000-year soul ring. He opened his personal information panel. Host, Luban Martial Soul. Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain, Resist Aura. Invincible Shark Cannon, 3,000 Thunderfalls. Qualification, Innately Full Soul Power. Leveling up in the wild, Soul Power. 50, 0, 100, Soul Rings. Yellow, purple, black. Red Soul Bones. None Soul Skills. Attack, 700. Attack, 1350. Attack, 9,000. Fire Attack, 100000. Items, Gamer Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. Gasp. Upon viewing his personal information, Luban was left utterly astounded. His soul power level had surged by 10 ranks in an instant. How utterly extraordinary. Moreover, The skill from the fourth soul ring had augmented his normal attacks by an astounding 100,000 points, alongside a fiery burn effect. To acquire a 100,000-year soul ring in the very place of the Fire Clan's inheritance was beyond his wildest imaginings. Luban steadied his thoughts. Gazing at the 100,000-year fire attribute torso bone in the center of the arena, his feelings quite complex. Had it been under usual circumstances, he might have absorbed it without hesitation. After all, this soul bone far surpassed the six-wing frost centipede torso bone he had encountered in Tianshui City. According to the Master S theory on the core competencies of martial souls, a 100,000-year soul bone typically possessed two skills. The more he pondered, the stronger the fiery glow in his eyes became. He strolled closer, extending his hand to caress the soul bone. Ultimately, however, he withdrew his hand, dismissing the idea of integrating the soul bone. After obtaining the 100,000-year soul ring, a growing sense of clarity emerged within him, as if he were instinctively rejecting the soul bone before him. As his strength increased, Luban became ever more attuned to this sensation. He firmly believed that he would eventually attain even more powerful soul bones. He stored the soul bone within his storage soul guide and prepared to depart the fire pool. Yet at that moment, as Luban completed the absorption of the soul ring and retrieved the soul bone, the fire pool gradually extinguished, and soon the entire inheritance site vanished without a trace. The place where the fire pool once stood transformed into a deep rocky pit. Witnessing this, Luban could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. How could they have eradicated the very place of inheritance? Trouble has arisen. As this is the ancestral land guarded by the Fire Clan for generations, Luban swiftly leaped out of the deep pit. At that moment, the members of the Fire Clan finally snapped out of their earlier shock. Witnessing the disappearance of the fire pool, their expression shifted dramatically. Look! How could the place of inheritance vanish? Oh, what is going on? The place of inheritance has truly disappeared. Oh dear, don't scare me like this. Without the place of inheritance, how will I ever obtain the perfect spirit ring in the future? Gone? Impossible. It must be an illusion. Yes, it surely is an illusion. Woe is us, our Fire Clan's place of inheritance is genuinely lost. Seeing the ravenous gazes of the Fire Clan members, Luban felt an acute sense of embarrassment. The disappearance of the place of inheritance seemed to bear a sliver of connection to him. Tang, what transpired with the fire pool of inheritance? How did it vanish? Huolu stepped forward, her face filled with questions. Luban scratched his head. I'm not entirely sure either. Subsequently, he was invited over by Huolu, flanked closely by several spirit Douluo of the Fire Clan, who surrounded Luban and Flinder tightly, fearing that the two might vanish before their eyes just as the fire pool had. In the Tiger Desert, within a lavish hall underground, Huolu sat at the head seat, with Flinder and Luban to his left. Tang, you've caused the disappearance of our Fire Clan's place of inheritance. How do you intend to compensate for this? Upon hearing this, Flinder's face twitched, his lips quivering. He was acutely aware of the ulterior motives of these old fellows. They were clearly after the 100,000-year Qinglian Demon Fire's spirit bone. Clan leader, we witnessed the disappearance of the fire pool of inheritance with our own eyes. What does it have to do with Tang? Flinder retorted sharply. That is a 100,000-year spirit bone. We cannot simply relinquish it. What do you mean by that, Flinder? If Tang had not entered the place of inheritance to take the assessment, would the fire pool have vanished? Exactly, in my view. This matter is not only related to Tang, but is significantly consequential. Agreed. It is very likely that the place of inheritance disappeared because Tang completed the assessment. Indeed, the fire pool of inheritance is the foundation of our Fire Clan, and now all the benefits have been taken by you. Flinder's rebuttal was met with a furious outburst from the elders of the Fire Clan. Their exasperation was vividly expressed, and they looked as though they wished to claw at Flinder. As tensions escalated, Luban hastily declared his stance. That 100,000-year spirit bone is not something I covet. Upon hearing this, Flinder's brow furrowed, his expression anxious. Are you certain? Luban nodded. Principal, please trust my choice. Flinder sighed, releasing his tightly clenched hands, realizing Luban's intentions. Since Luban had made his stance clear, the ensuing negotiations naturally fell upon him. To think they could snatch a 100,000-year spirit bone from him. What a joke. Even if the Pope of the Spirit Hall came, he would be dealt with severely. Upon hearing Luban relent, Huolu felt a surge of joy, and the elders of the Fire Clan sparkled with excitement. It was rare for a descendant to achieve a perfect spirit ring in the past century, and the influence of the fire pool was diminishing. If they could obtain a 100,000-year spirit bone because of it, that would be quite advantageous. After all, spirit bones could be passed down through generations. Possessing a 100,000-year spirit bone would significantly enhance the Fire Clan's elite combat strength. It was at least certain that a Title Douluo would soon emerge. Soon, the two parties commenced their negotiations. Once concluded, Flinder and Luban had made a considerable profit. They spent the night in the Fire Clan's territory and departed the Tiger Desert at dawn. As they left, Huolu appeared reluctant, and while Luban was distracted, she stealthily kissed him, informing him that she would visit Shrek Academy in the future. Time passed, and 2 days flew by. Luban and Flinder journeyed back from the northwest to the Central Plains. They soon arrived at their destination, Shinkong City. Shinkong City, not far from the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, is the main city of the Feng family, one of the continent's 10 great families. Unlike Tianshui City, which is built on a lake island, Shinkong City is perched atop a great mountain. The city is perpetually buffeted by strong winds, and one can sense the environment just by observing the passers-by, who are clad in face-covering attire. Presently, Luban and Flinder donned headscarves and masks, appearing as though they were wrapped like dumplings. The throngs within Shinkong City were ceaseless, and Luban felt as if he had stepped into the ancient western regions. After half an hour of walking along the central street, they finally located the Feng family's estate. Please announce that friends of the Fire Clan have come to visit Feng Xiaodian. Upon hearing the identity of the visitors, the gatekeeper rushed to the inner courtyard to deliver the news without delay. Soon, Feng Xiaodian emerged, clad in a blue robe. May I inquire which friend of the Fire Clan has arrived? Luban removed his mask, revealing his bright white teeth as he grinned. Brother Feng, long time no see. It is I, Tang Er. Seeing Tang Er, Feng Xiaodian's mouth twitched. Well, you certainly have the audacity to show up. However, due to the decorum of nobility, he graciously invited Luban and Flinder into the estate. Upon entering the courtyard, Luban cut straight to the chase, stating his purpose. Brother Feng, you previously promised to allow me to hunt spirit beasts in the Feng family's ancestral land. You haven't forgotten, have you? Hearing this, Feng Xiaodian's expression turned hesitant, and he appeared somewhat troubled. Brother Tang, you must think carefully. My family's ancestral land is quite perilous. There was once a Title Douluo who entered to investigate and never returned. Feng Xiaodian had previously only informed Luban about the locations of purely aggressive spirit beasts, without mentioning the inherent dangers. Reflecting on recent events, I realized that my actions in the ancestral grounds of the Fire Clan were indeed somewhat reckless. Fortunately, Luban did not publicly humiliate me. Rather, he simply urged me to retreat, leaving me with the impression that he possesses a commendable character. I could not bear to watch him march towards his demise. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Xiaodian ultimately decided to reveal the perils of the Divine Wind Valley. Hoping that Luban would heed the warning, it is important to note that even members of the Feng family, when venturing into the Divine Wind Valley to hunt wind-type soul beasts, must be accompanied by a group of elders at the Soul Douluo level, and they dare not linger for too long within its confines. After all, the valley is a grave for countless soul masters, ranking among the top 10 most dangerous places on the continent. As for safety concerns, Brother Feng need not worry. I still possess a degree of confidence in my ability to safeguard myself. Luban smiled lightly, realizing that Feng Xiaodian was, after all, a person with a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Previously viewing him as a rival and harboring animosity, I now find myself unable to wish him harm. The young man possesses a fundamentally good nature. Upon witnessing Luban's unwavering attitude, Feng Xiaodian found it inappropriate to continue obstructing him, and thus he led them to the ancestral grounds of the Feng family, the Shifeng Valley. Accessing Shifeng Valley requires a command token from the Feng family, which posed no challenge for Feng Xiaodian. As a direct descendant and prodigious disciple of the Feng family, he honed his wind-based soul skills on the periphery of Shifeng Valley daily. The same could be said for the other disciples of the Feng family. Within the valley, not only were there numerous wind-type soul beasts, but the relentless gales throughout the year greatly facilitated the refinement of soul skills. Before long, under Feng Xiaodian's guidance, Luban and Flandre arrived at the sacred site of the Feng family, Shifeng Valley. Surrounding the valley were towering mountains, their peaks piercing the clouds, creating a magnificent and imposing atmosphere. Mist swirled among the mountains, cloaking the valley in an ethereal veil that imbued Shifeng Valley with an air of mystery. Inside the valley lay an expanse of stormy grassland, perpetually buffeted by fierce winds, brimming with elemental power and essence of the heavens and earth. As Luban entered Shifeng Valley, he observed a number of young individuals near the entrance, preparing for their training, which struck him as quite surprising. The spiritual energy of the wind was exceptionally dense here, allowing wind-type soul masters to cultivate at double the speed compared to the outside world. As they walked, Feng Xiaodian provided Luban with an overview of Shifeng Valley. Nodding in understanding, Luban recalled his master's frequent references to the importance of a conducive training environment for martial souls. It became evident that Shifeng Valley served as the prime training ground for the disciples of the Feng family. It appeared that each of the 10 great families on the continent held their own unique significance. Chapter 54. The Hunt for Soul Beasts in Shifeng Valley. Shortly after entering Shifeng Valley, Luban noticed a group not far off waving towards them. Clearly, they were seeking Feng Xiaodian. Xiaodian, weren't you in closed-door cultivation? What brings you out here? A young girl in a purple skirt hurried over to Feng Xiaodian, her demeanor a mixture of indignation and surprise. Clearing his throat, Feng Xiaodian felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had indeed been in seclusion until news of a friend from the Fire Tribe's visit prompted his sudden appearance. He hadn't expected it to be Luban who had come, only to have his excitement rendered moot. I'm accompanying a friend from the Fire Tribe to hunt a wind-type soul beast. He briefly introduced Luban and Flandre to Feng Yu, omitting the fact that this venture was a result of a wager he had lost. After all, Feng Yu was known for her tendency to spread tales, and if she learned of this, his illustrious exploits would soon echo throughout the entire Shrek Academy. Perfect. Let us go together then. I need to hunt a soul beast to obtain my second soul ring, Feng Yu remarked with a casual smile, a hint of pride radiating from her. Among the younger generation of the Feng family, only Feng Xiaotian surpassed her in talent, and her words were laced with a sense of superiority. Soon, several other members of the Shenfeng team approached to greet their captain, Feng Xiaotian, while Luban and Flandra remained largely unnoticed. It was evident that any outsiders who made it to the ancestral grounds of the Feng family were likely there through connections with other powerful families in the Shenfeng team, including Feng Yu, held them in disdain, but they refrained from expressing it openly due to Feng Xiaotian's presence. After the Shenfeng team had gathered, a group of elderly individuals, appearing to be in their 60s or 70s, arrived, clearly identifiable as members of the Feng family. The respect displayed by Feng Xiaotian and his companions suggested that these elders held significant standing within the family, likely forming the Elder Council. Feng Xiaotian had previously mentioned the dangers present in Shifeng Valley, indicating that elders would be on hand to protect the younger generation while they hunted soul beasts. The current assembly of experts affirmed that the valley was indeed perilous. Such a formidable gathering for the mere acquisition of a second soul ring underscored the inherent risks. Xiaotian, who are these two? Inquired one of the Feng family elders upon noticing the unfamiliar faces in the group. Before Feng Xiaotian could respond, another member of the Shifeng team interjected, "Third grandfather, they are from the Fire Tribe and are also here to hunt soul beasts." "What soul beasts?" "They clearly wish for our assistance." The members of the Shenfeng team exchanged barbs, their words dripping with sarcasm. "Enough, you lot. Hold your tongues. These two are esteemed guests from the Fire Tribe," Feng Xiaotian quickly interjected, keen to halt the mockery, aware of the formidable level of the elder before them. A level 40 soul master. His teammates were truly indiscriminate in their derision. "All right, enough chatter. Let us set off," commanded the elder of the Feng family, waving his hand to signal the group to follow. The young ones, merely 11 or 12 years of age, chattered incessantly, their prattle causing a throbbing headache for those around them. Feng Xiaotian noticed that Luban paid little heed to the words of his companions and offered him a gentle smile, his gaze tinged with an expression of apology. Luban shook his head, signaling that it was of no concern. After all, he had endured his fair share of ridicule throughout this journey. If he were to be affected by every remark made by others, he would have succumbed to despair long ago. Subsequently, under the guidance of the elder from the Feng family, Luban and his companions ventured deeper into the heart of the Shifeng Valley. Their primary objective this time was to assist Feng Yu in vanquishing a risk spirit beast that had existed for around 5 centuries, thereby enabling her to acquire her second spirit ring. In this endeavor, the Feng family dispatched 4 esteemed elders, indicating the significance they placed on Feng Yu's mission. The terrain of the Divine Wind Valley resembled a gourd. The deeper one ventured, the more constricted the storm plains became, accompanied by increasingly fierce winds. Luban observed the soil to be exceptionally sturdy, which explained its resilience against the ferocious gales that swept through the area. Moreover, the vegetation on the storm plains thrived abundantly, swaying with the wind as if in jubilant celebration. Noticing Luban's curiosity, Feng Xiaotian informed him that these were all wind-type spiritual herbs, characterized by their supple yet robust forms, impervious to the gusts. After approximately half an hour of traversing inward, the group was suddenly greeted by a wolf's howl. The elders of the Feng family rejoiced upon hearing it. It was a wind wolf, and they hurriedly pursued the sound. Soon, they discovered a pack of wolves nestled within a thicket, and the alpha wolf appeared as large as a calf. The Feng elders quickly assessed its tail length and determined it to be a 600-year-old wind wolf, perfectly suited for Feng Yu's second spirit ring. Subsequently, the 4 Feng elders executed their plan with remarkable synchrony, with the control-type spirit master casting spells to immobilize the beast, followed by the agility-type spirit master inflicting wounds. Their seamless actions effortlessly subdued the Wind Wolf King, thereby aiding Feng Yu in acquiring her second spirit ring. "Young one," one elder remarked, "within that pack of wind wolves, there are several aged 300 to 400 years. Choose one for yourself." As soon as the soul ring absorption was completed, the elder of the Feng family turned to Luban and remarked, "Third grandfather, you are mistaken. Brother Tang is seeking to acquire the 4th soul ring." No sooner had the elder's words left his lips than Feng Xiaotian hurriedly interjected, anxious to prevent any embarrassment for the Feng family elders. "What? The 4th soul ring?" Upon hearing Feng Xiaotian's declaration, the members of the Feng family collectively directed their scrutinizing gazes towards Luban, assessing him from head to toe without pause. At such a tender age, has he already attained the rank of a level 40 soul master? How is that even conceivable? "Brother Xiaotian, are you certain? That lad is a soul master?" Feng Wei, who had just acquired his second soul ring and was basking in his own delight, was suddenly taken aback upon hearing Feng Xiaotian mention that Luban was set to obtain his 4th soul ring. In that instant, even the gazes of the 4 elders of the Feng family towards Luban transformed. Good heavens, at merely 15 or 16 years of age, such prowess, his talent rivals that of Feng Xiaotian and Feng Wei. When did the Fire Clan produce such an extraordinary talent, and why were they unaware of it? Just as Feng Xiaotian was about to elucidate, Luban, without further ado, manifested his martial spirit, revealing 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. "My apologies, everyone, but I am here to acquire my 5th soul ring," Luban remarked, raising his hands with a subtle smile. In that moment, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the sound of the wind entwined with the heavy breaths of the Feng family members. The members of the Divine Wind team, including Feng Xiaotian and Feng Wes, stood there, dumbfounded, mouths agape, their faces betraying a disbelief that was palpable. A level 50 Soul King? A Soul King at the age of 15 or 16? Gasped. Even the four elders of the Feng family were astonished, their eyes wide with shock, collectively inhaling sharply. What kind of prodigy is this? Even Feng Xiaotian, endowed with innate full soul power, would find it exceedingly challenging to reach such an extraordinary level. A four-ring Soul King? How could this be? Brother Tang, were you not a three-ring Soul Master previously? After the initial shock, Feng Xiaotian was left utterly bewildered, his expression a portrait of astonishment. The last time he had encountered Luban in the Tagore Desert within the Fire Clan as territory, he had clearly displayed 3 soul rings. How could he have transformed into a level 50 Soul King in such a brief span? This is not scientific. At this moment, Tang Air should be around level 41 or 42. Chapter 55, The Wind. This matter involves the secrets of the Fire Clan, and the specific reasons cannot be disclosed. Please forgive me. Luban shook his head with a smile, declining to answer Feng Xiaotian's question under the pretext of the Fire Clan secrets. Feng Xiaotian nodded in understanding. After all, each of the 5 elemental clans possesses its own family secrets. Are you planning to hunt soul beasts with pure offensive extreme attributes that have cultivated for over 10,000 years? Feng Xiaotian inquired. Luban nodded, indicating that the higher the cultivation, the better. Upon hearing this, the members of the Feng family were taken aback, one of them twitching at the corner of his mouth. My goodness, such audacity. A soul beast solely dedicated to attack, boasting a cultivation level surpassing 10,000 years? The elders of the Feng family were somewhat bewildered by the conversation between Feng Xiaotian and Luban. Xiaotian, from whom did you hear that there exists a purely offensive soul beast in the Divine Wind Valley? The braggart is truly insufferable. Extreme attribute soul beasts are exceedingly rare. Yet he boldly claims to possess one of universal cultivation level. Witnessing the puzzled expressions of the Feng family's elders, Luban was momentarily taken aback. Brother Feng, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? The more Luban pondered, the more he felt that Feng Xiaotian was somewhat unreliable, especially as their acquaintance deepened. Clearing his throat, Feng Xiaotian's face flushed with embarrassment as he timidly remarked, I merely repeated what my grandfather told me. He constantly frightens me, warning me not to wander in Shifeng Valley, claiming there exists a soul beast that can unleash hurricanes with its breath. He also mentioned that the soul beast is purely offensive, possessing formidable strength, and preys on soul masters, particularly those with high talent. Upon hearing Feng Xiaotian's words, the expressions of the Feng elders darkened instantly. Had there not been outsiders present, they would have been inclined to give Feng Xiaotian a sound thrashing. This is clearly intended to intimidate those children, yet this fellow took it seriously. Shall we venture forth and investigate? Noticing the awkward expressions on everyone's faces, Flander chuckled softly, feeling utterly speechless within. However, having come this far, it would be too frivolous to simply turn back. Luban clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Who would have thought he would be outsmarted by a mere child of 11 or 12? Luban discreetly noted the name Feng Xiaotian in his little book, vowing that if they failed to locate a purely offensive soul beast on this expedition, he would seek retribution in the future. The group continued deeper into the Shifeng Valley. After traversing for nearly half a day without any significant discoveries, they encountered numerous soul beasts along the way. Yet none were the so-called purely offensive soul beasts mentioned by Feng Xiaotian. As the winds intensified and they were mere steps away from the core of the valley, the elder of the Feng family halted the procession. They could advance no further. The valley ahead was perilous, even for a Title Douluo. The third elder of the Feng family spoke gravely, stating that historical records indicated a Title Douluo once disregarded the dangers and ventured deep into the Shifeng Valley, never to return. We appreciate your guidance to this point. You may return now while we delve deeper, he intoned. Absolutely not. The expressions of the 4 elders of the Feng family shifted dramatically upon hearing Flander and Luban's intention to press onward. This young man, possessing such extraordinary talent, surely held a significant status within the Fire Clan that could not afford any mishaps on Feng family territory. Esteemed elders, I understand your concerns. Here is the Fire Clan's leader token. Should any misfortune befall us in the Shifeng Valley, it shall not implicate the Feng family, Luban declared, handing over the leader's token bestowed upon him by Huowudi to the elder of the Feng family. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, they stepped into the heart of the Shifeng Valley. At this moment, the expanse of the stormy plains contracted slightly, resembling the first bulge of a gourd's shape, indicating that they were close to the gourd's mouth. The intensity of the wind here has increased several-fold compared to before. Ordinary individuals would struggle to maintain their footing. Flander, embodying his martial spirit, proceeded slowly with Luban. The Spirit Wind Valley is indeed peculiar. As the higher one ascends, the stronger the winds become. Flander expressed his grievances. For his 4-eyed cat-eagle martial spirit was intended to help him soar into the skies for reconnaissance, yet the ferocity of the wind hindered him significantly, reducing his speed by more than 3-fold and hastening the consumption of his soul power. Principal, let us cautiously navigate the storm plains, Flander suggested, nodding in agreement. With Luban by his side, he felt an unwavering sense of security. Given Luban's current prowess, few across the continent could pose a direct threat to him. Unless struck down in a single blow, the opponent would certainly not have a second chance to retaliate once Luban took action. As they continued their journey, an unexpected sound akin to a blend of a cat's meow and a tiger's roar pierced the air, instantly heightening their alertness. After trudging against the wind for a quarter of an hour, they stumbled upon a small, black soul beast perched atop a bush approximately 3 feet in height. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to a tabby cat, save for a golden, horn-like protrusion atop its head, lending it an irresistibly adorable charm. Having never encountered such a soul beast, both Flander and Luban found themselves at a loss regarding its age and cultivation, feeling quite astonished. Meow? Luban imitated the feline sound, greeting the small soul beast in the distance. To their surprise, the little black creature rolled its plump body, stretched lazily, and nonchalantly cast a disdainful glance at Luban. The dismissive expression in its eyes was remarkably human-like, leaving both Luban and Flander momentarily stunned. Is this being despised? Its large eyes resemble two sparkling jewels, perfectly conveying emotion. Its pointed ears resemble delicate maple leaves, playfully complementing its facial expression. It must be a wind-type spirit beast. We should circle around it and continue our exploration of the valley. Flander cast a glance and analyzed, noting that any spirit beast capable of surviving in this area must possess at least 10,000 years of cultivation. The spirit beast before them exuded an unusual aura. It was peculiar that even Flander, who had roamed the continent for half a lifetime, could not identify it, especially considering that young Luban had never encountered its kind. Luban nodded in agreement as the two maintained a prudent distance from the little black spirit beast while continuing their search inward. Yet, after only a few steps, they were startled by two howls. The little black cat opened its mouth wide, exhaling softly. What followed left Luban and Flander utterly astonished. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, its force multiplying tenfold in an instant. This is bad, Flander shouted urgently, swiftly grabbing Luban and soaring into the air to evade the impending danger. The ferocity of this hurricane was formidable. Both Luban and Flander felt an icy, slicing sensation against their skin as they remained on the periphery. Had they been struck by the recent tempest, they would have emerged either grievously wounded or, at worst, torn to shreds. They did not perceive any fluctuations of soul energy emanating from the little black cat, indicating that the previous assault was merely a straightforward, unadorned attack. Hiss. In that moment, both Luban and Flanders were struck by a sudden realization, exclaiming in unison, "It is that purely offensive soul beast." Feng Xiaotian had not deceived them. The legend was indeed true. Chapter 56. The ultimate tug-of-war utilizing the wind's force to launch attacks. What an eerie soul beast. Luban and Flanders were astonished by the formidable power of the wind-infused strikes emanating from the black cat before them. Luban, this black cat is too peculiar. Do not hold back. Let us end this swiftly. Flanders, with his four-eyed cat-like wings flapping, spoke with utmost seriousness. It was their first encounter with a wind-type soul beast characterized by pure offensive capabilities, and its speed of attack was so rapid that it was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary soul master to evade. Fortunately, Flanders was an agile attack-type soul master. Had he not been, they might have already fallen victim to the previous assault. Aru, black cat? You are the black cat. Your entire family is comprised of black cats. Upon hearing Flanders refer to itself as a black cat, the Riftwind beast was incensed and began to speak in human tongue, baring its teeth at Flanders and Luban. Remember, I am the Riftwind divine beast. To perish at my hands is a privilege you should take pride in. Saying this, the Riftwind beast opened its mouth wide once more, unleashing a cataclysmic whirlwind toward Luban and Flanders. Heavens, a soul beast capable of human speech. What kind of cultivation must it possess? Both Flanders and Luban were again taken aback by the astonishing actions of the Riftwind beast. The beast before them likely had a cultivation level exceeding 100,000 years, for only those of such venerable age could exhibit such extraordinary abilities. With years of experience traversing the continent, Flanders had gained some insight. A typical 10,000-year soul beast could not possess the agility and intelligence displayed by the Riftwind beast. This creature is likely a soul beast with a cultivation of over 100,000 years, Flanders stated, his face a mask of shock. Luban nodded in agreement. At that moment, Luban had activated his martial soul domain while riding on Flanders' back, now reaching the soul power level of 50. His archer domain's coverage had expanded to a radius of 50 meters. Martial soul embodiment. Archer domain activated. Attack power doubled. Luban's ordinary power of over 110,000 instantly surged to over 220,000. However, due to his limited understanding of the Riftwind beast's cultivation, he hesitated to unleash his full power. Should he inadvertently deliver a fatal blow, he would be inconsolable. Presently, his soul power level was insufficient to absorb a soul ring of over 100,000 years unless the beast willingly offered itself. Luban had resolved to employ the strategy he used against the six-winged frost centipede to compel the Riftwind beast to sacrifice itself. At that moment, he had transformed into the form of Ho-E, wielding the sun-quelling bow. As Flanders soared through the air, they drew closer to the Riftwind beast. Aru, the Riftwind beast, observing that the two humans were not fleeing but instead charging towards it, curled its lips in disdain. In the Valley of Divine Winds, it was the sovereign, and none dared challenge its authority. How foolishly unaware they were of the danger they faced. As Luban and Flanders approached, the Riftwind beast opened its mouth once more, releasing a swirling storm. The tempest was fierce as it emerged. It kicked up dust and altered the winds within the Valley of Divine Winds. Growing larger and accelerating rapidly, it swept toward Flanders and Luban. These mere humans seek their demise. The Riftwind beast lifted its proud head, as if gazing down upon insignificant ants daring to provoke an elephant. However, before it could finish its taunt, a sudden whoosh sounded, and a lightning arrow shot forth, striking it before it had fully registered the threat. The ferocious assault left the Riftwind beast trembling, its fur standing on end, engulfed by an icy dread. With a mournful howl, it was propelled backward. Its internal organs were nearly shattered from the impact, and blood streamed from its nose. Such formidable force. At this moment, the Riftwind beast was filled with terror. Fortunately, the strike had not struck its head, otherwise, it would have surely met its demise. The young man's attack was astonishingly formidable, rendering him nearly unbeatable. The Wind Ripper beast, previously languid, now displayed an explosive power, striding gracefully upon the wind and vanishing in an instant. It fled. Watching the Wind Ripper beast dart away before them, Flander was filled with anxious urgency. Despite unleashing their full speed, they could not catch a glimpse of the creature. They pressed deeper into the core region, yet their efforts yielded nothing. Damn it, we let that creature escape. Flander fretted, concerned that if the Wind Ripper beast did not reappear, they would face dire consequences. Both Flander and Luban summoned their soul power, bracing themselves against the tempest. After battling the Wind Ripper beast for an hour, they reached the heart of the Divine Wind Valley, precisely at the location known as the Gourd Mouth, where the winds were at their most potent. Staying here for even a minute drained their soul power as if they had unleashed a domain skill. Principle. Let us return tomorrow. There is no other place like this on the continent, and I believe the Wind Ripper beast will not depart easily, Luban remarked. Glancing at the towering peaks of the Divine Wind Mountain range beyond the Gourd Mouth, the mountains surrounding the valley soared into the clouds, naturally forming a wind funnel. The winds spiraled in from the Divine Wind Mountains, gaining speed until they reached their peak at the valley's mouth. Luban believed this was the most advantageous location for the Wind Ripper beast to cultivate, making it unlikely for it to leave. Indeed, our soul power is running low. We must avoid being ambushed by that black cat again. With that, Flander and Luban made their way back toward the periphery of the core region. As they exited the heart of the Divine Wind Valley, Feng Xiaotian and others awaited them outside. Upon their emergence, several elders from the Feng family let out a sigh of relief, silently thankful that no misfortune had befallen them. Otherwise, the fall of such a talent would be difficult to explain to the Fire Clan. How did it go, Brother Tang? Any discoveries? Feng Xiaotian asked, his tone somewhat forced. Observing the disappointment on Luban and Flanders' faces, he presumed there was nothing of note. However, to avoid misunderstanding, he felt compelled to express his interest. The rumors regarding the whereabouts of the purely aggressive soul beast had reached him through his grandfather, and the truth of such tales mattered little to him. What he did not anticipate was Luban's next words, which left Feng Xiaotian utterly astounded. We encountered the soul beast you mentioned that devours hurricanes, but alas, it escaped. Luban continued, Brother Feng, we may need to trouble you in the coming days, since we failed to eliminate that soul beast. We will remain in Divine Wind City and explore the valley daily. Luban succinctly outlined their forthcoming plans to Feng Xiaotian and the others, being mindful of etiquette while on their territory. Engaging in conversation with Feng Xiaotian and the younger members of the Feng family, Flander found himself engrossed in fervent discussions with the 4 elders of the Feng family. Thanks to Luban, the elders, despite their superior cultivation, showed no signs of condescension. The two parties enjoyed amiable exchanges, and for the next month, Luban and Flander ventured into the core region of Divine Wind Valley daily, searching for the Wind Ripper beast. They frequently encountered it, yet capturing it eluded them. Each encounter culminated in a brief skirmish before the Wind Ripper beast swiftly took to the winds, resulting in a prolonged stalemate. Chapter 57. The final probe. The Wind Ripper beast, aware of Luban and Flanders' inability to match its speed, would engage them in fleeting skirmishes before fleeing. Luban discerned that the beast, cognizant of its advantage, lingered in the Divine Wind Valley, reluctant to part with this prime piece of territory. Thus, he continued to devise strategies to subdue the Wind Ripper beast without endangering its life while still inflicting significant damage. These plans required experimentation. The Wind Ripper beast was the most cunning soul beast Luban had encountered since awakening his martial soul. It recognized its superiority and, upon unexpectedly meeting Luban and Flander in the core area, would make a quick escape, never allowing Luban a second chance to strike. Neither side yielded. Thus, a relentless tug-of-war ensued for 2 years. Look, Tanger and the others are heading to the core region of Divine Wind Valley again. The whispers echoed. 2 years have passed, and it is indeed strange that they have encountered no peril. How curious, is this truly one of the continent's 10 deadly locales? Or has it transformed into a tourist haven? What is so surprising? I reckon they have not ventured deep but merely wandered the outskirts of the core region. Agreed. Even a Title Douluo faces danger within. I refuse to believe Tang Er and his companions are more formidable than a Title Douluo. I heard that this time the patriarch and the elders will accompany them. We shall see Tang Er embarrass himself. Let us follow them and observe. Today marked Luban's return to the Divine Wind Valley. But unlike previous visits, this time Feng Batian and the 12 elders plan to accompany them to uncover the mystery behind the situation. What is happening? The Divine Wind Valley is our ancestral land, historically perilous. How is it that Tang Er and Flander have been treating it like a stroll in the park for the past 2 years, emerging unscathed? As news spread, many within the Feng family began to suspect something was amiss within the valley. A group of Soul Douluo, all above level 80, spoke of the core region with trepidations. While a mere 15 or 16-year-old boy could traverse it freely, if this continued, their reputation would be in jeopardy. Hence, there was no choice but to organize a group to explore the core region. Senior Feng, allowing so many young members of the Feng family into the core region is far too perilous. Luban was taken aback, witnessing a multitude of young disciples following behind him. It resembled a bustling market. He knew that within the core region resided a wind ripper beast with a cultivation exceeding 10,000 years. Moreover, based on his experiences over the past 2 years, he estimated its cultivation to be at least 300,000 years, truly terrifying. Without Flander's assistance as a swift attacker, he would not dare to challenge the wind ripper beast alone. Fear not, it is merely a soul beast that commands the winds. We have long been aware of this. Feng Batian declared, waving his hand with an air of authority. Tang Er, our young disciples possess skills among the finest on the continent. Feng Batian glanced at Luban, beginning to extol the virtues of the younger generation of the Feng family. Luban was well aware of the extraordinary talent within Feng's ranks. Yet he couldn't fathom their unwarranted confidence. What if they encountered the Wind Ripper beast and found themselves in distress? In the past 2 years, Luban has had numerous encounters with Feng Batian, gaining a profound understanding of his character. He is remarkably generous, albeit somewhat overly concerned with his reputation. The disparity between Feng Xiaotian and Feng Yu and Luban is so pronounced that when it is voiced by Feng Batian, it seems as if they are of equal standing. Frequently, he praises Feng Xiaotian in Luban's presence, asserting that at his age, Feng Xiaotian could also ascend to the rank of Soul King. Since Senior Feng and the others are willing to allow the younger generation to experience the world, we shall refrain from further persuasion, said Flanders with a calm smile. Once we advance ahead, they will find themselves in no peril. Upon hearing Flanders' words, Feng Batian and the elders of the Feng family immediately adopted serious expressions. What nonsense! In front of so many juniors, you expect us to protect you? Those unaware might think you are Title Douluos. Coughing lightly, he continued, with our elder generation present, how could we allow you to take the lead? At a critical moment, Feng Batian once again exhibited his majestic and commanding presence, stating, we, the old bones, will lead the way, allowing you juniors to witness the formidable strength of high-ranking soul masters. As Feng Batian finished speaking, Feng Xiaotian, Feng Yu, and the other younger members of the Feng family erupted in cheers, proclaiming, the family head is mighty and imposing. The Feng family is invincible. Soon, amidst the cheers, the majority of the Feng family boldly advanced into the Shinsong Valley, reaching its core area. Upon entering, the wind force on the stormy plains suddenly increased more than tenfold. Had it not been for the protective measures of the elders specializing in defense, the younger members would have been swept away. At this moment, a substantial, earthen-colored protective barrier enveloped Feng Xiaotian, Feng Yu, and other members of the Shinsong team, rippling under the fierce winds. As they entered the core area, Feng Batian and the Feng family's elders immediately entered a state of vigilance. The dangers associated with this core region had been described in terrifying detail in their family's ancestral texts, instilling an instinctive tension in the elder generation. Be cautious. As they proceeded, Luban suddenly spotted a shadow flickering ahead and immediately shouted, that creature has appeared. Quickly immobilize it. Having activated his martial soul domain, he was exceptionally sensitive to any disturbances around him. Look, the Riftwind beast has manifested. Luban called out to the elders of the Feng family. How ridiculous. It is merely a black cat. Allow me to demonstrate our self-created soul skill, capture technique. With that, the 6th elder of the Feng family leaped forward, embodying his martial soul as 8 soul rings slowly rose beneath him. Extending his right claw, he instantly generated a powerful suction force in front of him, uprooting all vegetation in its path and drawing them towards the elder. In an instant, dust swirled around the scene, creating a grand spectacle. The younger members of the Feng family cheered in excitement, exclaiming the prowess of the capture technique. However, shortly thereafter, a disdainful howl echoed in their ears, revealing that the black cat ahead had not budged an inch. Even the ground beneath it remained undisturbed, untouched by the capture technique. Not good. 6th elder, retreat quickly. At this moment, Feng Batian finally perceived the extraordinary nature of the black cat before him and hastily shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. A tempest of soul energy had already erupted from the mouth of the, initially as small as a smoke ring. It swiftly transformed into a horizontal whirlwind, hurtling towards the 6th elder of the Feng family. Windshield. In a critical moment, Feng Batian unleashed his second soul skill, instantly conjuring a colossal shield of wind before the sixth elder. Chapter 58. The conditions of the instant Feng Batian made his move. Two defensive soul masters from the Feng family simultaneously activated their defensive soul skills. In an instant, 3 protective barriers materialized around the sixth elder, whose complexion changed drastically. Sensing the imminent threat to his life, the sixth elder decisively released his seventh soul skill, manifesting his martial spirit, which instantaneously doubled his attributes. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the barriers were shattered, akin to a tornado ravaging a parking lot, rendering the defenses of the Feng elders utterly feeble. They unleashed a gust, breaching their defenses and striking directly at the sixth elder. The battlefield was extraordinarily dramatic, leaving the members of the Feng family in a state of stunned disbelief. Overwhelmed by terror. My heavens, how terrifying. What an extraordinary creature this soul beast is. Its offensive power is astonishing. At this moment, all present witnessed the Rift Wind Beast, which has not even deployed its skills. With a mere ordinary attack and a simple exhalation, it shatters the defenses of the elders effortlessly. Truly incredible. Such terror. Fortunately, due to the multitude of defensive skills in play, Elder 6 has not sustained severe injuries, prompting Feng Batian to breathe a sigh of relief. Gazing at the black cat before him, he assumes a grave expression. Defend. At this juncture, not only Feng Batian, but also the elders of the Feng family realize they are in considerable peril. The cultivation level of this soul beast far exceeds their expectations. Thus, as soon as the family head Feng Batian finishes speaking, the elders promptly form a defensive formation, hastily summoning their martial souls and preparing for battle. As the 8 soul rings swirl beneath the elders' feet, the Feng family disciples behind them also grow increasingly anxious. However, after defeating Elder 6, the Rift Wind Beast refrains from continuing its assault on the Feng family, instead displaying a hint of caution, as if there were some great terror lurking among their ranks. Why do you persistently pursue me, human? The Rift Wind Beast stands upright, speaking coldly. The Feng family members are left dumbfounded. What is happening? The soul beast can articulate human speech. To be honest, Rift Wind Beast, I have my eyes on your soul ring, Luban replies with a calm smile. Humph, you dare to dream. The Rift Wind Beast snorts, a fierce expression crossing its face. Yet, deep within its gaze lies a hint of complexity. This youth before it is refreshingly candid, devoid of pretense. If he desires its soul ring, he expresses it openly. You may have my soul ring, provided you agree to one condition, the Rift Wind Beast states, momentarily lost in thought, as if recalling past events. Speak your request. I shall do my utmost if it is within my capabilities. Seeing the Rift Wind Beast relent, Luban's heart swells with joy, his excitement barely contained. He had initially anticipated a lengthy endeavor to capture the Rift Wind Beast, yet here it is, yielding. Unlike other soul beasts he had encountered, this one possesses extraordinary speed, making it exceedingly difficult to compel it into submission. For 2 years, Luban had attempted various strategies, all of which ended in failure as the Rift Wind Beast eluded capture. Assist me in hunting another soul beast. After 2 years of confrontations, the Rift Wind Beast has come to recognize Luban's formidable offensive capability. A Soul King at level 50. His ordinary attack surpasses that of the Rift Wind Beast, which possesses nearly 400,000 in pure offensive attributes. Were it not for its speed, it would have undoubtedly fallen to Luban by now. This youth is indeed prodigious, earning its acknowledgement. What kind of soul beast? Upon hearing the Rift Wind Beast's peculiar request, Luban furrows his brow, feeling quite astonished. Assisting a soul beast in hunting another. This is a request he has never encountered before. However, he understands that the soul beast it cannot contend with must possess an unimaginable level of prowess. In the extreme northern region, there exists a soul beast with a cultivation level nearing 700,000. The Rift Wind Beast states coldly, its gem-like eyes reflecting a deep shadow. Recalling the Snow Empress, the ruler of the extreme north, it feels an unresolved resentment. Years ago, it had discovered a rare herb, the deep sea ice lotus, in that very region. However, word leaked, and the Snow Empress learned of its find, subsequently inflicting grave injuries upon it and seizing the precious herb. This grudge has lingered ever since. Very well. I accept your condition, Luban responds. With the Rift Wind Beast's assistance, he feels a significant confidence in defeating a soul beast of such high cultivation. Yet, how can I be assured that you will not go back on your word? He is not easily swayed by the empty promises of a soul beast. What if, after aiding the Rift Wind Beast in vanquishing a formidable adversary, it reneges and flees? That would be quite the jest. Moreover, he does not believe a soul beast would willingly sacrifice a human so easily. This is utterly illogical. In the heart of the Kamikaze Valley. Upon overhearing the conversation between Luban and the Windbreaker Beast, the members of the Wind family became engulfed in a state of disarray, including Wind Batian and the esteemed elders. They stood frozen, their pupils dilated, their faces etched with disbelief. What on earth had they just heard? A soul beast daring to negotiate terms with a soul master. The audacity to hunt a soul beast with an astonishing 70,000-year cultivation? At that moment, Wind Batian felt compelled to exclaim, "Do you even comprehend what 70,000 years of cultivation entails? A mere soul king at level 50. Engaging in discussions about hunting the most formidable beings on the continent. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed it. The far north, a forbidden realm for humans. The mere thought of that icy expanse sent shivers down the spines of the Wind family's elders. It was one of the 3 most perilous places on the continent, a territory so treacherous that even a Title Douluo would not dare to venture alone. Yet now, the words uttered by Luban and the Windbreaker beast seemed to mock the very essence of danger. What sort of absurdity was this? The elders of the Wind family collectively turned their gazes toward Luban, their minds filled with incredulous thoughts. How could a level 50 individual, lacking even a 5th soul ring, possess the audacity to hunt a soul beast of 70,000 years? This is quite astonishing. I had not realized that Tang Er possesses such a talent for boasting. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaodian and the other members of the Divine Wind Brigade were utterly astounded and rendered speechless by the conversation between Luban and the Rift Beast. Such a grand spectacle is beyond the participation of mere children, yet to witness it firsthand is truly unimaginable. Just as Feng Batian was about to interject a warning, the atmosphere in the core area suddenly shifted. Ominous clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by relentless thunder and lightning. The oppressive clouds made it increasingly difficult for everyone to breathe. I am on the verge of transcending 400,000 years of cultivation, facing the impending heavenly tribulation, and there is no need for deceit. To dispel Luban's doubts, the Lufeng beast ceased to suppress its cultivation, leaping gracefully into the air, hovering above as if it were the sovereign of the universe. The diminutive figure contrasted starkly with the formidable aura it commanded over the world. A powerful pressure radiated throughout the core of Shinfeng Valley, causing the other soul beasts to tremble with fear. Meanwhile, Feng Batian and the esteemed elders of the Feng family were struck with terror upon witnessing the Lufeng beast reveal its cultivation level. My heavens! There exists a soul beast with a cultivation level of 400,000 within the core of Shinfeng Valley. Chapter 59, The Far North. What an astonishing concept. Generally, a soul master encountering a soul beast of 100,000 years is not a match, let alone one of 400,000 years, which is simply beyond imagination. It turns out that the ancestral teachings of the Wind family are indeed true. There exists a soul beast in the Godwind Valley that breathes hurricanes. Previously, Feng Batian had doubted this, claiming it merely to intimidate the younger generation of the Wind family, to prevent them from acting recklessly. However, upon witnessing it with their own eyes, both Feng Batian and the elders of the Wind family finally grasped the meaning of shock. They had actually seen a soul beast with an age of 400,000 years. At this moment, the young prodigies of the Wind family were petrified by the overwhelming might released by the Wind Splitter beast. Had it not been for the protection of the elders, they would have surely perished. The aura of a soul beast of 400,000 years is not something a soul master of merely 20 levels can withstand. Yet, astonishingly, this super soul beast was negotiating terms with Tang Er, suggesting a sacrifice. The members of the Wind family increasingly felt as though they were in a dream. All right, it's settled. At this moment, Luban finally understood why the Wind Splitter beast sought him out for negotiations. It was aware of its impending demise and wished to eliminate its former enemies first. When shall we depart? Seeing Luban's eager demeanor, the Wind Splitter beast shook its head, stating that just the 3 of them were insufficient. They needed to deal with a ruler of the extreme north, who was surrounded by many formidable guardians. It advised him to seek out additional assistance. This little fellow had never ventured into the extreme north and was unaware of its terrors. The Wind Splitter beast proceeded to detail the possible adversaries they might encounter. The 2 parties agreed to set off to the extreme north in 3 days. During this time, Luban began a fervent quest for aid. Previously, they had sold a segment of a 6-winged frost centipede S-body to the Shui family, and now it was time to call in that favor. Additionally, the Fire Clan had once pledged support. They would lend a hand thrice, within reason, should the need arise. Now was the time to invoke that promise. In an instant, urgent letters were dispatched from the Godwind City Post Station to both Tian Shui City and Chihua City to hunt a soul beast of 700,000 years in the extreme north. Upon receiving Luban's correspondence, the higher-ups of the Shui family and Fire Clan were thrown into a frenzy. Shui Luotian, the head of the Shui family, along with 12 guardian elders, rushed to Godwind City. Meanwhile, Huowudi, the leader of the Fire Clan, and his 12 guardian elders hastened their journey to Godwind City as well. Concurrently, the members of the Wind family could no longer remain idle. Feng Batian sought out Luban and Flinder, expressing that the Wind family also wished to contribute their efforts. The extreme north has always been regarded as a forbidden zone for humanity, with very few soul masters daring to venture there. This time, led by the Wind Beast. The opportunity to venture into the extreme northern lands is truly a rare chance. Senior Wind, if there is anything to discuss, please speak candidly. Flander. Observing Wind Batian's vague remarks, understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. One cannot exert effort without reward. The Wind Clan's willingness to intervene undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Ahem. Our Wind Clan hopes to acquire the soul bone from the sacrifice of the Wind Beast. Upon hearing this, Wind Batian awkwardly chuckled. Under Flanders' pressing inquiries, he finally divulged their intentions. Regardless of the cultivation age of a soul beast, a soul bone will invariably be produced upon sacrifice. For example, the 400,000-year-old wind beast from the Divine Wind Valley, once it willingly offers itself, a soul bone is guaranteed. The prospect of a 400,000-year-old wind attribute soul bone sent shivers down the spines of Wind Batian and the elders of the Wind Clan. They were still perplexed as to why the wind beast was willing to negotiate with Luban. Hearing Wind Batian speak so boldly, Flanders' lips twitched in disbelief. What audacity to propose purchasing a 400,000-year-old soul bone. Of course, if you find it burdensome, we could settle for the soul bone of the 700,000-year-old soul beast. However, I am uncertain if its attributes would be suitable. Noticing Flanders' stunned silence, Wind Batian shook his head and sighed. Upon hearing this, Luban could not help but twitch his lips as well. How audacious to be unsatisfied with the 400,000-year soul bone and desire the one from the 700,000-year beast. I am aware that you have been searching for the whereabouts of soul beasts with purely offensive attributes. If you agree to my conditions, I can reveal a location that will surely yield results. Wind Batian, being the head of the Wind Clan, began to unveil his main card slowly as he saw Flander and Luban remain noncommittal. At the mention of the whereabouts of purely offensive soul beasts, Luban finally showed signs of interest. At this moment, acquiring soul bones was less important to him than finding soul beasts for soul rings. He was confident that once his strength increased, soul bones would not be a scarce resource in the future. After all, 10,000-year soul beasts yield soul bones upon death. And while such treasures are rare for others, they are quite attainable for him. Following a spirited exchange of words, Luban and Flander reached an agreement with the Wind Clan. Soon, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On that day, as the first light of dawn broke, the formidable forces of the Water Clan and the Fire Tribe arrived one after another. Tang, my boy, it has been 2 years, and your audacity has indeed grown bolder. What cultivation do you possess to dare set your sights on the northern extremities? The Water Clan's elder, Uncle Shui, exclaimed, Tang, my dear brother. It has been several years since we last met. Do let Uncle Shui see how many soul rings you have acquired. Upon their arrival at Shinfeng City, Fire Tribe leader Huowudi and Water Clan patriarch Shui Luodian promptly sought out Luban to inquire about the situation. This young man has become increasingly arrogant over the years since our last encounter. One might think he has reached the pinnacle of Douluo, claiming he intends to hunt the ruler of the extreme north. However, even a peak Douluo would not stand a chance against a soul beast with 700,000 years of cultivation. Senior Fire, Uncle Water, please come inside, said Feng Batian, who had long been seated in the grand hall, clearly having waited for some time. Upon seeing the arrival of Huowudi and Shui Luotian, he quickly stood to greet them. Old Feng, what is the matter with you today? You seem unusually tense, Huowudi remarked, puzzled by Feng Batian's hesitant demeanor. Shui Luotian shared a similar expression of confusion. He knew Feng Batian's character well, as he would typically recline comfortably in his own territory, but now he appeared rather dispirited. Allow me to introduce our companion and ally for this journey, the senior beast, Luban announced as everyone entered the hall, gesturing towards the beast, who sat prominently at the front. Enough, enough, you humans are a nuisance. The beast waved its paw, signaling for them to cease their idle chatter. What manner of soul beast is this, so formidable that it can articulate human speech? At this moment, Fire Invincible and Water Luotian were utterly astonished to witness the imposing demeanor of them. This venerable hailed from the Valley of Divine Winds, boasting an impressive cultivation of 400,000 years. In order to prevent any misunderstanding, Luban provided a thorough explanation. Upon hearing this cultivation level, Fire Invincible and Water Luotian abruptly stood, their hairs standing on end as they instinctively distanced themselves from the Chapter 60, the three great kings to their utter disbelief. The seemingly inconspicuous little black cat before them was, in fact, a soul beast of 400,000 years of cultivation. No wonder they had found Feng Batian rather peculiar. After introducing the to the assembly, Luban commenced detailing the operational plan. They would collaborate with it to hunt down the sovereign of the extreme north, a soul beast of 700,000 years of cultivation. He then invited them to elucidate the circumstances of the extreme north. As Luban concluded his remarks, they began to relay its knowledge regarding the extreme north to those present. The region was under the dominion of three great kings, a snow woman of 700,000 years of cultivation, an ice emperor scorpion nearing 400,000 years, and a Titan blood demon king of 200,000 years. These three sovereigns held immense power in the extreme north, reigning as the strongest beings in that frigid realm, virtually invincible in such an unforgiving environment. Their objective this time was to confront the foremost of the three kings, known as the Snow Emperor. Revered by all beasts in the extreme north, the Snow Emperor was a being crystallized from the purest ice attribute of the elemental forces, possessing the rare and ultimate ice affinity. The Snow Emperor, in essence, was the Ice Woman of the extreme north, formed from the most pristine ice attributes and elemental energies at the core of that desolate territory. Upon hearing this account, the assembly in the Feng family hall collectively inhaled sharply, their faces etched with terror. Historical records of the continent merely indicated that the extreme north was a forbidden zone for humanity. They had never anticipated the presence of such formidable soul beasts, far surpassing those found within the Douluo forest. Truly astonishing. At this juncture, both Fire Invincible and Water Luo began to regret their decision to personally engage in this venture. With their current capabilities, venturing into the extreme north was tantamount to courting death. Even traversing to the core of the Douluo forest would pose significant dangers, let alone hunting the rulers of the extreme north. The existence of a soul beast with 700,000 years of cultivation was a revelation to them. The fact that there were 3 soul beasts in the extreme north with cultivation exceeding 200,000 years was utterly terrifying. Upon the successful completion of their mission, I promised to bestow upon both the Water and Fire clans a soul bone of 100,000 years each. Observing the apprehensive expressions on Fire Invincible and Water Luo's faces, Luban promptly offered substantial benefits. Although the experts from the Water and Fire clans had come to assist in accordance with previous commitments, they were nonetheless undertaking considerable risks. Luban and Flanders had previously assured that neither clan would be tasked with endeavors beyond their capabilities, thus such rewards were warranted. As he spoke, to allay their concerns, Luban unleashed his martial spirit, activating the 4 soul rings. This time, there was no pretense. A yellow, a purple, a black, and a red soul ring gradually ascended from beneath his feet, swirling around his body, creating a truly astonishing spectacle. The 4 colors, with the highest soul ring reaching an astounding 10,000 years, left the entire audience in sheer disbelief, including Fengbadian, Shui Luotian, and Huawudi. Each stood with their mouths agape, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, their faces etched with shock, and their gazes reflecting an incredulous expression. My goodness. The second soul ring is actually a 1,000-year soul ring. The 4th soul ring is, without a doubt, a soul ring of 10,000 years. Is this truly human? Esteemed seniors, I am entirely confident in this endeavor, so please rest assured and harbor no doubts. Luban spoke with an air of self-assurance, a smile adorning his face. Given his current prowess, it would be exceedingly challenging for anyone to inflict harm upon him, barring the intervention of a limit Douluo. At this moment, Luban's display of strength posed no concerns regarding safety. Meanwhile, Flender, standing nearby, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After years of hard work, this young lad had finally matured. At merely 12 years of age, he had achieved the rank of Soul King at level 50, thereby etching his name into the annals of history on the continent. As the eldest brother of Shrek Academy, Luban embodied the pride of the institution. Witnessing Luban's strength, the leaders of the 3 great families ceased their hesitations and agreed to proceed. Following a series of preparations, they set forth with their family's strongest warriors towards the extreme north. The patriarch of the Fire clan, Huawudi, donned a striking robe of flames. His face was flushed, and his eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire. Accompanying him were 12 elders from the Feng family, all clad in similar fiery attire, exuding an intense heat that seemed capable of melting the icy realm around them. The head of the Water clan, Shui Luotian, wore a flowing blue robe that rippled like water. His gaze was as profound as the ocean, seemingly able to encompass all. Behind him, 12 elders also adorned in azure robes were enveloped in a gentle mist, evoking a sense of tranquility and depth. The leader of the Wind clan, Fengbadian, was draped in green, appearing as one with the surrounding forest. His eyes were sharp as the wind, as if they could pierce through anything. The 12 elders of the Feng family, dressed in green, seemed to be accompanied by a swift and agile breeze. The patriarchs and elders of the 3 great families gathered, advancing northward with great momentum. After 2 days, they finally reached the fringes of the extreme north. Upon arrival, they subdued their presence and quietly ventured towards the core region. Once within the extreme north, even the grew tense. It cautioned the group to maintain a low profile to avoid drawing the attention of the soul beasts inhabiting this icy expanse. With that, they led the way, followed closely by Luban and Flender as they pressed on towards the heart of the territory. Observing this, the 3 clans of Water, Fire, and Wind hastily followed suit. Before them lay the extreme north, an enchanting realm cloaked in a silvery shroud of snow and ice. The temperature plummeted, with biting winds that seemed to freeze the very air. In the distant sky, a profound blue was visible, devoid of the sun's warmth. Only an endless chill and gloom prevailing. Occasionally, delicate snowflakes drifted down from the heavens, dancing gracefully as if narrating the solitude and silence of this wintry world. The ground was blanketed in thick snow, each step eliciting a crunching sound. Amidst the snowy expanse, some ice crystals sparkled under the sun, resembling countless tiny stars twinkling in the vastness. The ice crystals, each exhibiting unique forms, resemble sharp blades or resplendent gems, swaying gracefully in the frigid wind while emitting a melodious and crisp sound. The chilling gusts howl around, stirring up flurries of snow and fog, rendering the far northern land hazy and enigmatic. Even the esteemed elders of the 3 prominent families, each a high-ranking soul master of formidable prowess, cannot escape the bone-chilling cold and the profound sense of solitude that pervades this place. It is as if time itself has been frozen. Moving slowly and heavily within this realm, it is difficult to fathom how such an extreme environment could host an abundance of soul beasts. As the Rift Wind Beast had claimed, led by the Rift Wind Beast, Luban and his companions traversed numerous treacherous ice mountains, spending the better part of the day to finally reach the heart of the far north. Initially, they believed the preceding conditions to be harsh, only to discover that upon entering the core zone, they were met with the stinging assault of icy rain upon their faces. Chapter 61, The First Encounter with the Ice and Snow Emperors. Ice crystals whirl chaotically in the sky, and any ordinary person who steps into this realm would be instantly pricked like a hedgehog. The ground is blanketed with a thick layer of snow, concealing countless ice crystals beneath its surface. These ice crystals exhibit a myriad of forms. Some resemble sharp blades, while others appear as translucent gems. They shimmer with resplendent brilliance under the sunlight, as if the entire ground has been adorned with precious stones. Before them lay a vast expanse of crystalline sea, shimmering with a dazzling light, a sight of breathtaking grandeur. Within this frozen ocean floated countless islands of ice, each uniquely shaped, some resembling majestic peaks, others like grand fortresses, evoking the image of a mysterious realm of ice castles. As they navigated through the myriad of islands, the Riftwind Beast finally came to a halt near a magnificent and imposing palace. This palace, entirely transparent and radiant, seemed to be assembled from myriad ice crystals. The roof, walls, and floors of the palace sparkled with brilliant luminescence, as if each crystal harbored extraordinary power. Bathed in sunlight, the palace emanated a kaleidoscope of colors, a vision reminiscent of a dream. A collective gasp of awe escaped the onlookers at this wondrous spectacle. From the solemn expression of the Riftwind Beast, Luban understood they had reached their destination. This palace before them was undoubtedly the abode of the Snow Sovereign, truly, as the ruler of the far northern lands. The residence of the Snow Sovereign appeared as a resplendent gem, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding icy wilderness. Here lies the emblem of glory in the farthest north. How? Snow Empress, an old friend has arrived. Come forth for a battle. Upon arrival, the Riftwind Beast wasted no time and immediately engaged in combat. Its jaws agape. A tempestuous whirlwind emerged effortlessly, its grandeur directed towards the palace of the Snow Empress. With a single strike, the surrounding iceberg shattered and the earth trembled. Had it struck the palace, it would undoubtedly have been obliterated in an instant. However, just as the tempest was about to reach the Snow Emperor's palace, a formidable barrier of ice and snow emerged, enveloping the crystalline palace in a bowl-like embrace, repelling the howling winds of the wind-cleaving beast. Soon, the heavens and the earth shifted in hue, and Luban felt a chilling sensation enveloping his body as torrents of icy snow erupted before him. Then, all present beheld a young woman materializing in mid-air above the palace. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, tall and graceful, exuding an air of mystery. Her long hair, as white as freshly fallen snow, cascaded down her shoulders like winter's delicate flurries. Her features were exquisitely refined, akin to a meticulously carved crystal, radiating a cold yet noble elegance. Her eyes were profound, reminiscent of a tranquil lake encased in ice, clear and serene. Draped in an ice-blue gown, the hem of her dress danced upon the snowy ground, resembling a wisp of ethereal azure mist. The gown was adorned with countless shimmering ice crystals, akin to stars upon the blanket of snow, emanating an aura of enigmatic beauty. Around her neck hung a necklace of ice crystals, featuring a magnificent gem that sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of the heart of winter itself. Her slender hands, seemingly sculpted from ice and snow, were embellished with exquisite crystal rings, each imbued with an essence of boundless power. On her feet, she wore shoes crafted of ice crystals, encrusted with blue gems that radiated a captivating glow. The aura of cold nobility she exuded felt like the very essence of the frigid and pure northern realms. Recognizing her identity at a glance, the onlookers understood that she was none other than the sovereign of the far north, the Snow Empress. Wind-cleaving beast, I have spared you thrice. Your obstinacy leaves me no choice but to keep you here, the Snow Empress spoke, her voice imbued with an icy demeanor. Her beautiful eyes cast a calm glance over Luban, Flanders, and the others, revealing no sign of emotion, as if they were mere shadows in her presence. In the eyes of Luban and others, this was nothing short of blatant disregard. Indeed, aside from the limit Douluo, who else could capture the attention of a being with 70,000 years of cultivation like the sovereign of the far north? Snow Empress, you have seized my opportunity. Today, even at the cost of my life, the Riftwind Beast shall ensure our mutual destruction. The Riftwind Beast, shedding its usual languor, became exceptionally grim upon the Snow Empress's appearance, its expression reflecting an intensity that could only be described as seething rage. Natural treasures are destined for those fated to possess them. My acquisition of the deep-sea mystic ice lotus was certainly due to my own karmic affinity, and I had previously vowed to spare her 3 times, a promise I upheld. The Snow Empress coldly remarked, wishing not to entangle herself further in this matter. The Riftwind Beast had previously attempted to provoke her thrice in the far north, each time culminating in failure. This time, a surge of fury welled up within the Snow Emperor, irked by the incessant cling of a creature akin to the wind-dripping beast. The theft of one's fate is akin to the slaying of one's kin, and Snow Emperor, regardless of your eloquent justifications today, your demise is inevitably sealed. Standing resolutely, the wind-dripping beast's eyes blazed with wrath, exuding an air of determination. With the impending tribulation looming, he recognized the futility of his survival. It was after witnessing Luban's astonishing prowess 2 years prior that he had proactively initiated a pact with him. With Luban's formidable offensive capabilities, he firmly believed that their combined strength could undoubtedly vanquish the Snow Emperor, allowing him to depart this world without regret. Cackling, I was wondering who it could be. And lo, it is you, my ebony feline. As the wind-ripping beast's words faded, another female voice resonated from within the Snow Emperor's palace, revealing a formidable temperament despite her lack of strength. Soon, Luban and the others beheld a mutated soul beast, possessing a human form with a scorpion's tail, materializing beside the Snow Emperor. The woman, with her voluptuous figure and strikingly alluring visage, was truly captivating. Her scorpion tail, extending at least 3 meters, resembled a silk ribbon of icy blue, delicate and smooth. The slender tail, with its flowing lines, appeared as though sculpted from the purest ice crystal, shimmering with resplendent brilliance. This dazzling radiance danced under the sunlight, reminiscent of a string of glistening ice beads, breathtakingly beautiful. At the tail's end lay an elongated stinger, poised and deadly. The poisonous stinger is slender and sharp, resembling an exquisite curved blade. The tip of the stinger glistens with a chilling radiance, as if capable of piercing through anything. As the scorpion's tail sways, the surrounding air seems to freeze, emanating a formidable chill. This icy aura acts as an intangible force, capable of instantly immobilizing its foes. So, it turns out that you, the venomous scorpion, are here as well. Upon the emergence of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, the split-winged beast snorted coldly. Maintaining an unchanging facade, yet internally, it harbored some trepidation. After all, the Ice Emperor has cultivated for nearly 400,000 years, possessing strength that is nearly on par with his own. Not to mention, they are currently in the extreme northern territory of the Ice Emperor's lair, an environment rich in ice elements that significantly enhances the combat prowess of both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. As the Ice Emperor makes his appearance, the elders from the Wind Clan, Fire Clan, and Water Clan exhibit signs of palpable tension. Wind Dominator, Fire Invincible, and Water Luo Tian display expressions of astonishment, their pupils constricting, equally anxious about this unexpected alliance of two beast kings. This defies the laws of science. As the strength of soul beasts increases, so too does their territorial awareness. Even among kin, conflicts are inevitable, let alone between different factions. In Chapter 62, the ferocious Snow Empress makes her presence felt. Akin to the Ice Emperor, who blatantly disregards Luban and his companions, directing all attention towards the Rift Wind Beast. Although the Rift Wind Beast harbors a tinge of anxiety, retreat is not on its agenda. With time slipping away, it is determined to resolve its enmity with the Snow Empress before its demise. Let us strike. Tang Air and I shall confront the Snow Empress, while you engage the Ice Emperor. With a fierce howl, the Rift Wind Beast launches an assault on the Snow Empress. Instantly, the entire arena seems enveloped by an unseen force, as the Rift Wind Beast's form vanishes from sight, leaving only a trail of afterimages, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. The air is abruptly torn apart, unleashing an invisible blade of wind that races forth, shattering the tranquility of the extreme northern sky. This wind blade emanates a piercing chill, as if it could slice through the very air itself. Wherever the blade traverses, snow swirls violently, and the ice crystals upon the ground are instantaneously leveled, leaving behind a profound ravine. Simultaneously, the Rift Wind Beast emits a thunderous roar, brimming with ferocity and might. Its voice reverberates through the air, instilling a sense of dread. The surrounding soul beasts, confronted with this overwhelming force, retreat in trepidation, unwilling to approach. As a being of pure offensive prowess, the Rift Wind Beast possesses no skills, only the most unadulterated and extreme wind attribute attacks. This ultimate wind attribute attack is astonishing in its magnitude and destructive power. When unleashed, the fierce wind transforms into an indomitable blade, leaving devastation in its wake. The extreme attack of the possesses formidable cutting strength. At this moment, whether it be the hard ice surface or the imposing rock, they become as fragile as paper under the assault of this relentless wind. Once the target is struck, it is inevitably severed in an instant. In addition to the physical damage, this ultimate strike also inflicts potent wind attribute harm. This wind-based damage will infiltrate the target's body, wreaking havoc on its meridians and internal organs, resulting in severe internal injuries. Furthermore, this ultimate assault is imbued with a potent shockwave, causing the surrounding air to undergo violent fluctuations, thereby generating formidable shockwaves. These shockwaves not only inflict harm upon the targeted adversary, but also exert influence on the surrounding life forms. The moment the Rift Wind Beast launched its attack, even the esteemed elders of the Luban Flanders' 3 prominent families were rendered dizzy by the force of the shockwave, as if the entire world were swaying. Confronted with the full force of the Rift Wind Beast strike, even the Snow Empress, with her 70 millennia of cultivation, did not dare to underestimate it. She immediately unleashed her domain skill, the imperial cold sky, snow dance illuminating the sun. Instantly, an aura of frigid air enveloped her form, as if the very air had frozen. This chilling essence swiftly spread, shrouding the entire battlefield. Wherever the domain skill reached, snowflakes cascaded down like delicate ice crystals, each one radiating a brilliant luminescence. Simultaneously, though the sunlight was obscured by clouds, it burst forth in dazzling brilliance under the reflection of the snow dance. This interplay of light and cold created a singular spectacle. The illumination highlighted the snowflakes, rendering the battlefield a dreamlike realm of light and shadow. Under the influence of the snow dance illuminating the sun domain, the rift wind beasts slicing wind attacks seemed to be thwarted by invisible ice and snow cages, their potency diminishing with each passing moment. At that moment, Luban, standing beside the rift wind beast, was astonished by the Snow Empress's domain skill. Remarkably capable of both offense and defense, it was indeed formidable. Within the confines of the snow dance illuminating the sun domain, Luban felt an excruciating chill, as if his very soul were frozen. Under the dual pressure of light and cold, his movements began to slow, as though his soul force were ensnared, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of obstruction. In stark contrast, the Snow Empress thrived within this domain, moving with agility, her figure darting through the blizzard, light and graceful, nearly impossible to capture. In a pivotal moment, Luban resolutely activated the archer's domain. With the manifestation of his martial soul, for soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red slowly ascended, swirling around him. The adverse effects of the snow dance illuminating the sun vanished in an instant. Noticing the configuration of Luban's soul rings, the Snow Empress's icy demeanor finally shifted. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her heart racing with disbelief. How could a mere human possess such extraordinary talent? Awash in the instincts of a seasoned expert, an unsettling sensation surged within her. She sensed that this youth before her posed a potential threat. After countless years, she had never experienced such a sense of crisis. This unsettling presence must be eradicated. With determination, she unleashed her most potent single-target attack, the Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme unmatched. In that moment, a colossal ice sword materialized in her hand, exuding a chilling radiance, as if sculpted from the purest ice crystals. The sword's sharpness was beyond imagination, capable of cleaving through the very air itself. As the Snow Empress swung the sword, an overwhelming wave of cold energy erupted forth. The chill emanates like the blade of a colossal 40-meter sword, causing the air to quiver wherever it travels. After carving a flawless arc across the sky, it astonishingly splits into countless delicate ice blades. These ice swords cascaded down upon Luban like a torrential downpour, each one emanating a chilling radiance, reminiscent of a dazzling rain of crystal ice. "Be careful," the Wind Ripper beast urgently shouted, witnessing the Snow Emperor abandon himself to launch an attack on Luban. Although Luban possessed formidable offensive capabilities, he was still merely a level 50 Soul King, possessing a notably frail defense. Meanwhile, on another side of the battlefield, Frand, along with the elders Feng Batian, Huowudi, and Shui Luotian, had already engaged in a fierce battle with the Ice Emperor, rendering them unable to assist Luban. As Luban faced such a ferocious assault, an overwhelming sense of anxiety gripped the hearts of those present. Should anything happen to Luban, none of them would escape the extreme north alive. Once the storm of ice crystal swords entered the realm of the sharpshooters, Luban felt an immense sense of pressure enveloping him. If he were to withstand this move with sheer physical strength, he would undoubtedly be reduced to nothingness. The Snow Empress's technique is executed with astonishing speed. As soon as Luban senses the impending threat of the sword intent, he promptly unleashes his primary skill, the Resistance Aura. Upon activation, a golden, elastic shield materializes instantly around him. This golden protective shield not only withstands skill attacks, but also repels close-range adversaries. As Luban's soul power level ascends, the duration of the skill has extended from an initial 20 seconds to an impressive 50 seconds. The Resistance Aura radiates a brilliant light, seemingly imbued with extraordinary power capable of deflecting all assaults. Within the aura, Luban stands resolute, enveloped in a sacred glow, reminiscent of a majestic golden warrior. When the Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Unmatched, encounters the Resistance Aura, the entire scene undergoes a dramatic transformation. The extreme chill clashes with the intense radiance, producing a thunderous roar that reverberates through the air. This force seemed capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Chapter 63. The Snow Empress is overwhelmed. Amidst this fierce clash, ice and light intertwined, creating a unique tableau. Within this fusion of ice and illumination, a scene of snow and light dancing together emerged. The resplendent brilliance illuminated the surrounding frost, while the extreme chill added a touch of crispness to the radiance. In this symphony of ice and light, the Imperial Sword, Ice Supreme, and the resisting halo vividly manifested the harmony of strength and beauty. Hiss! It was blocked. As the Imperial Sword, Ice Supreme concluded, all present gasped in astonishment at the proud and towering figures standing amidst the chaos. Even the usually unflappable Snow Empress and Ice Emperor were left agape, their cold, exquisite faces betraying disbelief. They were profoundly shaken. How could this be? Her most powerful single-target attack was thwarted by a mere four-ringed Soul King. What extraordinary skill was that golden barrier, so against the odds? It was known that even an ordinary Title Douluo would suffer severe injuries or worse from her strike. Now it was my turn to strike. Luban looked up at the Snow Empress, speaking calmly. Tempest Beast, lend me your speed. As soon as Luban's words fell, the Tempest Beast reluctantly drifted before him. Its cat-like form suddenly expanded, rapidly growing to the size of a young bull. Luban leaped onto the back of the Tempest Beast, soaring into the sky. At this moment, the Snow Empress was suspended in midair, her domain unable to extend to him. To slay the Snow Empress, it was imperative to envelop her within the archer's domain. The Tempest Beast glided effortlessly through the air, its speed rivaling that of the Snow Empress. If both were of equal cultivation, the Snow Empress would undoubtedly be outpaced by the Tempest Beast, being a wind-type soul beast, inherently swift. At this juncture, Luban did not reveal his true form. Still disguised with divine-level skin as a golden-armored descendant of archers, he drew the sunshoot bow, aiming at the Snow Empress. His normal attack exceeded 11,000, and with the archer's domain enhancing his power, the attack doubled. Once she entered his domain, a single normal attack would yield over 220,000 points of damage. Even the slightest misstep could lead to injury for the Snow Empress. The Tempest Beast quickly caught up to the Snow Empress, and Luban released an arrow, almost instantaneous in its flight. Unfortunately, the Snow Empress possessed domain skills. Within the Imperial Cold Sky, Snow Dance Radiance domain, her senses were extraordinarily acute. Before the thunderous arrow could strike her, she detected its trajectory. With a swift movement, she unleashed a snow palm, aiming to shatter the arrow. However, to her astonishment, the thunderous arrow pierced through the snow palm, and it was evident that evasion was no longer an option. Luban's arrow struck the Snow Empress directly, sending her flying several meters away. Fortunately, the snow palm provided some cushioning, preventing her from suffering severe injuries. Otherwise, such a sudden impact would have resulted in significant consequences. Even so, the Snow Empress felt a tremendous shockwave coursing through her body, causing her internal organs to ache intensely. Hiss! At this moment, the Snow Empress was taken aback. She clearly observed that the youth opposite her had not summoned the power of his spirit ring. He was not employing any spirit skills, merely loosing a simple arrow, which nearly inflicted harm upon her. It was truly astonishing and beyond comprehension. When did such an enigmatic prodigy emerge on the continent? Seeing the Snow Empress caught off guard, the Gale Beast was elated. The scene mirrored its earlier expectations. Anyone who underestimated Luban would surely suffer a grievous defeat. The Gale Beast carried Luban as they relentlessly pursued. Luban unleashed a barrage of lightning arrows from his sun-shooting bow towards the Snow Empress. Emperor's Control, Great Cold No Snow. Realizing the potency of Luban's basic attacks, the Snow Empress dared not withstand them any longer and promptly employed another skill, Great Cold No Snow, to counter. She gracefully leaped to evade the aim of the sun-shooting bow. Soon, a tremendous chill gathered in her palm, resembling a crystal orb that radiated dazzling light. With a soft exclamation, the chilling energy in her palm erupted, transforming into a massive icy palm imprint that shimmered brilliantly. The formidable icy imprint, imbued with a bone-chilling frost, cleaved through the sky, striking towards Luban's lightning arrows. Subsequently, both sides found themselves embroiled in a fierce stalemate. Come at me. You can't touch me. Luban taunted as he pursued the Snow Empress, provoking her further and deepening her frown, seething with anger. Upon hearing Luban's bravado, even the Gale Beast was tempted to take a bite out of him. This was a duel between top-tier experts. Could he not maintain a semblance of seriousness? Despite his disdain for the Snow Empress, he would not act so flippantly in the heat of battle, as if it were merely a game. At that moment, not only the Gale Beast, but also the Ice Emperor and his companions, witnessing the clash between Luban and the Snow Empress from afar, were left utterly speechless. Even Flanders, upon hearing Luban's taunts, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, feeling an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing, if only he were not his student. The Ice Emperor was astounded that a mere human boy could force the Snow Empress into such a desperate position, leaving him in utter shock. The leaders of the three great families, Wind Overlord, Fire Invincible, and Water Luotian, were also astonished by Luban's might. Good heavens, at such a young age, he can hold his own against the continent's most formidable spirit beasts? Is he even human? The continent may soon find it hard to accommodate such a prodigy. Young man, what type of spirit master are you? Even the typically frigid Snow Empress could not help but inquire. I am an output stream spirit master, dedicated to achieving the utmost in output, Luban replied calmly. The warm-up is over. My true assault begins now. To fall at the hands of the #1 archer on the Douluo Continent is something to take pride in. Radiant Knight, 9 Thunder Paths. After 300 rounds of battle, Luban realized he could no longer afford to prolong the confrontation. The Snow Empress possessed an immense 700,000 years of cultivation and abundant soul power. And being in the extreme north meant she could replenish her soul power at any moment. If this continued, their soul power would be entirely depleted. Luban decisively unleashed his most powerful attack skill, the third skill of the archer domain, 3,000 Thunderfalls. The first lightning arrow was released, carrying only 10% of its attack strength, around 2,000 points. After the Snow Empress executed her great cold no snow skill, she sensed the drastic reduction in Luban's attack power, leaving her quite astonished. Could it be that his soul power was nearing exhaustion? The second arrow. As the Snow Empress began to entertain a glimmer of optimism, Luban's second lightning arrow shattered her illusion, for she noticed that the attack power of the arrows was increasing. Following the invocation of 3,000 Thunderfalls, the atmospheric conditions in the extreme north altered dramatically. Layers of dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, crackling with thunder. At this moment, Luban stood amidst the storm clouds, thunder swirling around him, resembling a god of thunder emerging from the tempest. His might was overwhelming, directly suppressing the Snow Empress's Snow Dance Radiant Sun domain. The third lightning arrow of 3,000 Thunderfalls was unleashed, boasting 40% of the basic attack power, amounting to nearly 50,000 points. The increasingly formidable offensive prowess deeply moved the Snow Empress, intensifying the sense of unease that lingered within her. What an extraordinary skill this is, so bizarre. It was her first encounter with a technique whose attacks grew increasingly formidable. Truly preposterous. As successive lightning arrows were unleashed, the Snow Empress found herself increasingly overwhelmed. The sixth arrow. As the Sunshoot Bow released its sixth lightning arrow, the sky within the archer's domain was alive with dancing lightning serpents, the density of thunder escalating to an almost oceanic magnitude. The realm of the Snow Empress. Emperor's cold day, snow dance illuminating the sun, was nearly compressed to nothingness. She sensed a lethal threat, realizing that she could not withstand the arrow before her. This is the sensation of the strong, rarely prone to error. Ice Emperor, flee swiftly. In the face of imminent peril, Snow Emperor shouted urgently at Ice Emperor, urging an immediate escape from the battlefield. At that moment, everyone felt the resolute call of Snow Emperor, profoundly shaken by the formidable assault of Luban. Oh heavens! This divine thunder, wielding lightning arrows, what extraordinary skill is this, with such terrifying power? Luban's sixth arrow delivered a staggering two-fold enhancement to his basic attack. What was once over 220,000 points of attack power transformed into an astonishing 660,000 points. Such ferocity surpassed anything Snow Emperor could withstand. Only a soul beast of pure defense, with a staggering 70,000 years of age, might withstand Luban's thunderous strike. A being like Snow Emperor, formed from the elemental forces of ice, could never endure such extreme assault from Luban. Furthermore, Snow Emperor discerned that Luban's attack contained an elemental fire attribute of extreme power. Initially, this force had little effect on her, but as the attack potency escalated, this fiery energy became utterly restraining. With both lightning and fire elements assailing her, and uncertainty about how many more arrows Luban could unleash, Snow Emperor felt a profound sense of doom, absent any glimmer of survival. Her only hope lay in escaping the range of the thunderous onslaught, yet the presence of the swift windbreaker beast extinguished even that last flicker of hope. No. As Snow Emperor uttered her final cry, Ice Emperor's face paled. After years in the far north, she had never witnessed Snow Emperor in such a desperate state. Snow Emperor was her dearest friend. Every word she spoke resonated deeply within Ice Emperor. It was clear that Snow Emperor implored her to flee without concern for her. Yet how could Ice Emperor abandon Snow Emperor? Not only was she her closest companion, but also the one she cherished in her heart. Fury of the Ice Sovereign. In a critical moment, Ice Emperor unleashed her most formidable skill. Upon invoking the fury of the Ice Sovereign, a tempest of ice and snow erupted on the battlefield. Unlike any before, anything that came into contact would rapidly freeze. Moreover, it bore devastating ice attribute damage. With 200,000 years of cultivation, Ice Emperor's fury of the Ice Sovereign quickly immobilized Flander and the masters from the three elemental families of wind, fire, and water. Instead of continuing the assault, she hastened towards Snow Emperor's direction. She could not bear to witness Snow Emperor's demise. She had to save her. Even if salvation proved impossible, she would willingly perish alongside Snow Emperor. As Ice Emperor cried out and rushed toward her, Snow Emperor's previously resigned spirit ignited anew. Sensing Luban's sixth arrow approaching, she summoned all her strength and soared towards the realm beyond the thunder. Crackle! The sound of the lightning arrow surged behind her, and Snow Emperor had no time for contemplation. Instinct propelled her to flee. In that moment, her sole focus was on escaping. No. As the lightning arrow hurtled towards Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor's wails echoed through the far north. Tears streamed down her face, and her heart turned to ice. Boom. Feeling the thunderous arrow approaching from behind, Snow Emperor understood it was over. With one final cry, she implored, "Do not concern yourself with me, flee." With that, Snow Emperor closed her eyes. In this moment, an overwhelming surge of soul power ignited within her as she contemplated self-detonation. As the sovereign of the extreme north, she resolved to maintain her regal dignity even in death. She refused to become a mere soul ring for humanity. No. Huh? Upon hearing the Ice Emperor shout once more, the Snow Empress felt a flicker of surprise. How could the lightning arrows still not have arrived after such a prolonged wait? At that moment, a voice of complaint echoed from behind, where Luban was expressing his frustration. Predecessor Windsplit Beast, why did you suddenly pause just now? How? You struck with such fervor. Just look at the state you've left me in. At this instant, Luban, bathed in thunder, was astride the Windsplit Beast. Meanwhile, the Windsplit Beast stood with its fur bristling, enveloped in thick smoke, emanating a charred aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. Observing this, Luban's expression revealed a hint of embarrassment. Hurry up and catch up. I cannot afford to let this skill falter. Hearing Luban's words, the Windsplit Beast gritted its teeth, enduring the surging electricity coursing through its body, and suddenly accelerated, once again closing the distance to the Snow Empress. Seventh arrow. As the time limit approached, Luban successfully unleashed the seventh lightning arrow, with a remarkable 6 for times enhancement. Delivering nearly 130,000 points of attack power, the Snow Empress found it utterly impossible to withstand. However, at that moment, the Ice Emperor had already arrived beside the Snow Empress. The onlookers beheld the two great sovereigns of the extreme north simultaneously proclaiming, the pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors. At this moment, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress hovered gracefully in midair, exuding an aura of chilling coldness that seemed to freeze the very air around them. A tremendous wave of frigid energy coalesced in their palms, transforming into two magnificent icy handprints that radiated a dazzling brilliance. With a gentle incantation from both women, the icy handprints in their hands instantaneously merged, evolving into an even grander crystalline imprint of ice. The icy crystal imprint emanates a bone-chilling cold, as if it possesses the power to cleave through all that it encounters. At this moment, the domain skill of the Snow Empress, Imperial Cold Sky, Snow Dance Radiant Sun, merged with the Ice Emperor's Eternal Frozen Domain, resulting in the creation of the Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. Frigid snowflakes and resilient ice crystals intertwined and fused, forming an expansive world of ice and snow. Within this frosty realm, everything seemed to be suspended in time. Snowflakes danced gracefully in the air, while the ice layers reflected a dazzling brilliance, saturating the entire space with an aura of coldness and light. In this vast expanse of ice and snow, the figures of the Ice and Snow Emperors appeared indistinctly, as if they had become one with the domain, embodying the majesty and allure of the rulers of the far north. Empowered by the Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain, the ice crystal imprints of the proud Ice and Snow Emperors surged in might, growing in size to resemble a mountain as they faced the seventh lightning dragon arrow shot by Luban. Oh heavens! It was indeed a fusion skill. At this moment, the elders of the three prominent families, Wind Tyrant, Fire Invincible, and Water Luotian, were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape. Shock was etched across their faces. While they had witnessed numerous spirit fusion techniques among spirit masters, this was their first encounter with a fusion of skills between spirit beasts, especially between the two great rulers of the extreme north. Chapter 65. Dreaming Ice Silkworm with a cultivation of 700,000, the Snow Empress, alongside the Ice Emperor, who had cultivated for 400,000 years, unleashed the fusion skill pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors, a display of formidable power. Even the most elite Title Douluo among spirit masters would find it challenging to survive such a strike. Yet, this thunderous and overwhelming assault seemed only slightly weaker than the seventh lightning arrow launched by Luban. If the prowess of the Ice and Snow Emperors had astonished everyone, then Luban's display of strength at this moment made the experts from the three families question their very existence. For heaven's sake, that was merely a level 50 Soul King. One might mistake him for an ultimate Douluo. The Wind Beast had also never witnessed the fusion skill of the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor, and he was profoundly shaken. If the pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors were to strike him, he would surely meet his demise. At this moment, everyone beheld the ice crystal giant palm formed from the pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors, where snow white and emerald green hues intertwined. The upper half of the giant palm gleamed white, while the lower half radiated emerald, the two vivid colors merging at the palm's center. It transformed into two yin-yang fish, resembling the Tai Chi symbol. The yin-yang fish, connected at their tails, formed a circular Tai Chi pattern, and the palm's center suddenly emanated a vortex that resembled a black hole. In its wake, not only the snow and ice, but even light itself seemed to be engulfed. At that moment, the lightning dragon, transformed from Luban's seventh lightning arrow, surged forth like a bolt of thunder, crashing into the black hole at the center of the ice crystal giant palm. Crack, crack, crack. As the two ultimate techniques collided, the sound of shattering void echoed in the ears of the onlookers. The ice crystal giant palm was soon riddled with cracks, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered completely. Spurt. Both the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor coughed up blood simultaneously, their faces pale, appearing even more ashen than the color of snow and ice. Although their fusion skill managed to withstand Luban's seventh lightning arrow, they were severely wounded and lacked the strength to retaliate. Why are you so foolish? The Snow Empress gazed at the Ice Emperor beside her, sighing softly, her eyes filled with compassion. Without you by my side, life feels so dull, devoid of joy. The Ice Emperor's lips curved into a smile, exuding a bittersweet yet serene demeanor. There was no trace of fear in the face of death. Instead, a sense of contentment arose at the thought of dying alongside the Snow Empress. In the sky above the far north, the Ice Sky Snow Maiden and the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion stood proudly, facing death head-on. One radiated a noble beauty, while the other exuded an enchanting coldness. Their regal aura stirred emotions within the hearts of onlookers, evoking a sense of melancholy that resonated deeply. The Ice and Snow Emperors exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Their remaining soul power began to erupt dramatically. Self-detonation. They were preparing to self-destruct. At this moment, the elders from the Wind, Fire, and Water clans gasped in alarm. They intended to die with purpose, demonstrating to humanity how a true ruler should meet their end. Luban prepared the eighth lightning arrow of the sun-shooting bow, lingering on the string, sensing the very ice and snow of the extreme north lamenting. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. Snow Empress, Ice Emperor, Atai, I come. With a resounding roar that echoed throughout the heavens and earth, the third king of the far north, Titan Snow Demon King, arrived with an army of spirit beasts. Humans, my queen of the far north is not to be insulted. Everyone turned towards the sound, witnessing a vast swarm of spirit beasts surging like a tide toward the Snow Empress's palace. Leading the charge was a towering giant, standing 100 meters tall, his stature imposing like a majestic mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence. His skin shimmered in a pale blue hue, seemingly covered in a layer of ice crystals that emitted a soft blue glow. His ice blue eyes were deep and piercing, as if capable of seeing through all illusions. A cascade of white hair flowed down his back, contrasting starkly with his icy blue skin, lending him an air of authority. His muscular physique was clearly defined, each muscle brimming with formidable strength. His arms were robust, and his enormous hands had long, powerful fingers, each adorned with scales of ice blue, shimmering with a chilling light. The commotion from the battle between Luban and the Ice and Snow Emperors naturally drew the attention of the spirit beasts of the far north. Upon learning that human experts had banded together to attack the Snow Empress, the spirit beasts, led by the Titan Snow Demon King, hastily rushed to provide support. The moment they spotted the towering figure resembling a mountain, Luban and his companions instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer. After all, before their mission, the Wind Beast had informed them in detail about the three great kings of the far north. Atai, why have you come? This matter is between me and the Wind Beast. You need not intervene. The Snow Empress furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with profound concern upon seeing the Titan Snow Demon King arrive with the army of spirit beasts. Luban's strength exceeded her expectations, and she wished to spare the spirit beasts of the far north from suffering heavy losses because of her. Snow Empress, Ice Emperor, not only Atai, but I, Dreaming Ice Silkworm, have also arrived. As soon as the Snow Empress finished speaking, a boisterous voice resonated across the battlefield. At this moment, everyone beheld a plump, jade-white ice silkworm spirit beast resting atop the Titan Snow Demon King's massive shoulder. Wow, what a gigantic ice silkworm! Wind Tyrant, Fire Invincible, and Water Luo Tian were left astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld the ice silkworm's body, measuring over 10 meters in length and more than a meter in width. Typically, ice silkworms were no larger than a finger. Yet this one appeared as if it had achieved a magnificent transformation. How many years of cultivation must one undergo to achieve such mastery in consumption? Tianming, what chaos are you trying to create? Upon seeing Tianming's ice silkworm approach, the Ice Emperor remarked coldly. The deceased ice silkworm was originally intended for her to enhance her cultivation, yet it unexpectedly became enamored with her, declaring its affection each time they met, which left her rather displeased. Despite the ice silkworm's cultivation nearing 1,000,000 years, its power was notably feeble. In the frigid northern lands, the ice silkworm lineage constituted the lowest tier of soul beasts, serving as sustenance for her clan, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpions. Naturally, she held no regard for such a weak creature. Of course, I am here to rescue you, the ice silkworm declared with a facade of seriousness, for it was a soul beast with nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation and possessed formidable mental prowess. It had observed the previous encounters between the Ice and Snow Emperors and humanity with clarity. The Titan Snow Demon King was able to rally such a vast army of soul beasts for support, all thanks to its intelligence. Upon hearing the ice silkworm's assertion, the Ice Emperor rolled her eyes, while the Snow Emperor smirked, inwardly scoffing as well. Wind Ripper Beast, shall we strike a bargain? The ice silkworm disregarded the doubts expressed by the Ice and Snow Emperors and proceeded to negotiate with the Wind Ripper Beast. I am aware that your 400,000-year deadline is imminent, and you wish to drag the Snow Emperor down with you. However, I possess a means to ensure your continued existence, provided you can set aside your grievances with the Snow Emperor. How? The Wind Ripper beast scoffed disdainfully in response. Little ice silkworm, who do you think you are? Continue to live? A mere ice silkworm dares to deceive me. Humph. To die alongside me is a privilege bestowed upon the Snow Emperors, it retorted firmly. The Snow Emperor must perish today. The Wind Ripper beast's attitude was resolute. Dismissing the ice silkworm's words entirely, harboring no favorable impressions of the soul beasts of the frigid northern lands. If anything unfortunate befalls the ice and snow emperors, none of you shall leave the frigid northern lands alive, the Titan Snow Demon King threatened with a fierce countenance. Even if it costs the lives of all soul beasts in this region, we shall exhaust the Wind Ripper beast until its demise. Upon hearing the Titan Snow Demon King's command, a cacophony of howls erupted from the assembled soul beasts. Ice bears, snow leopards, snow wolves, and Titan Snow Demons filled the battlefield, their numbers vast and imposing, suggesting an imminent conflict. You novice creatures, feel free to test your mettle. The Wind Ripper beast coldly remarked, unfazed by the Titan Snow Demon King's threats. It was well aware of Luban's strength, knowing that with such formidable offensive capabilities, he could break free even when besieged by the soul beasts of the frigid north. Regardless, it had already condemned the Snow Emperor to death in its mind. Seeing the Wind Ripper beast's obstinate demeanor, the ice silkworm turned to Luban. All the critical issues rested upon this young human. Young human, your intervention on behalf of the Wind Ripper beast, if I am not mistaken, is due to its promise of sacrifice? Luban nodded in acknowledgement, neither confirming nor denying the implication. Such matters can be easily comprehended by anyone with a modicum of intelligence. The Riftwind beast is unfamiliar with the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Yet as a traverser, Luban is well acquainted with it. I wish to hear the perspective of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. I possess a method that could allow you to acquire a soul ring while enabling the Riftwind beast to survive in some capacity. Would you be inclined to attempt it? The heavenly dream ice silkworm stated confidently, I acknowledge your formidable strength, yet should the soul beasts of the extreme north engage in a desperate battle, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to escape unscathed. Speak, and if it is feasible, I shall persuade the elder Riftwind beast to comprehend the grievances with the Snow Emperor. Luban replied calmly, the heavenly dream ice silkworm's cultivation is known to him, though not to others. With nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation and immense mental power, his support for the beasts of the extreme north would render them incapable of opposing him. Should a great battle ensue, they would undoubtedly be worn down and perish in the extreme north. Tang, how can you place your trust in the nonsensical ramblings of the soul beasts from the extreme north? Observing Luban swayed by the heavenly dream ice silkworm, the Riftwind beast grew anxious. Do you not wish to continue living? Luban merely responded with a composed remark, plunging the Riftwind beast into deep contemplation. Perhaps it would be prudent to consider his plan. Luban's stance wavered, bringing great joy to the heavenly dream ice silkworm, who promptly elaborated on his divine creation scheme. As long as Luban is willing to forge a soul contract with the Riftwind beast, the latter could exist in a spiritual form. On the day Luban ascends to divinity, the Riftwind beast would become a divine beast, granted eternal life. Upon hearing the heavenly dream ice silkworm's plan, the members of the three great families, including Flandra, were left utterly astonished. They had not anticipated the existence of such miraculous methods in the world. Even more astonishing was the fact that they were hearing legends of gods from the mouth of a soul beast. Ascension to the 100th level. Eternal life. How could this be possible? Does a divine being truly exist in this world? At this moment, even the Windbreaker beast feels a stir of emotion within. It is well aware of Luban's extraordinary talent. If what the dreaming ice silkworm has stated is indeed true, then Luban is destined to become a godlike entity. In that eventuality, it too could ascend to become a divine beast, attaining eternal life. This tantalizing prospect indeed stirs one's heart. I believe it is worth a try. Upon hearing the words of the celestial dream ice silkworm, Luban calmly addressed the Riftwind beast, stating that if it deceives us, even after your sacrifice, I shall still assist you in vanquishing the Snow Emperor. In response, the Riftwind beast nodded in agreement. If what that little ice silkworm has said regarding the Snow Emperor is true, then our grievances shall be entirely forgiven. The situation took an unexpected turn, leaving the Snow Empress and Ice Empress utterly astonished. At this moment, it was most advantageous for them to avoid conflict in their frigid realm. Snow Empress, why do you linger? Hurry and invite our human friends into the palace to sit. Upon hearing the agreement from the Luban storm beast, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was filled with delight, boasting with a sense of pride, especially as she noticed the Ice Empress's demeanor soften towards her. A wave of secret joy washed over her. It was as if she were declaring, behold the prowess of heavenly dream. In the Snow Empress's palace, the two parties reached an accord, and the sacrificial rite commenced. The Luban storm beast, following the methods imparted by the heavenly dream ice silkworm, entered into a soul contract. As the sacrificial ceremony began, the storm beast radiated a dazzling brilliance, resembling golden flames engulfing it. The light intensified, enveloping the storm beast entirely. Within this luminescence, its form gradually became transparent, transforming into a mere wisp of light. The surrounding air began to tremble violently, as if an invisible force were coalescing. A powerful wave of energy emanated from the storm beast, causing everything in the vicinity to quiver. This energy pulsated with wildness and untamed spirit, as though it sought to consume the very world itself. Ultimately, as the sacrifice reached its conclusion, the storm beast ascended as a crimson beam, soaring into the heavens. This beam resembled a resplendent star, illuminating the entire northern expanse. Subsequently, the beam gradually faded into the ether, leaving behind a halo of red light suspended in the air. The halo emitted a warm radiance, as if it contained the very essence and power of the Gale Beast. It slowly descended, coming to rest beside Luban, gradually merging into his being. In that moment, the strength and spirit of the Gale Beast became one with Luban, becoming an integral part of him. Luban sat cross-legged, surrounded by 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, and 2 red, spiraling around him. Then, from the spot where the Gale Beast had vanished, a dazzling light erupted, blinding those nearby. As the brilliance gradually stabilized, the onlookers finally beheld a resplendent soul bone. Judging by its appearance, it appeared to be a left leg bone. Hiss. That was a soul bone aged 40,000 years. At this instant, witnessing the soul bone birthed from the sacrifice of the Gale Beast, a collective gasp echoed among the crowd, astonished beyond measure, especially the members of the Feng family, who were flushed with excitement, overwhelmed by joy. For according to their agreement, this left leg bone, aged 40,000 years, rightfully belonged to them. Just as the crowd erupted in exhilarated exclamations, Luban, who was absorbing the soul rings, suddenly cried out in agony, startling everyone. At that moment, the veins on his forehead bulged, his entire body drenched in sweat, and his contorted visage clearly bore the weight of immense suffering. What was happening? A voluntary sacrifice should not result in such a state. Flander, who was guarding Luban, wore a mask of concern. During the previous sacrifice of the 6-winged frost centipede, the process had been remarkably effortless. Chapter 67. External soul bone, wings of wind and thunder. What is happening? Could we be falling into a trap? Oh no, if Tang San encounters misfortune, we are all doomed. Indeed, the 3 great kings of the extreme north would not allow us to leave alive. How careless. I knew that the ice silkworm harbored ill intentions. Sob. I always suspected the god-making plan was a deception. As Luban's sudden distress unfolded, the elders from the 3 prominent families standing guard looked increasingly tense, filled with trepidation. The earlier joy and excitement vanished in an instant. If they could not leave the extreme north alive, all previous hopes would dissolve into mere illusions. Flander clenched his fists, his face a mask of rage. The heads of the fire, wind, and water families exchanged grave glances, each bearing an expression of solemnity. Should anything happen to them, the 3 families would face utter ruin. Yet, at that very moment, a brilliant light erupted from behind Luban, as a mysterious force surged forth from within him. This power was as radiant as lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar. In that instant, Luban's aura transformed, becoming sharp and formidable, as if he had merged with the heavens and earth. Subsequently, a pair of colossal wings unfurled from Luban's back, seemingly forged from the very forces of wind and thunder. Shimmering with resplendent light, the wings resembled those of a majestic eagle, yet appeared even grander and more awe-inspiring. Each feather seemed crafted from black gold, exuding a chilling and enigmatic aura. The emergence of the wings instantly stirred the air around them into a tempest, as if an invisible force whirled around them. This power was immense and mysterious, as if capable of tearing apart any obstruction. At that moment, Luban's presence reached its zenith, his gaze deepened and brightened, as if he could pierce through all illusions. He flapped his wings, generating a tremendous gust of wind that sent the decorations within the palace tumbling. The might of those wings seemed boundless, propelling Luban towards the great hall's entrance, soaring directly into the sky. Suddenly, Luban's unexpected action sent shockwaves throughout the hall. The elders of the 3 great families stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, their faces etched with disbelief. Flander, Feng Badian, Wawudi, and Shui Luotian hurriedly rushed out of the grand hall to investigate the situation. The external spirit bone, this young human truly possessed extraordinary fortune. As Flander and the others emerged, they encountered the sovereigns from the extreme northern lands, including the Ice Emperor and the Dream Ice Silkworm, who were waiting outside the hall. The Dream Ice Silkworm gazed up at Luban's dashing figure high above and couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. External spirit bone? Upon hearing this, Flander and the others' pupils constricted, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Heavens, Luban unexpectedly possesses an external spirit bone. External spirit bones are a miraculous existence, rarer and more precious than the 6 main categories of spirit bones. If the probability of encountering the 6 types, limbs, head, and torso, was 1 in 10,000, then the probability of an external spirit bone emerging was 1 in 10,000 multiplied by another 1 in 10,000, making it exceedingly rare. Unlike the 6 categories, external spirit bones can evolve as the host's cultivation improves. Over the course of thousands of years, the Spirit Masters have compiled a ranking known as the Spirit Master Dream List. where external spirit bones consistently hold the second position, only surpassed by the almost mythical 100,000-year spirit rings. Now, Luban had unexpectedly acquired an external spirit bone, specifically a flying type, one of 400,000 years. What an astonishing and unbelievable occurrence. As Luban gained this powerful enhancement, the Ice Emperor and Dream Ice Silkworm wore expressions of complexity. The sudden emergence of such a prodigious human was not a favorable development for their spirit beasts. If this golden-clad youth unleashed his wrath upon the spirit beasts, no creature on the continent could withstand him. Are you worried about the spirit beasts of the extreme northern lands, Ice Emperor? The Dream Ice Silkworm inquired, arching its body and lifting its head, its large, sparkling eyes radiating intelligence. Noticing the Ice Emperor's furrowed brow, it quickly grasped her thoughts. Do you have a countermeasure? The Ice Emperor asked with a calm demeanor, observing the Dream Ice Silkworm's fearless posture. Quite simple. As the saying goes, heroes find it hard to resist the charms of beauty. I suggest you marry this young human. The Dream Ice Silkworm chuckled foolishly. Then I could be with my beloved Bing Bing as well. No sooner had the Dream Ice Silkworm spoken those words than it felt a sudden chill enveloping its body. It gradually became encased in ice, immobile. Then, the two emperors of ice and snow exclaimed in unison, seeking death. Aya! The Dream Ice Silkworm, without fail, fell victim to the combined onslaught of the ice and snow emperors, its cries echoing throughout the extreme northern lands, causing the spirit beasts in the vicinity to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, in the air above the palace of the Ice Emperor, Luban unfurled his black golden wings, dancing gracefully in the sky with remarkable speed. He accessed his personal information panel. Host, Luban Martial Spirit. Luban number 7 Martial Spirit Talent. Archer Domain, Resist Aura. Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon, 3000 Thunder Strikes. Qualification, Innate Full Soul Power. Wild Upgrade, Soul Power. 60, 0, 100, Soul Rings. Yellow, purple, black, red. Red Soul Bone. Wind Thunder Wings Soul Skills. Attack, 700. Attack, 1350. Attack, 9000. Fire Attack, 100000. Wind Attack, 350000. Items. Gaming Kid Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet as expected. The sacrifice of the Tier Wind Beast had indeed granted him the external spirit bone, Wind Thunder Wings. After some experimentation, he discovered that the Wind Thunder Wings did not possess skills, but rather provided pure speed enhancement. Once activated, he could soar at the peak speed of the Tier Wind Beast for 5 minutes. He believed that as his soul power increased, the duration of flight would extend. In addition to awakening the external spirit bone, his soul power level surged by 10 levels, elevating him from a level 50 Soul King to a level 60 Soul Emperor. Truly, the benefits from a 400,000-year spirit beast were immense. Besides the boost in soul power, his 5th soul ring remained, as expected, a purely offensive one, augmenting his normal attack by 350,000. Moreover, his normal attacks now also carried wind attribute damage. The Dream Ice Silkworm's divine plan had been completely successful. The Tier Wind Beast had not entirely vanished. Luban discovered that within his spiritual sea, a small black cat with horns was peacefully slumbering. Clearly, it was the Tier Wind Beast. I've heard that there are many spirit beasts in your extreme northern lands. How about this? Arrange for me to obtain 2 10,000-year soul bones. After testing the Wind Thunder Wings, Luban slowly descended before the Ice Emperor, articulating his request. In this endeavor, he promised to provide the Fire Clan and the Water Family with a soul bone aged 100,000 years, of course, contingent upon the outcome from the extreme northern land. Chapter 68, The Legend of the Senior Brother. Upon hearing that Luban was demanding a soul bone, and that it was to be one of such age, the 3 sovereigns of the extreme northern land, Snow Empress, Ice Emperor, and Titan Snow Demon King, immediately changed their countenance, filled with indignation. Youngster, do not overreach. Do you truly think we fear you? They exclaimed. Indeed, better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like tile. The extreme northern land shall not be dishonored. Let us fight, and I shall see how many of you can leave the extreme northern land alive. The extreme northern land is the domain of their spirit beasts, and they would never submit like the human race. Luban's words clearly indicated that he regarded them as mere livestock in his own domain, demanding soul bones as though they were entitled to them. You possess numerous spirit beasts in the extreme northern land. Surely some nearing the end of their lifespan exist? Luban replied with a calm smile, slowly elucidating. If I were to search myself, I might inadvertently slay the innocent. Rest assured, I am not a murderer. The 2 soul bones I seek now are merely to repay a favor, and I will never engage in wanton slaughter in the extreme northern land. Upon hearing Luban's explanation, the Snow Empress's faction gradually lowered their hostility. Ultimately, through the mediation of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, both parties reached an agreement. They located 2 spirit beasts aged 100,000 years whose lifespans were nearly at an end, allowing Luban to acquire the 2 soul bones, and then they departed. As they stepped out of the extreme northern land, the members of the Wind, Fire, and Water clans were ecstatic. They had reaped immense rewards on this journey, each family acquiring a soul bone exceeding 100,000 years. Subsequently, they agreed among themselves to keep the secret of their expedition to the extreme northern land under wraps. The agreement was swiftly concluded, and each returned to their respective homes. Led by Flander, Luban set off towards Soto City, with matters in the extreme northern land resolved. They were now headed back to Shrek Academy to consult the master, as Luban's acquisition of the sixth soul ring would require his assistance. During Luban's years of training outside, the master had frequently visited them and was well acquainted with Luban's circumstances. However, due to his own limited strength, he refrained from accompanying Luban and Flander, fearing he might impede their endeavors. Likewise, Flander had often returned to Shrek Academy over the years. After all, he was the dean, and it was unreasonable for him to remain absent for extended periods. Luban, aside from you, our Shrek Academy has recently recruited a new batch of prodigies. Flander shared with Luban, detailing the recent happenings within the academy as they journeyed home. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Soto City, at Shrek Academy, as the morning sun bathed the stone paths in golden light, Tang San, Xiaowu, Daimubai, Zhu Xing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun strolled together towards the academy's small square. Today, the master would conduct a collective training session with them. Along the way, laughter and chatter filled the air, brimming with youthful vigor and exuberance. Tang San and Xiao Wu walked ahead, engrossed in quiet conversation, their expressions revealing a deep bond and intimacy. Daimubai and Zhu Xing walked side by side, maintaining a respectful distance yet embodying a unique harmony. Oscar and Ning Rongrong followed behind, with Oscar playfully teasing Ning Rongrong, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Ma Hongjun walked alone, his gaze resolute, as if lost in thought. Before long, their conversation turned to the legendary senior brother, their faces alight with astonishment and curiosity. Except for Tang San and Xiao Wu, none had encountered the extraordinarily gifted senior brother spoken of by the academy's instructors. When Zhu Xing inquired, Daimubai stroked his chin, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. This senior brother is quite elusive. I too am curious about his true capabilities, he remarked, his tone laced with a hint of challenge. In response to Ning Rongrong's question, Oscar scratched his head with a playful grin. I have never met the senior brother, but it is said he is more formidable than any of us present. Ning Rongrong pursed her lips, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Could such a genius truly exist on the continent? Her tone was filled with skepticism, as the seven present were already the most gifted individuals she had ever encountered. She struggled to fathom anyone surpassing them. Ma Hongjun clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Only with worthy opponents can one achieve greater growth. I am eager to see just how formidable this senior brother is, his voice brimming with a desire for battle. At the small square of Shrek Academy, the master stood tall in his black robe, his eyes bright with intelligence, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance. Since taking on Luban and Tang San as his direct disciples, his previous despondency had vanished, and now as a teacher at Shrek Academy, he radiated vitality each day. Having welcomed Zhu Xing and Ning Rongrong into the academy just yesterday, he was filled with joy. At this moment, he listened attentively to the conversation of the seven as they walked. A smile graced the master's lips as he noted, it seems that the legendary senior brother Luban has stirred quite the envy among you. Good day, master. Upon arriving at the small square, the seven bowed in unison to greet him. The master smiled and nodded. I overheard your discussions during your journey here. I bring you news. The senior brother you wish to challenge will be returning to the academy in the next few days. As the master's words settled, a wave of murmurs swept through the gathering. Master, what is Luban's current rank in soul power? Tang San inquired confidently, clenching his fist. Having been overshadowed by Luban previously, he had diligently trained for 6 years and now believed he had reached the 29th level, convinced he could best Luban. Master, is it true that Luban is as formidable as you say? Can he withstand my 8-section throw? Xiao exclaimed, raising her fist in a provocative manner. Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others also appeared eager for a challenge. In recent years at the academy, the students have grown increasingly discontented as they hear Master Zhao Wuji's praise the so-called senior brother. Observing their discontent, the master shook his head, refraining from revealing the specific level and prowess of Luban, for such knowledge would undoubtedly shatter their spirits and crush their aspirations. Just yesterday, he received news from Flander, learning that Luban had reached the formidable rank of 60-level Soul Emperor. Even someone seasoned like him was taken aback for quite some time. Should Daimubai and the others come to know of Luban's extraordinary skills, they would undoubtedly question their very existence. You seven should become better acquainted with one another. Today, I shall train you to form a cohesive team. When Luban returns, you may challenge him together, the master said with a serene smile. Despite the fact that even when united, these 7 prodigies would be no match for Luban's single strike, it would still be delightful for Luban to engage in playful sparring with them. Talents like Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, each brimming with pride, would find it difficult to mature without experiencing a few setbacks. Thus, the entire day was devoted to successfully forging a group of little monsters, which he aptly named the Shrek 7 Monsters. Chapter 69, The Provocation of the 7 Monsters. Luban and Flander emerged from the extreme northern realm, journeying southward towards Shrek Academy. 2 days swiftly passed. As they approached the academy, the surroundings began to feel increasingly familiar. Verdant meadows, dense forests, and meandering streams evoked a profound sense of nostalgia. In the distance, the iconic structure of Shrek Academy gradually came into view. "We're back." Upon entering the village, Flander exclaimed loudly. With his declaration, a stir erupted within Shrek Academy. The 5 instructors, accompanied by the 7 students, hurried to the village entrance, where a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses and a handsome young lad approached them. It had been 6 years since Luban embarked on his journey of experience, transitioning from a tender 6-year-old child to a strikingly handsome young man. His deep black eyes sparkled with brilliance, reminiscent of stars glimmering in the night sky. "Flander, Luban, you two have finally returned." Vice Dean Zhao Wuji's rushed forward, his face alight with excitement. Seeing Luban filled him with eagerness to test his current strength against him. "Greetings, esteemed teachers." Upon the master's arrival, Luban respectfully saluted him and the other instructors of Shrek Academy. The master smiled and nodded, subsequently introducing Luban to Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others. "Hello, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and all my junior brothers and sisters," Luban greeted with a warm smile, waving at Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the rest of the 7. In recent years, the Shrek 7 monsters have indeed gathered. As a traveler from another world, Luban immediately recognized Dai Mubai and the others. Tang San, having matured, has shed the cuteness of his childhood. His blue hair cascades naturally, his sword-like brows and starry eyes reflecting a noble visage. Clad in a blue attire, he adorns himself with the 24 Bridge Mingwen knight at his waist, exuding an even greater air of heroism than before. In contrast to her appearance in Nodding City, Xiao Wu appears even more charming and delightful. Her slender figure and fair complexion are complemented by her large, expressive eyes, framed by long eyelashes that flutter like butterfly wings. With 2 adorable rabbit ears atop her head and dressed in a pink skirt that sways gently with her movements, she captivates all. Dai Mubai stands tall and handsome, his golden hair billowing in the wind. His sharp, enigmatic gaze emanates a wild spirit. Beside him, Zhu Zhiqing possesses a lithe form and an exquisite countenance, her black hair flowing like a waterfall behind her. Her cold, resolute black eyes, high-bridged nose, and delicately tinted lips contribute to her striking presence. Clad in a black bodysuit, she boasts an impressively voluptuous figure that belies her age. Oscar's large, peach blossom eyes stand out, filled with curiosity and wit, his lips curled into a nonchalant smile. Nearby, Ning Rongrong is a vision of beauty and charm, her delicate features and large, affectionate eyes captivating all who behold her. Her graceful figure is accentuated by her long hair cascading over her shoulders and a blue gown embroidered with intricate patterns, radiating an air of nobility. The rotund form of the chubby Ma Hongjun draws attention, his dark skin contrasting with his fiery red hair. "Luban, you have finally returned," Tang San said with a smile, stepping forward to deliver 2 friendly punches on his shoulder. "Come, let us spar," Xiao Wu exclaimed, joining in with a playful display of her small fist before Luban. Dai Mubai and the others, unfamiliar with Luban, greeted him with amused nods. Subsequently, accompanied by the group, Luban and Flander entered Shrek Academy. In the president's office at Shrek Academy, the master, Zhao Wujing, Xiao Xian, and 3 other teachers had gathered. Aside from the master and Flander, the others were unaware of Luban's prowess, leaving them curious. After all, Luban had initially shocked everyone with his innate spirit power of level 20 upon first entering Shrek Academy. Now, 6 years later, they were eager to discover the extent of Luban's progress. "Luban, there are no outsiders here. Feel free to release your spirit rings." "No need to conceal them," the master said with a gentle smile, pride evident on his face. In recent years, he frequently visited Luban, providing considerable guidance in his cultivation. The master's astonishment was profound regarding Luban's extraordinary method of advancing through combat with soul beasts. In recent years, following the establishment of the 10 core competencies theory of martial souls, an additional 10 theories have been published consecutively. This has now culminated in the 20 core competencies theory of martial souls. Despite facing ridicule from the soul master community, the master remains unfazed. For the example of Luban stands before them. In the future, when Luban gains renown across the continent, those who mocked him will realize the extent of their folly. As soon as the master's words fell, Luban unleashed his martial soul. The martial soul manifested. Behold, 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, and 2 red, slowly ascended from beneath his feet, swirling around his form. The vivid colors illuminated the entire principal's office in a kaleidoscope of hues, akin to the flickering of neon lights. 100,000-year soul ring? Gasped. Observing this, Zhao Wujie, Xiao Xian, and the others collectively inhaled sharply, exclaiming in disbelief. Good heavens. The 3rd soul ring is a black one of 100,000 years, and the 4th soul ring is a coveted red one that every soul master dreams of. How is this possible? It felt like a dream, utterly fantastical and scarcely believable. Well, Wujie, there's no need for you to compete with little Luban. You are not his match at this moment, Flandre remarked with a cheerful glance at Zhao Wujie. Upon his return, Zhao Wujie observed the eager expression on his face with clarity, aware of his penchant for combat and sparring. However, the current disparity between their strengths rendered any match unnecessary. After all, the legendary Luban had already triumphed over the 2 titans of the extreme north. What hope did a mere soul sage like Zhao Wujie have? Good heavens, Luban. How on earth did you achieve this? You have truly astonished me, old Zhao. Zhao Wujie circled around Luban incessantly, his eyes brimming with awe. The other teachers were equally taken aback, rendered speechless by the revelation. By the way, Luban, what is your current soul power level? Zhao Wujie composed himself and inquired once more. 60-level Soul Emperor. I have returned to discuss acquiring my 6th soul ring with the teachers. What? 60-level Soul Emperor? As soon as Luban finished speaking, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. My goodness, a 12-year-old Soul Emperor, can this even be considered human? Luban's current cultivation far exceeded any previous records on the continent. Luban, when you spar with Tang San and Xiaowu later, conceal your true strength. The master gently patted Luban's shoulder and smiled calmly. It was time to temper the arrogance of those youngsters who, since joining Shrek Academy, had adopted such a haughty demeanor. Chapter 70. The Shrek 7 encounter a challenge in the small square of Shrek Academy, all faculty and students gathered, with the teachers acting as judges. Luban was to engage in a brief spar with the Shrek 7. Upon hearing that the master intended for them to collectively confront the legendary senior brother Luban, defiance was etched across the faces of the Shrek 7. They believed that no matter how formidable Luban was, he could not possibly contend with all 7 of them. Even without the might of Zhao Wujie, they would still prevail. How could they lose to a peer like Luban? Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Captain Daimubai bellowed. And the members of the Shrek team promptly manifested their martial souls, each displaying their soul power levels with pride. Daimubai, martial soul, white tiger. 37-level assault system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Tang San, martial soul, blue silvergrass, 29-level control system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow. Xiaowu, martial soul, jade rabbit, 29-level close combat assault system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow. Ma Hongjun, martial soul, evil fire phoenix, 27-level assault system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow. Zhu Zhuqing, martial soul, nethercat, 27-level agility attack system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow. Oscar, martial soul, sausage, 29-level support system food master. Soul rings, 2 yellow. Ning Rongrong, martial soul, 7 treasure glazed tower, 26-level support system food master. Soul rings, 2 yellow. Let the match begin. Upon witnessing their martial souls unleashed and soul rings activated, Luban smiled, not even summoning his own martial soul. With his current prowess, he deemed it unnecessary to employ a martial soul against the Shrek 7. The 400,000-year-old wind beast not only augmented his attack power by 350,000, but also fortified his physique with the remaining 50,000. Even without his martial soul, he was fortified with so many attribute points that he could easily surpass Tang, San, and the others. Moreover, the integration of the 400,000-year-old external soul bone, the wind thunder wings, had maximized his speed attributes. Senior brother, you are exceedingly arrogant. Captain Dai Mubai noticed that Luban did not even intend to use his martial soul, his brow furrowing. He was determined to teach this presumptuous young man a lesson. Control. Dai Mubai shouted, and Tang San immediately grasped the intent, decisively employing his first soul skill. Bind. Thick tendrils of blue silver grass surged from the ground, ensnaring towards Luban. Observing this, Luban smiled nonchalantly, gracefully leaping as if riding the wind, soaring several meters into the air, evading Tang San's control skill effortlessly. The Shrek 7 were taken aback, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment. They were well aware of Tang San's blue-silver entanglement, which was nearly instantaneous, something most soul masters could hardly evade. To their surprise, it had proven ineffective against Luban. Charge! Commanded Dai Mubai, realizing that the control-type soul master had lost the ability to maneuver. He directed the agility-type soul masters to engage. Luban's speed was astonishingly swift. It was imperative for Zhu Zhuqing to restrain him in order for Tang San to execute his control skills. Phantom Piercing. In perfect synchrony, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her first soul skill. Being an agility-type soul master, her speed doubled in an instant as she dashed towards Luban. With the essence of her phantom cat spirit manifesting, her fingers elongated into razor-sharp claws, gleaming like steel as they aimed for Luban. However, just as she was about to make contact, Luban's speed surged once more. With a light leap, he evaded her grasp. Zhu Zhuqing pursued relentlessly, yet Luban effortlessly sidestepped her advances, exhibiting an air of nonchalance, as if he were not even exerting his full capacity. The expressions of the Shrek 7 turned grave. Luban's velocity far surpassed their expectations. Support. At this critical juncture, Dai Mubai signaled for the support-type soul masters to follow. Ning Rongrong, cradling the resplendent 7 treasures glazed tower, began her incantation. The tower, renowned for its abilities, emanated a radiant light. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong activated her second soul skill, and a spectrum of colors cascaded from the tower, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing and augmenting her speed by 30%. Now, Zhu Zhuqing moved with grace and swiftness akin to that of a phantom, darting like lightning, yet alas, she still could not confine Luban. In the small plaza, Luban's form resembled that of willow fluff in the wind, elusive, and unpredictable. Each time Zhu Zhuqing neared him, he would accelerate, leaving her in a state of mounting frustration. Brothers, let us not hold back. We must unite our efforts. At this moment, Dai Mubai comprehended that only by attacking together could they hope to curtail Luban's speed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to even make contact with him. As Dai Mubai spoke, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun positioned themselves to encircle him, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar provided support from the rear. With determination, Ma Hongjun unleashed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, as Luban approached. A torrent of searing flames erupted from his mouth, blocking Luban's path. White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Observing Luban's obstruction, Dai Mubai decisively employed his second soul skill. A milky white sphere of soul power was expelled from his mouth, hurtling towards Luban with incredible speed, leaving him no time to evade as he attempted to retaliate with a punch. Seizing the opportunity as Luban's momentum diminished, Tang San once again invoked his control skill, Blue-Silver Entanglement. This time, there was no failure. The azure silver grass surged from the ground, swiftly ensnaring Luban's form. Behold! Upon witnessing Luban's momentary loss of control, Xiao Wu's expression brightened, and she hurriedly approached. With her second soul skill, Enchantment, she playfully winked and blew him a kiss, inducing a brief state of confusion in Luban. Then, employing her first soul skill, Waist Bow, Xiao Wu's body became as supple as a water snake, wrapping around Luban. As she activated Waist Bow, her lower body's strength doubled instantaneously, becoming as resilient and powerful as a bowstring, propelling Luban into the sky. Following this, she initiated the explosive eightfold throw. The 7 treasures emerged, adorned with the glazed tower. The 7 treasures are renowned, 1 for strength and 2 for speed. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong activated the 7 treasures glazed tower to enhance Xiao Wu's abilities. At this moment, the Shrek 7 monsters unleashed their most formidable combination attack. The first throw, the second throw, the third throw, the fourth throw, hey. In midair, the Shrek team felt a chill as they witnessed the violent rogue rabbit strike. It was overwhelmingly brutal, excessively fierce. The fifth throw. Just as Xiao Wu was about to execute the 8th segment of her throw, she suddenly noticed Luban awakening mid-flight, giving her a mysterious smile. Well done, everyone. Your cooperation is quite harmonious. This battle ends here. With that, Luban seized Xiao Wu's ankle and hurled her away. Watch out, everyone! Dai Mubai gasped in alarm, attempting to warn them, but alas, the disparity in strength was too great. Luban leaped into the air, heading towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Ghostly Vine Parasite. Tang San thought to himself, aiming to restrain Luban's speed with his second soul skill, only to be shocked to find it ineffective against Luban. As Luban approached, 2 light punches rendered Ning Rongrong and Oscar powerless. In an instant, Luban had incapacitated the 3 of them. At the moment Xiao Wu was thrown, Tang San utilized Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to catch her, relieved to find she was largely unscathed. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing stood resolutely opposite each other, their gazes steadfast and fervent. Dai Mubai transformed into a white shadow, swiftly darting towards Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light, as if to slice through all obstacles. Zhu Zhuqing, resembling a streak of black lightning, rapidly met him. The two extended their hands, intertwining their fingers tightly. An invisible force gripped the surrounding air, and a powerful energy began to coalesce between them. Their figures intertwined in the air, and an intense wave of energy erupted. A massive white tiger phantom appeared, a creature of pure white fur adorned with black stripes, exuding an imposing presence. Its purple eyes seemed to burn with a cold flame, radiating an aura of infinite majesty. Ghostly White Tiger. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing shouted in unison, employing their spirit fusion technique. An enormous white tiger, measuring 8 meters in length and 2 meters in height, lunged at Luban. Haha, the white tiger you fused is adorable. Luban laughed heartily at the sight of the ghostly white tiger. He then conjured a large piece of red cloth with his spirit power and waved it at the ghostly white tiger, as if he were taunting a bull. His demeanor was annoyingly boastful, leaving the observing Master Flandra and the other teachers astonished, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Come on, can we not make a mockery of this? They're employing a spirit fusion technique. Can we not afford them some respect? The ghostly white tiger relentlessly charged at Luban, yet each time, Luban effortlessly evaded. After approximately 15 minutes, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's spirit power was exhausted, concluding the entire match. The Shrek 7 monsters suffered a complete defeat. They couldn't even compel Luban to utilize his spirit, let alone keep pace with his speed. Alright, today's sparring session concludes here. Mubai, Tang San, you 7 performed admirably. Your initial cooperation was quite impressive. The master offered a brief summary after the sparring session. Luban's battle left a significant shadow over the Shrek 7 monsters, making them realize the existence of realms beyond their comprehension and individuals beyond their capabilities. They fully acknowledged Luban's esteemed position. In the office of the Shrek Academy principal, Luban, Master Flandre, and another individual gathered to discuss Luban's acquisition of a sixth spirit ring. Based on information received from Feng, it was highly probable that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family possessed a purely offensive, ultimate attribute spirit beast. Since the master hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, it was essential for him to be informed and consulted on this matter. To their surprise, they learned that Feng had actually visited the Heavenly Pool Lake. Upon hearing Flandre's account, the master exclaimed in awe. The Heavenly Pool Lake was the ancestral ground of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, with very few outsiders granted entry. To enter, one must either be a direct descendant of the family or obtain permission from the Elder Council. Given Luban's current situation, he could only gain entry with the Council's approval. However, considering his standing within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, persuading the Elder Council to allow an outsider into their ancestral grounds seemed nearly impossible. The master fell into deep contemplation. Unless I can present her alongside me, there may be a chance to sway the Elder Council to permit Luban's entry into the Heavenly Pool Lake. Flandre, noticing the master's turmoil, suddenly understood whom he represented. Xiaogang, it's been 20 years. How long do you plan to continue evading? Flandre pushed his glasses up, unable to suppress a sigh of counsel. Allow me to think. The master, with a sorrowful expression, exited the office. Flandre gestured for Luban to follow, suggesting that as the master's most cherished disciple, Luban might be more persuasive than the master himself. That night, the autumn wind rustled, and the leaves fell gracefully from the trees. The master stood beneath the night sky, gazing up at the myriad stars, reminiscing about the fragments of his past. Tears occasionally welled in his eyes. Luban approached the master, draping a cloak over his shoulders, silently keeping him company. The master's gaze held a profound sorrow as he slowly recounted his past heartaches to Luban. Closing his eyes, he seemed to relive those painful memories. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. I once tried to escape, to liberate myself from that relationship. Yet, the steadfastness and determination of ere long made it impossible for me to forget. After a moment of silence, the master appeared to gather his thoughts. For 20 years, I have been avoiding encounters with her. He looked at Luban, a hint of confusion in his eyes. If you were in my position, what would you do? Luban listened intently, feeling the depths of the master's pain and helplessness. Master, life spans a mere century, fleeting as a blink. Why should we concern ourselves with the opinions of outsiders? If it were me, I would heed my own heart, not care about others' opinions. Follow my heart. Upon hearing his disciple's words, the master suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, his eyes shining with renewed vigor. Indeed, I have lived these years in such repression, overly concerned with how others perceive me, striving to prove myself to my family and outsiders. Sighing, the master lamented, feeling as though he was less perceptive than a child. Time passed, and before long, the night had slipped away. When dawn broke, the master gathered his belongings and sought out Flandre. What are you planning to do? Flandre was taken aback by the master's preparations, fearing that he might have spoken out of turn the previous night, and that the master intended to leave the Shrek Academy. What do you mean? I am going to find her, the master replied solemnly, each word heavy with significance. What? Startled, Flandre's eyes widened in disbelief. You've come to a decision? Luban is right. Life is but a fleeting century, and soon it will pass. Why should I concern myself with the opinions of others? After yesterday's enlightening conversation with Luban, the master felt an unprecedented sense of relief, his entire being lightened. Very well, let us embark on our journey, he declared. Witnessing the master finally come to terms with his thoughts, Flandre was filled with joy. He hurriedly prepared their belongings, fully aware of Lu Erlong's destination. A day later, in the city of Tindo, the trio of Luban, Flandre, and the master arrived before the grand entrance of an academy. Towering over 10 meters high, the gate was adorned with 8 gilded characters, Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. Flanking the entrance were 2 imposing stone lion statues, their robust forms and piercing gazes seemingly guarding the sanctity of the academy. Their presence added an air of solemnity and grandeur to the entrance. Truly, this was an elite Soul Master Academy within the Tindo Imperial City. The very sight of the entrance could overshadow the entire Shrek Academy. Chapter 72. First encounter with Lu Erlong. Stop. Outsiders are not permitted to enter the academy. As Flandre strode confidently toward the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, he was swiftly halted by the security personnel stationed at the gate. We are friends of your Dean Lu, here on important business, Flandre explained nonchalantly. However, the young guard smirked derisively. Sir, please, could you come up with a better excuse? We encounter people like you every day. Hurry along. Or do not blame us for being ungracious. Upon hearing this, Flandre's brows furrowed in displeasure. Just as he was about to express his anger, the master placed a calming hand on his shoulder from behind. At that moment, the master retrieved a gleaming metal token from his storage soul guide bracelet. The token was pentagonal, palm-sized, and appeared remarkably sturdy and durable. The front was etched with a complex design, incorporating various elements: a sword, a hammer, a crown, an incomplete human figure, a dragon, and a chrysanthemum. Upon seeing the token, the guard's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning ashen. The elder token of the spirit hall? He gasped, his fear palpable as he recognized the 6 symbols depicted on the token. This token, once seen only within the pages of books, belongs to a legendary existence. Never did I anticipate witnessing it in person today. As the humble one stood before the esteemed figures, I beg your forgiveness for my ignorance. The guard, struck with fear, immediately knelt down, bowing his head in apology. May we now proceed inside? The master spoke with a calm demeanor before stepping forward through the grand entrance of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Upon entering, one is greeted by a broad pathway that leads directly into the heart of the academy. Tall trees line both sides of the road, their leaves gently swaying in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. As one steps further into the academy, the first sight to behold is an expansive square. At the center of the square stand towering statues of notable figures, surrounded by fountains and flower beds, which bestow a sense of vitality and vibrancy upon the academy. Flanking the square are the main buildings of the institution. These edifices embody a classical architectural style, characterized by towering stone columns, exquisite reliefs, and resplendent rooftops, exuding an air of antiquity and grandeur, emblematic of the academic tradition. Within the confines of Douluo Academy, verdant trees provide ample shade, and the air is perfumed with floral scents. Meandering pathways and lush lawns interlace harmoniously, presenting a scene of tranquility and beauty. Students congregate in small clusters, engaging in scholarly discussions, or sit alone on the grass, basking in the sunlight and gentle breezes. The number of scholars and the scale of the institution far surpass those of Shrek Academy. The entire academy appears as though it is nestled within a forest, surrounded by a dense expanse of lush vegetation, with only a few buildings visible in the distance. Navigating through the square and adjacent structures, the trio of Luban make their way deeper into Douluo Academy. Upon entering, they gleaned information from the students about the residence of Dean Lu Erlong. As they progressed inward, a modest wooden cabin soon came into view. The environment here is tranquil, a serene escape from the clamor of the front yard. Enveloped in natural beauty, the quaint wooden cabin, with its unpretentious exterior, harmoniously blends with the surrounding trees and verdant grass. Lush potted plants flourish outside, imparting a sense of comfort and warmth to the setting. Upon the arrival of dear friend Erlong, a jubilant shout from Flandre resonates, and soon, a modestly dressed woman gracefully steps forth. She appears to be in her 30s, clad in a simple black cloth dress, with a piece of fabric artfully gathering a strand of her dark hair. Her somewhat pallid visage is adorned with exquisite features, her eyes embodying artistic charm. Tall and possessing porcelain-like skin, she radiates an elegance that captivates. Beneath her fitted garment, her curvaceous form exudes femininity. Upon catching sight of the master, her previously vacant gaze instantly sparkles with life. "Xiaogang, is that you?" Erlong exclaims, leaping to the master's side, gripping his arm tightly. Her melodious voice tinged with a quiver. Tears cascade down her pale cheeks, her trembling frame resonating with palpable excitement that even the bystander Luban can deeply sense. The master's eyes glisten with unshed tears, his lips quivering, momentarily at a loss for words. Flandre, with a gentle sigh, breaks the silence, stating, "It has been 20 years. Our golden triangle has finally reunited." He pats Luban on the shoulder, gesturing for him to step aside, not wishing to be an unwelcome presence. Luban scratches his head, reluctantly moving away, his eagerness to eavesdrop evident, quickly noticed by Flandre. As an hour passes, when the master and Erlong reappear, they walk hand in hand, exuding the sweetness akin to long-separated lovers. "Little Ludan, come here and let me have a look," Erlong waves to Luban, her astonishment palpable upon hearing about him from the master. She is taken aback to discover such a prodigious talent exists on the continent. "I am Luban," he says, correcting Erlong's pronunciation, which elicits a hearty laugh from her, finding the boy's sweetness in speech delightful. "Luban, showcase your talents. Erlong is no stranger, and you will need her assistance to acquire your 6th spirit ring this time," the master cheerfully declares, his countenance glowing with newfound vigor, the heaviness that once enveloped him having dissipated. Luban nods and proceeds to unleash his martial spirit, 5 soul rings gradually manifesting from beneath his feet. Yellow, purple, black, red. Gasp. Witnessing Luban's 5 soul rings leaves Erlong utterly astonished. Xiaogang was right. Luban is indeed a super genius, arguably the most gifted individual on the continent. A 12-year-old soul emperor. How utterly remarkable. Should Luban's talents become known, it would undoubtedly create a significant stir across the land. Erlong, Luban's current strength is extraordinary. Even a Title Douluo would be no match for him, Flandre remarks, observing Erlong's astonishment with a broad grin. He recounts Luban's glorious exploits against the ice and snow emperors in the far north, leaving Erlong wide-eyed and agape. She had not anticipated that this 12-year-old boy had matured so impressively. Thus, their return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would be devoid of any reservations. Subsequently, Flander shares news about Shrek Academy with Erlong, revealing that aside from Luban, there are 7 other remarkable talents within its ranks. Erlong's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she were contemplating a heist. Flander, I suggest you merge Shrek Academy with the Blue Tyrant Academy in Tiando City. You shall continue as the principal. Upon reuniting with the master, Erlong felt no inclination to assume the role of principal, directly offering the Blue Tyrant Academy to Flander, leaving him taken aback. Just as he was about to refuse, the master interjects, asserting that Erlong's suggestion holds merit for the future of Tang San and the others. It is indeed time for Shrek Academy to relocate. Chapter 73. Returning to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. What of the Spirit Manifestation Training Environment? And what of the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Tournament? The master proceeds to elaborate, informing that Shrek Academy is merely an obscure institution outside Soto City, unregistered officially, rendering it incapable of participating in the Advanced Academy Tournament. This is detrimental to the future development of children. After a profound discourse from the master, Flinder gradually unraveled his emotional knots and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the Golden Iron Triangle shifted their focus to the quest for the 6th Soul Ring for Luban. Flinder recounted the information that Feng Batian had shared with them to Lu Erlong once more. The following day, the group set forth from the Blue Tyrant Academy, heading towards the location of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, nestled in the northeastern region of the Tiando Empire, near the Jiulong Mountain area. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is not far from Tiando City, and within half a day's journey, Luban and his companions arrived smoothly. Much like Shinkong City, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is also situated atop a mountain, though it boasts a considerably larger scale. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family has established 9 grandiose cities across the 9 peaks of Jiulong Mountain. The peaks here rise steeply and majestically, shrouded in mist, as if they form a pathway to the celestial realm. The entire sect's architectural complex is constructed along the mountainside, tier upon tier, presenting a magnificent grandeur. At the foot of the mountain, several meandering rivers flow incessantly. Upon arriving in the region of Jiulong Mountain, Luban and his companions halted their steps and, under the guidance of the master, proceeded to a dock at the mountain's base, boarding a grand vessel bound for Jiulong City on True Dragon Mountain. Experiencing the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect for the first time, Luban Flander was utterly astonished by the scene before him. The river, dozens of meters wide, wound its way up the mountains, an extraordinary sight. It resembled a colossal dragon coiling around the entire peak. According to the master, there are 8 similar rivers, each corresponding to the 8 other peaks, each also graced with a river that spirals slowly upwards. From a distance, they appear like 9 great dragons ascending together. Hence, this place has been aptly named Jiulong Mountain. Such a wondrous paradise can only be occupied by a formidable sect like the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. The 9 peaks are each governed by one of the 9 elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Among them, True Dragon Peak, home to Jiulong City, is the residence of the family head and serves as the administrative center of the entire sect. Jiulong City is the largest among the 9 cities. The journey from the foot of the mountain to the summit by boat took an hour. Upon reaching the pinnacle, the dock was bustling with people, alive with activity. Disembarking, the master took the lead, guiding Luban and the others into Jiulong City. In the Lord's mansion of Jiulong City, within the grand hall of the Yu family estate, the master knelt before a middle-aged man seated in the main position. This man is the current patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Xiaogang. Despite his imposing stature and muscular build, he had already surpassed the age of 70. His skin bore a deep bronze hue, seemingly radiating a calm and authoritative aura forged through the passage of time. Dressed in a blue robe adorned with dragon patterns, he exuded the dignity and status befitting his family. A golden belt, embedded with a shimmering blue gemstone, encircled his waist. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang looked at Yu Xiaogang with a complex expression, his hands tightly clasped, occasionally letting out a sigh. How have you fared all these years, father? I apologize for my shortcomings, causing you worry, replied Yu Xiaogang, his eyes reddening. While others in the family mocked him, his father, Yu Xiaogang, had always treated him with kindness. I have dedicated these years to the study of martial soul theory and have made significant progress. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogan's expression tightened, a glimmer of regret flashing in his eyes. It is truly unfortunate that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul has mutated into such an oddity. As for Yu Xiaogan's claims of research, he dismissed them as mere escapism, a reluctance to confront reality. Yu Xiaogang gestured for Yu Xiaogang to rise and said, "You need not prove anything to anyone." Aware that his father was indifferent to his research, the master explained, "Father, my theories have been successfully implemented in my disciples, and I believe they will be widely acclaimed across the continent in due time. I have returned primarily for this disciple, hoping he may enter the heavenly pool for baptism." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang cast a glance at Luban, his eyes flashing with thunderous intensity, gradually exerting his formidable presence. To his surprise, Luban remained unfazed. Yu Xiaogang, intrigued, increased the pressure, raising his soul power to level 50. Yet Luban continued to display an air of indifference, as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, even the master, possessing soul power of level 29, felt the immense pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, while Luban, at the center of this force, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Observing this, Yu Engine escalated the pressure further. At level 60, Luban remained unaffected. At level 70, still no response. Lu Erlong approached the master and assisted him away from Luban's vicinity. The atmosphere around Luban seemed to solidify. The overwhelming waves of soul power causing the hall's floor to crack and splinter. What an extraordinary boy, so resilient, Yu Engine exclaimed. Astonished at the sight of this 11 or 12-year-old boy enduring his 70-level soul power pressure. Unbelievable. Doubtful, he continued to gradually increase the pressure. Upon reaching 80, he was astonished to find that even Luban's martial soul had not manifested. Yu Engine was utterly dumbfounded. It was known that such a release of soul power pressure was a formidable force even against an 80-level soul Douluo, which required the manifestation of a martial soul for resistance. Young man, how old are you, and what is your soul power level? Yu Engine inquired, retracting his pressure. His curiosity piqued. Not wishing to continue probing, he feared that should he unleash his full power as a 96-level peak Title Douluo and still fail to suppress Luban, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Seeing Luban hesitate, the master gave him a reassuring glance, encouraging him to speak freely. Luban then bowed respectfully, stating, Esteemed elder, I am 12 years old, a 60-level 5-ring soul emperor. 12? A 60-level soul emperor? Upon hearing Luban's words, Yu Engine, seated upright, was utterly astounded. His eyes wide with disbelief. Release your martial soul and soul rings. I wish to see. Aware of Yu Engine's stature, Luban no longer concealed himself and summoned Luban No. 7. With the manifestation of his martial soul, 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, and 2 red, slowly ascended, swirling around him. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the entire hall in a kaleidoscope of colors. Chapter 74, The Elder's Conditions. A red 100,000-year soul ring, and 2 of them. The second soul ring is 1,000 years, the third a 10,000 year? My heavens, what an astonishing configuration of soul rings. As Yu Engine beheld Luban's martial soul and the display of his soul rings, he was left speechless, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape, his face reflecting sheer incredulity. He remained in a state of shock for an extended period. The mere fact that a 12-year-old soul emperor was already enough to astonish him. But witnessing Luban's 5 soul rings left him utterly dumbfounded. How can this be possible? This young man, despite having the esteemed title of Douluo, lacks a soul ring of 100,000 years, with his 9th soul ring still being a mere black 10,000-year soul ring. Yet, he suddenly manifests 2 soul rings of 100,000 years, which is quite a blow to one's morale. The crucial question is, how could someone so young possibly withstand the overwhelming energy impact brought by such formidable soul rings? This puzzle left Yu Engine utterly perplexed. Father, I hope you will refrain from disclosing anything about Luban's talents, the master remarked, noticing his father's astonishment, which filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Although Luban's strength is formidable, it has not yet reached the level of invincibility. He still needs to develop in a low-profile manner. Otherwise, if his extraordinary talents were to spread, numerous Title Douluos would undoubtedly come seeking trouble. Gradually regaining his composure, Yu Engine nodded slowly. This boy's talents are indeed monstrous. Should word get out, it would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion. What could possibly explain the nature of this boy's soul rings? Alongside his astonishment, curiosity swelled within Yu Engine. How could his body endure the shock of a 100,000-year soul ring? Seeing the wonder etched across his father's face, the master began to elaborate on his theory regarding the 20 core competitive advantages of martial souls. As long as the soul beasts willingly sacrifice themselves, the so-called limitations of soul rings can be transcended, allowing soul masters to absorb them perfectly, regardless of their cultivation's duration. The soul rings possessed by Luban are a result of the soul beast's voluntary offerings, leading to his current state. Upon hearing his son's explanation of Luban's exceptional circumstances, Yu Engine's perspective on martial soul theory began to shift positively for the first time. It is evident that martial soul theory is crucial for the development of geniuses. Without theoretical guidance, who would dare to absorb a 1,000-year soul beast for their second soul ring or a 10,000-year soul beast for their third? Few would risk their lives for such folly, given the historical accounts of soul masters perishing from the overwhelming energy during absorption. Even the most talented disciples from prestigious families would be hesitant to take such risks, and thus, they would distance themselves from the true echelon of geniuses. Listening intently to the master's gradual explanations, Yu Engine's gaze towards Luban grew increasingly fervent. How wonderful it would be to bring this young man into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. No wonder his son had been absent from the family for such an extended period. He had returned specifically for this boy, and Yu Engine would undoubtedly do the same. Gaining entry to the sacred lake of Heavenly Pool is extraordinarily difficult for outsiders, save for those who become disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yu Engine cast a discerning glance at Luban, his thoughts swirling with wisdom. This notion did not escape the master, who understood it instantly. Father, Luban will not join any family. No family possesses the strength to command his loyalty, he stated with a wry smile. Currently, Luban's strength is more than sufficient to dominate the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. For a formidable individual, the most essential aspect is the aversion to constraints. And Luban is no exception. In the future, he is destined to become a figure of reverence across the continent. How could he casually align himself with any family? It is essential to recognize that joining a family on the continent subjects one to its regulations. Take the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, for example. Their rules are numerous and quite intricate. The master had refrained from returning for a significant time, largely due to this reason. Senior, I apologize. I am accustomed to a life of freedom and find it challenging to adapt to the constraints of a family. I hope you understand, Luban interjected. Echoing the master's sentiments. Is there truly no alternative? He continued. If you could grant me access to the Lake of Heavenly Pool, I would owe the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family a favor, and in times of peril, I could lend my assistance thrice. Upon hearing Luban's declaration, Yu Xiaogang could hardly contain his delight, though he maintained an outward demeanor of contemplation. Luban's promise, if made by another genius, would hardly garner attention. However, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is the second most prestigious sect on the continent, trailing only behind the Houghton sect. They would not concern themselves with the empty assurances of a young genius. Yet, Luban is no ordinary individual. His promise is taken seriously by Yu Xiaogang. Possessing 2 soul rings of 100,000 years and being a 12-year-old soul emperor, he is destined to become one of the continent's foremost experts. Establishing a connection with him early would greatly benefit the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. After a period of contemplation following Luban's promise, Yu Xiaogang devised a new plan. There are indeed other methods. As long as the 9 elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family consent, it can be arranged. Young man, I have high hopes for you. For now, simply follow my lead, Yu Xiaogang declared, having already formulated his intentions. In the Grand Hall of the Dragon City Lord's Mansion, the 9 elders gathered together. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is situated in the Jiolong Mountain region, where 9 peaks each host an elder to maintain vigil. These 9 individuals, along with their descendants, are all direct disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. On this day, the esteemed leader Yu Xiaogang issued a summons, convening the elders for a meeting. He conveyed the news of the Master's return with his disciple. The Master's disciple expressed a desire to enter the Heavenly Pool Lake for a baptism. Upon hearing the name of Master Yu Xiaogang, many elders, though retaining a facade of composure, harbored deep-seated resentment. After so many years, this so-called waste had the audacity to return. Moreover, he brought back an outsider and sought entry into the Heavenly Pool Lake for a baptism. It was as if he had been kicked in the head by a donkey, leaving them perplexed by his reasoning. That child's talent, I observed, was indeed superior to that of our family's contemporaries. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, several elders immediately expressed their discontent. How could a disciple trained by a waste be compared to the younger generation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family? Since the leader had made such a claim, it was agreed that if Yu Xiaogan's disciple could defeat our Zixia Peak prodigy, I would permit him to enter the Heavenly Pool Lake for the baptism. The third elder's words resonated with many. I, from Yuan Peak, concurred with this sentiment. Indeed, I, too, was eager to witness what kind of disciple Xiaogang could cultivate. As long as he could overcome my Qingyun Peak genius, I would grant my approval. It has been many years since the leader has praised anyone so highly. I, from Yaoguang Peak, also yearn to see what true talent looks like. I have no objections either. As long as Xiaogan's disciple can defeat the contemporary genius of Tianji Peak, I will consent to his entry into the Heavenly Pool Lake. The 9 elders swiftly responded to Yu Xiaogan's declaration. Everyone's opinions were surprisingly unanimous, all eager to witness the so-called genius that Yu Xiaogang spoke of. In truth, they believed this to be Yu Xiaogan's attempt to save face for his son, Yu Xiaogang, deliberately making such claims. Chapter 75, Battle of the 9 Mountain Disciples. They were all too clear about Yu Xiaogan's level. The esteemed Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus' top-tier beast martial soul had mutated into a mere pig. With innate soul power not even reaching level 1, he faced a lifetime of hopelessness in reaching level 30. He had been ridiculed and ostracized by his peers, and ultimately, unable to bear it, he had left home. Soon after, rumors circulated about some theory regarding the 10 core competencies of martial souls, a notion that was truly laughable. Now that Yu Xiaogang had returned to the family, they were eager to witness the spectacle. The elders did not believe that a waste could nurture any formidable disciple. With the elders' agreement, Yu Xiaogang nodded, and the council formalized their accord. As long as the Master's disciple could defeat the 9 mountain prodigies, he would be allowed to enter the Heavenly Pool Lake for the baptism. The Heavenly Pool Lake was a forbidden ground for the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Located at the heart of the 9 Dragon Mountains, surrounded by 9 peaks, it was a natural lake formed at the summit. Within the lake, the power of thunder surged, exhibiting a mystical quality, particularly for soul masters of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul. Entering the Heavenly Pool Lake for cultivation could refine their entire body with the power of thunder. The longer one remained in the Heavenly Pool Lake, the purer the baptism from the thunder, greatly benefiting future cultivation. It could be said that the existence of the Heavenly Pool Lake was foundational to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Historically, it had been regarded as a forbidden area, not permitting outsiders to enter. Once the council's agreement was established, the news spread rapidly. The master had returned to the family. bringing his disciple who wished to enter the heavenly pool lake for baptism and would face the 9 mountain prodigies. As the news broke, an uproar erupted throughout the 9 mountains. The disciples were taken aback, astonished. How audacious. The so-called genius from the outside dared to provoke our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. A mere waste. What formidable talent could he possibly cultivate? Indeed, to challenge the disciples of the 9 mountains right from the outset was simply an opportunity for amusement. Humph. Come forth. I relish trampling on the so-called geniuses from outside. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Do they think they can casually provoke our blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect? Our Xiao peak genius, at the age of 12, had already reached level 21 with 200-year soul rings. Daring to challenge me would surely frighten him. Indeed, typically, only disciples from prominent families possess the optimal soul ring configurations. The Master's disciple would likely be stuck with a white 10-year soul ring. A day later, in the central square of True Dragon City, a throng gathered, creating an atmosphere of immense excitement. In the center of the square, a circular arena had been hastily erected for the purpose of competition and sparring. Today marked the day of Luban's challenge against the disciples of the 9 mountains. The area beneath the arena was packed with spectators, all eager to witness the clash of so-called geniuses. Who is Luban? Step forth for battle. As the appointed time approached, a boy of around 11 or 12 leaped onto the arena, shouting with fervor, I, Lei Yin, a prodigy of Xiao Peak, extend a challenge to you today. Upon witnessing this, Luban also leaped into the arena. Observing the youthful figure before him, Luban smiled and shook his head. You are not capable. Summon your most formidable disciples from Xiao Peak to face me. Bring them all. Such insolence. How audacious. The arena reverberated with an uproar of indignation at Luban's brazen demeanor. The 11 and 12-year-old prodigies from the 9 mountains were particularly incensed. This is a blatant expression of contempt towards them. To act together in such a manner is truly pretentious. Young man, congratulations on successfully provoking my ire. Upon hearing this, Lei Yan's expression turned icy as he spoke in a grave tone. Watch as I render you utterly incapable of managing your own life. I shall not cease until I do so. With that, he activated his martial spirit. The martial spirit manifested. 2 yellow, century-old soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet, encircling his form. Lightning serpents danced across his entire being, and within his eyes, blue thunder flickered. In an instant, as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit enveloped him, Lei Yan's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. A formidable aura emanated from within him, swiftly permeating the air around. As this aura expanded, disciples of lesser cultivation felt an invisible force pressing upon them, rendering their breaths heavy and labored. Subsequently, a dazzling radiance erupted from Lei Yan, exuding a potent air of dominance and authority. His physique instantly grew tall and imposing, as if he had transformed into an authentic blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. This is the true essence of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit, exclaimed a disciple from below the arena. The other disciples nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting a mixture of reverence and envy. Lei Yan let out a resounding roar that reverberated through the air. He unleashed his first soul skill, the Thunder Dragon Claw. As the skill manifested, Lei Yan's eyes sharpened, the depths of his pupils seemingly flickering with flashes of thunder. He swiftly swept his hands before him, accompanied by a dragon-like howling, as a blinding surge of electricity gathered between his palms, gradually forming into a colossal dragon claw. The dragon claw emanated a chilling majesty, as if it could rend the heavens and shatter the earth. Terrifying electric energy coursed along its length, each arc of lightning seeming to possess a life of its own, leaping and roaring with untamed power. As the Thunder Dragon Claw was unleashed, the aura of thunder and flame surged to its zenith. His entire form was enveloped in blinding electric light, and the very space around him trembled. The disciples gathered beneath the arena were awestruck by this overwhelming presence, their eyes filled with fear and reverence. The first soul ring of Lei Yan was acquired from the hunt of a 400-year-old storm dragon, showcasing its formidable strength. The Thunder Dragon Claw was indeed fearsome, capable of both ranged and close-quarters attacks, making it an enigmatic soul skill. It was evident that the opponent could not evade. If he survived, he would surely be gravely injured. Humph, he deserves it for boasting. A lesson would do him good. Aha, look. That boy is so frightened he hasn't even dared to unleash his martial soul. As the battle on the stage was about to erupt, the prodigious Lei Yin from Xiao Peak exuded a magnificent aura, while on the opposite side, Luban stood silently, not even releasing his martial soul. At that moment, the young disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan began to mock him. Just moments ago, he had been so boastful, yet now he was paralyzed by fear. How amusing. The Thunder Dragon Claw raced through the air towards Luban. The air distorted violently in its wake, refracting a spectrum of colors, with a deafening crackle that reverberated loudly. However, just as the Thunder Dragon Claw was about to strike Luban, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack as the claw brushed past his ear and dissipated into the void. What just happened? The young talents of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan below the arena were momentarily stunned, their astonishment palpable. He evaded it? My goodness, what astonishing speed. Many rubbed their eyes in disbelief, for they had thought they were witnessing an illusion. Luban's speed was utterly extraordinary. Had the Thunder Dragon Claw not missed, they might have believed they were experiencing a mirage. Chapter 76. The prodigies of Jiushan emerged differing from the young disciples of the clan. The elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan observed with clarity. In the very instant the Thunder Dragon Claw charged forth, Luban executed a swift maneuver that resembled teleportation, his speed unimaginable, a feat even their seasoned soul masters of over 80 levels would struggle to replicate. It must be noted that the Thunder Dragon Claw's ranged attack was remarkably swift, seemingly instantaneous. Even high-ranking soul power experts would find it challenging to withstand, let alone evade with such ease as Luban had done. Too weak, lacking in speed. In the center of the arena, Luban stood tall, speaking nonchalantly, as if regarding a novice. Lei Yin, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how his first soul skill had been so effortlessly evaded by Luban, who had yet to even release his martial soul. Hearing Luban's taunting words, Lei Yin felt his face flush with embarrassment, irritation clearly etched upon him. "You arrogant brat," he retorted, promptly unleashing his second soul skill, his most powerful strike yet. Thunderous Might. Lei Yin positioned himself at the center of the arena, his eyes closed, as if communing with the thunderous forces of nature. The surrounding air grew unnaturally charged, distant rumbles of thunder rolling ominously, accompanied by gusts of wind that rustled his garments. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from his being, akin to a miniature sun igniting within him. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning surged forth, radiating in all directions. These thunderbolts are robust and resplendent, each imbued with a terrifying force, as if they could obliterate anything in their path. Thunderous Might. With a low exclamation, Lei Yin thrust his hands forward. In an instant, the scattered thunder converged into a colossal beam of lightning, carrying with it a cataclysmic power that surged with unmatched momentum towards Luban, who stood not far away. Where the lightning beam passed, the very air seemed to be torn asunder, its grandeur surpassing even that of a thunder dragon's claw. A deafening roar erupted from the arena, as the spot where Luban stood was engulfed by the radiant lightning, and a wave of potent energy radiated outward from the epicenter of the explosion. The entire platform trembled perilously, as though it might collapse at any moment. Heavens, how can this be? Look at the sky. Is he even human? Astonishingly, Luban soared through the air, deftly evading the onslaught of thunderous might. Remarkably powerful, not only was his attack formidable, but his speed was unrivaled among his peers. Oh, Luban's graceful strides through the air are utterly mesmerizing. He is simply magnificent. In the blink of an eye, as the thunderous strike approached, Luban ascended into the air, a skill bestowed upon him by the wind-rending beast. After merging with the external soul bone of the wind and thunder wings, along with the wind-rending beast becoming his spirit, Luban now possessed this extraordinary wind attribute ability. At this moment, he glided effortlessly above the ground, resembling an otherworldly sage, leaving the audience in sheer astonishment. Even Yu Xiaogang and the 9 elders were taken aback by Luban's ethereal grace. Meanwhile, within the arena, Lei Yin stood dumbfounded by Luban's display. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he couldn't even graze the hem of Luban's garment. What is the true meaning of disparity? This is the vast chasm that separates them. You are unfit. Next, as the thunderous momentum dissipated, Luban gradually descended onto the platform, waved his hand nonchalantly, and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Lei Yan's face flushed crimson, realizing that no matter how fiercely he fought, he could only retreat in disgrace, disappearing into the crowd. From Yuling Peak, I, Lei Wei, have come to challenge. Following the defeat of the genius from Zixia Peak, a girl of around 12 or 13 years old leapt onto the stage. This girl, with a single ponytail, appeared exceptionally capable. Dressed in regal purple, she exuded an air of nobility. Upon her arrival, Lei Wei briefly introduced herself and immediately summoned her martial spirit, manifesting 2 yellow century-old soul rings. Instantly, her presence elicited a chorus of gasps from the audience, who recognized her as one of the top geniuses of Yuling Peak, possessing innate soul power of level 9. Without further ado, Lei Wei launched into her soul skills, determined to deliver a decisive blow to Luban. Having observed the previous battle between Lei Yin and Luban, she was acutely aware of Luban's formidable strength and incredible speed, precisely the attributes in which she excelled. Her first soul skill, Thunderwing. Standing poised, her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of lightning. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly formed seals with her hands before her chest, accompanied by a low incantation, Thunderwing. In that instant, the air behind her seemed to be torn by an invisible force, as a pair of magnificent thunderous wings unfurled gracefully. The wings, composed of countless delicate arcs of electricity, shimmer with dazzling brilliance, while the tempestuous power of thunder leaps upon them. The moment the wings unfurl, a formidable wave of energy radiates outward from Lei Wei. As the wings flap, robust bolts of lightning erupt from them, spreading in all directions. Spectators behold streaks of lightning-like figures darting through the air, each flash accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder and a blinding flash of light. Many youthful prodigies find it impossible to discern Lei Yuer's exact location, only able to perceive the phantoms she leaves behind in her wake. With her second soul skill, Thunder Fist, Lei Yuer shouts once more, Thunder Fist. Instantly, her right fist becomes enveloped in a dense aura of thunderous power, forming a colossal fist of lightning. With the aid of her thunderous wings, the might of this punch appears terrifying. The first soul skill accelerates her, while the second soul skill delivers a close-range assault, creating a masterful combination of soul skill attacks. In that moment, Lei Yuer's figure transforms into a bolt of lightning, charging towards her target. Her right fist clenched, the Thunder Fist, imbued with cataclysmic strength, crashes down upon Luban. In response to Lei Yuer's pursuit, Luban accelerates once more, weaving through the air at an astonishing speed. His feet tread upon the very air, as if walking upon clouds, evading the strikes from Lei Yuer's thunderous wings and Thunder Fist. Luban's silhouette, illuminated by the lightning, appears exceptionally agile. Each flicker leaves behind a beautiful arc in the air. He resembles a graceful bird, soaring freely while dodging the barrage of electric attacks. The ferocious power of thunder unleashed by the wings spreads through the air, each bolt carrying the weight of destruction. Yet Luban seems to harness the speed of the wind, narrowly escaping each lethal assault at the last moment. Every strike of Lei Yuer's Thunder Fist is horrifying, seemingly capable of tearing the very air asunder. However, Luban appears to anticipate her attack trajectory, consistently repositioning himself at critical moments to perfectly evade the seemingly fatal Thunder Fist. Chapter 77. All present are worthless. The two engage in a breathtaking display of speed in the air, enacting a captivating chase. Their figures trace elegant arcs through the sky, moving with such velocity that it dazzles the eye. Such extraordinary speed is difficult for the average person to perceive, as its agility has transcended the limits of human capability. How is this possible? As the blue electric Tyrannosaurus spectators observed, Luban's speed increased dramatically. He had previously fought without exerting much effort. Now, his velocity was more than double that during his battle with Lei Yin. Yet, despite this, the talented onlookers noted that Luban appeared entirely at ease. In contrast, Lei Yuer found herself increasingly strained as time progressed. One battle, don't run away. Lei Yuer bit her lip, filled with indignation. After pursuing for quite some time, she had not even managed to graze the hem of Luban's garment. Just when she thought she was closing in, he abruptly accelerated, leaving her in his wake, occasionally flashing a mischievous smile that only fueled her frustration. Little girl, speed is indeed a manifestation of strength. If you cannot catch up with me, it simply reflects your inadequacy. Luban smiled nonchalantly, his expression appearing rather infuriating to Lei Yuer. You are not a man. In a fit of rage, Lei Yuer yelled before leaping off the platform. After a quarter of an hour of pursuit, Lei Yuer unleashed both of her soul techniques. Yet her soul power was rapidly depleting, and she could no longer sustain the effort. What? This is possible too. Luban was taken aback by Lei Yuer's sudden shift from defense to offense. He had not anticipated this young girl would express her defeat so vehemently, ultimately directing her frustrations towards him with a defiant attitude. Young man, do not be arrogant. The Dragon Peak's Yu Xiaogang has come to challenge you. Just as Lei Yuer exited, a resounding voice echoed throughout the arena. A boy, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, ascended the platform, dressed in a thunderous battle robe. Yu Xiaogang exuded an impressive and commanding presence, embodying the aura of a long-celebrated prodigy. As Yu Xiaogang entered the arena, the young disciples gathered below erupted in a chorus of cheers. At just 13 years old, with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus as his martial soul, he was a formidable level 29 assault-type soul master. Not only was he ranked among the elite at Dragon Peak, but he also stood within the top 5 of the younger generation in the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, attracting significantly more attention than Lei Yin and Lei Yuer had garnered. Despite his boastful demeanor, he approached Luban with a sincere self-introduction, clearly displaying a commendable level of decorum. The carefree demeanor of the boy before Luban evoked no ill feelings. With the first soul skill, the Dragon Arrow of Thunder, Yu Xiaogang closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he gradually summoned the immense soul power within him. His body transformed into a vortex of soul energy, a formidable force swirling and converging within. As per Yu Xiaogang's intent, the soul power began to flow gently through his being, akin to meandering streams merging into a broad river. The strength contained within this river seemed capable of annihilating all that existed in the world, instilling a sense of dread. With his hands forming intricate seals, each motion resonated with power and rhythm. It was as if his essence fused with the soul energy of the universe, and with every gesture, the spiritual force began to shift. Gradually, it coalesced into slender threads, seemingly sculpted from the purest jade, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. These slender threads gradually converged, forming a colossal dragon-shaped arrow. It shimmered with a faint golden light, reminiscent of a thunder dragon coiling within the body of the jade celestial dragon. With a low growl from the jade celestial dragon, the enormous arrow was instantaneously unleashed from within. It sliced through the air, producing a deafening roar that resonated like the bellowing of a heavenly dragon, leaving one awestruck. The second soul skill, Thunder Pursuit. At the very moment the Thunder Dragon arrow was executed, the Jade Celestial Dragon simultaneously activated his second soul skill to lock onto his target. The first soul skill was for offense, while the second was for tracking, creating a seamless combination of abilities. Their synergy was flawless. Leaving the opponent with no means of evasion, they could only brace themselves for impact. As Thunder Pursuit was unleashed, the Thunder Dragon arrow seemed to come alive, autonomously pursuing Luban. It was akin to a silver arrow slicing through the sky, hurtling forward. Where it passed, the air appeared to ignite, emanating a brilliant glow. This radiance seemed to bathe the entire arena in a golden hue, both beautiful and magnificent. At that moment, Luban felt a profound sensation. As the Jade Celestial Dragon activated his second soul skill, an overwhelming feeling of being locked on surged within him. This is the intuition of the strong. At this moment, had he employed the external soul bone, the wind and thunder wings, Luban would have had absolute confidence in evading the locked-on pursuit. However, facing a mere child under the age of 30, such measures were entirely unnecessary. After all, it was a soul bone that had existed for 400,000 years. Utilizing it would be rather excessive. As the Thunder Dragon arrow surged forth, Luban did not take to the skies to evade. Instead, he stood resolutely upon the arena, boldly accepting the strike with his own body. His audacity left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. The timid youths in the crowd covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear the sight. Even without activating their martial souls, they knew that enduring such a powerful blow with mere flesh would surely spell doom for them. This individual displayed remarkable bravery. Many spectators peered through their fingers, secretly eager to witness the calamity that awaited Luban. At that moment, as he braced himself to withstand the Thunder Dragon arrow unleashed by Yu Xiaogang, the 9 elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family shook their heads in disbelief, lamenting the reckless audacity of today's youth. They thought to themselves how utterly misguided he was. The Thunder Dragon arrow was no trifling matter, and a direct hit would result in severe injury, if not death. However, what transpired next left the crowd utterly aghast. Upon striking Luban, the Thunder Dragon arrow vanished as if a dragon had submerged into the sea or a raindrop had fallen into a lake, merging seamlessly with the waters. Aside from generating ripples of electricity that danced across Luban's exterior, it did not provoke any further disturbance. The collective gasp of disbelief echoed through the arena. At this moment, the entire audience collectively inhaled sharply. One by one, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity, exclaiming internally, "How is this possible?" Witnessing his most formidable strike being absorbed by Luban's body, Yu Xiaogang stood there, dumbfounded. How could one possibly continue to fight after this? Following Yu Xiaogang, the other prominent disciples from Yuhing Peak and Qingyun Peak emerged to challenge, but without exception, they faced utter defeat. They fared no better than Yu Xiaogang and Lei Yuer, comprehensively outmatched by Luban, who toyed with them as if they were mere children. Was this truly what the so-called genius disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan were like? After a series of battles, Luban stood proudly in the center of the arena, surveying his surroundings with a calm smile that harbored a hint of disdain. It was evident in his expression that he found the opposing group contemptible. How dare you call my master worthless? In my view, all of you present are the truly worthless ones. Chapter 78. The Thunderbolt team is overwhelmed worthless. All of you are worthless. Such piercing words echoed through the air, as Luban delivered a fitting retort on behalf of his master. At this moment, the talented members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family trembled with humiliation and rage. Though lacking in strength, they found themselves powerless to change the situation. In their eyes, Luban in the arena was absurdly powerful, having yet to unleash his martial spirit while consecutively defeating numerous geniuses from Jioshan. His presence on the stage loomed like a mountain, instilling immense pressure. Observing the younger generation unable to hold their heads high after Luban's scorn, the 9 elders wore solemn expressions, their displeasure palpable. They had not anticipated that this junior would possess such formidable strength, single-handedly rendering their family's geniuses incapable of raising their heads, a truly astonishing feat. They had previously made promises, which they could no longer retract, as the entire sect was watching. Luban's usual demeanor was well known to the masters, modest and gentle. He spoke with a grace reminiscent of a refined gentleman. Yet today, he had dramatically altered his disposition, uttering bold claims with the clear intention of restoring his teacher's honor. At this moment, the master's eyes glistened with excitement and gratitude. Lu Erlong, sensing the master's body tremble, grasped his hands in comfort. On the sidelines, Flinder watched the arena with a grin, feeling immense pride in having such a student as Luban. The outcome of this competition quickly spread throughout the Jiolong Mountain region, sparking lively discussions among the populace. The news reached the Thunderbolt Advanced Soul Master Academy, inciting outrage among its students. That audacious brat Luban had become too arrogant. He needed to be taught a lesson. Indeed, to declare that the geniuses of Jioshan were worthless was utterly intolerable. They were determined to demonstrate the true depth of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan and enlighten him on the essence of genius. It was said that the Thunderbolt team would soon take action, and anticipation mounted, with the Thunderbolt team's 7 members declaring their intention to challenge Luban the following day. They were resolute in their desire to avenge the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan's dignity. They approached Yu Yuanjin and the 9 elders to express their intentions. Ultimately, the elders consented to a battle between them and Luban. On this day, the Grand Seoul Arena of Jinlong City was teeming with spectators, as the descendants of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family gathered to witness the spectacle. On the main arena stage, Luban stood facing the 7 members of the Thunder team. The team leader, Yu Tianxin, and the vice-captain, Lei Dong, wore expressions of palpable displeasure. Just yesterday, they had approached their clan leader, Yu Yuanjin, only to be met with the unexpected demand that their entire team challenge Luban, a clear indication of their leader's disdain for their capabilities. At just 13 years of age, they had already attained a soul power level of 30, boasting 3 soul rings. It was fair to say they were among the most gifted within the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Yet, the notion of deploying their entire team against a youth who appeared scarcely older than themselves felt like an affront. Luban, release your martial spirit at once. We shall allow you 3 moves. Otherwise, once we make our move, you will stand no chance, declared Yu Tianxin, her long hair cascading elegantly as she spoke. In response, Luban offered a calm smile. Very well, I shall indulge you, he replied, summoning his martial spirit, Luban number 7. Cleverly disguising his soul rings to resemble 3 rings, 200-year yellow rings, and 1,000-year purple ring. With a series of rapid-fire blasts, Luban unleashed 7 energy spheres from his dragon mouth gun, each aimed directly at the members of the Thunder team. Aware of Luban's formidable prowess, Yu Tianxin and her comrades remained vigilant. Though they had permitted Luban 3 moves, their martial spirits were already activated. As the energy spheres hurtled toward them, they attempted to absorb the impact with their bodies, only to be violently jolted back, nearly toppling off the arena. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the near annihilation of the Thunder team. Yu Tianxin and Lei Dong were equally stunned. Luban's casual strike had nearly concluded the battle in an instant. Defend. With Luban's second attack approaching, Yu Tianxin abandoned her previous composure and shouted urgently. The defensive soul masters of the Thunder team swiftly activated their soul abilities to fortify their defenses. Thunder Armor. The second soul skill, Thunder Armor, enveloped each member of the Thunder team in a gleaming layer of protective armor, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, the defensive soul masters positioned themselves at the forefront, forming a protective formation. With great effort, they barely caught Luban's second casual strike. Support. Although the defensive spirit master managed to withstand Luban's second attack, the impact on their physical state was substantial. Their internal organs felt as though they were being hammered, weighed down by an immense heaviness, their complexion flushed with color. Observing this, the captain, Yu Tianxin, decisively commanded the support spirit masters of the Thunder team to intervene as Luban's third attack approached. Otherwise, they would likely be unable to endure the blow. They had agreed to allow Luban 3 strikes, during which they could only defend and not counterattack. If they failed to seize any opportunity to retaliate, it would be a tremendous disgrace for the Thunder team. Thunder Staff, second technique, Sovereignty. As the support spirit master unleashed their second soul skill, the defensive capabilities of the Thunder team surged by 30%. With the combined effect of the Thunder Armor, they barely managed to withstand Luban's third casual strike. Once the 3 strikes had passed, the expressions of Yu Tianxin and her 6 companions turned grave, their hearts filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that Luban's offensive power would be so formidable. Even without deploying soul skills, he could compel their strongest defenses. Truly incredible. Luban, what type of spirit master are you? Yu Tianxin endeavored to calm her emotions and inquired. Output type battle spirit master. Upon hearing this, Luban smiled nonchalantly. Be cautious. I excel in ranged attacks, and you may find yourselves unable to even graze the hem of my garment before facing defeat. Humph. Such arrogance. Allow me to demonstrate the strength of the Thunder team. Feeling slighted by this youth, who was younger than herself, Yu Tianxin was displeased. The 3 strikes had passed, and it was time for the Thunder team to showcase their true prowess. With that, Captain Yu Tianxin issued the command, and the Thunder team unleashed their utmost offensive might. Control. Charge. All-out attack. Support. The vice-captain of the control-type spirit masters, Lei Dong, struck first, followed by the agile attack-type spirit masters launching their assault. The 3 powerful attack-type spirit masters led by the captain followed suit. Under the protection of the defensive spirit masters, the support spirit masters advanced swiftly in formation, continuously releasing support skills to amplify their power. Chapter 79. Conquering the Heavenly Pool Lake Thunderline Entwined. Vice-Captain Lei Dong activated his first skill, sending a thunder line to ensnare Luban's body. He then unleashed his second and third soul skills, aiming to exert comprehensive control and constraints on Luban. Lei Dong's martial spirit was the Thunder Spider, and his second soul skill was web binding. In an instant, the air was thick with a potent energy, as if an invisible force was coalescing. With the activation of his skills, fine silver webs emanated from the Thunder Spider. These webs appeared to be woven from the most resilient metal, emanating a delicate silver sheen. They spread across the sky, instantaneously enveloping the entire battlefield. The webs drifted through the air, resembling mysterious incantations that radiated powerful waves of energy. As Luban found himself constrained by the lightning lines, the webs swiftly covered their target, followed by an overwhelming force of binding energy that was unleashed. Under this tremendous pressure, Luban appeared utterly motionless, as if an invisible mountain had pinned him in place. The moment the webs ensnared Luban, the third skill, Lightning Net Prison, was executed. Bound and immobile, Luban soon found himself encased within a square lightning prison. Upon witnessing Luban's successful confinement, the arena erupted with piercing screams. It is well known that once a combatant is ensnared by a controlling spirit master, their fate is sealed, paving the way for a relentless onslaught from their adversaries. As anticipated by the spectators, the agile attack spirit masters of the Thunder team swiftly arrived, decisively unleashing their first and second skills to initiate a ferocious assault. Simultaneously, the powerful attack spirit masters from behind quickly followed suit. And with the assistance of the support spirit master skills, a barrage of offensive attacks rained down upon Luban. Thunder Dragonclaw, Thunderous Might, Wrath of Thunder. A myriad of assault techniques flooded Luban, submerging him in a tempest of lightning, just when everyone believed the battle was nearing its conclusion. A pleasurable groan emerged from the heart of the storm. Indeed, bring it on. Your attacks are insufficient. Let the storm rage even fiercer. During his previous battle with the prodigy of Jioshan, Luban had unexpectedly discovered that by merging with the external spirit bone, wind and thunder wings, he could evolve the wings by absorbing the power of lightning. The current surge of lightning energy served as the finest nourishment for this evolution. As the Thunder team's initial wave of ferocious attacks concluded, they were taken aback to find Luban standing on the arena, grinning broadly and incessantly smiling at them. At that moment, the entire arena fell into a stunned silence. The audience, with mouths agape and eyes wide open, were expressions of sheer astonishment, their hearts echoing disbelief. How could this be possible? The Thunder team executed their maneuvers with ferocity akin to a tiger, yet their damage output was virtually non-existent. Not only was Luban unharmed, but he also wore a look of sheer delight, leaving the onlookers with twitching lips. At this moment, the 9 elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect felt their pupils constrict in sheer astonishment. A collective gasp escaped their lips, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The young man before them was seemingly immune to the power of thunder, an utterly unfathomable phenomenon. For the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, which specialized in thunder-based attacks, this was nothing short of encountering their nemesis. As the battle progressed, it was unsurprising that Luban refrained from engaging further, allowing the 7 members of the Thunder team to unleash their assaults. Various combinations of attacks, coordinated strikes, skill enhancements, and formation alterations were employed. Yet they failed to inflict even the slightest damage. Ultimately, the 7 members of the Thunder team exhausted their soul power, bringing the contest to an end. The members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect were left in an awkward predicament, their long-held pride shattered by Luban's prowess. The younger generation had been thoroughly crushed. Previous skirmishes had already indicated a vast disparity in skill levels, with Luban scarcely having lifted a finger. The difference between the two sides was glaringly apparent. With the conclusion of the 2-day contest, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family no longer dared to publicly label their master as a failure, for Luban had effectively branded them with that very term. To persist in such claims would be an act of self-deprecation. Luban's decisive victory over the younger generation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family left the 9 elders speechless, ultimately leading the Elder Council to grant Luban access to the Heavenly Pool Lake. The following day, Master Luban, accompanied by the Patriarch Yu Xiaogang, arrived at the forbidden grounds of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, Heavenly Pool Lake. Nestled amidst the mountains, the lake resembled a brilliant pearl, cradled by 9 peaks, each uniquely shaped, like 9 colossal dragons soaring through the clouds, guarding this enigmatic sanctuary. Standing atop True Dragon Peak, Luban gazed upon the lake, envisioning a sea of thunder. The sky above roared with lightning, the surface of the lake churned restlessly, and the power of thunder seemed to possess a life of its own, occasionally coalescing into formidable energy columns, then dispersing into countless delicate arcs of electricity, transforming the entire surface into a colossal vortex of thunder. The thunderous energy of Heavenly Pool Lake radiated ferocity and might, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Each clap of thunder felt as though it could rend the world asunder. Each flash of lightning appeared to illuminate the shadows of darkness. Under the sheer force of the thunder, the lake's surface became tumultuous, seemingly poised to consume everything in its path. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family deemed the Heavenly Pool Lake a forbidden zone due to the presence of numerous thunder-type soul beasts, rendering it perilous. Young disciples wishing to train within its waters required the accompaniment of an elder. On True Dragon Peak, Patriarch Yu Xiaogang elaborated on the particulars of Heavenly Pool Lake to Luban. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luban expressed his understanding before leaping into the lake. As he submerged, he was instantly enveloped and eroded by the power of thunder, akin to entering an ocean of lightning. The deeper he descended, the more potent the thunderous energy became. As this force coursed through him, Luban distinctly sensed it transforming his body. It was no wonder the disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family possessed such formidable physiques. They had undoubtedly been tempered by the waters of Heavenly Pool Lake. After spending an hour submerged, Luban perceived that the thunderous energy had become significantly purer. A truly remarkable phenomenon. Prolonged exposure to this environment would undoubtedly serve as an ideal cultivation haven for Thunder-type soul masters. This must be the reason the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family had established their stronghold in Nine Dragon Mountain. Such a bountiful natural training environment was likely unparalleled across the continent. As Luban continued his descent, his aim was not merely cultivation, but the pursuit of a soul beast with extreme offensive attributes. According to the intelligence provided by Feng Batian, such creatures were likely to reside beneath the depths of Heavenly Pool Lake. With each mile of depth traversed, the thunderous energy would intensify in richness, an intriguing and systematic occurrence. This regular stratification phenomenon ignited a fervent anticipation within Luban, leading him to perceive that the depths of Tianqi Lake were undoubtedly extraordinary, harboring profound secrets. Perhaps he might encounter an extraordinary opportunity once more, akin to his previous experience in the land of the Fire Clan's inheritance. This sensation intensified as he descended further into the depths. Chapter 80. Encountering a great dragon. As Luban continued his descent, the water grew increasingly frigid, and the pressure mounted. He pressed onward, finding that the thunderous energy at the lake's bottom became ever more potent, as if he were immersed in a realm of thunder. With each meter he descended, the surrounding light dimmed further, yet, through the strength of his soul power, he remained capable of discerning everything around him. Continuing deeper, after a distance of 1 mile, Luban began to encounter an increasing number of soul beasts. The soul beasts radiated a brilliant aura of lightning, unmistakably marking them as thunder-type entities. They varied greatly in form and cultivation, yet all exuded a formidable power of thunder. The deeper Luban descended, the more formidable the soul beast he encountered became. Initially, he encountered merely simple fish-like soul beasts, all of which were under a century in age. However, as he ventured down to a depth of 10 miles, a plethora of millennium thunder-type soul beasts began to emerge. Luban's first encounter was with a colossal thunder lizard, its body darting through the water with the swiftness of lightning, continuously spewing forth bolts of electricity from its maw. Unlike terrestrial lizards, these thunder lizards bore a somewhat dragon-like shape, which was quite extraordinary. Fortunately for Luban, he was now a level 60 Soul Emperor, possessing 5 unparalleled soul rings, and the aura he emanated was particularly astonishing to these millennium soul beasts. Consequently, upon noticing his presence, they retreated in haste, refraining from obstructing his path. Thus, Luban continued his descent into the depths of the Heavenly Pool Lake with remarkable ease. As the thunder-type soul beast proliferated, the lake's bottom grew increasingly luminous, each beast appearing as a radiant source of light, illuminating the lakebed as if it were daylight. Strangely, the deeper he plunged, the brighter the lakebed became, a truly wondrous phenomenon. 10 miles, 100 miles, 500 miles. Upon reaching a depth of 1,000 miles, Luban was utterly astounded. Indeed, the Heavenly Pool Lake resembled an unfathomable abyss. No wonder the patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Xiaogang, had spoken of the lake with such gravity, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. It was indeed a realm of unfathomable depth. The depth to which Luban had descended was a feat rarely achieved by members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. This depth also represents the perilous threshold warned by Yu Xiaogang. Should one exceed this limit, danger may strike at any moment. In the past, Yu Xiaogang expended considerable resources to invite the head of the Feng family, Feng Batian, to delve into the mysteries of the depths of Tianqi Lake, where they ventured 1,000 miles deep. However, their sojourn did not last long before they encountered a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years, which launched a fierce attack, nearly costing them their lives. Ultimately, they sustained significant injuries and made a hasty retreat in a state of disarray. These secrets were divulged to them not long ago by Yu Xiaogang. His intentions were unmistakable. Upon witnessing Luban's extraordinary talents, he sought to forge a bond of fate and destiny. As they continued their descent, Luban came to realize that Yu Xiaogang had spoken the truth. Although the number of soul beasts in this profound depth had dwindled significantly, each one possessed a cultivation level exceeding 100,000 years. Among them, at a depth of 1,100 miles, he first encountered a colossal sea turtle, radiating a formidable aura that clearly indicated its cultivation had surpassed 100,000 years. As they delved deeper, at a depth of 1,500 miles, they encountered another gigantic octopus. The octopus possessed tentacles extending 100 meters in length. Upon the sudden appearance of Luban, it instinctively attempted to strike. Luban, displaying remarkable agility, evaded the assault while simultaneously unleashing his soul power, causing the octopus to retreat in fear. From the earlier attack, he could distinctly sense that the Thunderhand octopus had a cultivation level of approximately 150,000 years. Such a revelation would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar in the outside world. As he continued his descent, 2,000 miles below the surface, Luban encountered a thundershark dragonfish, boasting a cultivation of 200,000 years, with a form reminiscent of a shark yet strikingly unique in appearance. Fortunately, at that moment, Luban had already released 5 soul rings, successfully frightening the thundershark dragonfish away. At a depth of 2,000 miles, the abyss seemed endless, leaving Luban in a state of astonishment. The depth of Heavenly Pool Lake surpassed all his expectations, truly an extraordinary sight. This place is likely the deepest point on the continent, and I never anticipated the Lake of Heaven to be so enchanting and mysterious. At this moment, Luban decisively activated the external soul bone, the Wind Thunder Wings. He was uncertain about how much deeper it went beneath him and understood he needed to accelerate. It is worth noting that the consumption of soul power in the Lake of Heaven is remarkably swift, akin to a fierce battle of equal caliber. He could hardly sustain it for long. With the Wind Thunder Wings deployed, Luban's speed increased tenfold, gliding through the lake with the grace of a fish. Plunging deeper towards the lake's bottom. 3,000 miles. 4,000 miles. Soon, he reached a depth of 9,000 miles. At this depth, Luban could distinctly feel the immense pressure. Even with the enhancement of the Wind Thunder Wings, his speed had significantly diminished, effectively exhausting the acceleration provided by the wings. At this moment, if he were to engage in battle with the spirit beast, he would find himself devoid of any speed advantage. The depth of the thunderous force surrounding him was beyond imagination. Previously, it had been a mere mixture of lake water and thunder. But now it could be described as a flowing river amidst a sea of lightning. Just then, as Luban was taken aback, a deafening roar resonated from not far below. He halted, gazing at the scene before him, and gasped in astonishment. Before him lay a blue lightning tyrannosaurus, quietly coiled, exuding a chilling aura of dominance. Its colossal form spanned an astonishing 900 meters, resembling a towering mountain, covered in a thick layer of azure scales. Each plate shimmered like a gem, radiating a cold brilliance. Its head was disproportionately large, occupying nearly a third of its body. The gaping maw seemed capable of devouring anything, while two elongated fangs glimmered ominously at its corners, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Its eyes sparkled like two immense sapphires, emanating a profound and mysterious light. With each breath, bolts of lightning erupted from its mouth as if the heavens themselves had unleashed their wrath, instilling a sense of boundless authority and pressure. Lo and behold, it was a blue lightning tyrannosaurus of 900,000 years of cultivation. Upon seeing its form, Luban quickly discerned its formidable prowess. The pressure it exerted upon him was greater than that of the combined might of the Snow Emperors. He never anticipated that beneath the Lake of Heavenly Pool lay such a formidable spirit beast. If word of this spread to the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the continent. It is worth noting that even soul beasts of a mere 100,000 years are rarely encountered in the outside world and are often regarded as legendary beings. Much like the forest kings, the Titan giant ape and the forest emperor, the azure bull python, and the star doe forest, whose tales are steeped in myth and terror. They too possess around 100,000 years of cultivation. Even so, the vast majority of Title Douluo would find themselves outmatched by them, let alone this blue lightning tyrannosaurus of 900,000 years. Luban felt that even the deep-sea demon whale king, with nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation, would not stand a chance against it. Human, recognizing your arduous cultivation, depart swiftly. This is not a domain you can tread, the blue lightning tyrannosaurus declared, its thunderous eye akin to a window, coldly warning Luban as it opened wide. Ah, old dragon, I merely passed through. You are not my target, so do not fret, Luban replied, waving his arm with a nonchalant smile. To others, this blue lightning tyrannosaurus was an invincible behemoth, yet before him, it seemed inadequate. With the augmentation of his 5 spirit rings, his basic attack power reached an astounding 460,000 points. Under the coverage of his shooting domain, it doubled instantly, surpassing 900,000 points, an amount that this old dragon could not possibly withstand. Roaring with fury, the blue lightning tyrannosaurus, enraged by Luban's indifference, unleashed a tremendous roar. The lake bed erupted into turmoil, the atmosphere charged with agitation. Seeking death, a mere human dares to underestimate me, it bellowed. With its jaws agape, a colossal column of lightning, as thick as a human waist, surged forth to strike Luban. Humph, old dragon, I was attempting to converse amicably, yet your temper is rather explosive, Luban retorted. Since it has come to this, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. With that, Luban summoned his martial spirit, Luban number 7, and, embodying it, directed the wind and thunder wings toward the blue lightning tyrannosaurus. He then unleashed a soul power orb from his dragon mouth gun, colliding it against the incoming lightning column. Boom. The violent clash sent shockwaves through the depths of the thunderous sea, stirring the waters 9,000 miles deep into a frenzy. The collision reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the heavenly lake, stirring it into a tumultuous frenzy as whirlpools formed and the creatures within trembled in fear. They hastily retreated from the lake bed. Such a formidable clash was beyond their capacity to engage. A mere misstep could spell their doom. In the initial exchange, Luban unleashed a staggering 46,000 points of attack power, shattering the thunder light beam of the blue electric tyrannosaurus. As the confrontation concluded, the residual energy of the soul power orb continued to strike the blue electric tyrannosaurus, eliciting a pained howl from him. Simultaneously, he was struck with terror, astonished beyond measure. He never anticipated that this human before him would possess such formidable strength. Truly, it was astonishing. It seemed he could not prevail. From whence does this remarkable creature emerge? I cannot allow the formidable sister to look down upon me. I must test my mettle once more. With a fierce roar, the blue electric tyrannosaurus unleashed its most potent attack, the Nine Heavens Dragon Explosion. As the skill was activated, Luban was instantly targeted, and from all directions, 9 colossal thunder dragons descended, striking toward Luban with tremendous force. The convergence of these dragons would result in a cataclysmic explosion, capable of obliterating even the mightiest of Title Douluos to mere fragments. The power was undeniably formidable. In that fleeting moment as the Nine Heavens dragon explosion approached, Luban sensed the imminent peril to his life. While his offensive prowess was unrivaled, his defensive capabilities were woefully inadequate. He could not afford to be struck by this devastating skill, otherwise, his life would surely be forfeit. In a moment of critical urgency, Luban decisively activated his archer's domain, unleashing his sole defensive skill. As the resistance aura was invoked, a golden, elastic barrier materialized around his form, with the elevation of his soul power. The duration of this skill now extended to 60 seconds. Then, as the 9 thunderous dragons approached Luban, they were repelled by the protective shield, inflicting no harm upon him. However, it did result in considerable depletion of Luban's soul power. Old dragon, are you actually serious? You've asked for it. Upon witnessing the blue electric Tyrannosaurus employ its ultimate technique, Luban's expression turned icy. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with this ancient dragon, but after enduring consecutive assaults, he resolved to teach it a proper lesson. With that, Luban launched another soul power energy sphere from the mouth of his gun, empowered by the realm of archers. My attack power has doubled, delivering a staggering blow exceeding 900,000. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus, sensing the imminent threat, felt its fur stand on end. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of life and death crisis, it hastily activated its defensive skill, Thunder Armor, enveloping itself in a tempest of lightning, forming a robust set of armor that successfully withstood Luban's casual strike. Andy, save me. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus, appalled by the sheer increase in Luban's power, cried out in terror. After previous encounters, it was evident that this youthful adversary was not to be trifled with. Even a mere casual attack from Luban required all its skill to defend against. Should this battle persist, defeat was inevitable. Having lived for so long, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus had keen insight. Recognizing the peril, it immediately called for assistance. As its plea echoed, a young girl suddenly appeared, her delicate finger pointing, releasing a petite golden lightning dragon that seemed no larger than a palm. This creature intercepted Luban's attack, successfully blocking the dragon's mouth shot. Luban gasped in astonishment. Where did this little girl come from with such formidable power? Her casual strike can rival mine. It is truly astonishing. The girl appeared no older than 7 or 8, clad in a vibrant green dress, resembling a forest sprite. Her porcelain skin glowed, and her large, bright eyes sparkled like 2 radiant stars. Cascading green hair flowed gently over her shoulders, swaying with her movements. Despite her diminutive stature, she exuded an aura of immense strength, with arcs of lightning dancing around her like a princess surrounded by a flurry of butterflies. Little one, who are you, and what brings you here? Luban inquired cautiously, seeking to discern the girl's identity. And who are you to invade my territory and bully my little brother? The girl, hands on her hips, retorted indignantly. Luban was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. How could this possibly be your territory? This has been my domain for 1,000,000 years. I am the rightful ruler here. The girl raised her chin proudly, exuding an air of superiority. Luban stood dumbfounded, pondering the implications of her claim. 1,000,000 years? Could this girl truly be a spirit beast that had attained sentience? A sense of incredulity washed over him. Young lady, might you reveal your true form? As the girl began to respond, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus swiftly shifted into human form, covering her mouth to prevent her from speaking. Auntie, this human means no good. He surely harbors ulterior motives, it urged, concerned for its leader who had long remained in the depths of the heavenly pool, unaware of the perils lurking in the outside world. The audacity of this powerful human, daring to intrude into the abyss of the heavenly pool, was clearly suspect. It matters not. Here I am the supreme authority. He cannot overpower me, the girl declared confidently, waving her hand dismissively, her pride evident. Just as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus was about to speak again, the girl shot it a sharp glance, silencing it. She then beckoned Luban with a smile, saying, "Come. Let me show you my true form. Hee, just don't cry when you see it." With that, the girl vanished in an instant, only to reappear a mile away, leaving Luban astounded by her speed, comparable to instantaneous movement. The girl's ability to traverse the depths of the lake at such velocity was nothing short of miraculous. Even if Luban were to sprint at full speed, he could not hope to catch her. No wonder she exuded such confidence, regardless of Luban's strength. If he could not touch her during battle, what good would it do? Soon, Luban regained his composure and followed the girl deeper into the lake. As they descended to a depth of around 10,000 miles, Luban was struck by the awe-inspiring sight before him. The bottom of the heavenly pool was deep and mysterious, resembling a long-forgotten ancient realm. In this enigmatic corner, a thunderous plant stood proudly, its appearance astonishing beyond compare. It was the most magnificent specimen Luban had ever encountered. Towering and majestic, its crown was lush, with branches that seemed sculpted from lightning, emanating a soft blue glow. The trunk, a deep brown, was intricately patterned, each groove a testament to countless thunder strikes it had endured. Each line was profound and powerful, like ancient runes embodying the strength of lightning and the resilience of life. Most astonishingly, the crown of the thunderous tree was enveloped in wild bolts of electricity. The lightning danced like silver dragons, weaving through the treetops with reckless abandon, producing a deafening roar. Each flash illuminated the depths of the lake, evoking a profound sense of awe and majesty. This is my true form, the million-year thunderstruck wood. Isn't it magnificent? At the bottom of the heavenly pool lake, the little girl stood proudly atop the thunderstruck wood and spoke. In that moment, even the previously arrogant blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex bowed its proud head before this extraordinary thunderstruck wood, its eyes filled with reverence and admiration. Heavenly. It truly is a million-year plant-type spirit beast. When Luban arrived at the lake's depths and beheld the thunderstruck wood's stunning appearance, he was utterly astounded. Recalling his earlier encounter with the little girl, he recognized the formidable strength of her attacks, devoid of any soul power fluctuations. It was highly likely she was a pure, attack-oriented spirit beast of extreme attributes. With this realization, a fiery excitement ignited within Luban. What a stroke of luck to encounter a million-year pure attack-type spirit beast as his sixth spirit ring. It felt surreal, like a dream. Little one, your true form is truly beautiful. What joy is there in remaining at the lake's depths? Would you care to accompany me outside for some fun? After conversing with the little girl and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Luban discerned that both possessed rather limited intellect. Thus, he began to coax her. If he could persuade a million-year spirit ring to join him, it would be a remarkable achievement. My true form cannot leave this place, the little girl replied, shaking her head, a hint of melancholy crossing her face. After a million years, aside from having a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex as a companion, she found the lake's depths rather dull. However, since you were able to come down here, why not stay and play with us? The little girl, transformed from the thunderstruck wood, suddenly had a spark in her eyes as she gazed at Luban with fervent intensity. I have a way to help you leave the lake and venture into the outside world. Would you be willing? Luban gently enticed her, engaging in conversation. After his journey to the far north, he had learned from the dream-eye silkworm about the method of forming a soul contract to acquire a spirit. If the little girl was willing to become his spirit, she could depart from the heavenly pool lake and exist alongside him. All right. If you promise to play with me at the lake's bottom for a year, I will agree to become your spirit. To Luban's surprise, the little girl readily accepted his proposal, filling him with uncontainable joy and excitement. Very well, that is settled then, Luban said with a serious expression. Let us seal our promise with a pinky swear. No deceiving allowed. With that, Luban and the little girl linked their pinkies, completing the simplest yet most cherished of agreements. For the following year, Luban remained within the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, visiting the heavenly pool lake daily to play with the little girl. Much to the astonishment of the clan members, they could hardly believe that Luban, an outsider, was granted access to their sacred grounds, a place not meant for ordinary individuals. The younger members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family expressed their envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, Master Flander, Lu Erlong, and the others, upon hearing Luban's experiences since his first emergence from the lake, were incredulous. Luban, you haven't been deceived, have you? They questioned. You might have been played for a fool. The higher the cultivation of a soul beast, the greater its intelligence. A million-year soul beast is likely more intelligent than humans. You may have been toyed with by that little girl. As the year progressed, Flander's incessant chatter continued. And even Master and Lu Erlong found it hard to fathom the situation. It is well known that soul beasts are among the proudest beings. The likelihood of them willingly offering themselves is virtually non-existent. Who would have thought that, with just a few words from Luban, a million-year plant-type soul beast would be willing to voluntarily sacrifice itself? It seemed utterly unfathomable. Time passed swiftly, and soon a year had elapsed. On this day, Luban once again arrived at the depths of Tianchi Lake, where he discovered the thunderstruck wood. Lei, the date we agreed upon has arrived. Ah, so soon. The little girl exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe how quickly time had passed. No, I haven't had enough fun yet. How about this? You accompany me for another year. Upon hearing this, a dark cloud seemed to gather on Luban's forehead. Indeed, his master's concerns were not unfounded. The little girl had clearly breached their agreement. Really, Luban? If you play with me for another year, I promise to become your soul spirit and accompany you into the outside world. Noticing Luban's displeasure, the little girl approached him, shaking his arm with her big, sparkling eyes, exuding an innocent demeanor. Her unwavering gaze and earnest expression softened Luban's heart, leading him to nod in agreement. For the sake of the million-year soul ring, he thought, even 3 or 5 years would be worth it. Chapter 83. The opening of the king's 9 trials. Time flowed swiftly like a river, and soon a year had elapsed. When Luban once again broached the subject of their agreement with the thunderstruck wood, it came as no surprise that she had once more reneged. She insisted that Luban accompany her for yet another year, inciting his frustration to the point of gritting his teeth. Could it be that he was truly being outwitted by a little girl? If this were to leak, his lifelong reputation would be irreparably tarnished. To have been taken advantage of by a mere child for 2 years, only to end up with nothing, is enough to leave even Luban feeling a deep sense of shame. Yet, at the depths of Heavenly Lake, resorting to force was not an option. Over the past 2 years, Luban had engaged in friendly contests with Lei, and within his range of attack, the Thunderstrike wood was certainly no match for him. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the astonishing depth of the lake. He simply could not match her speed. Even if he wished to coerce her by force, it would prove futile. After hunting spirit beasts for so long, Luban found himself in an unprecedented predicament. At this moment, he was caught in a dilemma. This truly is the last year. Luban, you must trust me. Thunderstrike would once again offered her words of comfort, her eyes filled with sincerity, speaking as if she genuinely meant it. With a final gritting of his teeth, Luban acquiesced once more. Thus, another year passed. Now at the age of 15, Luban had blossomed into a dashing young man. When he returned to Heavenly Lake and sought out Thunderstrike Wood, it was no surprise that she had once again reneged on her promise. After 3 consecutive times, Luban could no longer endure the situation. His time was invaluable and could not be squandered in vain. Alas, Lele, I never imagined you would turn out to be this way. Brother Luban is quite heartbroken. At the bottom of Heavenly Lake, he sighed deeply, bidding a final farewell. You shall not see me again. I must take my leave. On the surface, he appeared sorrowful and resentful, yet inwardly, he cursed Thunderstrike Wood repeatedly. Once his strength improved, he would ensure she would pay for this humiliation. Young man, take care. No need for farewells. Before Thunderstrike Wood could respond, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus beside her chuckled with a sinister glint in his eyes, reveling in Luban's misfortune. Shaking his head, Luban prepared to depart. There was no longer any face to maintain in this place. Who could have anticipated that he would be deceived for 3 years by a seemingly innocent young girl? How humiliating. At this moment, Luban felt an icy chill in his heart, uncertain of how to explain this to his masters. All right, Brother Luban, I promise you. Is that not sufficient? As Luban stood to swim upstream, Thunderstrike Wood instantly positioned herself in front of him. Really? Seeing this, Luban's heart soared with joy. It is so dull here. I have had enough of playing. It is time to venture outside. The little girl beamed as she spoke. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, witnessing this, turned pale. Boss, how could you be so foolish? Becoming a human spirit is no different from dying. The little girl shook her head. My mind is made up, little blue. Do not persuade me further. In my absence, you shall take care of Heavenly Lake. You must protect our home. At this moment, Luban perceived unwavering determination on the little girl's face and sensed both sorrow and resilience emanating from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Let us commence. The Thunderstrike Wood offered Luban a serene smile, signaling him to initiate the contract signing ceremony. Luban nodded in acknowledgement and, adhering to the methods imparted by the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, began to preside over the ritual. Howl. At the moment this contract was signed, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus let out a mournful roar, its voice imbued with profound sorrow. Subsequently, the entire heavenly pool lake seemed to boil, with tumultuous waves surging from the depths to the surface as countless soul beasts joined in a lament. The bubbles they exhaled caused the lake to appear as if it were in a state of boiling, creating a scene of extraordinary terror from an outside perspective. The younger generation disciples and elders of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, who were undergoing refinement in the lake, were startled and leaped out to observe the unfolding situation. As the essence of Luban's blood merged with that of the Thunderstrike Wood, the soul contract between the two parties was officially completed. Soon after, a golden million-year soul ring emerged from the lake's bottom, gradually descending upon Luban. The act of voluntary sacrifice and fusion presented no difficulties. Yet, Luban's face contorted in pain once more, while behind him, the wings of wind and thunder suddenly unfurled, voraciously absorbing energy. These wings, an external soul bone born from the splitting wind beast, had previously inherited primarily the speed attributes of that creature. With the absorption of energy and subsequent evolution, the wind thunder wings began to develop in the direction of the thunder element. Previously, the wings were enveloped in leaping thunder serpents, but now they have transformed into magnificent thunder dragons. Their colors have become more vibrant, resembling enormous wings entirely woven from lightning. The sacrifice of the million-year Thunderstrike Wood did not yield a soul bone. Rather, it was absorbed by the wind thunder wings, facilitating a qualitative evolution. Once the soul rings were absorbed and the wind thunder wings completed their evolution, Luban exhaled a long breath, filled with joy. At that moment, he felt his entire being undergo a tremendous evolution, signifying a significant leap. The most noticeable change was his enhanced mastery over the thunder element. Now, while residing at the bottom of the heavenly pool lake, he felt no discomfort even without the activation of his soul power. Bathed in the sea of thunder, his sensations were remarkably pleasant. Opening his personal information panel, he saw Host, Luban Martial Soul, Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent, Archer Domain, Resistance Aura, Invincible Sharkmouth Cannon, 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Innate Full Soul Power, Jungle Leveling, Soul Power, 70, 100, Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple, Black, Red, Gold Soul Bone, Wind Thunder Wings, Speed 1, 000, Soul Skills, Attack, 700, Attack, 1, 350, Attack, 9, 000, Fire Attack, 100, 000, Wind Attack, 350, 000, Thunder Attack, 900, 000, Items, gamer skin, jungle knife, storage bracelet. Having successfully acquired the 6th soul ring, significant changes occurred in Luban's information panel. First, his soul power level surged 10 levels, elevating him from a 60-level soul emperor to a 70-level soul saint. A golden soul ring appeared in the soul ring section. Furthermore, the Wind Thunder Wings underwent a qualitative evolution, becoming a true representation of speed. Merging the energy of the million-year Thunderstrike with Soul Bone to grant Luban an astounding 1 million speed points. Now, Luban's speed could be deemed unmatched across the entire continent. A speed value of 1 million is no trivial matter, approaching the realm of the divine. Simultaneously, the 6th soul ring provided a purely offensive soul skill, augmenting Luban's basic attack power by an impressive 900,000 points. Moreover, Luban's attack power now encompassed a vast amount of lightning energy. With fire, wind, and now thunder attributes in his arsenal, his offensive capabilities could undoubtedly be proclaimed as the strongest on the continent. Just as Luban completed the absorption of his 6th soul ring, a resounding notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 84. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Competition. Congratulations, host. Your soul power level has reached 70, unlocking the King's Inheritance Assessment. The assessment comprises 9 challenges, each yielding substantial rewards upon completion. First challenge. Win the championship in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Competition. Receiving the overwhelming influx of information, Luban was utterly astonished. In his previous life, the Shrek 7 monsters possessed the Sea God's inheritance, while the Spirit Hall had the Angel S9 trials. To think he now had the King S9 trials was truly remarkable. Thus, his 7th spirit ring had indeed found its descent. According to his knowledge, when one successfully passed a trial of the Sea God S9 tests, not only would their soul power be enhanced, but they would also be rewarded with a perfect spirit ring. If such a mediocre Sea God legacy could be so formidable, then the rewards for his King S9 tests would surely be even more extraordinary. Truly, this journey had proven to be immensely fruitful. Luban composed himself, bid farewell to the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and departed from the depths of the heavenly pool lake. How did it go? Did you succeed? Upon reaching the shore, Master Flander, Lu Erlong, and the others surrounded him, their faces etched with concern. 3 years had passed, and they were beginning to lose patience. Luban nodded. I have acquired my 6th spirit ring. As he spoke, he summoned his martial soul, and 6 spirit rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet. The moment they beheld the golden spirit ring on the outermost layer, the 3 were left utterly astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. My goodness, it is indeed a golden spirit ring. They were only familiar with the red 100,000-year spirit rings and had never before encountered a million-year golden spirit ring. The shock reverberated within them, rendering them motionless, their incredulity palpable. The voluntary sacrifice of a million-year spirit beast, what an extraordinary occurrence. Had anyone else claimed such a feat, they would have dismissed it as folly. Yet, Luban had repeatedly demonstrated the impossible before their very eyes. It was simply astonishing. What about the soul bone? What type did you obtain this time? Once Master regained his composure, he inquired eagerly. According to his theory regarding the 20 core competencies of martial souls, a voluntarily sacrificed spirit beast, regardless of its cultivation level, would inevitably yield a soul bone. Luban's previous experiences had validated this theory, and thus, it was certain that the million-year spirit beast's voluntary sacrifice would also result in the birth of a soul bone. This soul bone is somewhat unique. It did not manifest separately, but rather fused with my previously acquired external soul bone, the Thunder Wings, resulting in an evolution of the Thunder Wings. As he explained, Luban unleashed the Thunder Wings, revealing 2 massive thunderous wings that appeared remarkably majestic, once again leaving Master and the others in awe. Such a prodigy. Luban, your luck is truly extraordinary. The greatest shortcoming of his extreme output Soul Master was speed, yet now it seemed that what he lacked had come to him in abundance. This time, the external spirit bone has directly evolved into a million-year relic, eliminating the speed deficiency of Luban. With both swiftness and power, who in the entire continent could possibly rival Luban? After successfully acquiring his 6th spirit ring, Master and his companions swiftly departed from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and returned to Shrek Academy. However, the present Shrek Academy is no longer the dilapidated institution lacking even outer walls that it once was on the outskirts of Soto City. It has relocated to Heavendo City and merged with Lu Erlong's Blue Tyrant Academy. The new Shrek Academy has significantly expanded in scale, and its faculty and student body have grown considerably, no longer resembling the sparse few of the past, but rather resembling other esteemed Soul Master Academies. On that day, the Master summoned Luban, the 7 monsters of Shrek, along with several substitute students from the original Blue Tyrant Academy, to discuss the prestigious All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. Today, I shall elucidate the rules of this grand competition. It is not merely a contest of honor, but a profound test of the strength and wisdom of each Soul Master among us. The All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament is held every 5 years. with participants being the CRME de la CRME from their respective academies, all under the age of 25. The tournament consists of 3 phases: the preliminary rounds, the advancement rounds, and the finals, each with its own distinct rules and requirements. The master articulated his points with clarity, pausing momentarily before continuing. During the initial phase, each academy will dispatch a team of 7 members to engage in 7 versus 7 team battles. This phase primarily tests the collaboration skills and combat techniques of the participants. The advancement competition, however, evaluates individual combat prowess and performance. The format is rather unique. The participating teams will still send 7 members into battle, but rather than a collective confrontation, they will engage in one-on-one duels. The victors remain in the arena, while the defeated team continues to send forth challengers until one side's members have all been bested. The master surveyed the eager expressions of the crowd, filled with a sense of pride and contentment. He understood that these young prodigies were prepared. They would utilize their strength and intellect to conquer the stage that belonged to them in this prestigious continental competition among advanced Soul Master academies. Shrek Academy has but one goal: to seize the championship. Finally, the master looked around at the assembled group, exuding confidence as he spoke. With Luban on their side, their triumph in this competition was assured, and no unforeseen circumstances would arise. Shrek Academy would undoubtedly emerge as champions. Yet, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. The master had not disclosed Luban's true strength to Tang San and the others, wishing to prevent them from becoming overly reliant on him. This competition would serve as an excellent test for them. He believed they would experience significant growth. After the tournament's conclusion, these young prodigies would graduate. Achieving the honor of winning the championship would undoubtedly become a cherished memory for them. Rest assured, Master, the Shrek 7 will not disappoint. We are confident in our ability to claim the championship, declared Tang San, gripping his hands tightly, embodying a similar air of confidence. Due to their prior adventures in the Sunset Forest, where they discovered the Eye of Ice and Fire and obtained an abundance of celestial herbs, their soul power had seen remarkable enhancement. Tang San, now at level 41, as a 15-year-old control system soul master, was truly an extraordinary presence across the continent. Especially after his body had been tempered by the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the blazing flame apricot, he successfully acquired a 10,000-year soul ring for his 4th soul ring, which he found remarkably impressive, truly unparalleled across the continent. Consequently, Tang San brimmed with confidence. When Luban returned a few days prior, he had sought to challenge him to showcase his astonishing 4th soul ring, only to be intercepted by the master. Little San, you are correct. This time, the Shrek 7 will undoubtedly astonish the entire continent, Captain Daimubai added, supplementing Tang San's declaration. At 17, he had already reached level 44 as a powerful attack system soul master, making him nearly invincible among his peers. He was absolutely confident in leading the team to victory. Hee, Luban, this time you can just tag along with us. You need not step onto the battlefield, said Xiao Wu, raising her proud little head, brimming with confidence while not forgetting to tease Luban. Xiao Wu is right, senior brother. You've been absent from the academy so much, you're practically feral. Ning Rorong chimed in, eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd. Following their celestial herb purification, the 7 of them had experienced a tremendous boost in strength, and they felt that Luban wouldn't even need to intervene in this contest. Moreover, should they unite once more, they were confident in their ability to triumph over Luban. Although they were aware of his extraordinary strength, each of the Shrek 7 harbored immense confidence. On the day Luban returned to the academy, they had sought to challenge him, only to be stopped by Master Flander, who informed them that from that day forth, no student or faculty member of Shrek Academy was permitted to challenge Luban. This is nothing short of self-inflicted torment. Master Flander and the others do not wish to impose any psychological burden or leave lasting shadows on Tang San and Xiao Wu, these young prodigies. Very well, the spotlight is now on you. I shall remain in the background as a cheerleader, offering my support and encouragement. Upon hearing this, Luban smiled calmly, showing no concern for the teasing from the others. It is entirely natural for individuals of their age to exhibit a competitive spirit. There is no need to prove anything before these young ones. As the foremost powerhouse of the continent, it is imperative to maintain the regal demeanor befitting such a title. As time passed, 3 days swiftly elapsed. On this day, in the capital of the Tindo Empire, Tindo City, a grand opening ceremony was held for the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, specifically for the Tindo Empire's regional event, at the renowned Tindo Great Soul Arena. As the most illustrious tournament within the Soul Master community, this event drew the attention of the entire populace, from commoners to nobles, and even the royal family and prominent Soul Master clans, all of whom attended the ceremony. Present were the Emperor of the Tindo Empire, the Night Emperor, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salis, the head of the Shui clan, Shui Luotian, the leader of the Fire Tribe, Wu Shuang, the head of the Feng clan, Feng Badian, and the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Yuanjin, among other powerful figures from the continent's top 10 Soul Master families. The scale of attendance was such that it even stirred the Tiando royal family. It is noteworthy that in previous competitions, such a gathering of influential figures had never been witnessed. The interest shown by the continent's most elite forces, including the top 10 families and 7 major sects, is indeed astonishing. The opening ceremony attracted over 100,000 spectators. As the competing teams from various prestigious Soul Master Academies filed in, the host introduced each team, while on the VIP platform. The Night Emperor engaged in conversation with Yu Xiaogang, Ningfengji, and other dignitaries, discussing the teams entering the arena below. "Gentlemen, do you have any favorite teams?" inquired the Night Emperor, adorned in a golden yellow robe and a dazzling crown, with a serene smile. In response, Ningfengji, closely associated with the royal family and dressed in an apricot white robe topped with the symbolic 7 treasures purple gold crown, was the first to speak, aside from the Tiando Royal Academy's first team, which is directly seeded into the finals. "I do indeed have my eye on one of the 28 competing teams." His gaze wandered among the teams below as he spoke. "Oh, which team has captured your interest?" "Master Ning?" The Night Emperor, intrigued, leaned in with a smile. "I prefer to keep that information confidential for now," Ningfengji replied with a playful smile, hinting at a sense of mystery. "However, I am quite certain that the champion of this tournament will belong to the Empire." Upon hearing Ningfengji's words, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, who had been sitting quietly beside the Night Emperor with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He scanned the arena, attempting to discern the team that had caught Ningfengji's attention. It is well known that throughout the history of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, the championship had always been claimed by the Spirit Hall. He found it hard to believe that a team capable of defeating the Spirit Hall's younger generation could emerge. Indeed, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has always been rather indecisive in their statements. At that moment, the leader of the Fire Tribe, Wuodi, interjected. "I too have my eye on a particular team. I am confident that they can secure the championship for the Tiando Empire. While you may not recognize the academy, if I mention their prowess and extreme output, you will surely understand the validity of my claim." Dressed in a vibrant red robe that suited his fiery temperament, Wuodi was straightforward, unlike Ningfengji, directly revealing his favorite team. Upon hearing Wuodi's mention of extreme output, the Night Emperor, Ningfengji, Salus, and others immediately became intrigued. In recent years, the phenomenon of output-type battle spirit masters has generated considerable buzz, and it is indeed quite remarkable. As exploration continues, it has become evident that output-type battle spirit masters possess exceptional prowess. Currently, many young spirit masters across the continent are gravitating towards this path. Prominent families, well-versed in the intricacies of the matter, are tirelessly aiding their offspring in pursuing extreme output development. "Are you suggesting that this competition will showcase the brilliance of extreme output?" inquired the curious Emperor Shueye. "Could it be that there are indeed spirit master academies willing to impart knowledge on this uncertain path of martial spirit development?" "You are correct, Your Majesty. In this competition, output-type battle spirit masters will undoubtedly grace the historical stage, and the entire contest will surely be intense and exhilarating," Wuodi replied, nodding with a smile. "Moreover, to be candid, our Blaze Battle team has also cultivated output-type battle spirit masters in recent years. Although we may not contend for the championship, securing second place should pose no problem." Upon hearing Wuodi's assertion, the guest platform erupted in disbelief. Feng Batian, the head of the Feng family, was the first to express his dissatisfaction. "Old Fire, I initially concurred with your earlier statement, believing that output-type battle spirit masters would indeed shine brightly in this competition. However, your claim that your Blaze Academy will secure second place is utterly nonsensical." It is not just your clan. Our Feng family has also nurtured our own output-type battle spirit masters, and we are absolutely confident in clinching second place. Following Feng Batian, Shui Luo Tian, the head of the Shui family, interjected with equal assertiveness, asserting that his family also possessed output-type battle spirit masters and that the strength of the Tianshui battle team had significantly improved. "We are bound to secure second place in this competition." Witnessing the esteemed figures of the continent now embroiled in a dispute over second place left Emperor Shueye utterly bewildered. Good heavens, do those with output-type battle spirit masters truly possess such bravado, dismissing even our Tiando Royal Academy's first team? He pondered. Are output-type battle spirit masters truly that formidable? However, after years of dealings with these seasoned individuals, Emperor Shuya understood that their words were not without foundation. If they dared to make such claims, they must have something to rely upon. Chapter 86. Tang San feels empowered once again. Amidst the multitude of formidable factions, each proud and unwilling to yield to the other, it was a remarkable surprise for the Emperor of the Snowy Night to witness their voluntary relinquishment of the foremost position. "Pray tell, which team do you refer to as the best?" inquired the Emperor, his visage etched with confusion. "As for this year's champion, let us not harbor any illusions. With that little monster in the mix, no academy team stands a chance," came the consensus. Indeed, that prodigy was extraordinarily gifted, and his affiliation with Shrek Academy rendered it invincible. "Agreed, with that anomaly present, the other teams are merely there for amusement," explained masters like Fire Invincible, Wind Dominator, and Water Luo Tian, leaving the Emperor in a state of astonishment. Good heavens, is it truly that exaggerated? Is Shrek Academy's team truly so formidable? The Emperor followed the gazes of the esteemed figures to the contestants below, observing a team clad in a rather unremarkable olive-green uniform, and found them nothing extraordinary. At that moment, not only the Emperor of the Snowy Night but even Ningfengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the heads of the 10 great clans would share his sentiments. They all regarded Shrek Academy with great optimism, their expressions revealing even greater confidence than his own. He pondered the reasons behind this. His own assurance in Shrek Academy stemmed from his daughter, Ningrongrong. Being a member of it, he was well acquainted with the 7 Shrek monsters, each a prodigious talent of considerable strength. Moreover, Tang San, possessing twin martial souls, had showcased his extraordinary prowess during a fierce battle against 3 members of the Titan family, which the elder had witnessed firsthand. With such a powerhouse in their midst, Shrek Academy had a significant chance of clinching the championship in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. As for the master brother mentioned by Ningrongrong, he had yet to meet him. Although he had heard tales of his exceptional abilities, Ningfengji remained skeptical. Just as Ningfengji and the others were grappling with their astonishment, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, altered his previously indifferent demeanor. Unable to contain himself any longer, he interjected, "We at the Spirit Hall have been researching the extreme output style for many years. There is no one on this continent who possesses a deeper understanding than us. Our team is destined to continue its championship reign." Bishop Salus, "While it is true that blue blooms from blue, this time, your Spirit Hall will undoubtedly face disappointment," came the retort. Indeed, following this contest, the entire continental landscape will undergo significant changes. It is not that we underestimate the Spirit Hall, but rather that you are utterly oblivious to the true strength of your adversaries. Upon hearing the rebuttals from Fire Invincible and others, Salus's countenance darkened, his displeasure evident. He had not anticipated the audacity of the 10 great clans to openly oppose the Spirit Hall. Such defiance was a rare sight indeed. Even the Emperor of the Snowy Night and Ningfengji were taken aback by the 10 great clans' resolute stance. What had transpired today that had emboldened them so? It was well known that in the past, no one dared to openly challenge Salus, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, a figure of considerable esteem. As the words of Fire Invincible and Wind Dominator faded, Yu Xiaogang, seated prominently, finally spoke. "The esteemed heads of the clans make valid points. The proceedings of this tournament shall certainly be exhilarating, yet the outcome is already predetermined," he stated with a calm demeanor. As the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and a pinnacle Title Douluo at level 96, he was the most esteemed individual present. And even Salus had to lend an attentive ear to his words. "Very well, we shall await the outcome with bated breath," Salus replied with a huff, confident that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall would deliver a surprise. Soon, all 28 teams of the Tiendo City competition had taken their places, and the distinguished guests concluded their discussions. The host then invited the Emperor of the Tiendo Empire, the Emperor of the Snowy Night, to declare the tournament officially commenced. The Emperor of the Tiendo Empire, the Emperor of the Snowy Night, on behalf of the Tiendo Empire and the organizers of this tournament, hereby announce the opening of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, following the Emperor, Yu Xiaogang and Ningfengji as the heads of the top 3 sects. Also delivered their remarks. Once all had spoken, the host invited Salus to commence the first round of the preliminary draw. In the first round of the preliminaries, Songhui Academy would face off against Zixing Academy. In the first round, the second team of the Tiendo Royal Academy would compete against Shrek Academy. The draw concluded swiftly, igniting a fervor among the audience, particularly upon hearing that the second team of the Tiendo Royal Academy would face Shrek Academy, which sparked a flurry of discussions. While they acknowledged that the second team was formidable, they understood that it was far from a match for an ordinary team. This time, they drew a name from the Shrek Academy, one that no one had ever heard of, which made the drawing appear somewhat suspicious. Just look at the Shrek Academy's uniforms, a ghastly shade of green, reminiscent of someone just emerging from a village. The Tianqiu Royal Academy clearly intended to find a soft target to assert their dominance. At this moment, upon hearing their names drawn, Tang San and the others wore similarly peculiar expressions, astonished by the uncanny coincidence. It is essential to note that today marks the opening ceremony of the grand competition, with only one match scheduled, which seemed rather theatrical. To their surprise, they were to compete against the second team of the Tianqiu Royal Academy. However, recalling the skepticism and disdain they had previously faced, Ma Hongjun and Oscar eagerly volunteered to fight, determined to use their strength to silence their critics. "Brother San, I request to join the battle," the stout Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his hands clenched in excitement. Tang San shook his head, cautioning against recklessness. "Let us stick to the original plan. There are many matches ahead, and we cannot reveal too much of our strength at this stage. For this match, it will be myself, Xiaowu, Daimubai, and Talon, as the vice-captain of the Shrek team and the only control-type soul master within the group." Tang San had clearly assumed control over the entire team. Moreover, Master and Flinder had previously stated that they would not interfere during the preliminaries, allowing the Shrek 7 to manage on their own. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. After years of collaboration, Tang San had undoubtedly become the core leader of the team, with the entire Shrek squad typically following his rhythm. At that moment, Luban, who was on the periphery, Casually inquired, shouldn't I also make an appearance for a good luck charm? Luban, your presence isn't required for this match. Just watch closely from the sidelines. Tang San replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence. He was certain of victory in this battle. With our current strength, I guarantee we will end the fight within a minute. Tang San declined Luban's request to participate, believing that even without Luban's contribution, they could secure the championship in this prestigious Continental Soul Master Academy tournament. Very well, I wish you all the best, Luban said, waving his hand, having nothing else to offer but his blessings. Following half an hour of preparation, the participants from both teams entered the arena. During their entrance, the host eloquently introduced the lineups and details of the teams. The Shrek Academy team, Captain Daimubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 44 Assault Type Soul Master. Vice Captain Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Level 41 Control Type Soul Master. Team Member Xiaowu, Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, Level 37 Close Range Assault Type Soul Master. Team Member Talon, Martial Soul, Mighty Gorilla, Level 38 Assault Type Soul Master. Team Member Huang Yuan, Martial Soul, Lone Wolf, Level 35 Assault Type Soul Master. Team Member Jingling, Martial Soul, Skeleton, Level 35 Agility Type Soul Master. Team Member Jiangzhu, Martial Soul, Healing Staff, Level 35 Support Type Soul Master. Upon hearing the host's introduction of the Shrek Academy team, the audience fell into stunned silence. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter astonishment. How is this possible? A mere Shrek Academy possesses 2 Soul Masters above Level 40, a lineup even more impressive than that of the second team from the Tianshou Royal Academy. It is worth noting that the Tianshou Royal Academy's second team had only one member who had just reached Level 40. Previously, the 7 members of the Tianshou Royal Academy, donned in light golden uniforms, appeared valiant and imposing. However, as the lineups were revealed, their earlier sense of superiority vanished entirely. Even the Emperor of the Snowy Night, seated in the VIP section, displayed a look of shock in his eyes. It was no wonder that the influential figures beside him held Shrek Academy in such high regard. The disparity in lineups was indeed significant. The Emperor's expression turned grave, realizing that the first round was likely to end in failure, which would certainly tarnish the royal family's reputation. I hereby declare that the first match of the first round of the preliminaries, Tianshou Royal Academy versus Shrek Academy, officially begins. As the referee's words echoed, both sides swiftly summoned their martial souls and prepared for battle. The clash was imminent. Upon witnessing the Shrek Academy's side, for soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, rose slowly beneath Tang San's feet, prompting the audience to collectively gasp in astonishment. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape, their faces marked by shock. The 4th soul ring was a black 10,000-year soul ring. How could this be? The entire Shrek team showcased an optimal soul ring configuration, leaving everyone in awe. At that moment, even the 7 members of the Tianshou Royal Academy were momentarily stunned upon seeing Tang San's 4th black 10,000-year soul ring, their hearts gripped by fear. The pressure brought on by a 10,000-year soul ring was no trivial matter. They were likely to face defeat in this match. Charge. Attack. Seizing the opportunity while the Tianshou Royal Academy team was momentarily dazed, Tang San decisively commanded his entire team to launch their most ferocious assault. In an instant, under Captain Dai Mubai's lead, Xiao Wu, Huang Yuan, Talon, and Jingling, 4 formidable assault-type soul masters, leaped forward at full speed, holding nothing back. They initiated their strongest 3rd soul skills, exuding confidence in their ability to conclude the battle swiftly. White Tiger transformation. As they were about to collide with the opponent, Daimubai unleashed his 3rd soul skill, transforming into a powerful white tiger, his already formidable physique now radiating with a golden sheen, exuding an imposing aura. Skywolf transformation. Huang Yuan activated his strongest attack soul skill, enhancing his attack power and speed by 50%. Demon Ape Golden Body. Talon unleashed his 3rd soul skill, also boosting his attack power and strength by 50%, his eyes turning crimson, resembling a ferocious gorilla. Seeing the Shrek team immediately employ their 3rd soul skills in an attempt to eliminate them, the captain of the Tianshou Royal Academy shouted, "Defend." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 defensive soul masters from the Tianshou Royal Academy positioned themselves at the forefront and promptly activated their 3rd soul skills to fortify their defenses. The entire team swiftly adjusted their defensive formations. They didn't fall for it. Tang San noted the rapid defensive maneuvers of the opposing team, feeling a hint of surprise. This is not the characteristic of the Tianshou Royal Academy's team. Initially, I believed that Daimubai and his companions, as the vanguard, would inevitably face a siege from the aggressive spirit masters on the opposing side. I anticipated that they would exploit this opportunity to diminish the enemy's offensive strength. However, to my surprise, the seemingly arrogant second team of the Tianshou Royal Academy opted for a remarkably conservative strategy. 2 defensive spirit masters activated their collective defensive skills to withstand the initial onslaught. Given this situation, one could turn the tables and break through their defenses with sheer force. With this thought in mind, Tang San swiftly employed the Ghost Shadow Perplexing track to follow suit. Blue Silver Prison. Upon reaching the casting range, Tang San unleashed his 4th 10,000-year soul skill. Without any prior indication, an abundance of glossy black-blue-silver grass surged forth from below the ground, transforming into 7 of the most formidable cages. This sudden burst of abilities caught the opponent completely off guard, ensnaring them all within the confines of the blue-silver prison. At this moment, over 100,000 spectators erupted into astonished gasps. Tang San's crowd control skills astounded everyone, leaving them in profound shock. Such power. In an instant, he had immobilized the opposing team entirely. One could declare the match virtually concluded. Remarkably, less than a minute had passed since the battle commenced, and yet, it seemed it was about to end so swiftly. As the opposing team found themselves ensnared within the blue-silver prison, Douluo, exhibiting perfect synergy, unleashed his most potent strike. With the activation of his 4th soul skill, a radiant golden light erupted from his body, forming countless orbs of golden soul energy, each the size of a fist, surrounding him. In an instant, these orbs locked onto the 7 members of the Douluo Academy and bombarded them relentlessly. First came the crowd control, followed by an overwhelming assault. The harmonious coordination of the Shrek team left the onlookers in awe. It was clear that if Douluo's 4th soul skill landed, the battle would indeed conclude. At that moment, the fans of the Douluo Academy were filled with dread, their hearts racing as if they were about to leap from their throats. Could it be that, within a minute, their academy would face defeat? Meanwhile, on the VIP platform, the expressions of the royal family, including the Snow Knight Emperor, grew somber. The representatives of the Douluo Academy's 2nd team were a matter of pride for the royal family, and to be defeated so swiftly would be a tremendous embarrassment. Your Majesty, do not fret. There remains a slim chance for reversal. Dream Machine, the instructor of the Douluo Academy, stated calmly. Oh, upon hearing this, not only did the Snow Knight Emperor, but also other dignitaries present displayed expressions of surprise. Given the current situation, it was hard to believe that the 2nd team of the Douluo Academy could turn the tide. However, just as the dignitaries were astonished, the auxiliary soul master of the Douluo Academy's 2nd team suddenly shouted, "Attack light." As her voice fell, a golden radiance emanated from her, cascading onto the output-type battle soul master behind her. With the activation of her 3rd soul skill, the attack light, their offensive power surged by 50%. The output-type battle soul master, who was the only rank 40 battle soul master in the team, hovered near the back, surrounded by 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. At this moment, as the auxiliary soul master unleashed her support skill, the 7 members of the Shrek Academy had already approached, entering his attack range. Sword Rain. The output-type battle soul master, wielding the azure edge sword, decisively activated his 4th soul skill. Although his soul skill lacked the sheer absurdity of Luban's, it nonetheless quintupled his attack power, far surpassing that of a typical assault-type battle soul master. The 4th soul skill, a reward from slaying a 4,000-year-old aggressive soul beast, possessed formidable power. As the sword rain was unleashed with a 5-fold enhancement, its attack potency exceeded 20,000 points. Coupled with the auxiliary soul master's support skill, the attack power surged by an additional 50%, reaching an astonishing 30,000 points. Sword Rain could target a single opponent or unleash a wide area assault. When aimed at a single target, its might was unparalleled. The 30,000 points of overwhelming attack power were beyond the capacity of any soul master of the same rank to withstand. Now, even when distributed across the 7 members of the Shrek Academy, each would still endure an attack power of at least 20,000 points. This was certainly beyond their capacity to resist. As the sword rain's might became apparent, the expressions of Tang San, Douluo, and the others shifted dramatically. Their bodies bristled with goosebumps, cold sweat trickling down their backs as they sensed the life-threatening power of the skill. Defense, Tang San shouted, summoning his soul skills in a desperate bid to resist. Blue-silver prison. He directed his 4th soul skill towards his teammates, forming a dark blue prison around Douluo, Xiaowu, and the others as a protective barrier. With the Shrek team lacking a defense-type battle soul master, Tang San had no choice but to deploy his control skills to thwart the impending assault. Blue-silver bind. With the blue-silver prison in place, Tang San activated his 1st soul skill, establishing a 2nd layer of defense within. At that moment, enveloping the 7 members of the Shrek Academy, a protective barrier formed from entwined blue-silver grass emerged within the blue-silver prison. Simultaneously, the auxiliary soul master, Jiangzhu, resolutely activated her 3rd soul skill to perform a group healing. The situation on the battle platform shifted dramatically, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the spectators. The Shrek team, which had previously held the upper hand and was on the verge of concluding the battle, found themselves unexpectedly thrust into a passive position. The abrupt change left everyone speechless. Thunderous sounds erupted as 7 streams of sword light descended upon the Shrek Academy team. The ferocity of the sword rain shattered their blue-silver prison and blue-silver bind, sending Tang San and the others flying. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The referee counted down, and upon seeing that the Shrek Academy team remained down, promptly declared the match's outcome. In the first round of the preliminaries, the Royal Academy of Tiendo triumphed over Shrek Academy. As the referee's words echoed, the arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Today's match was exhilarating, filled with twists and turns that kept the audience on the edge of their seats. Indeed, I had initially thought the Royal Academy of Tindo would lose, only to witness an astonishing turnaround in the end. Incredible! The output-type Soul Master is truly formidable. It is indeed astonishing. I never anticipated the might of an output-type Soul Master to be so overwhelming. My goodness, today I finally witnessed the legendary output-type Soul Master. They are simply magnificent. Truly extraordinary, the output-type Soul Master is nothing short of miraculous. In just a minute, the battle in the arena shifted dramatically, leaving the audience in awe. Particularly, the last-minute intervention by the output-type Soul Master made everyone acutely aware of the terrifying potential of this newly emerged category of martial souls. The ability of a single individual to alter the entire course of battle is indeed astonishing. Bravo! 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 On the VIP platform, the Snowy Knight Emperor was elated, offering continuous praise. Dream Instructor, your choice of this output-type Soul Master is remarkable. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Eugen is a direct descendant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. As an output-type Soul Master, today's performance can only be described as a mere warm-up. Dream Machine chuckled. It won't be long before the Royal Academy of Tiendo's team presents an even greater surprise to your Majesty. In stark contrast to the joy of the Tiendo royal entourage, members of the 10 great families, including Huowudi and Shui Luo Tian, were left bewildered by Shrek Academy's defeat. This shouldn't be the case, with that little monster, Luban. How could Shrek Academy lose so miserably? Haha. Weren't you also confident in Shrek Academy before? It seems they are not as strong as you thought. With Shrek Academy's defeat, Platinum Bishop Salus of the Spirit Hall mocked, leaving the leaders of the Shui, Hua, and Feng families feeling embarrassed. They certainly did not expect the situation to unfold as it did. After the conclusion of the 2 academic matches, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu slowly rose, coughing and nursing their injuries. Ning Rongrong and the others hurried onto the stage to tend to their wounds before helping Tang San and the others leave the grand fighting arena. On the way back, Tang San felt deeply ashamed. He had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events at the last moment, resulting in their total defeat. This first battle loss made Shrek Academy realize the true terror of output-type Soul Masters. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. This failure has allowed you to recognize the emergence of output-type Soul Masters, which is not without merit. As they walked, the Master began to offer words of comfort. In the second round, I will have Luban take the stage, so you can witness what a true output-type Soul Master is capable of. Time passed swiftly, and soon a full day had gone by. In the Tiendo City competition area, the first round of preliminaries concluded. The draw continued, determining the matchups for the next day's battles. Xiangjia Academy versus Shrek Academy. Upon realizing that their opponent for tomorrow was Shrek Academy, the members of Xiangjia Academy were filled with excitement. Having witnessed yesterday's match, they believed Shrek Academy posed no threat whatsoever. Haha. Who would have thought we would face that academy that crawled out of a cesspool? How amusing. Without a doubt, tomorrow's match would be pressure-free. Everyone planned to relax today. Indeed, the strength of Shrek Academy's team was already lacking, and with their injuries from yesterday, they posed no threat to us. Tomorrow will be a complete slaughter. Our goal in this competition is to finish in the top 3. The members of Shrek Academy are not worth our concern. They are insignificant. Chapter 89. The strongest defense is vulnerable. The following day, dawn broke. The 28 participating teams in the Tiendo City competition area gathered once more at the Grand Fighting Arena. Today, 14 matches were scheduled. The match between Shrek Academy and Xiangjia Academy was set as the third bout. Now, let us welcome the teams from Xiangjia Academy and Shrek Academy to the arena. After the first 2 matches concluded, the host promptly announced the entrance of the next competitors, introducing the lineups for both teams as they entered. Shrek Academy team, player, Luban, Martial Soul, Luban number 7, level 40 output-type Soul Master. Player, Ma Hongjun. Martial Soul, Fire Phoenix, level 41 Assault-type Soul Master. Player, Zhu Xing, Martial Soul, Nether Cat, level 41 Agility-type Soul Master. Player, Ning Rongrong. Martial Soul, 9 Treasure Glaze Tower, level 41 Support-type Soul Master. Player, Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage, level 41 Support-type Soul Master. Player, Tai Long, Martial Soul, Mighty Gorilla, level 38 Assault-type Soul Master. Player, Jiangzhu, Martial Soul, Healing Staff, level 35 Support-type Soul Master. Upon seeing the lineup of Shrek Academy's team, the onlookers erupted into mockery. Shrek Academy is truly laughable. They have sent out 3 support-type Soul Masters. Haha, it's indeed comical. How can they possibly compete? I guarantee Shrek Academy won't last a minute this time. No, 1 minute is too generous. I suspect they will surrender immediately once the battle begins. Surely, they can't be that weak. At least they have an output-type Soul Master. An output-type Soul Master might be useful against other teams, but it will have no effect against Xiangjia Academy, which boasts the strongest defense. Indeed, Xiangjia Academy had boldly proclaimed yesterday that they would defeat Shrek Academy within a minute. On the VIP platform, seeing Luban personally take the stage, Huowudi, Shui Luo Tian, Feng Badian, and other dignitaries wore smiles, thinking that this young man could no longer contain his eagerness to compete. At level 40, isn't this just bullying children? With a freak like Luban in the mix. There was no way Xiaogang Academy could lose. Esteemed guests, what do you think about Shrek Academy's chances in this match? The Snowy Knight Emperor, seated at the head table, inquired with a smile. The leaders of the Shui, Hua, Feng, and even the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex families had previously held high hopes for Shrek Academy. The Royal Academy of Tiando's victory over Shrek Academy yesterday had certainly bolstered the royal family's reputation, much to the Emperor's delight. Your Majesty, yesterday Shrek Academy merely held back. Today, they are destined to win. I have great confidence in Shrek Academy. Indeed, it goes without saying that Shrek Academy is certain to be this year's champion. In the midst of the intense atmosphere, a few steadfast supporters of Shrek Academy stood resolutely, leaving the Snow Knight Emperor somewhat astonished. What audacity these individuals possessed. Seemingly unafraid of potential humiliation. Are you jesting? With such a lineup, Shrek Academy dares to challenge us at Elephant Armor Academy? Remarked Yu Xiaogang, the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, his displeasure evident. The output-type Soul Masters would be utterly ineffective against our formidable defenses. As one of the 6 major sects of the continent, the Elephant Armor sect boasted significant strength with their ancestral martial soul, the Diamond Mammoth. Known for its unparalleled defensive capabilities, Yu Xiaogang, a peak Soul Douluo of level 89, surpassed even ordinary Title Douluo, holding an eminent status. I too believe in the prowess of Elephant Armor Academy. Surely, we will teach these old-timers a lesson, interjected Salus, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. Amidst the discussions of these prominent figures, the members of both teams ascended the battle platform. The second round of the pre-selection, third match, officially commenced. As the referee's voice echoed, the clash began. Both teams swiftly unleashed their martial souls and activated their soul rings. Beneath Luban's feet. For soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose slowly, swirling around him. Behind him stood Talon, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Jiangzhu, and Zhu Shuqing at the rear. The audience was left in astonishment at this formation. Goodness, this is madness. How can output-type Soul Masters position themselves at the front? Exclaimed one spectator. Haha, how amusing. It seems Shrek Academy has recruited a new output-type Soul Master who doesn't even know how to position himself. Another laughed. I can't believe this. My stomach hurts from laughing. This is the first time I've seen an output-type Soul Master at the forefront. Hey, Shrek Academy. Could you at least familiarize yourselves with what an output-type Soul Master is before sending one out? The members of Elephant Armor Academy shared in the laughter. Fully aware of the formidable offensive power of output-type Soul Masters, yet recognizing their frail defenses. Thus, they typically positioned them at the back, even behind support-type Soul Masters. Today, however, they were witnessing Shrek Academy's unconventional strategy for the first time, and it was indeed comical. Nonetheless, the 7 members of Elephant Armor Academy did not underestimate their opponents. They understood the formidable might of output-type Soul Masters well. Without hesitation, they released their martial souls, embodying them. Each member of the Elephant Armor team possessed the Diamond Mammoth martial soul, following a purely defensive development path, thus they felt confident facing the output-type Soul Masters. As the Diamond Mammoth was summoned, the entire battle arena trembled. 7 colossal mammoth phantoms surged forth, radiating brilliant light that illuminated the grand battle platform in a kaleidoscope of colors. Captain Hu Yanli, infused with the Diamond Mammoth, became almost crystalline, as if sculpted from pure diamond. His already imposing 2-meter stature appeared even more formidable, with his muscles seeming to merge seamlessly with the mammoth's body, exuding an aura of immense strength. The other 6 members mirrored Hu Yanli's transformation. Their forms, already impressive, became terrifyingly powerful, standing upon the battle platform. They resembled 7 towering mountains, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Kid, it's not too late to concede now. Otherwise, you shall suffer dearly, Hu Yanli. The captain of Elephant Armor Academy sneered at Luban, who stood a short distance away. Luban, undeterred, replied with a calm smile, bring forth your abilities. Once I make my move, you won't have the chance to act. On the battle platform, Luban stood tall, exuding an air of a master. Despite his youth, he emanated a kingly presence, unaffected by the imposing figures of Hu Yanli and his companions. His haughty demeanor was beyond the comparison of those from Elephant Armor Academy. You seek your own demise. Hu Yanli roared in anger at Luban's arrogance. Today, I shall demonstrate what true defense is. Chapter 90, Tang San's Boast All-Out Attack. At Hu Yanli's command, the members of Elephant Armor Academy simultaneously unleashed their soul skills, charging forth. Mammoth Guardian, Diamond Fortress, Diamond Armor, Mammoth Charge. As direct descendants of the Elephant Armor sect, all 7 members wielded the Diamond Mammoth martial soul, specializing in extreme defense. Consequently, their soul skills were imbued with attributes of defense and strength. Under Hu Yanli's leadership, they unleashed their most powerful soul skills, advancing towards Shrek Academy with unwavering determination. This sudden maneuver resembled 7 small mountains racing across the Soul Duel platform, causing the ground to tremble violently. The offensive was grandiose, evoking a sense of trepidation. 30 meters. 20 meters, 10 meters, as the distance diminished, the feeling of oppression intensified. Hu Yanli aimed to leverage the mightiest defense of their team to breach the Shrek Academy's front lines, seeking to secure victory in a single strike. However, at that moment, Luban finally sprang into action. He lifted his left hand, wielding the dragon mouth gun, and unleashed a rapid succession of 7 soul power orbs, aimed directly at the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy. It is noteworthy that Luban's casual strike bore an astonishing attack power of over 130,000, should it strike Hu Yanli and his companions. They would undoubtedly be reduced to mere fragments. Fortunately, after years of rigorous training, Luban had mastered the precision of his strength to an extraordinary level. With this strike, it was unlikely to cost the opponent their life. A thunderous sound erupted as the soul power orbs were unleashed almost instantaneously, crashing into Hu Yanli, creating a cacophony of impact upon the soul arena. In the midst of over 100,000 astonished spectators, the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy were sent hurtling off the soul arena, without even a shred of opportunity to resist. The crowd collectively gasped, their throats dry with astonishment as goosebumps prickled their skin. Goodness, the sheer force of this attack was utterly astonishing. The team from the Elephant Armor Academy, renowned as the strongest defensive force on the continent, had been effortlessly vanquished by a soul master specializing in offensive powers. This spectacle seemed surreal, almost like a dream. Defeated? My heavens, the Elephant Armor Academy team had been bested in a single move. Hiss. Is this what an offensive soul master is capable of? Their power is quite extraordinary. Ah, how embarrassing. Didn't the Elephant Armor Academy boast that they would secure victory within a minute? Indeed, who could have foreseen the ferocity of the Shrek Academy's offensive soul master? Against all odds, prior to the match, many believed Shrek Academy would falter, having fielded numerous supportive soul masters. Little did they know they would unleash such a crushing blow. What a miscalculation. This was not a mere lackadaisical approach, but rather a brutal display of strength, with one individual completely dismantling one of the 5 elemental academies, leaving the audience in disbelief. Alas, Luban appeared remarkably handsome, a striking figure amidst the chaos. The battle concluded effortlessly, and Luban stood upon the soul arena, exuding an air of tranquility and detachment. Light filtered through the arena's apex, casting a mosaic of illumination upon Luban, enveloping him in a golden halo. In that moment, his countenance was as serene as still water, devoid of any tumult. His eyes resembled deep, crystalline lakes, clear and reflective, as if they could mirror the entire world. There was an aura of composure and depth in his gaze, suggesting that all of existence lay within his grasp. Standing tall, with a spine as straight as a sword and a chest broad and robust, his hands fell naturally by his sides, and his steps were light and steady. His hair danced gently in the breeze, lending him an ethereal and unrestrained quality. At that moment, Luban resembled a celestial being, transcending the mundane realm, his demeanor evoking a profound sense of serenity and detachment. The audience sensed an unmistakable mastery emanating from him, a quality that seemed far beyond his tender years. Yet, this captivating essence was concentrated within the youthful frame of 15-year-old Luban, stirring envy among the onlookers, particularly the young women, whose hearts raced with fiery admiration, envisioning the prospect of having a partner like him. How could this be? Witnessing the heir of the Elephant Armor clan, meticulously nurtured, fall so effortlessly. The clan leader Hu Yan was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. As the 6th largest sect on the continent, and famously the strongest defensive force, the Diamond Mammoth's crushing defeat was utterly devastating. The outcome of this match left Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall with a heavy heart, feeling the sting of humiliation at being bested by a mere child. Meanwhile, figures such as Shui Luo Tian, Feng Badian, and others from the 10 great families wore knowing smiles, their expressions betraying no surprise. Internally, they silently scoffed at the audacity of such formidable strength displayed in the Soul Master tournament, parading before a throng of younger competitors. Luban's audacity was truly shameless. As the match concluded, Luban and his companions descended from the Soul Arena amidst a chorus of cheers. Following this battle, Shrek Academy had firmly entered the public's consciousness, and the majority of the previous derision began to fade into obscurity. As time passed, over the next 5 days, Shrek Academy participated in the preliminaries, encountering no formidable opponents. The 5 teams they faced lacked even a single Soul Master at the 40th rank, allowing Shrek Academy to secure victory with ease. In these competitions, Luban did not participate. They were solely conducted by Tang San and his companions. Their consecutive 6 victories propelled Shrek Academy to stand out, securing a position among the elite teams in the Tiando City competition zone. Shrek Academy. On that day, Master Lu Erlong and his companion wore solemn expressions as they emerged from the Heavenly Do Soul Arena, having learned the results of the draw for the upcoming match. Xiao San, our previous arrangements must be altered. This time, we require Luban's presence to ensure absolute certainty. Tomorrow, our adversaries are the Tianshui Academy, one of the 5 element academies, whose strength surpasses even that of the Elephant Armor sect, and they are likely to possess powerful offensive soul masters. Upon returning to the academy, Master approached the small square and found Tang San arranging strategies for the forthcoming competition. He informed everyone about the situation regarding Tianshui Academy. After numerous rounds of competition, the group had gained considerable insight into Tianshui Academy's tactics, primarily relying on ice attribute attacks. Teacher, I believe we should proceed with our usual strategy for tomorrow's match, Tang San declared, his hands tightly clenched. I possess immunity to ice. making this an opportune moment to hone my combat skills. I am confident in leading our team to victory against Shrek Academy, having achieved 5 consecutive victories recently. Tang San's confidence surged, and he felt he was on par with Luban. He resented relying on Luban for every solution and aspired to vindicate the Shrek 7 monsters in the upcoming match. He yearned to demonstrate that he, Tang San, was the most outstanding contender on the field. Reflecting on Luban's previous displays of brilliance, Tang San felt a surge of indignation, convinced that his twin martial soul talent was equally formidable. Chapter 91, the second defeat of Shrek Academy. Seeing Tang San's unwavering determination, Master paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Since Tang San and his companions were so confident, why not trust them? Furthermore, sending Luban into battle would indeed be somewhat unfair. Without Luban's extraordinary abilities, Tang San and the others could continue to refine their synergy, enhancing their combat skills and overall proficiency. Soon, a day passed. On this day, the 8th round of the preliminary matches commenced, with the contest between Shrek Academy and Shrek Academy taking center stage as the very first match. As the host announced the beginning, both teams strode confidently onto the Seoul arena, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the audience. Supporters of both Shrek and Shrek Academy filled the stands, with Shrek Academy boasting an impressive record of 7 consecutive victories. Further elevated by the presence of their captivating female competitors, garnering significantly more popularity than their counterparts. As the teams lined up and exchanged respectful greetings, the referee approached the center of the arena, signaling for the match to begin. With a firm command from the referee, the 14 players arranged themselves in 2 rows, bowing to one another in a gesture of mutual respect. You dare not allow your output-type Soul Master to compete. Today, you have no chance of victory. Surrender now and conserve your strength for tomorrow's match, remarked Shui Bing, the captain of Shrek Academy. Her demeanor calm yet tinged with disappointment upon realizing that Luban was absent from the lineup. She found it laughable that Shrek Academy would choose to hold back against them, even if Luban had participated. Shui Bing was confident in her ability to secure victory over Shrek Academy. The notion that this small academy would keep their output-type Soul Master on the sidelines was utterly nonsensical. As Shui Bing's words echoed, her teammates voiced their agreement, casting disdainful glances at Tang San and his companions, exhibiting a palpable air of superiority. We shall see, Tang San replied solemnly, facing Shui Bing with unwavering resolve. Daimu Bai, Xiaowu, and the others shared the same indignation upon witnessing the arrogance displayed by Shui Bing and her team, their hands clenched tightly, ready for confrontation. As the match commenced, the referee's signal ignited a flurry of movement from both sides. In unison, they unleashed their martial spirits, enveloping the arena in a dazzling display of light from their soul rings, which elicited gasps and cheers from the audience. Both teams showcased optimal soul ring configurations, presenting a truly magnificent spectacle that left spectators utterly enthralled. In this match, the Shrek Academy fielded their full main lineup. The 4 substitute spirit masters, Jiangzhu, Tai Long, Wang Yuan, and Jing Ling, did not take to the stage. It was the first collective appearance of the Shrek 7 monsters, except for Xiaowu, who was at level 39. The rest of the team boasted spirit power levels exceeding 40, qualifying them as spirit masters. Such a formidable lineup could be deemed the most extravagant among the 28 teams in the Tiando City competition. At this moment, even the members of the opposing Shrek Academy were taken aback by the strength of Shrek Academy's formation. Currently, they had only 3 members reaching level 40, highlighting a significant disparity in spirit power levels between the 2 teams. Shui Bingo let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the opponent had not dispatched any offensive spirit masters. Otherwise, the outcome could have been precarious. It was unexpected that Shrek Academy had disciples from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, a formidable challenge in the past. Attack, commanded Tang San decisively upon noticing the opponent's momentary distraction. Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly advanced, with Tang San following closely behind. Oscar and Ning Rongrong remained at the back of the formation, responsible for support and replenishment. The Shrek 7 monsters initiated their assault, advancing towards the center of the arena. Freeze. At that moment, as Tang San and his companions approached the attack range, Shui Bingo shouted, unleashing her first spirit skill. Suddenly, the first yellow 100-year spirit ring surrounding Shui Bingo radiated brilliantly, and Tang San's 7 companions felt a chilling aura envelop them, leaving them with no opportunity to react as they were encased in a thick layer of deep blue ice. This is not good. Tang San's heart raced as he realized his body had been immobilized. A sense of foreboding washed over him. They had fallen victim to a sudden area control skill that perfectly countered them, which was exceedingly distressing. At that moment, had the opposing offensive spirit master chosen to strike, they would have been in dire straits. As Tang San had anticipated, upon seeing the Shrek Academy's 7 members ensnared, Shui Bingo would not let this opportunity for a decisive victory slip away. Had there been an offensive spirit master on the opposing side, she might have toyed with them a little longer, but there was no need to waste time now. Let us end this battle, Shui Bingo stated calmly from the stage. Immediately, the last girl at the rear of Shrek Academy unleashed her 4th spirit skill. Water droplets intertwined. The young output-type battle spirit master stood at the center of the battle arena, her eyes firmly shut as a soft luminescence began to emanate around her. rippling like gentle waves, both tender and enigmatic. With a sudden, spirited cry, her eyes flung open, and her hands gracefully lifted. The air above the arena rapidly grew moist, as if invisible vapor were gathering. No sooner had she spoken than the light in her hands erupted, transforming into countless tiny droplets that shot forth towards her opponent. These droplets crisscrossed through the air, weaving a dense web of formidable energy that appeared extraordinarily fearsome, akin to a flurry of arrows glinting with a chilling blue radiance. The blue-silver prison. At this moment, Tang San, witnessing the spectacle, felt a surge of alarm within. His hands swiftly formed seals before his chest, and a powerful soul force surged forth from his being, coalescing into resplendent blue light. He unleashed his most formidable 10,000-year soul skill. With a low shout, Tang San thrust his hands forward. In an instant, the blue light expanded magnificently, morphing into innumerable blue-silver vines that spread outward with astonishing speed. These vines rapidly intertwined in the air, forming 7 indestructible cages that shielded the Shrek 7 monsters. Concurrently, the support-type Spirit Master Ning Rongrong decisively activated her soul skill to provide assistance. She was acutely aware of the output-type Battle Spirit Master's formidable attack power. Their previous failure had stemmed from carelessness when defeated by the second team of the Tiendo Royal Academy. Confronted with a similar predicament, Ning Rongrong dared not hold back in the slightest and unleashed her most formidable 4th spirit ability. The 9 treasure glaze tile ignited with brilliance. Renowned for its power, it proclaimed, "Obey." As the incantation was uttered, 7 resplendent beams of light erupted from the 9 treasure glaze tile, enveloping the Shrek 7 monsters. Instantly, their defensive prowess surged by 50%. Yet, the struggles of the Shrek 7 monsters proved futile. At that moment, Shui Bingo likewise cried out, "Assist!" The vice-captain, Shui Wu, upon hearing this, promptly activated her spirit ability. The first spirit ability, Dark Cloud. No sooner had Shui Wu spoken than a dense dark cloud materialized above the heads of the Shrek 7 monsters. The emergence of this cloud nullified the enhancement from the 9 treasure glaze tower. Subsequently, countless droplets of water, akin to arrows, shot towards the Shrek 7 monsters. Given that these water droplets were derived from nearly 5 millennia of spirit rings, their collective explosive attack was beyond the capacity of Tang San and his companions to withstand. The clash of their 4th spirit abilities resonated throughout the arena, a cacophony of sound that left the audience in awe. They were left exclaiming the prowess of output-type spirit masters. In their eyes, the blue-silver prison was gradually being pierced by the water droplets, and it seemed inevitable that the defenses of Shrek Academy would soon be breached. "You all retreat. I shall confront them," Tang San declared solemnly. Feeling the immense drain on his spirit power, the offensive might of the opposing spirit masters was overwhelmingly potent, rendering anyone but him incapable of withstanding the assault. Furthermore, among the Shrek 7 monsters, there were no defensive spirit masters, and Ning Rongrong's defensive support was constrained, leaving him to use his spirit abilities as a bulwark. These are too wasteful of one's spirit and cannot be sustained for long. If this continues, within 5 minutes, his soul power will be entirely depleted. The only viable method lies in his personal abilities, which may offer a slender chance of victory. As he spoke, Tang San unleashed his first soul skill, Blue-Silver Bind, forming 6 thick vines of blue-silver grass that flung Daimu Bai, Xiaowu, and the others off the stage. Subsequently, his body erupted violently, and 8 black golden spider legs sprouted from his back. With the external soul bone, 8 spider lances, his defensive capabilities surged, as the lances acted like windshield wipers, repelling incoming water droplets. Following this, Tang San employed the Tang Sect's ultimate technique, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, dramatically increasing his speed as he rushed towards the team of Tian Shui Academy. Such naive aspirations, Shui Bingo immediately discerned Tang San's intentions. Sensing a tremendous threat from the 8 spider lances behind him, she was determined not to grant him any opportunity to approach. Ice Seal. Without hesitation, she activated her first soul skill, Ice Seal, a rapid response immobilization technique that left no chance of evasion within its range. Just a few steps into his advance, Tang San found himself encased in a layer of solid ice, rendering him immobile. "This battle is concluded," Shui Binger declared, and as her words fell, the output-type battle spirit masters of Tian Shui Academy launched their most formidable attack soul skill, unleashing a torrent of water droplets aimed directly at Tang San's position. The relentless barrage propelled Tang San out of the battle soul arena. The fight had ended. Tian Shui Academy emerged victorious. With the referee's announcement, the arena erupted in fervor. Stunning, absolutely stunning. Who would have thought that the Tian Shui team also possessed output-type battle spirit masters? Indeed, throughout the previous 7 matches, their output-type spirit masters had not taken to the field. Shrek Academy was not lacking in strength either. Regrettably, they had encountered their nemesis. It was indeed unfortunate. The lineup of Shrek Academy was quite intimidating, featuring 6 soul masters, an unimaginable sight in previous years. The prowess of the output-type spirit masters was truly awe-inspiring. Capable of turning the tide in every encounter, remarkably impressive. As the match concluded, the audience in the stands buzzed with animated discussions. The configuration of Shrek Academy would have posed a formidable challenge for any other team. This time, the instantaneous skill restrictions imposed by Tian Shui Academy allowed the output-type soul masters to demonstrate their extraordinary capabilities. The flawless coordination of Tianjue Academy once again enabled the output-type Soul Masters to shine brilliantly. At this moment, even the previously skeptical Emperor of the Snowy Night, seated in the VIP section, altered his stance and offered his sincere praise. I apologize for my daughter's earlier behavior, which may have caused you to laugh, Shui Luotian remarked. Casting a glance at the proud and defiant expression of Shui Binger on the soul fighting stage, a bashful smile gracing his lips. With so many esteemed individuals observing, this girl remains oblivious, striving to appear more formidable than she truly is. The likes of Hua Wudi and Feng Batian cast her a disdainful glance, while Shui Luotian's beaming smile, radiant as a blossoming flower, evidently displayed a hint of arrogance. Meanwhile, Tang San, Daimubai, and their companions departed the soul arena with expressions of dejection. Tang San's visage bore a particularly guilty countenance. Their recent defeat not only ended their 6-match winning streak but also relegated them from the top tier. Should they suffer another loss, their position would become precarious. It is crucial to note that within the Tiando City competition, out of 28 participating teams, only 5 will advance to the elimination rounds following the preliminaries, failing to secure a spot in the top 5 would spell elimination. At present, Shrek Academy's points are tied with those of the Elephant Armor Academy, both languishing in 5th place. With 19 rounds of preliminaries yet to unfold, Shrek Academy can afford to lose no more than one additional match if they wish to secure advancement, given their current standing. Having already lost 2 out of 8 preliminary matches, the pressure upon them is considerable. As time passes, 5 days swiftly elapse. During this period, Shrek Academy did not encounter 5 Elements Academy again, facing only feeble opponents. Unsurprisingly, they secured another 5 consecutive victories. On this day, in the plaza of Shrek Academy, the Shrek 7 gathered to discuss their strategy for the upcoming match. At that moment, Master Lu Erlong approached with a serious demeanor. Revealing the results of the draw, they were to face the Blazing Fire Academy. The strength of the Blazing Fire Academy was on par with that of the Water Academy. Boasting an undefeated record since the start of the competition, their true prowess seemingly yet to be fully unveiled. However, based on prior experiences, it was evident that the Blazing Fire Academy possessed offensive-type Soul Masters. Therefore, I propose that we let Luban take the stage in tomorrow's match, Master suggested, prompting Tang San and the others to ponder deeply. They had faced the might of offensive Soul Masters before and had suffered considerably at their hands, which indeed posed a significant challenge. Master, I believe it is unnecessary for Luban to compete. We can certainly achieve victory tomorrow, Tang San asserted, expressing his confidence that the Shrek 7 could triumph over the Blazing Fire Academy. Their previous defeat against the Water Academy was a result of being countered by their skills. But this time against the Blazing Fire Academy, he felt assured of their success. Tang San raised his fists, confidently declaring, "We, the Shrek 7, are the best and shall not be intimidated by offensive Soul Masters." Upon hearing his words, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the others nodded in agreement. After 2 previous defeats, a lingering fear of offensive Soul Masters had begun to take root in their hearts. If this continued, it might evolve into a psychological barrier detrimental to their future growth. They were determined to rely on their own strengths to overcome the Blazing Fire Academy and its offensive Soul Masters. With fervor, Tang San articulated his perspective. Refusing to yield to fate, he was resolved to conquer the Blazing Fire Academy to prove himself. Witnessing the unwavering determination of the Shrek 7, Master nodded in agreement. Indeed, these young individuals needed to venture forth and reclaim their confidence. Time swiftly passed, and the following afternoon, Master, along with Luban and the Shrek 7, entered the Grand Soul Arena of Tiando. In the 14th round of the preliminaries, Match 10, the Blazing Fire Academy was set to face Shrek Academy. As the announcer called for the entrance of both teams, the vice-captain of the Blazing Fire Academy, Hua Wu, smirked disdainfully at the sight of Shrek Academy's lineup. To think they would not allow their offensive Soul Masters to compete. This match has already lost its significance, Hua Wu sneered, her eyes brimming with provocation and mockery as she faced the Shrek 7. Is the so-called strength of Shrek Academy merely upheld by your so-called control and support Soul Masters? Without offensive Soul Masters, how much power do you truly possess? It is utterly laughable. Humph. Even without offensive Soul Masters, we can still defeat you, retorted Dai Mubai, captain of the Shrek Academy team, with a cold snort upon hearing Hua Wu's taunts. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others seethed with indignation at the dismissive attitude of the Blazing Fire Academy. As the referee signaled the start of the match, Dai Mubai prepared to lead the charge, eager to teach the Blazing Fire team a lesson, only to be restrained by Tang San. Leader, do not act impulsively. They possess offensive Soul Masters. They are clearly trying to provoke us into initiating the attack, turning us into easy targets, Tang San cautioned. Upon hearing his explanation, the previously restless hearts of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others settled down. They recalled their earlier encounter with the Water Academy and shivered involuntarily. This maneuver indeed bears a striking resemblance. Once they recklessly launch their attack, they are bound to suffer a severe blow from the opposing output-type Battle Soul Master. The Shrek 7 quickly regained their composure, forming a defensive formation, preparing to adopt a counter-offensive strategy. At this moment, all 14 players from both sides had unleashed their martial souls and activated their soul rings. The great battle was on the verge of erupting. Observing the opposing team establish their defensive formation, Wu smirked with a hint of cold laughter. How laughable. In the face of true strength, no array can prove effective. Long-range output. As Wu's voice fell, the output-type Battle Soul Master at the rear of the Tsinghua Academy's team decisively activated their fourth soul skill. This Battle Soul Master's martial soul manifested as a blazing flame bow, resplendent in fiery crimson. Solar flare. A fervent light flickered in the eyes of the output-type Battle Soul Master, who took a deep breath as soul power surged within, slowly condensing into a searing flame energy along the bowstring. With a fierce shout, the left hand released the drawn string, unleashing a dazzling firelight aimed at the opposing side. In an instant, the firelight transformed into a blazing pillar, as radiant as the sun piercing through the clouds, carrying destructive heat and impact. Shooting straight toward the position of the Shrek 7. This output-type Battle Soul Master's fourth skill was a long-range area attack capable of covering the entire battle arena. Thus, witnessing the Shrek 7 hesitate and form a defensive stance, the Tsinghua Academy members displayed no concern. Instead, they bore expressions of mockery. Wu and her companions welcomed the distance between them and the Shrek Academy members, as it allowed them to unleash their output freely, leaving the opponents with no opportunity to retaliate. Suddenly, the Shrek 7 felt an overwhelming sense of pressure in the face of this unexpected assault. They reacted swiftly. Yet the 7 gigantic arrows, akin to fire pillars, approached with such velocity that evasion seemed nearly impossible. Defend. Tang San bellowed, as retreat was futile. They could only unleash their soul skills to withstand the onslaught. White Tiger Meteor Shower. Captain Dai Mubai resolutely employed his most potent attack soul skill. With no defensive Battle Soul Masters in the Shrek team, they often relied on aggressive maneuvers to counter the enemy's soul skills. Beside him, Yu Xiaogang, as a swift attack-type Battle Soul Master, had a weak defense. Should she be struck by the opponent's skills, she would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. Dai Mubai could not bear to see his beloved in peril, thus he swiftly unleashed his fourth soul skill. Soul power surged around him, forming a pale golden mist. The mist rapidly coalesced into golden orbs the size of fists, which then shot forth like meteors to collide with the incoming fire arrows. In an instant, the arena erupted with a thunderous roar. The sheer force of the collision shook the entire battleground, as if it were on the brink of collapse. The meteor shower clashed with the fiery arrows, creating a spectacle of overwhelming intensity. The scorching flames raged above the arena, and spectators seated nearby could feel the heat searing their skin. Again, the first round concluded, and Wu wore a smile, with no output-type Battle Soul Masters left. The Shrek Academy opted for a defensive stance, left to endure the onslaught passively. Solar Flare. The output-type Battle Soul Master from Tsinghua Academy unleashed their most formidable attack soul skill once more. Tang San realized that he had miscalculated strategically. If this continued, they would merely be subjected to passive attacks. However, it was unrealistic for them to change tactics and engage in close combat against the ferocious onslaught of the output-type Battle Soul Master from Tsinghua Academy. In desperation, Dai Mubai employed his fourth soul skill once again, the White Tiger Meteor Shower, to confront the solar flare. In that moment, both sides found themselves embroiled in a battle of attrition over soul power. The 9 treasures turned to glazed. Renowned for its effectiveness, the 9 treasures had 3 distinct features. Soul. Ning Rongrong incessantly activated her third soul skill to replenish Dai Mubai's soul power. Meanwhile, the support-type Battle Soul Master from Tsinghua Academy was equally engaged in supplying soul power to their output-type Battle Soul Master. The Super Recovery Sausage. Such a pure battle of soul power consumption was exceedingly rare, leaving the surrounding audience in a state of astonishment. At that moment on the arena, Oscar, the food-type Battle Soul Master from Shrek Academy, tirelessly crafted recovery sausages to restore his teammates' soul power. Conversely, Tsinghua Academy also boasted a food-type Battle Soul Master, plunging both sides into a fierce competition of soul power consumption. One was on the offensive, while the other was entirely defensive. The current situation made it abundantly clear that the Shrek Academy team was at a disadvantage. Once Captain Dai Mubai's soul power was depleted, they would be wholly submerged in passivity. Xiaowu, Zhu Xiqing, and Ma Hongjun were all on edge. Under the current combat style, they felt powerless. As the contest of soul power progressed, Tang San's expression grew increasingly grave, recognizing that their soul power depletion far exceeded that of Tsinghua Academy. Dai Mubai could not sustain this for long. As the White Tiger Meteor Shower clashed with the solar flare, he led the entire team closer to the opponent. Each movement brought them marginally nearer, yet this was all they could manage at present. Alas, I should not have heeded Xiao San's advice, sighed the master from the stands. The current situation rendered victory improbable. A single output-type Battle Soul Master had effectively restrained the entire Shrek team. There is no need for concern, teacher. If we lose this time, I shall return to the stage in subsequent matches, Luban comforted with a smile, dismissing the outcome of this battle. As long as he was on stage, Shrek Academy would not face defeat. There was nothing to worry about. Chapter 94, Luban's Declaration. Blue Silver Prison. As anticipated, in a brief moment, Dai Mubai's soul power was exhausted, while the output-type Battle Soul Master from Tsinghua Academy continued to draw upon an endless supply. Ultimately, Tang San had no choice but to activate his fourth 10,000-year soul skill for defense. It is worth noting that each attack from the output-type Battle Soul Master was exceptionally formidable. The Shrek Academy often required 2 or even more soul skills to coordinate in order to withstand the opponent's assaults. Thus, the consumption of soul power was immense. Solar Flare. Yet another intense clash followed, with the Shrek Academy remaining entirely on the defensive. After only 3 rounds, Tang San had lost more than half of his soul power. "You all withdraw. I will handle the rest," he declared, using his first soul skill, Blue-Silver Bind, to fling Daimubai, Xiaowu, and the others off the arena. He then decisively activated his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, employing shadowy steps to charge toward the Chihuahua Academy team. Seeing Tang San's phantom approach, Huowu's lips curled with disdain, as if everything had unfolded as she had anticipated. Binding Halo. With her consciousness extending outward, Huowu swiftly initiated her first soul skill, locking onto Tang San. As Tang San leaped forward, a fiery red glow suddenly enveloped his form, and he found himself ensnared by the halo. At that moment, a colossal pillar of fire surged towards Tang San, who once again fell victim to the fierce assault from the output-type Battle Soul Masters of the Fiery Academy. The air was rent with a deafening explosion, sending Tang San hurtling away from the explosive shockwave. Victory belonged to the Fiery Academy. The referee, witnessing the scene, bellowed the announcement of the result. The match concluded, and the surrounding spectators erupted in jubilant cheers, fervently rallying behind the 7 members of the Fiery Academy team. On the stands, participants from other academies also keenly observed the unfolding battle, engaged in lively discussions. It was absurd that the Fiery Academy refrained from deploying their output-type Battle Soul Masters, squandering such a formidable lineup. Indeed, the Shrek Academy's capabilities were lacking, and they excelled only in pretentiousness. Thus, their journey in this prestigious continental tournament had come to an end. Perhaps not, for if Shrek Academy were to achieve consecutive victories, they might still advance. However, the notion was laughable. It was merely theoretical, devoid of practical possibility. Undoubtedly, stronger contenders like the Wind God Academy and Thunder Academy awaited them, rendering Shrek Academy's chances of victory virtually non-existent. If they were to suffer yet another defeat, they would irrevocably descend from the top tier, plummeting out of the top 5 rankings. Shrek Academy's fate was sealed, devoid of any hope for resurgence. Should they face us at the Wind God Academy, we would utterly obliterate them. Thus, amidst the mockery of the crowd, the 7 members of Shrek Academy descended the fighting platform, their faces etched with despondency. Tang San's expression was one of deep regret. Previously, they had been countered by the Heavenly Water Academy. This time, it was purely a tactical blunder. In an instant, the members of Shrek Academy were dejected and listless. Concerning new developments, one should not harbor disdain. Only through proper understanding of output-type Battle Soul Masters can effective countermeasures be devised. On the return journey to the Academy, the Master continued to offer words of comfort. "In the upcoming matches, I shall field Luban, so you may witness what true extreme output entails." Upon hearing Luban would take the stage, Tang San dared not voice any dissent. For Shrek Academy had no avenue for retreat. Another defeat would lead to their elimination. With the elder brother Luban present, their overall strength would ascend to a new echelon, capable of vanquishing all adversaries. As night fell, the 14th round of preliminaries drew to a close. The illustrious Snow Knight Emperor personally conducted the draw for the matchups of the following day. Shrek Academy was set to face the Wind God Academy. Following the announcement, the participants from the Wind God Academy were elated. Given Shrek Academy's recent performance, they were confident of a secure victory. Soon, a night passed and morning arrived. The Tiendo City arena buzzed as the 15th round of preliminaries commenced. Today featured 14 matches, with the contest between Shrek Academy and Wind God Academy scheduled last. As the referee's words echoed, both teams entered the arena, ascending the fighting platform. Observant spectators noted a change in Shrek Academy's lineup, as they fielded an output-type Battle Soul Master. Luban had replaced the food-type Weapon Soul Master, Oscar. Upon entering, both teams exchanged courteous gestures under the watchful eye of the referee. Now they opted for a different lineup, but alas, it was too late. Feng Xiaoyan, the captain of the Wind God Academy team, observed Luban's entry with a dismissive smile, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Soon, you shall experience the might of the Wind God Academy. Cherish this opportunity to contend with the number 1 team, for even in defeat, you will have no regrets." Witnessing Feng Xiaoyan's arrogant demeanor, Luban could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Should this fellow realize that Tang Er is indeed himself? I wonder if he would still be able to laugh. In future competitions, whether it be against your esteemed Shinkong Academy or any other institution, I sincerely hope that when you encounter the Shrek Academy again, you will graciously concede defeat. Luban remarked with a calm smile. "My control over the severity of my strikes is rather tenuous. Should I inadvertently injure you, it would be quite regrettable." Luban's assertion holds merit. His current prowess is extraordinarily formidable, making it quite challenging to regulate the intensity of his attacks. An unintentional miscalculation could easily result in harm. It is worth noting that even a casual strike from him carries an astonishing attack power exceeding 130,000. Even a Title Douluo would be obliterated, far beyond the capabilities of the youthful competitors before him. Despite his intention to exercise restraint, unforeseen circumstances are inevitable. "Haha, young man, you are quite audacious. Feng Xiaotian responded with a hearty laugh. I hope that when the time comes, you will still possess such an untamed spirit. Upon hearing Luban's words, the audience in the stands erupted in murmurs of astonishment and laughter. It is important to note that Shrek Academy currently holds the top rank, boasting a multitude of admirers. The crowd was incensed and amused by Luban's brazen declarations. Who is this guy? His arrogance knows no bounds. Indeed, when we defeat him, he won't even be recognizable. I recall, he has only appeared once, when he triumphed over the Elephant Armor Academy. He is merely an output-type battle soul master. Shrek Academy has plenty of those. Alas, it seems Shrek Academy is in for a rough time. They deserve it, for speaking without merit, lacking the strength yet still provoking. They are simply asking for a reckoning. It is truly laughable that a team dares to challenge Shrek Academy. Ignorance breeds audacity. In the VIP section, witnessing his grandson's haughty demeanor, Feng Batian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Were it not for the numerous onlookers, he would have rushed onto the stage to deliver a thorough thrashing to that young man. How brazen! He ought to consider who stands before him. Even he would not dare to act recklessly in Luban's presence. After all, Luban is a formidable individual, having swept through the extreme north, even managing to subdue the ice and snow emperors. Naturally, Luban's true identity has been kept confidential by the higher-ups, undisclosed to the younger generations of the family. Chapter 95, Victory over Shrek Academy. The competition commenced. After both sides exchanged pleasantries, the referee's command signaled the official start of the battle. The 7 members of Shrek Academy and the 7 from Shrek Academy took their positions on opposite edges of the soul fighting platform, each releasing their martial souls. Soul rings spiraled upwards from beneath their feet. In terms of soul power levels, Shrek Academy held the advantage with 6 soul ancestors and 1 soul master at rank 39. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy possessed only 5 soul ancestors, yet their aura was equally formidable. As the battle began, Luban issued a soft command: defend. In this competition, everything was orchestrated by Luban. As the eldest senior of the Shrek Academy, his presence rendered Daimubai and Tang San voiceless. Once Luban concluded his instructions, Daimubai and Ma Hongjun swiftly positioned themselves at the forefront, while Xiaowu and Zhu Shuqing flanked the sides, with Tang San and Ning Rongrong situated centrally, and Luban standing at the rear of the formation. In truth, given Luban's current prowess, he could easily have taken the lead and ended the battle in a single strike, much like his encounter with the Elephant Armored Academy. However, this time, his master advised him to cultivate the cohesion of the entire team, allowing Tang San, Daimubai, and the others to comprehend the synergy required when collaborating with output-type spirit masters, which is why Luban adopted this particular formation. This is the most common and reliable formation for output-type battle spirit masters. Haha, you didn't think that only the Blaze Academy possessed ranged archers, did you? Observing the Shrek Academy members adopting the same defensive formation as they did yesterday against Blaze Academy, Feng Xiaotian smirked slightly and smiled nonchalantly. Today, let me showcase the prowess of the output-type battle spirit masters from the Windstorm Academy. Attack. As Feng Xiaotian's voice faded, the final level 43 output-type battle spirit master from Windstorm Academy, whose 4th spirit ring suddenly glowed brilliantly. Piercing arrow. The output-type battle spirit master, named Feng Puan, wielded the spirit of the magic arrow Yellow Hornet. At this moment, he took a deep breath, feeling his soul power surging vigorously within him, akin to relentless ocean waves. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, and a dazzling radiance erupted forth. This brilliance swiftly coalesced into the shape of sharp arrows, each emanating a chilling light, as if capable of piercing through any obstruction. These arrows are not of ordinary nature. They are forged from the formidable soul weapon, the wind-piercing magic arrow, known as the Hornet. They embody a powerful wind attribute soul force, their velocity so astounding that it leaves one breathless. The sound of the arrows slicing through the air is sharp and piercing, as if intending to rend the very fabric of the soul-fighting arena. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the spectators in the stands are enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. The crowd is deeply captivated, eyes glued to the arena, anxious not to miss a single thrilling moment. At this juncture, the burden of tension shifts to Shrek Academy, compelling them to devise a response to the imminent threat. The piercing arrows, designed for group-targeted assault, invoke an acute sense of crisis in Tang San, Daimubai, and their companions as the attack is unleashed. This feeling had only just emerged when a barrage of soul power arrows swiftly tore through the air from the opposing side. The sound was akin to a furious roar from the depths of hell, capable of rending the very fabric of space, instilling a profound sense of dread. At that moment, Luban sprang into action. He raised his left hand, the dragon mouth gun, and unleashed a flurry of fire upon the incoming arrows. Countless orbs of soul power erupted forth, instantaneously devouring the rain of arrows. The mightiest attack skill of Feng Puan was effortlessly neutralized by Luban's casual strike, leaving the surrounding spectators in a state of utter astonishment. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, mouths agape, their faces etched with shock. Many exclaimed in incredulity, for they had witnessed Luban engage without even activating a soul skill, merely using a simple blow to dismantle the lethal assault from his adversary. Support. The occurrence was utterly bewildering. Feng Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback and swiftly commanded his support team to take action. As if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, the auxiliary spirit master from Shrek Academy, upon receiving the order, instantaneously activated his fourth soul skill to provide assistance. With his hands clasped together, soul power surged within him, and a gentle yet potent energy gradually emanated from his palms. This energy resembled the warm sun of spring, comforting and soft, yet brimming with boundless power. When this energy enveloped Feng Poyan's body, a miraculous transformation transpired. The already formidable aura of Feng Poyan surged dramatically in that instant, his eyes shimmering with an even sharper light, as if two flames were igniting within. His muscles tensed, brimming with inexhaustible strength, poised to erupt at any moment. As the effects of the gentle spring breeze skill continued, Feng Poyan's offensive capabilities escalated at an astonishing pace. Each of his strikes grew more ferocious, more incisive. The piercing arrows, in that moment, became even sharper and swifter. Their trajectories in the air appeared as dazzling streaks of light, mesmerizing the audience. Extravagant. As the piercing arrows were unleashed, Luban sensed their power had increased by approximately 50% compared to before. However, it was of little consequence to him. The dragon mouth gun roared to life as Luban casually unleashed another strike, sending forth orbs of soul power that once again consumed the incoming arrows. Hiss. How could this be possible? Witnessing this, the audience collectively gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief, faces reflecting sheer incredulity. Is the basic attack truly that formidable? Pray tell. The opposing side delivered their most powerful strike under the enhancement of a support-type spirit master, yet Luban handled it as if it were child's play, effortlessly dissipating the attack. Is this truly human? As the relentless onslaught was effortlessly countered once more by the opposing side, the members of the Shrek Academy, including Feng Xiaotian, began to feel the mounting pressure. Continue. Feng Xiaotian signaled for the assault to persist. He was eager to witness how long the opposition could endure. Perhaps the current state of Luban could not be sustained for long. The ensuing clash saw both sides engage in a fierce exchange of offense and defense, battling through hundreds of rounds. On the side of Shrek Academy, the output of the battle soul master Feng Poyan was nearing depletion, while Luban maintained a demeanor of calm indifference. Continue the attack. I will advance to restrain them. Feng Xiaotian instructed Feng Poyan to keep up the distant assault, while he himself prepared to charge towards the Shrek Academy team. With a swift motion, he unleashed his spirit technique, Gale Wings. A pair of immense azure wings unfurled from his back, propelling him into rapid flight, significantly enhancing his speed. Utilizing the twin wolf spirit, he activated his amplification skill, and a phantom of a swift, two-headed wolf materialized, gradually merging with his form. Feng Xiaotian's attributes of attack, defense, agility, and strength surged by an additional 50%. He executed the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes, swiftly crossing over the center of the battle platform to position himself above the formation of the Shrek Academy team, where he promptly unleashed his self-created spirit technique. This is also his most formidable technique at present. As the skill activated, the swift winds melded seamlessly with his arms, and three elongated, razor-sharp blades, each approximately 3 feet in length, suddenly erupted from between the bones of his fingers. His figure transformed into a series of afterimages in midair, revolving around his opponent with astonishing velocity. With each rotation, the blades in his hands ruthlessly slashed towards his adversary, emanating a blinding glimmer of cold light. Chapter 96. Unfazed along the way, extravagant and flashy. Upon witnessing this, Luban cast a calm glance towards the sky, instantly locking onto Feng Xiaotian's silhouette. Subsequently, he unleashed a soul power energy sphere from his dragon's mouth gun with his left hand. Just as Feng Xiaotian executed the fourth strike of his 36-wind demon wolf slash, he was sent flying. Luban, not holding back, unleashed a barrage of fire from the dragon's mouth gun towards the Shrek Academy team. The 6 soul power energy spheres were now twice as powerful as before, shifting from a passive stance to an active counterattack. Faced with such overwhelming ordinary attacks, the members of Shrek Academy were caught completely off guard and were swiftly sent flying from the soul arena. Luban's decisiveness in this battle was comparable to his previous encounter with Xiangjia Academy. The spectators were left dumbfounded, collectively gasping in astonishment. It is worth noting that prior to this match, Shrek Academy had maintained an unbroken reign, ranking first in the Tiendo City competition, undefeated until now. Who could have anticipated that today they would be vanquished by the seemingly obscure Shrek Academy? It was truly unfathomable. My goodness, Luban's technique is overwhelmingly powerful. The Shrek Academy team was utterly incapable of mounting any defense. This is simply astonishing. The might of Luban's strike could rival that of a Title Douluo. It appears Shrek Academy has finally encountered a genuine opponent. Luban's technique is utterly insurmountable. What soul skill does Luban possess? The ability to defeat the Shrek Academy team in a single blow is nothing short of shocking. What has happened to the Shrek Academy team? Why are they so defenseless against Luban? Luban's basic attacks are incredibly fierce, akin to divine punishment descending from the heavens, rendering resistance impossible. Luban's display is truly awe-inspiring. I have never witnessed such a potent soul skill. It transcends the limits of humanity. This time, the Shrek Academy team has met their match. The output-type soul masters from Shrek Academy are extraordinarily powerful, an invincible force. The might of the output-type soul masters is truly monstrous. Their effortless strikes have utterly crushed the Shrek Academy team. At this moment, not only the onlookers but also the members of the other 26 competing academies were equally astonished. They were all too familiar with the prowess of Shrek Academy and never expected them to suffer such a devastating defeat. How is this possible? At the location of Tianshui Academy, Captain Shui Binger gazed in astonishment at the proud figure of Luban on the soul-fighting platform. Such strength! How could Luban bear such resemblance to Tang San? Meanwhile, at the site of the Fire Dance Academy, Wu recalled how Luban effortlessly defeated the Shrek Academy with a mere casual strike, without even utilizing a soul skill, instantly bringing to mind Tang San. The sheer might of Luban's ordinary attacks was nearly identical to that of Tang San, each showcasing an unparalleled prowess. In the VIP section, as they witnessed the complete annihilation of Shrek Academy, Emperor Shueya, Salis, and others exchanged glances, striving to maintain their dignified demeanor. Yet, the constricted pupils and the rapid movements of their throats betrayed their profound astonishment. Observing Shui Luotian, Huowudi, and Fongbatian, each exhibiting an air of calm, the esteemed figures suddenly realized that they must possess an extensive understanding of Shrek Academy. Witnessing Lu Ban's extraordinary performance, even Ning Fengxi, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, along with Sword Deluochen Xian and Bon De Gu Rong, displayed expressions of shock. Previously, Ning Rongrong had mentioned that Shrek Academy had a senior brother of considerable strength, and they had thought it a jest. It now appeared to be undeniably true. In today's match for Shrek Academy, it was solely Lu Ban who engaged in combat, while the other 6 merely played supporting roles, standing by as mere spectators. Not a single soul skill was employed, and the battle concluded in an instant. It appears that they have indeed underestimated Shrek Academy. Luban's prowess surpasses that of other output-type soul masters, placing him in a league of his own. With the referee's announcement, Shrek Academy claimed victory in this match. Amidst the keen gaze of over 100,000 spectators, Luban, accompanied by Tang San, Daimubai, Xiaowu, and the other members, descended from the battle arena. At this juncture, the preliminary rounds have progressed to the 15th round, with 12 rounds remaining. In the forthcoming matches, Luban will take to the field each time. Having previously declared that any team facing Shrek Academy would be wise to forfeit immediately lest they face dire consequences. Initially, some academies dismissed Luban's warning, but as he consistently concluded each bout with remarkable swiftness, it became evident that any team challenging Shrek Academy suffered grievously. Many competitors sustained severe injuries, with numerous individuals rendered unable to continue in the subsequent matches. A palpable sense of trepidation spread, and the mere mention of Luban instilled fear. Consequently, when encountering Shrek Academy's team, many opted to forfeit at the earliest opportunity. In the 21st round of the preliminaries, the 8th match will feature Shrek Academy against Thunder Academy. On that night, as the 20th round of the preliminary matches concluded, the Emperor of the Snowy Night finalized the draw for the following day's games. Meanwhile, the captain of Thunder Academy spoke up decisively, declaring their withdrawal from the upcoming match. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the audience. It was unexpected for Thunder Academy to forego participation entirely. As one of the 5 esteemed elemental academies of the Tiando Empire, their prowess was deemed on par with that of the Shrek Academy, and they currently held the top rank. Surely, they ought to face Shrek Academy. If only for the sake of honor. Even knowing they would likely face defeat, a gesture of competition seemed essential. However, the outright forfeiture left the crowd astounded. With Thunder Academy's withdrawal, the subsequent matches for Shrek Academy turned into mere formalities. Teams drawn against them promptly opted to forfeit as well. Thus, throughout the preliminaries, Shrek Academy continued its triumphant streak, ultimately concluding with a record of 24 victories and 3 defeats, securing 3rd place. As the preliminaries wrapped up, the 5 academies advancing from the Tiando City Division were Shrek Academy, Thunder Academy, Shrek Academy, Chihua Academy, and Tianshui Academy. The members of these 5 elite teams were rewarded with substantial imperial accolades, each being bestowed the noble title of Viscount. Following a month of rest, the second round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament commenced. The venue for this round was relocated from the Tiando Soul Arena to the Imperial Royal Arena. The other 5 divisions of Tiando City had also selected their respective teams, bringing the total number of participating academies in the promotion matches to 15. In the early stages of the tournament, many academies from other divisions were unaware of Shrek Academy's true capabilities and thus paid them little heed. Some noble academies from various kingdoms even brazenly provoked Shrek Academy, such as the Balak Advanced Soul Master Academy from the Balak Kingdom, which openly ridiculed the academy's unflattering green uniforms during the matches. This provocation led to a swift and punishing response from Luban, who demonstrated his formidable skills with a flurry of strikes, leaving the Balak Academy members severely injured and unable to continue in the competition. Luban's decisive actions served as a warning to the other academies. Particularly shocking was the sight of the strongest elemental academies of the Tiando Empire, Shrek Academy and Thunder Academy, also choosing to forfeit when faced with Shrek Academy. The members of the other participating academies were left utterly bewildered. Chapter 97, Daimubai's request. Following this, no academy dared to challenge Shrek Academy. The other 5 divisions of the Tiando Empire were composed of subordinate states and duchies, which meant their teams were significantly weaker than the renowned elemental academies. The disparity in strength made any direct confrontation with Shrek Academy seem utterly futile. Upon witnessing the reactions of the 5 elemental academies, they quickly discerned the formidable reputation of Shrek Academy. Consequently, when confronted with Shrek Academy again, they opted to forfeit without hesitation. Thus, throughout the promotion matches, which spanned 7 days and included 7 rounds, Shrek Academy participated in but a single contest. They emerged victorious, claiming the top spot going into the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. The finals were set to take place not within the borders of the Tiando Empire, but at the Soul City, located at the boundary between the Tiando Empire and the Starfall Empire. With the conclusion of the promotion matches, the 16 competing teams from the 2 empires set forth toward the Soul City. This city served as the headquarters of the Spirit Hall on the continent, existing independently without allegiance to either of the 2 empires. The grand finals held in Wuhuan City reveal the profound significance that the Wuhuan Hall places on this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. From Tiando City to Wuhuan City, agile assault-type soul masters like Flander can make the journey in merely 2 days. However, the 16 participating teams, escorted by the Imperial Royal Knights, traversed the distance at a considerably slower pace. The group led by Luban took nearly 10 days to arrive in Wuhuan City after departing from Tiando City. Wuhuan City, as the headquarters of the Wuhuan Hall, stands majestically at the heart of the continent, characterized by its grand scale and imposing presence. Upon first glance, one is struck by the towering city walls that seem to reach for the heavens, as if they could touch the sky. Adorning these walls are intricately carved depictions of various soul spirits, each design vividly alive and imbued with an air of mystery and majesty. As one enters Wuhuan City, the first sight to behold is the expansive streets. Flanking the thoroughfares are uniquely styled buildings that blend classical charm with modern elegance. Each edifice emanates a powerful aura of soul energy, as if every stone and tile harbors boundless vitality. The streets bustle with a continuous flow of people, be they soul masters or disciples of the Wuhuan Hall, each radiating an air of proud distinction. It is as if they proclaim that residing in Wuhuan City is a matter of honor and pride. At the heart of Wuhuan City stands an enormous structure, the Hall of the Pope. The edifice soars into the heavens, majestic and magnificent, evoking a profound sense of reverence. Its exterior is constructed from the finest materials, shimmering with brilliance, resembling a resplendent gem embedded within the cityscape. Viewed from the outside, the Papal Palace exudes an imposing grandeur and unparalleled authority, instilling a sense of awe in those who behold it. Before the entrance of the Papal Palace stands an extraordinarily large and magnificent sculpture of a 6-winged angel. This magnificent sculpture towers to several dozen meters, nearly rivaling the height of the Papal Palace. Its form is both graceful and divine, resembling an angel descending to earth, bringing forth boundless hope and faith. Crafted from the finest rare metals through exquisite forging techniques, each feathered wing radiates a dazzling brilliance, as if molded from pure gold. Under the sun's illumination, the contours of the 6-winged angel sculpture are distinctly visible against the sky. Its wings unfurl like a vast golden canopy, enveloping the entire Papal Palace within its embrace. The facial expression of the sculpture is remarkably lifelike, with piercing eyes that exude an air of majesty and mystery. The slight upward curve of its lips suggests a benevolent smile, as it gazes down upon the myriad souls of Soul Land City. Its posture is upright and elegant, akin to a noble sovereign, safeguarding the glory and legacy of the Spirit Hall. The venue for the grand finals has been selected in the expansive square just a short distance from the entrance of the Papal Palace. A colossal arena has been temporarily erected in the square, reinforced by numerous soul-guiding devices, showcasing an impressive scale comparable to the main arena of the Heaven Do Soul Arena. Surrounding the square, various accommodations such as inns and hotels abound. Upon their arrival, the 16 participating teams from the Heaven Do Empire were assigned to nearby star-rated hotels. The grand finals are divided into 5 rounds of competition. Early that morning, all participating academies, under the guidance of personnel from the Spirit Hall, arrived at the Grand Plaza in front of the Papal Hall. Subsequently, Principal Flander represented Shrek Academy to draw lots. In the first round of the competition, the 2 Imperial Seed teams and the Spirit Hall's direct entry team were exempt from battle. In total, 30 competing teams from the 2 great empires participated in the draw. Soon, the drawing concluded, and Flander returned with a beaming smile, clearly indicating a favorable outcome. We had drawn the exotic Beast Academy from the Tiando Empire. However, upon realizing they were to face Shrek Academy, they promptly forfeited. Upon hearing this, Master Lu Erlong and the members of Shrek Academy were filled with joy. According to the competition rules, in the second round of the finals, the top teams from the 2 empires would receive a bye. This meant that Shrek Academy would directly advance into the top 10 without contesting the first 2 rounds. Upon learning the results, Flander departed with the members of the Luban team, confident that with their extraordinary prowess, there was no need to observe the battles of the Xingluo Empire's academies. The finals consisted of 5 rounds, with a day's rest between each match. As time passed, the 5th day swiftly approached. This time, Flander once again represents Shrek Academy in the lottery. Currently, only 10 teams remain in the 3rd round of the competition, each formidable in their own right. This time, Shrek Academy encountered the seed team of the Douluo Empire, the Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Upon hearing the results of the draw, Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions changed dramatically, their eyes brimming with excitement. Daimubai approached Luban and said, "Senior brother, I hope you will not intervene excessively in this competition. I wish to defeat our opponents with my own strength. This is our only chance." He then recounted the enmity between himself and Davis, the captain of the Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. As a traveler from another world, Luban understood the implications of Daimubai's words. While he could conceal family rivalries from Tang San and Xiao Wu, he could not deceive Luban. He was well aware of the power struggle between this prince of the Douluo Empire and his elder brother. Both Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing were not the legitimate heirs of their families. They were inherently inferior in status to their elder brother Davis and elder sister Zhu Zhuyun. Only by winning in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament could they compete with Davis and Zhu Zhuyun. The power struggles within the Douluo Empire were exceedingly ruthless. The defeated party would be directly eliminated to prevent family discord. Rest assured, I will not intervene unless absolutely necessary during today's match. Upon hearing Luban's agreement, Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing bowed deeply in gratitude. In Chapter 98, the Royal Douluo battle team faced Shrek Academy in the third round of the finals. On the soul fighting platform, as the referee announced the commencement of the match, the participants from both teams took the stage. By the third round, only 10 teams remained, while 23 others had been eliminated. According to the competition rules, the second-place teams from the two empires would receive a bye in this round. Thus, only 8 teams would compete today in 4 matches. Surprisingly, the first match was between Shrek Academy and the Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, one being the champion of the Heaven-Do Empire's qualifiers and the other a seed team directly endorsed by the Douluo Empire, both possessing extraordinary strength. Consequently, as the 14 competitors took the stage, the surrounding Soul Masters erupted in cheers. As a long-established powerhouse, the reputation of the Royal Douluo team far surpassed that of Shrek Academy, particularly with many Soul Masters from the Douluo Empire present. The crowd was electrified to see their empire's strongest team enter the arena. Douluo will surely win. I heard this lineup is the strongest ever. Indeed, the Royal Douluo team has not shown their full strength in previous matches, and this time, 2 unfamiliar faces have appeared. I am so excited I could cry. I can't wait to see just how strong our Douluo Empire's finest team truly is. Champions, I believe our empire will undoubtedly claim victory. As Luban took to the stage and observed the opposing team members, a knowing expression crossed his face. The 2 leaders of the opposing Royal Douluo team bore an almost identical resemblance to Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing, leaving Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others in a state of astonishment. Their resemblance is astonishing, akin to that of twins. Truly, they are siblings by blood. Mubai, I never anticipated you would reach the finals, remarked Davis, captain of the Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with surprise, yet his demeanor exuded a sense of nonchalance, clearly dismissing Daimubai's presence. You now possess the courage to confront me, your elder brother. Your progress is commendable. Davis, spare me your pretentiousness. Today, I shall undoubtedly defeat you and claim the family inheritance, Daimubai replied, his tone heavy with determination. The condescending expression on his elder brother's face incited a wave of irritation within him. During their years in the Luo Empire, Davis had not hesitated to undermine him, seizing every opportunity to humiliate him, asserting his dominance in the battle for family succession. Well, our dandy has finally grown a backbone, Davis laughed heartily, unperturbed by Daimubai's words. In this contest, your chances of victory are negligible. Prepare to witness true power, brother. Just as Daimubai's words faded, the referee announced the commencement of the match. The contestants from Shrek Academy and the Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy unleashed their martial souls, each surrounded by 4 soul rings of 2 yellow and 2 purple hues. Gasp! The audience erupted in astonishment at the formidable lineup of both teams. Each participant was at the Soul Master level, boasting the finest configuration of soul rings, an undeniably terrifying sight. Such a formation would have guaranteed victory in previous competitions. Yet this year, an unprecedented number of extraordinary teams had emerged. Attack! As the match commenced, the Luo Royal team launched the first offensive. Davis, a powerful assault-type soul master, led the charge, decisively unleashing his soul skill against the opposition. As a level 49 soul master, he brimmed with confidence. White Tiger transformation. During his advance, Davis activated his 3rd soul skill. With a deep breath, his eyes ignited with a fierce light. His body began to ascend slowly, as if the air around him had solidified under the weight of his presence. A faint golden glow enveloped his skin, transforming him into a radiant golden statue under the sun. As he channeled his soul power, his aura surged dramatically. His muscles expanded, rendering him a towering figure, akin to an immovable mountain. His fists clenched, imbued with the strength to obliterate the heavens and earth. In that moment, he transcended humanity, embodying the true essence of a white tiger, majestic and imposing. The White Tiger transformation is a self-enhancing skill, amplifying Davis's attack power, defense, and strength instantaneously. As Davis's fist came hurtling toward him, Dai Mu Bai's third soul ring flickered, and he too executed the same soul skill, swiftly advancing to meet the challenge. As siblings, both Dai Mu Bai and Davis shared the same martial soul, the evil Eye White Tiger, and their first 3 soul skills were identical. In the royal lineage of the Xing Luo Empire, soul skills are handed down through generations, with records detailing the most formidable techniques, making such similarities commonplace among noble families. Boom. In an instant, the arena's center erupted in a fierce clash between the 2 assault-type soul masters. Phantom piercing. Observing the fierce exchange between the brothers, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly invoked her first soul skill, entering the fray. Sister, your opponent is me. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuyun, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's engagement, would not remain idle and similarly activated Phantom piercing to confront her. The 2 sisters, utilizing their first soul skill, transformed into agile phantoms akin to ethereal spirit cats, their eyes gleaming with sharp intensity, fixated on their adversaries. With a synchronized cry, the sisters vanished from sight, leaving only a faint afterimage in their wake. Before the audience could comprehend, they appeared before their opponents with astonishing speed. Each of their claws shimmered with ethereal blue light, moving so swiftly that it seemed to transcend the constraints of time. The sisters traced a graceful arc through the air, then pounced upon their targets. Upon collision, the ethereal blue light erupted dramatically, slicing through the air with a thunderous roar. The spectacle of the sisters' battle was as electrifying as the fierce confrontation between Dai Mu Bai and Davis. In clashes between assault-type soul masters, the scene is characterized by ferocity, while engagements between agility-focused soul masters reveal a contrasting elegance, showcasing dynamic beauty. Both sides embody a form of violent aesthetics, one rooted in raw power, the other emphasizing agility. Phantom slash. As the phantom piercing primarily enhances speed, both sides commence their third soul skills amid the escalating conflict. Phantom slash, a close-range single-target attack skill, saw the sisters cross their hands in a gesture of unity, summoning 10 black blades of soul power from their fingertips. The blades swiftly merged into a singular, formidable spectral blade, extending approximately 3 feet, aimed to cleave through the opposition. Chapter 99. Advancing to the top 6. The animosity between Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Davis, and Zhu Zhuyun was well known among the teammates, who quietly observed from their respective sides, allowing the 4 to settle their disputes. This match can be seen as a contest of proof and a struggle for power. At this moment, the 4 combatants in the center of the arena have undeniably become the focal point. Soon, both sides engaged in an intense battle, exchanging blows for over 100 rounds. Yet no victor emerged. As their spiritual energy dwindled, both sides unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously. The martial soul fusion skill, the Netherworld White Tiger. In the heart of the arena, Dai Mu Bai stood proudly, his imposing figure reminiscent of a true white tiger. His gaze was resolute and piercing as he looked toward Zhu Zhuqing, who stood beside him, and nodded. The 2 shared an unspoken understanding. Zhu Zhuqing instantly comprehended, swiftly moving toward Dai Mu Bai with the grace of a spectral feline. Their fingers intertwined, hands joined, their essences merging into one. With a unified shout, their bodies began to radiate a brilliant light. The radiance manifests a mesmerizing interplay of deep azure and silvery hues, as if it harbors a mysterious and formidable power. Their auras begin to ascend dramatically, suggesting that 2 potent forces are surging within them. Subsequently, their bodies commence a gradual ascent, their figures entwining seamlessly. In this moment, their martial spirits, the malevolent Eye White Tiger and the phantom spirit cat, completely amalgamate, giving rise to the majestic silhouette of a colossal phantom white tiger. The white tiger emanates a powerful radiance, its piercing eyes seemingly capable of consuming all darkness. As the ethereal white tiger fully materializes, the entire arena trembles in response. A formidable aura radiates from its being, as if intent on overturning the very stage itself. The surrounding audience, awestruck by this overwhelming presence, cannot help but feel a deep-seated reverence, whispering in admiration of its might. With a thunderous roar, the ethereal white tiger lunges forward. Simultaneously, Davis and Zhu Zhuyun engage in their own martial soul fusion, unleashing their combined technique. A colossal ethereal white tiger emerges. In an instant, 2 winged ethereal white tigers clash fiercely above the arena. Seeing their captain struggle to gain the upper hand, the members of the Star Luo royal team grow anxious. The support-type soul master swiftly employs their soul skills to assist. After such a prolonged battle, it is time to bring it to a close. Observing the movements of the opposing support soul master, Shrek Academy's side cannot remain idle. The 9 Treasure Tower spins forth its luminous energies. Renowned for its capabilities, the 9 Treasure Tower boasts 4 titles: Soul, Control, Speed, and Power. Ning Rongrong decisively activates the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. As the 4 soul rings surrounding her begin to shimmer, casting beams of supporting divine light upon Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. As the #1 support martial soul on the continent, the enhancement from the 9-treasure glazed tower instantly amplifies Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's strength, overpowering Davis and Zhu Zhuyun. With a howl, the ethereal white tiger charges forward. Utilizing a powerful charging skill, it swipes at the combined form of Davis and Zhu Zhuyun, sending them crashing away. Blood spills from the corners of Davis and Zhu Zhuyun's mouths as they are caught by their teammates, clearly sustaining serious injuries. I did not anticipate that your team would possess a soul master with a 7-treasure glazed tower martial soul, Davis remarks, wiping the blood from his lips while striving to maintain an air of nonchalance, attributing their recent defeat to Ning Rongrong's influence. Enough of this playtime. It is time to conclude this match. As Davis finishes speaking, at the back of the Star Luo royal team, a soul master clad in a purple robe readies a large bow. The clandestine development of output-type soul masters among the top-tier forces of the Tiando Empire over recent years has certainly not escaped the attention of the Star Luo Empire. Upon receiving news of this, the Star Luo Empire began to cultivate output-type soul masters as well. Among the current team, the output-type soul master is a product of the royal family's considerable resources. Dai Hao, also of royal lineage, with his father being a prince of the Star Luo Empire, possesses the Gaoro Bao. With a low command, Dai Hao stands at the rear of the team, his eyes glinting with sharp intensity. The bow in his hands, infused with soul power, radiates a dazzling brilliance, as though it harbors the capacity to obliterate the heavens and earth. Activating his 4th soul skill, the ultimate attack technique, he swiftly thrusts the bow forward. A sound of air being cleaved fills the arena as a brilliant arrow slices through the atmosphere, hurtling towards Dai Mubai with astonishing speed. The arrow exuded an overwhelming aura of danger, as if it could pierce through any defense. Meanwhile, the ensnared Dai Mubai sensed the impending threat of this arrow and swiftly reacted, his form flickering as he attempted to evade the strike. However, the speed of the demon-slaying arrow seemed to transcend the confines of time. No matter how Dai Mubai maneuvered, the arrow remained steadfastly locked onto him. Just as the arrow was about to strike, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted around his body. The white tiger shield. With all his might, Dai Mubai unleashed his defensive soul skill in an effort to withstand the assault of the demon-slaying arrow. Yet, the force of the arrow surpassed his wildest expectations. When the arrow collided with the pale golden barrier, it produced a deafening roar. The immense impact shattered the protective shield in an instant. The blow struck upon the white tiger's body. Despite the supportive enhancement from Ning Rongrong, the demon-slaying arrow still breached Dai Mubai's 2nd layer of protection, striking his arm. The speed of the attack was so astonishing that Tang San and the others had no time to react. Be cautious, the arrows from the opposite side are quite peculiar. They can bypass defensive skills. After sustaining an injury, Dai Mubai was greatly alarmed and hurriedly offered a warning. The white tiger's barrier and the white tiger's transformation he had previously unleashed, while they slightly impeded the swift trajectory of the demon-breaking arrow, proved to be nearly ineffective in providing any meaningful protection. This deeply resonated with Dai Mubai, without a doubt. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and the others were left in utter astonishment. The spectators in the surrounding stands gasped in disbelief. Wow, how incredible, he can actually disregard skill defenses. This is utterly extraordinary. Observing the panic on the opposing side, the members of the Xinglua royal team were filled with elation. It was no jest. How could the output-type battle soul masters capable of joining their team be anything less than exceptional? It's time to conclude, Captain Davis remarked nonchalantly, eyeing the Shrek Academy team. Subsequently, Dai Hao drew his bow repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of 7 piercing arrows towards the Shrek Academy members. It is indeed time to end this. At that moment, a familiar voice reverberated throughout the arena. Upon hearing this voice, the participants from various academies in the Tiando Empire instinctively shuddered, realizing that the formidable Shrek Academy was about to make its move. Anyone who had previously faced Shrek Academy could acutely feel the terror of Luban's attacks. Tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Luban raised his left hand, brandishing the dragon mouth gun, and fired 7 soul power orbs, countering the incoming piercing arrows. Witnessing the simultaneous assault from both teams' output-type battle soul masters, the audience's eyes widened in anticipation. In Chapter 100, titled Spirit Hall Academy, 2 immense forces clashed violently in the air above the arena, producing a deafening roar. The luminous orbs collided with the arrows, unleashing a dazzling brilliance that made it difficult for onlookers to keep their eyes open. The 7 piercing arrows, upon striking the orbs, shattered as if made of paper, disintegrating into countless sparkling fragments that vanished into the air. Yet, Luban's soul power orbs did not dissipate, having breached the arrows. They continued to bombard the members of the Xinglua royal team. Boom. Before Davis, Zhu Zhuyun, and the other 6 could react, they were sent flying off the stage. The battle concluded, leaving an eerie silence in its wake, punctuated only by the collective intake of breath from the audience. Particularly, the spectators from the Xinglua Empire were left agape, their mouths agog, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Defeated? How could this be? Their strongest team from the Xingluo Empire had succumbed in such a manner. This is nothing short of a dream. Goodness. The output-type battle spirit master from Shrek Academy is astonishingly formidable. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, it appears that they did not even employ their soul skills, effortlessly concluding the battle with a single strike. It is true, they did not utilize any soul skills, and the 4 soul rings remained utterly still. My heavens! The sheer power of that attack is beyond comprehension. Is this truly the capability of a human being? Hiss! It is no wonder that they are the champions of the Tiando Empire's qualifying rounds. Luban is extraordinarily impressive. My word! Is this truly the level of strength achievable by a soul master? It is simply breathtaking, exuding an aura akin to that of a deity. Ah, Luban is so handsome. I wish to bear his children. After a moment of astonishment, the surrounding audience erupted into a cacophony of gasps. Everyone was utterly mesmerized by Luban's performance, exclaiming the prowess of the output-type battle spirit master. The strength of Shrek Academy instilled an unusual tension among the other participating teams. Following today's battle, it became evident that, aside from the Spirit Hall Academy, they had forfeited their chance to compete with Shrek Academy. It is noteworthy that the Xingluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy ranks among the very best on the continent, their prowess second only to that of the Spirit Hall Academy, even surpassing that of the Tiando Royal Academy. Now, having been defeated in a single blow by the output-type battle spirit master of Shrek Academy, the outcome is indeed shocking. Shrek Academy triumphs. With the referee's announcement, Shrek Academy officially advances to the top 6. In the stands, the members of the Spirit Hall Academy team observed Luban's performance, each wearing a grave expression, sensing the threat emanating from him. In this battle, they initially intended to assess the strengths of both sides, but they were taken aback by the overwhelming defeat of the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. A single strike was sufficient to secure victory, which proved to be quite disconcerting. Luban's combat style bears a striking resemblance to that of Tang San, noted the captain of the Spirit Hall team, Xiaoyu, with a look of astonishment. Aside from their age disparity, the similarities are indeed remarkable. Beside him, Xiaoyu's sister, Hulaina, echoed his seriousness. A few years ago, during their training excursions, they encountered Tang San, an experience that remains vividly etched in their memories, as if it transpired just yesterday. That was the first time these top-tier geniuses from across the continent felt the weight of pressure. Ever since that encounter, the Spirit Hall Academy has begun to cultivate offensive-type soul masters, achieving significant progress over the years. Now, upon witnessing Luban, the familiar sense of pressure they once felt from Tang San resurfaced, inevitably stirring unease within them. Do not fret. Had I been in that position, I too could have defeated the Star Luo royal team with a single strike, boldly declared a confident youth clad in crimson, standing beside Hulaina. As an offensive-type soul master from the Spirit Hall team, he believed his attack power was unrivaled among peers. He was equally confident in his ability to vanquish Luban. In response, both Hulaina and Xiaoyu nodded, offering a semblance of reassurance to their team. With the conclusion of the 3rd round of the finals, 4 teams have emerged as finalists, alongside 2 that received a bye, leaving a total of 6 teams remaining. The 4th round will proceed without any byes. In this draw, Shrek Academy encountered Shenkei's Academy. In light of Luban's illustrious reputation, upon witnessing the results of the draw, Shenkei's Academy promptly declared their withdrawal. Consequently, Shrek Academy advanced directly to the 5th round. During the 5th round, the Royal Tianshou Academy similarly conceded defeat, leaving only Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall Academy as the remaining competitors. In the grand finale, the ultimate match unfolded between the Spirit Hall Academy and Shrek Academy. As the referee announced the commencement, the participants from both teams entered the arena. On this day, the grand square in front of the Pope's palace was filled with anticipation as 33 teams gathered for the finals. The excitement for this ultimate contest was palpable, especially with the presence of Pope Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall. Adorned in a resplendent golden gown that seemed woven from the purest sunlight, she radiated a divine aura, embodying both sanctity and authority. Grasping a jeweled scepter and wearing the illustrious 9-tiered purple gold crown, she exuded an air of nobility and honor. Her visage was strikingly beautiful and regal, reminiscent of an exquisite jade sculpture, and her eyes, deep and enigmatic like the ocean, appeared capable of perceiving the very souls of those before her. A subtle smile graced her lips, hinting at an undeniable dominance. Even in silence, Bibi Dong remained the focal point of attention. As the participants from the Spirit Hall Academy and Shrek Academy arrived, Bibi Dong announced the rewards for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. With a flourish, she retrieved 3 radiant and luminous soul bones from her storage soul guide, eliciting gasps of awe from the surrounding soul masters. The atmosphere in the square erupted with excitement. Who could have anticipated that the prizes would be soul bones? Such treasures were exceedingly rare, and the prospect of receiving 3 pieces, each at least 10,000 years old, was astonishing. The 3 soul bones were the skull of wisdom, the right arm bone of explosive flames, and the left leg bone of swift wind. with the skull of wisdom originating from a soul beast that had surpassed 50,000 years in age. Bibi Dong's mere words ignited the crowd's fervor. Such rewards had not been seen in years, and the sheer magnitude of the Spirit Hall's generosity left everyone in awe. As the competition commenced, the referee's voice echoed, prompting the participants from Shrek Academy and Spirit Hall Academy to unleash their martial souls. The Spirit Hall team boasted 7 members, including 3 Soul Kings. The captain, Xiaoyu, wielded the Moon Blade and was a formidable rank 52 Assault-type Soul King. His sister, Hulaina, possessed the martial soul of a demon fox, ranking as a control-type Soul King at level 51. The output-type Soul Master, Yan, with the martial soul of Flame Lord, also ranked at level 51. The sight of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings swirling around them left the onlookers in astonishment. Incredible! To have Soul Kings participating in this tournament was unimaginable in previous years. With 3 Soul Kings leading 4 other Soul Masters, their lineup was nothing short of invincible. Yet, against Shrek Academy, there remained a glimmer of hope. One side was undeniably powerful, while the other remained shrouded in mystery. No one was certain of Luban's limits. Thus, this match promised to be captivating. In the final match, Shrek Academy made a slight adjustment in their lineup, allowing Oscar to replace Xiao Wu. The battle began with the Spirit Hall Academy launching an aggressive assault, showing no signs of restraint. Xiaoyu high-fived his sister Hulaina, initiating their martial soul fusion technique, enchantment. Dressed in silver with crimson eyes and short silver hair, Xiaoyu's forehead bore a scarlet crescent mark upon activation of his martial soul. Hulaina, with her golden hair and dazzling golden attire, sprouted a furry tail upon her martial soul's manifestation. As the enchantment technique unfolded, a brilliant red light enveloped them, and their forms gradually merged into an androgynous figure with flowing hair, wielding 2 blood-red crescent blades. In an instant, a cloud of red mist was released, spreading rapidly. Before Shrek Academy could react, they found themselves shrouded in the mist, which dulled their senses by 50% and suppressed their soul power by the same margin, rendering their movement sluggish and their vision obscured. Witnessing Shrek Academy's predicament, the other members of the Spirit Hall team could not suppress their smirks. Once ensnared within the enchantment's range, the opposing team would be at their mercy. With victory seemingly assured, they awaited the conclusion. It was over. Shrek Academy was destined to lose. The Spirit Hall team had previously triumphed over the Tiendo Royal Academy with this very maneuver. The red mist's ability to obscure vision was truly formidable. The onlookers, particularly the fans from Spirit City, erupted in ecstatic cheers, convinced that the outcome was predetermined. With the opponents ensnared, Xiaoyu swiftly executed his self-created soul technique, Crescent Moon, in the enchantment state, delivering his most powerful attack. The crimson-haired Xiaoyu raised his crescent blades, a mysterious and potent energy coalescing around him. His eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, as if to sever all obstacles in his path. The blades emitted a soft glow, spinning at an astonishing velocity, resembling a white full moon ascending in his grasp. With a commanding shout, Xiaoyu unleashed the blades, radiating brilliance and lethal intent as they surged toward their adversaries. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be enveloped by the luminous full moon. Luban, be cautious. At that instant, Tang San had activated his purple extreme magic eyes, perceiving 2 glowing moons hurtling towards him and Luban, prompting him to shout urgently, "Do not panic, I can see them." Observing Tang San unleash his first soul skill, Blue-Silver Bind, ensnaring the 6 adversaries and preparing to launch them into the skies, Luban wore a serene smile. Subsequently, he fired 2 soul power orbs from his dragon's mouth spear, targeting the approaching moons. With a thunderous boom, the moons were forcefully repelled, transforming back into 2 crescent blades. "How did you discern the trajectory of my attack?" The red-haired, evil moon, astonished, was left incredulous as his soul skill was disrupted. It was astonishing to him that Luban could perceive the attack path of the moons, given that the crimson mist produced by the enchantress could even restrict mental prowess. "A mere red mist. What can it do to me?" Luban stood proudly on the arena, exuding an aura of dominance. Hee. In response to Luban's arrogance, a mocking laughter echoed in his mind. "Haha, Luban, you are quite the braggart. Without my assistance, what could you possibly see?" At that moment, in the depths of Luban's spiritual sea, a petite girl, transformed from the million-year thunderstrike tree, sat joyfully, giggling. As a soul spirit, she possessed a degree of autonomy. While Luban was blind to the crimson mist, she could see everything clearly. Beside the thunderstrike tree, a small black cat lay in slumber, the previously encountered gale beast. Still unaware. Once it awakens, Luban would have 2 allies. He chose to disregard the teasing from the thunderstrike tree, having grown accustomed to its mischievous nature over the past few days. Tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Luban then unleashed 2 more soul power orbs aimed at the evil moon and Hulaina's martial soul fusion. With a resounding explosion, 2 figures flew out from the crimson mist, crashing towards the position of the martial soul hall team. Luban's strike shattered the fusion state of the evil moon and Hulaina. The enchantress's state was disrupted, causing the crimson mist that enveloped half the arena to dissipate immediately. The Shrek Academy team found their negative states lifted. At this moment, the evil moon and Hualaina were seen with blood at the corners of their mouths. Their faces pale, clearly gravely injured. The other members of the Martial Soul Hall team were taken aback, unable to believe that their captain's martial soul fusion technique had been so easily dismantled. Come on, this is a fusion technique of two soul kings. Can it be withstood by a soul ancestor? What transpired was indeed astonishing. Yen attack. Once the evil moon regained his composure, he decisively issued the command. Their Martial Soul Hall team possessed two formidable offensive capabilities, one being the Martial Soul Fusion technique, and the other the extraordinary offensive power of Yen, the output-type Soul Master. Captain, Nana, leave the rest to me. Yen approached Hualaina, confidently patting his chest. He had harbored feelings for Hualaina for quite some time and naturally wanted to impress her. Flying Sand Frenzy. Yen raised his hands high, palms facing each other, as a powerful surge of soul power erupted from within him. This surge of spiritual energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, exuding a formidable power capable of annihilating everything in its path. As he waved his hands, the surrounding air began to twist and convulse violently, as if an invisible force were tearing at the very fabric of space. This is his fifth soul skill, a long-range area attack, Fiery Sandstorm, accompanied by a low shout. He thrust both palms forward with great force, unleashing a torrent of searing flames, forged from his soul power, that erupted from the center of his hands. This flame is not an ordinary one. It manifests a profound crimson hue, as if it harbors boundless fury and searing heat. Chapter 102, The Championship. The blazing fire transforms into myriad fiery meteors, hurtling towards the opposing Shrek Academy team. The might exhibited by the Millennium Soul skill appears truly terrifying. Simultaneously, the auxiliary Spirit Master of the Spirit Hall team wields a resplendent golden staff, from which radiant streams continuously emerge. The golden staff signifies attack. With the enhancement of auxiliary light, Yan's tempestuous fiery assault experiences an instantaneous increase of 50% in power. It can be deemed the most formidable strike of the Spirit Hall team, surpassing even the mesmerizing soul fusion techniques of Xiaoyu and Hualaina. Had it been any other academy's team, surviving such a strike would have been exceedingly difficult. At this moment, all eyes in the arena once again turned to Luban. Faced with such a formidable assault, everyone was eager to witness how he would respond. Empowered by auxiliary skills, the fierce attack of Fei Shaoguang Yin was beyond the defensive soul skills that the Shrek Academy team could withstand. Tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Yet, under the gaze of the crowd, Luban raised his left hand, the dragon mouth gun, and unleashed a sweeping barrage into the sky. A series of soul power orbs were propelled forth, racing toward the swiftly approaching flames of the meteor, with both normal strikes and casual blows. Many spectators were left astonished by Luban's audacity. One might implore him to show some respect for his opponent, given that this was a millennium-old soul skill. Boom. The soul power orbs collided with the fiery meteor, exploding like vibrant fireworks in the night sky, a dazzling spectacle that was truly breathtaking. It could be said to be the most magnificent confrontation witnessed thus far in the competition. Tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. In this initial clash, both sides were evenly matched. And with a mere flick of his hand, Luban obliterated the Fei Shaoguang Yin. This confrontation allowed Luban to attain a sense of timing, enabling him to gauge the necessary force for his subsequent strikes. It is noteworthy that his casual blow now boasts an impressive attack power exceeding 130,000 points. Should he miscalculate, the Soul Force energy spheres could obliterate the 7 members of the Spirit Hall battle team without a trace. Once he mastered the requisite intensity, Luban resolutely launched his second assault. As 7 Soul Force energy spheres hurtled toward them, Yin, the offensive Spirit Master of the Spirit Hall team, with the assistance of a support-type Spirit Master, once again executed his 5th soul skill, Blazing Sand Fury, to counter the attack. Hualaina sensed a palpable threat to life emanating from the incoming energy spheres and hastily commanded the defensive Spirit Masters within the team to activate their protective skills, preparing for defense. Instantly, a circle of earthy yellow protective shields materialized around the 7 members of the Spirit Hall team. With a resounding crash, an unforeseen occurrence unfolded. The power of the Soul Force spheres released by Luban had evidently more than doubled since the last strike. The moment of collision shattered the Blazing Sand Fury, surging directly toward the 7 members of the Spirit Hall team. Seeing this, Xiaoyu and Hualaina were struck with profound alarm, utterly astonished that Luban's basic attack could so effortlessly dismantle their mightiest offensive. At that moment, the 4 soul rings surrounding Luban remained completely still, indicating that he had not employed any soul skills, merely executing another casual strike akin to the previous one. Such formidable strength, witnessing his most powerful strike being effortlessly countered. Yin was left agape, utterly stupefied, his mind racing with disbelief. Thus, the 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy battle team, amidst their shock, were propelled off the stage by the soul power orbs. With that, the fierce battle concluded. The surrounding spectators were in utter astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if their very eyeballs might pop from their sockets. Most of the fans of the Spirit Hall team stood there, dumbfounded. As they beheld the Golden Generation trio being casually flung off the stage by Luban's strike, their astonishment nearly lifting the tops of their heads. They were frozen in place. Like statues, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. In the 5th round of the finals, Shrek Academy emerged victorious. It was only upon hearing the referee announce the results that the audience snapped back to reality, erupting into fervent cheers. The Soul Masters of the Heaven Do Empire rejoiced, their jubilant cries echoing through the heavens. They unanimously hailed Shrek Academy's prowess. For countless years, the championship of the prestigious elite competition among high-level Soul Master Academies had been monopolized by the Spirit Hall, but at last, this curse was shattered. The dark horse from their empire, Shrek Academy, had triumphantly surged forth, successfully defeating the Spirit Hall's seeded team and claiming the championship title. What an astonishing event this is. Upon witnessing the outcome from the VIP platform, despite Bibidong's efforts to maintain an air of indifference, her piercing gaze betrayed a flicker of anger, revealing her profound dissatisfaction with the result of the match. As the Pope, Bibidong does possess a certain composure. However, the elders of the Spirit Hall beside her showed no restraint. Their expressions were grave, clearly displeased with Shrek Academy's victory. After all, the rewards this time consisted of the most coveted 3 soul bones in history. As the battle concluded, Tang San and Daimubai surrounded Luban, erupting in cheers. The triumph in this competition can be attributed entirely to the prowess of Luban. Without him, they would have been eliminated in the preliminary rounds. Master Brother is truly formidable. Master Brother is undeniably handsome. Master Brother is simply stunning. Daimubai and his companions lifted Luban, tossing him into the air. Their faces alight with excitement as they shouted in jubilation. Below, in the Shrek Academy section, Master Flander, Lu Erlong, and the yet-to-appear Xiaowu embraced one another in a frenzy of celebration. Oh, we have emerged victorious. Our Shrek Academy is the champion. Even Master Flander, a rugged man, found his eyes glistening with tears. Shrek Academy has been his labor of love for many years, and witnessing Luban and these young souls achieve victory filled him with immense joy and exhilaration. As they beheld Luban leading Shrek Academy to triumph, Shui Luotian, Huowudi, Feng Batian, and others exchanged knowing smiles, despite already being aware of the outcome. They reveled in the misfortune befalling the Spirit Hall, harboring private grievances against it. For many had grown weary of its arrogance and unchecked expansion. Observing the performance of Huowudi and his companions, Ning Fengji, the head of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, recognizing the cunning of these old fellows. It was no wonder they had been so confident before the tournament, certain that Shrek Academy would seize the championship. Reflecting upon the combatants they had nurtured, all of whom were output-type soul masters, it was evident that these veterans had long since established dealings with Shrek Academy. Accompanying Ning Fengji were the 2 Title Douluos of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. They had always doted on Ning Rongrong, treating her as their granddaughter, and now, witnessing Shrek Academy's victory, their faces were equally radiant with joy. Their little princess had grown up. However, amidst the jubilant cheers and leaps of the audience, the expressions of the Title Douluos in the VIP section suddenly shifted. Their gazes converged on the Shrek Academy area, where a young girl was exuberantly dancing with her companions in celebration. Indeed, this girl was Xiaowu. Caught up in her excitement, she twirled about, inadvertently dropping her cherished red flower from her bosom, without the essence of the celestial herb to conceal her presence. The Title Douluos instantly recognized her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. Chapter 103, The King's 9 Trials, the second trial. Oh my. That is a 100,000-year soul beast. Moreover, it has taken on human form. Once a 100,000-year soul beast transforms into human shape, it must begin its cultivation anew, resulting in a substantial decrease in power. Observing Xiaowu's appearance, it was evident that she had yet to reach maturity. Before him lay an immense opportunity, a veritable feast laid out for the taking. At this moment, even the typically aloof and dignified Bibidong could not conceal her excitement. The hunt for a 10,000-year soul beast not only promised the coveted 10,000-year soul ring, which would elevate a soul master to the pinnacle of the dream rankings, but it also guaranteed the acquisition of a soul bone. The value of a 10,000-year soul bone far surpassed that of the 3 soul bones awarded in this year's Soul Master Tournament combined. I hereby declare the conclusion of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. The champion team may now come forth to receive their accolades, Bibidong announced. Rising with her 2-meter-tall golden scepter, her tone measured and composed. You may collect the rewards yourselves. I have no interest in the 3 soul bones. As Daimubai and Tang San pushed themselves forward to accept their prize, Luban shook his head with a smile, opting not to represent Shrek Academy on stage. It was not that he looked down upon the honor. Rather, the voice of the system's reward echoed in his mind. Compared to the system's rewards, the 3 soul bones offered by the Spirit Hall were hardly noteworthy. Mubai, as the captain, you should accept the award, the master said with a smile from the side. Indeed, Luban had little regard for the 3 soul bones, and it would be fitting to distribute them among the others. It is worth noting that soul bones are exceedingly rare on the continent. Not everyone possesses Luban's extraordinary fortune to obtain soul bones or soul rings exceeding 10,000 years. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. With so many esteemed figures watching, he felt uneasy about taking the spotlight. Logically, it would have been most fitting for Luban to step forward, yet after several days of encouragement from Luban and the master, Dai Mubai decided not to decline and ascended the stage to receive the award. While the Spirit Hall presented the rewards to the participating teams, Luban found a secluded spot to sit in meditation and began to accept his rewards. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the first trial of the 9 tests of kings, securing victory in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. The system's notifications rang continuously in Luban's mind. Now presenting the rewards for passing the first trial, a perfect million-year soul ring, an increase of 10 levels in soul power. The age of the soul ring raised to 10,000 years. The external soul bone thunder wings upgraded to 1,000,000 years, and a million-year king's torso fragment. As the system's notifications persisted, a vast surge of soul power flooded into Luban's body. Fortunately, the essence of the system's rewards was gentle, continuously reshaping his physique and facilitating an all-encompassing evolution. He did not experience discomfort. At present, Luban was a level 70 soul sage, and upon receiving the rewards, he began by absorbing and integrating the million-year soul ring. Luban sat quietly, inhaling deeply, his eyes brimming with determination and exhilaration. As the radiance of the soul ring surged into his being, he felt an unprecedented force raging within him. This force was both formidable and tempestuous, as though it sought to rend his veins, bones, and even his very soul into fragments. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming power, Luban did not flinch. Instead, he gritted his teeth and steadfastly upheld his resolve. Gradually, his skin began to emanate a soft luminescence, as if infused by a veil of enigmatic energy. His muscles, bones, and even his internal organs strengthened at a visibly rapid pace, each cell brimming with vitality and vigor. His meridians expanded like a river widened by the rains, the soul force within surging with unprecedented fluidity. Simultaneously, a profound transformation occurred within Luban's mental realm. His consciousness seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, traversing through layers of mist, arriving at an expanse of limitless space. Here, he perceived the wisdom and mysteries contained within the soul ring. As if an ancient soul master were imparting the most exquisite techniques for harnessing soul power in the universe. Soon, the fusion of the soul ring was accomplished, and the wind thunder wings began their evolution. At that moment, a pair of colossal wings unfurled gracefully behind Luban. Each feather of the wind thunder wings shimmered with a resplendent brilliance, as if forged from countless stars. As the evolution progressed, streaks of lightning appeared to emerge from the void, striking towards the wind thunder wings. These thunderbolts contain devastating power. Yet at the moment they come into contact with the wings of wind and thunder, they are ingeniously absorbed. As the thunder continues to flow in, the brilliance of the wings of wind and thunder becomes increasingly resplendent, as if a pair of divine wings belonging to the thunder god unfurled gently behind Luban. Under the influence of this formidable force, the form of the wings undergoes a monumental transformation. Each feather becomes as ferocious as the thunder itself, shimmering with a chilling luminescence. The entire outline of the wings adopts a more streamlined shape, seemingly crafted in pursuit of unparalleled speed. Before long, the evolution of the wings of wind and thunder is complete, and Luban begins to merge with the bones of a million-year-old sovereign body. At the instant of fusion, a powerful and enigmatic energy erupts from the soul bone, surging into Luban's body like a torrential flood. This formidable energy seems to embody the purest essence of power in the universe. It flows through Luban's meridians, permeating every cell, and begins to transform his physique. Luban's muscles and bones are being reinforced at an astonishing pace, becoming increasingly resilient and robust. Subsequently, the regal torso bone gradually merges with Luban's spine. As the fusion deepens, he perceives a profound connection between his soul and the regal torso bone. He can distinctly sense the immense will and wisdom contained within the soul bone, which continually washes over the depths of his soul, fortifying his resolve and clarity of mind. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura emanates from within him, akin to a long-dormant mountain suddenly awakening, exuding boundless majesty and strength. Upon the completion of the fusion, Luban appears to be reborn. His stature becomes more towering and upright, resembling a majestic peak standing tall. His demeanor undergoes a dramatic transformation, radiating an air of sovereign presence and authority. He accesses his personal information panel. Host, Luban Martial Spirit, Luban number 7 Martial Spirit Talent, Archer Domain, Resistance Aura, Invincible Shark Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualities, Innate Full Soul Power, Jungle Level Up, Soul Power, 80, 0, 100, Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple, Black, Red, Gold. Gold Soul Bones, Wind Thunder Wings, Speed 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, Regal Torso Bone, Defense 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, Soul Skills, Attack, 100, 0, 0, 0, Attack, 100, 0, 0, 0, Attack, 100, 0, 0, 0. Fire Attack, 100, 0, 0, 0. Wind Attack, 350, 0, 0, 0. Thunder Attack, 900, 000. Attack, 1, 000. Items, gamer skin, jungle knife. Storage bracelet chapter 104. Golden Sacred Dragon. His soul power level ascended 10 levels instantaneously, from rank 70 Soul Saint to the current rank 80 Soul Douluo. The Regal Torso Bone grants a staggering 1 million points of defense, endowing Luban with a newfound capacity for self-preservation. The Torso Bone is among the 6 most precious categories of soul bones, and after merging with the Regal Torso Bone, Luban's physical attributes have been immensely enhanced. A defense value of 1 million is no trifling matter. Luban can now withstand the most powerful strikes from the majority of Title Douluo. It is noteworthy that even a million-year-old soul beast cannot achieve a defense value of 1 million. With his current defense, few on the continent could breach it. The 7th perfect soul ring rewarded by the system further augments Luban's basic attack by 1 million points. With his current prowess, a full force strike can exceed 230,000 points of attack power, capable of instantaneously vanquishing anyone on the continent. Luban has truly become an invincible entity. Ding. The rewards for passing the first examination have been dispensed, and the second examination of the Regal 9 trials is now commencing. Second examination. Ensure the safe departure of the Shrek Academy group from Spirit City. Just as Luban concluded receiving the system's rewards, a series of chimes echoed in his mind. The second examination of the Regal 9 trials had arrived. Upon reading the examination's content, a smile crept onto Luban's face, radiating delight. Given his current capabilities, traversing any location on the continent would be effortless. Ensuring the safe return of the Shrek Academy group is an exceedingly simple task, akin to a gift of easy points. This situation is quite akin to the Angelic 9 trials faced by Qianrenxue, presenting little challenge. In the Grand Square, Luban was reaping rewards in a secluded area, while on the other side, Daimubai had already retrieved 3 soul bones from Bibi Dong at the VIP platform. The Shrek 7 monsters gathered closely, deliberating on the allocation of the soul bones. The left leg bone of the Gale, embodying swift advancement, was bestowed upon the agile attack-type soul master, Zhu Xing. The right arm bone of explosive flames was allocated to Ma Hongjun. The wisdom soul bone, embodying mental focus, found its way into Tang San's possession. Shortly after the awards ceremony concluded, the distribution of soul bones was swiftly completed. To the surprise of the audience, Bibi Dong and the elders of the Spirit Hall remained present. Uncertain murmurs filled the crowd. Amidst the astonishment, Bibi Dong stood, her demeanor serene, and inquired, "Have you all allocated your rewards? Bring that little girl here." Pointing her staff at Xiao Wu, she spoke with an indifferent tone. At this, the members of Shrek Academy gasped in shock. The master stepped forward, confronting the VIP platform. "Your Holiness, what is the meaning of this?" With a mere command from Bibi Dong, 2 Title Douluo rose, dismissing the seemingly inconsequential soul master with a mere 30 levels of soul power. Just as they prepared to take action, a graceful figure rose from the VIP platform, blocking the path of the 2 elders of the Spirit Hall. "Your Holiness, shouldn't we clarify matters first?" interjected Ning Fengji, the head of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Bibi Dong's brows furrowed slightly, her expression turning frosty. "Master Ning, please maintain your decorum. Should you continue to obstruct the Spirit Hall's affairs, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will become our adversary." Hearing this, Ning Fengji felt a chill run through him. Though the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was one of the top 3 sects on the continent, its strength paled in comparison to the Spirit Hall, the sanctum for soul masters across the land, where most soul masters congregated. Opposing the Spirit Hall would spell disaster for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As Ning Fengji found himself in a dilemma, the master decisively produced the elder token given by Tang Hao. "I am an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall and possess the right to know the truth." Tension escalated between the 2 factions, leaving the surrounding soul masters in a state of shock. Silence enveloped the crowd, each person bewildered by the sudden shift in Bibi Dong's demeanor. "Your disciple is not human, but a 100,000-year transformed soul beast. Is that reason sufficient?" Bibi Dong's words, uttered from the stage, ignited an uproar. "What? A 100,000-year transformed soul beast?" The revelation stunned the audience, including the members of Shrek Academy. It became clear why the elders of the Spirit Hall had gazes ablaze with intensity. A 100,000-year soul beast had infiltrated the ranks of Shrek Academy. Furthermore, once a 100,000-year soul beast transforms, its strength diminishes significantly, rendering it almost akin to a gift. This is indeed a 100,000-year soul ring, the pinnacle of every soul master's aspirations across the continent. No soul master could remain indifferent to such a treasure. If my conjecture holds true, you must be that elusive catch from years past, aren't you? Bibi Dong fixed her piercing gaze upon Xiao Wu, her voice laced with coldness as she remarked, "I never anticipated you would come to me so willingly." Years ago, Bibi Dong, accompanied by the elders of the Spirit Hall, ventured into the Star Doe Forest to hunt soul beasts. They encountered 200,000-year transformed soul beasts, one already matured, while the other was still but a child. After a fierce battle, the younger transformed soul beast managed to flee. Observing Xiao Wu's age, Bibi Dong deduced much about her origins. Coupled with the seething hatred evident on Xiao Wu's face as she glared at her, Bibi Dong gleaned the truth of her background. What of it? I would not rest even in death until I exact my vengeance upon you. Xiao Wu lifted her chin defiantly, her expression chillingly aloof. A stark contrast to her usual vivacious optimism. Upon Xiao Wu's acknowledgement, the members of Shrek Academy were momentarily taken aback before regaining their composure. They rallied around Xiao Wu, proclaiming in unison, "The 7 monsters are one. Whether human or soul beast, we shall not stand idly by while our companions are captured." The Shrek 7 monsters presented a united front, vowing to resist the Spirit Hall to the bitter end. Even if it meant death, they would never abandon their comrades. Witnessing the unwavering solidarity of Shrek Academy, the 32 teams from the 2 great empires present for the competition were profoundly moved. Such a rare friendship, bound by life and death, is truly a precious thing. Today, they felt its weight profoundly. Before them lay the soul rings of 100,000 years. The Spirit Hall would never relinquish its hold. The members of Shrek Academy opposed the Spirit Hall, and the only outcome could be death. No force on the continent has openly challenged the Spirit Hall before. We, the old guards, are still alive. It is not your turn to step forward yet. As he spoke, Flinder, the dean of Shrek Academy, emerged from the ranks, standing at the forefront. At this moment, Flinder, the master, and Lu Erlong stood shoulder to shoulder, reminiscent of the golden triangle of yore, ready to fight together once more. Take them down. Show no mercy to those who obstruct us. With Bibidong's command, an elder from the Spirit Hall stepped forward. The sun and moon shine bright, golden transformation. Simultaneously, Flinder, the master, and Lu Erlong exchanged glances and positioned themselves in a triangular formation. Flinder shouted, and the golden triangle unleashed their martial spirits, entering spirit possession. The legendary fusion technique of the golden triangle, once feared in the realm of spirit masters, re-emerged as the golden sacred dragon. If the Spirit Hall wished to seize their most prized disciple, they would have to tread over their lifeless bodies. Chapter 105. The formidable Yu Douluo. At Flinder's low command, the 3 simultaneously summoned their soul power, their soul rings shimmering like brilliant stars, radiating dazzling light under the sun. One by one, the soul rings affixed themselves to Yu Xiaogang's martial spirit, the 3 cannon of Luo, each integration enhancing its aura with formidable strength. Under the augmentation of the soul rings, Luo's form began to undergo astonishing transformations. His body swelled gradually, muscles hardening to the consistency of iron, while scales shimmered with a golden luster. His eyes sparkled with an intellect that seemed capable of piercing through all illusions. In this moment, Luo was no longer the charming martial spirit. He had metamorphosed into a sacred and majestic dragon. Then, Luo twisted his body, hurtling towards the elder of the Spirit Hall with an intense rush of wind. With the full cooperation of Flanders and Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang consciousness guided Luo into combat. In the skies, Luo transformed into a golden holy dragon, weaving through the air and generating powerful gusts that threatened to tear the heavens asunder. The roar of the dragon resounded deafeningly, echoing throughout the cosmos, instilling a profound sense of awe within the hearts of all present. Overestimating oneself. At that moment, an exceptionally delicate elder from the Spirit Hall stepped forward with a cold snort. His visage was strikingly handsome, refined like that of a woman. With a subtle elegance in his brow, golden hair flowed like silk in the wind, each strand glistening with a radiant sheen. His stature was tall and poised. Skin as fair as jade, exuding an air of grace and composure. Were it not for the prominent Adam's apple, one might easily mistake him for a woman. The ethereal figure that emerged was Moonlight, a 95th level Title Douluo and elder of the Spirit Hall. Upon his appearance, he unleashed his martial spirit, and 9 soul rings spiraled upward from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Each soul ring radiated a brilliant light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the surrounding sky. A Title Douluo. My goodness, it was indeed the legendary existence of the continent. The overwhelming aura of the 95th level Moonlight sent ripples of trepidation through the ranks of nearby soul masters, who felt the weight of immense pressure. Withering flowers. A ground strewn with sorrow, petals fall, leaving hearts shattered. Facing the martial spirit fusion technique of Flanders and his companions, the Golden Holy Dragon, Moonlight directly unleashed his 9th soul skill. Instantly, the entire world shifted in hue. A colossal chrysanthemum materialized in his hand, its petals emanating a blinding radiance that illuminated the surrounding sky. With a gentle command from Moonlight, the chrysanthemum erupted, transforming into countless petal blades that shot toward the Golden Holy Dragon. As the most potent offensive skill, the 9th soul technique's petals resembled crescent blades, sharp and glistening with a cold light, seemingly capable of slicing through anything. In the ensuing clash, the Golden Holy Dragon, transformed from Luo, found itself ensnared by the immense golden vortex created by Moonlight's 9th soul skill. The shattered, extraordinary chrysanthemum, with each petal akin to a crescent blade, spiraled wildly around the Golden Holy Dragon. The fierce clash of moon blades against dragon scales erupted in a shower of sparks, accompanied by a thunderous roar, creating a magnificent spectacle. Observers could clearly see that the golden iron triangle was being overwhelmed. Many marveled silently, acknowledging that a Title Douluo truly lived up to the legendary status on the continent. Exhibiting terrifying power capable of effortlessly suppressing even a trio of soul masters' martial spirit fusion technique. This formidable power instills fear. Soon, as time passes, the radiance of the Golden Saint Dragon begins to wane. Master Flanders and Lu Erlong are drenched in sweat, having underestimated the might of the Title Douluo. Even with their martial soul fusion technique, they are far from being a match for the formidable Yu Douluo. It appears that they are indeed facing inevitable doom. It is worth noting that the Spirit Hall is home to numerous Title Douluo elders. Even a few of them would be beyond their capacity to handle. Boom. The golden tornado formed by the Golden Saint Dragon and the miraculous chrysanthemum Douluo collided, and soon thereafter, the dragon's form dissipated. Uft. Master Flanders and Lu Erlong both spat blood, their injuries grievous. With the Golden Saint Dragon vanquished, Yu Douluo leapt towards Xiao Wu. Yu Douluo, your opponent is me. In this critical moment, the guest elder of Shrek Academy, Poison Douluo Dugubo, intervened. Humph, old Poison, you dare to oppose the Spirit Hall? You truly have a death wish, Moonlight said coldly, noticing his interference once again. Heavens, yet another Title Douluo. The audience gasped in astonishment upon seeing Dugubo appear. It was indeed the legendary Poison Douluo. Many trembled at the mere mention of this title. Although Poison Douluo may not be the most terrifying among Title Douluo, he is undoubtedly the most sinister. His dark green hair flowed like translucent emeralds, each strand exuding a faint glow, as if imbued with lethal poison. His eyes, resembling two green gemstones, sparkled ominously. The toxic light flickering within those green pupils inspired fear. While I have indeed clashed before, I am now a guest elder of Shrek Academy. You cannot harm the students of Shrek Academy without facing my wrath. With that, Dugubo unleashed his martial soul, activating his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, the Phosphorus Snake Emperor. In an instant, Dugubo's form swelled, a powerful force surging within him. His skin became smooth as jade, shimmering with a faint green glow, as if stained by deadly poison. With a low growl, his body began to twist and transform. His arms extending into sharp serpent scales, each glistening with a chilling light, radiating a toxic aura. Soon, a 30-meter-long emerald serpent, as thick as a water barrel, materialized, seeking death. Upon witnessing Dugubo's earnest intent, Yu Douluo seethed with rage and unleashed his 8th soul skill, Radiance of 1,000 Lights. Yu Douluo clasped his hands together, his soul power surging wildly. With a commanding shout, a brilliant beam of light erupted from his palms, hurtling towards Dugubo. The beam of light was resplendent, akin to a colossal dragon soaring and twisting through the air, radiating intense brilliance and waves of energy. Its velocity was astonishing, traversing the void in an instant as it hurtled toward the formidable Dugubo. At that moment, the entire battlefield was illuminated by this powerful luminescence, rendering the surrounding spectators unable to open their eyes. The 9th soul skill was a devastating area attack, while the 8th soul skill represented the pinnacle of Yu Douluo's single-target assault. As a Title Douluo of the 95th rank, the ferocity of his attack imposed immense pressure upon Dugubo. Heavens, how formidable! Is this the essence of combat between Title Douluos? The scene was indeed breathtaking. Witnessing the clash between Yu Douluo and Poison Douluo, the audience erupted in continuous gasps of astonishment. Particularly, the members of the 2 imperial teams participating in the Soul Master competition were utterly exhilarated. Truly, this was a spectacle befitting the continent's most elite fighters. Chapter 106. The emergence of Ghost Douluo. Seeing Yu Egwan unleash his most powerful single-target soul skill, Dugubo dared not be complacent. Is a Medusa, Dugubo shouted decisively, promptly activating the skill of his cranial soul bone. This is his ultimate soul skill, the most formidable attack he possesses. As the gaze of Medusa is unleashed, the true form of Dugubo's martial soul, the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, instantaneously fires 2 petrifying beams from his eyes. This peculiar soul technique is utterly mysterious, capable of petrifying even energy itself. Should a low-level soul master encounter it, they would instantaneously become a mere shadow of their former selves. At this moment, the gaze of Medusa collided fiercely with the resplendent radiance of the Duke of Chrysanthemum. The air above the Grand Plaza in front of the Hall of the Pope erupted with dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of exploding stars, a truly magnificent spectacle. The martial soul fusion technique of Flinder and his companions, in conjunction with Dugubo, momentarily indicated that the elder Duke of Chrysanthemum, Yu Egwan, was being suppressed. Humph. Like an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of its own insignificance. From the VIP platform, Bibi Dong observed with a cold snort as the disciples of Shrek Academy dared to openly defy her orders. She then signaled another elder beside her with a glance. At this critical juncture, the ghost duke stepped forward. Towering and slender, his ghostly form resembled a statue carved from shadows. His dark robe clung tightly to him, appearing as if it were a part of his being, or perhaps a layer of shadowy armor safeguarding him. The hem of his robe fluttered gently, creating a soft rustling sound in the chilling breeze, akin to whispers in the night. His face was as pale as snow, devoid of any color, resembling a long-dormant corpse awakening from slumber. His eyes were deep and dark, devouring all surrounding light like a black hole. His hair, as dark as the night sky, was long and unkempt, as if it had never seen a comb. Upon witnessing this peculiar appearance, the onlookers promptly recognized the identity of the Ghost Duke. Both the Ghost Duke and the Duke of Chrysanthemum held great renown across the continent. Their symbols were inscribed upon the tokens issued by the Spirit Hall. With his seventh soul skill, ghostly transformation, the Ghost Duke unleashed his martial soul and then manifested his true form. With a low growl, his body began to undergo an astonishing transformation. His skin gradually became translucent, as if enveloped by a delicate veil of black mist, while his figure twisted and expanded within this ethereal shroud. In the blink of an eye, a colossal ghostly silhouette, towering several dozen meters high, materialized in midair, exuding a suffocating aura of terror. The head of the spectral figure faintly revealed the pallid visage of Douluo, stark as snow. Yet now it was marred by a grotesque and twisted expression. Its eyes resembled two immense green vortices, seemingly intent on devouring all surrounding light. With the invocation of the ninth soul skill, Hell Wraiths, a chilling and ominous aura suddenly began to permeate the air, as if an invisible force were surging in the shadows. Shortly thereafter, countless gigantic shadowy hands erupted from the ground, exuding a terrifyingly eerie presence. The shadowy hands surged upward, reaching heights of hundreds of meters, resembling towering obsidian peaks that enveloped the entire sky in darkness. Amidst the astonished crowd, the shadows lunged toward the golden sacred dragon. A mournful wail escaped the dragon, as if it were being throttled by an unseen force. The power of the Ghost Douluo surpassed even that of the Chrysanthemum Douluo, leaving Master Flanders and Lu Erlong utterly outmatched in their solitary confrontation. It is essential to recognize that the Ghost Douluo, a formidable Title Douluo at level 95, was far superior to any ordinary Title Douluo. Once a Soul Master ascends beyond level 90 and becomes a Title Douluo, each subsequent level becomes an arduous challenge. Under identical conditions, a Title Douluo at level 91 would undoubtedly dominate one at level 90. At this stage, every advancement in rank could yield a power increase of at least twofold. In a fleeting moment, the golden sacred dragon struggled but was swiftly crushed by the shadowy hands. Master Flanders and Lu Erlong, blood trickling from their lips, found themselves grievously injured and entirely devoid of combat capability. The seven monsters were unified as one. Witnessing their master's injury, Tang San roared, and the Shrek 7 quickly assumed the formation they had practiced, executing their fusion technique. They would not allow Xiao Wu to be captured by the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Tang San stood at the forefront, with Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others positioned behind him. They pressed their palms against each other's backs, channeling their soul power forward. Ultimately, their combined energies converged upon Tang San, significantly enhancing his strength. With the Haotian hammer in hand, Tang San, empowered by the martial soul fusion technique, surprisingly accessed his martial soul true form. It is noteworthy that a soul master must reach level 70 and acquire their seventh soul ring to manifest their martial soul true form. Tang San wielded the colossal Haotian hammer and unleashed the chaotic cloak hammer technique, aiming it at the Ghost Douluo's spectral hand. How foolish. You likely underestimate the prowess of a Title Douluo, the Ghost Douluo sneered. Witnessing Tang San and his companions barely managing to form a level 70 martial soul fusion technique to counter his ninth soul skill. I see that hammer, and it irks me. Today, you shall not leave the Spirit City alive. The sight of Tang San wielding the Haotian hammer rekindled memories of his own harrowing experience under Tang Hao's might, stirring resentment within him. Subsequently, the ghostly hand descended upon Tang San's Haotian hammer like a mountainous force. Boom. The Hellish Spectre, being the ninth soul skill, represented the Ghost Douluo's most potent attack and was certainly beyond the capability of the seven monsters fusion technique to withstand. This technique, when faced with peers like Tang San, is undeniably formidable. However, it pales in comparison when contending against a seasoned Title Douluo. Given the sensitive identities of certain members within the Shrek 7 monsters, the Ghost Douluo refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Had he harmed Ning Rongrong or Dai Mubai, both the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Star Luo Empire would undoubtedly object. Presently, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, occupies the VIP platform, flanked by two Title Douluo, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo, whose prowess surpasses even that of him and Yu Xiaogang. Naturally, it was imperative to avoid escalating the situation. Next, the Ghost Shadow Hand struck, shattering the Haotian hammer. The Shrek 7 monsters were violently jolted, each of them spitting blood and sustaining considerable injuries. Alas, the Spirit Hall is truly formidable. The moment the Ghost Douluo unleashed his power, he swiftly subdued Shrek Academy, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd in the Grand Plaza. The Spirit Hall, revered as the holy sanctuary in the hearts of every soul master, boasts elders of Title Douluo caliber, whose might is indeed awe-inspiring. At this moment, the various academy teams representing the Heaven Do Empire observed with mixed emotions as Shrek Academy found itself at a disadvantage. They were taken aback to see their peers openly defying the Spirit Hall for the sake of a mere soul beast. The Spirit Hall stands as the sole superpower on the continent, with its soul masters comprising a staggering 70 to 80% of the total across the land, vastly outnumbering those of the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires. Its strength is unparalleled. Chapter 107. The Haotian Douluo appears father. Could you possibly intervene to protect everyone from Shrek Academy? At this moment, witnessing the complete suppression of Shrek Academy by the two elder members of the Spirit Hall, Shui Binger, from her position in the stands, sent a telepathic message to her father, Shui Luotian, filled with urgency. She was deeply concerned for the safety of Luban, hoping her father could plead on behalf of the Shui family. Given the stature of the 10 great families, their words would carry some weight before the Spirit Hall. Rest assured, Shrek Academy is safe. Just wait and see, Shui Luotian replied through their soul communication. Shrek Academy is home to the extraordinary Luban, a figure whose strength alone could easily overpower the 3 great kings of the extreme north without resistance. His power is truly terrifying. Until now, they had yet to witness Luban's true capabilities. At that moment, not only Shui Binger but also Huo Wu and Feng Xiaodian were sending telepathic messages to their elders, unwilling to accept the possibility of Shrek Academy's demise. Throughout this continental high-level Soul Master Academy competition, Shrek Academy's strength had garnered widespread recognition. They were a source of pride for the Heaven Do Empire and for the Academy faction as a whole. However, the astonished expressions on Huo Wu and Feng Xiaoyan's faces indicated that their elders likely conveyed similar reassurances, urging them not to worry, as Shrek Academy would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. Despite these reassurances, the uncertainty regarding Luban's true strength lingered, casting doubt upon their faces. Luban, if you do not act soon, we shall be left to collect your remains, Flanders shouted urgently, signaling Luban to take action without delay, for Xiao Wu's safety hung in the balance. At that moment, Luban was concealed in a secluded corner of the Grand Plaza, absorbing the energy of his 7th soul ring. Unbeknownst to Flanders and the others, who believed he was merely resting, they grew increasingly frustrated at his inaction. With the situation reaching such a critical juncture, Flanders cast a sidelong glance at Luban, expressing his discontent. The fellow is remarkably unperturbed. Despite the evident injuries surrounding him, he remains seated, exuding an air of calm assurance. Upon hearing Flanders' exclamations, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Is he truly suggesting that Luban intervene? Has Flanders lost his senses? They lamented, alas. It seems this principal is intent on sending every member of the Academy into battle. What could Luban possibly accomplish in this scenario? How amusing it is to hear Flanders speak as though he has faced the 2 esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall before. Sigh. It appears the day has come when there shall be no more Shrek Academy on the continent. A fleeting moment of glory, even if they were to seize the championship. What of it? Those are soul beasts from 100,000 years ago. Who could resist their allure? The members of Shrek Academy are truly befuddled. As Flanders calls out for assistance to a student, the surrounding soul masters engage in incessant discussion. Many express their regrets, questioning whether it is worth risking everything for a soul beast. How dare a mere flower or a small ghost threaten my son? Yet, at this critical juncture, a voice resonating through the heavens echoed across the arena. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, as if an immense shadow were silently descending. The once boisterous surroundings fell into an eerie silence, with all gazes involuntarily directed toward a singular point. Overhead, in the Grand Plaza, a towering figure emerged, appearing from below like a majestic mountain peak. The sheer enormity of this silhouette left the audience astounded, collectively gasping in disbelief. Confronted by this colossal form that occupied a significant portion of the sky, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped everyone present. Step aside. The giant, with a swift motion, hurled a hammer from his hand, which, upon closer inspection, bore an uncanny resemblance to Tang San's Haotian hammer. As the hammer descended, the 9th soul skill of the ghost Douluo, Hell Wraiths, was obliterated upon impact. The powerful shockwave from the Haotian hammer sent both the ghost Douluo and his companion flying. Tang Hao, how dare you wreak havoc in the spirit city? Upon witnessing Tang Hao's arrival, Bibi Dawn abruptly rose from her throne, brandishing her scepter as she coldly declared, Haotian Douluo, now that you are here, do not expect to leave alive. With a resounding crash, the scepter struck the ground, and Bibi Dawn unleashed her martial spirit, activating her soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The sight of the swirling red soul ring around Bibi Dawn left the audience in stunned disbelief. Heavens! It is the legendary 100,000-year soul ring. Such rings are exceedingly rare. To possess one is a marvel, and even witnessing one in person is a privilege that only a few soul masters on the continent can claim. Had it not been for the likes of Luban, the Shui clan, the Fire clan, and the Feng clan, the leaders and elders of these 10 great families would have remained oblivious to such phenomena. The immense pressure emanating from the 100,000-year soul ring rendered the soul masters below nearly immobile, igniting an overwhelming urge to kneel. Moreover, from Bibidan's words, The crowd discerned the identity of the newcomer, the once most gifted Douluo of the continent. The emergence of Douluo was indeed a staggering revelation. Ah, the Spirit Hall. What a formidable Spirit Hall it is. Tang Hao floated serenely in midair, his voice laced with cold fury. Behold, this is the true form of Haotian. He cast a glance at Tang San amidst the crowd and spoke nonchalantly. With 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, 9 soul rings encircled him. The appearance of the 100,000-year soul ring shattered the oppressive aura released by BB Dawn. At that moment, the Grand Plaza erupted into a frenzy. The spectators rubbed their eyes in disbelief, mouths agape, utterly astonished. When did 100,000-year soul rings become so commonplace? In just a moment, 200,000-year soul rings appeared, leaving many soul masters both astounded and envious. Truly, the Douluo, standing resolutely against 3 adversaries, displayed an unparalleled might. At this moment, witnessing Tang Hao's icy demeanor as he faced BB Dong and the formidable duo of Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo, the crowd was filled with profound astonishment. Such extraordinary strength must be possessed to achieve this feat, both embodying the Haotian true form. The disparity between Tang San's earlier display during the fusion technique of the 7 monsters and the current manifestation of Douluo is nothing short of monumental. As the 7th spirit ring radiates, a colossal Haotian hammer, reminiscent of a small mountain, materializes before the onlookers. Under the illumination of the 100,000-year spirit ring, the once black Haotian hammer transforms into a resplendent black-gold hue, shimmering with an unparalleled brilliance. Do you dare? Witnessing Tang Hao unleash the Haotian true form, Bibidong's heart tightened, prompting her to hastily activate her soul skills in preparation for battle. However, Tang Hao, wielding the massive Haotian hammer, did not direct his assault towards her. Instead, the hammer swelled in size, surging forth to strike the Pope's palace behind BB Dong. Upon seeing this, Bibidong's fury erupted. She cast aside her previous demeanor of a composed queen. The Pope's palace symbolized the Spirit Hall, and its destruction would undoubtedly tarnish the hall's reputation. Thus, her outrage propelled her and the elders to leap into the fray to confront the Haotian hammer. Chapter 108. Limitless Douluo, Qian Douluo. Upon hearing Flanders' call, Luban had already completed the absorption of the 7th spirit ring. He successfully attained the 7th spirit ring, elevating his spirit power level by 10. Now standing at the rank of an 80-level spirit Douluo and unlocking the 2nd assessment of the King's 9 trials. According to the narrative prior to his transmigration, Tang Hao's appearance should have ensured their safe departure from Spirit City. However, the current directive from the system for the 2nd trial of the King's 9 trials was to lead the team safely out of Spirit City, leaving Luban perplexed. Could there be unforeseen circumstances? This seemed the only plausible explanation. Rising, Luban made his way to the gathering spot of the Shrek Academy members in the Grand Plaza. At that moment, the sky bore witness to a fierce clash. Douluo Tang Hao had activated the Haotian true form, transforming into an immensely formidable black gold Haotian hammer, aimed directly at the administrative center of the Spirit Hall. On the other side of the sky, Zhu Douluo and Gue Dongame also invoked their true martial spirits, joining forces with BB Dong to confront the Haotian true form. A colossal, metallic glimmering flower, the Qihong Tanyan, alongside a shadowy figure invisible to ordinary eyes, engaged in battle alongside BB Dong against Tang Hao. Simultaneously, observing the assault on the Pope's palace, numerous ordinary elders within activated their spirit rings, unleashing their spirit power for support. The two sides clashed intensely, appearing evenly matched to outside observers. The Haotian hammer was momentarily halted by their combined efforts. In that critical moment, Tang Hao gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of his strength. The momentum of BB Dong and her allies was instantly suppressed, and the spectators beheld the high-ranking elders of the Spirit Hall being struck down by the Haotian hammer. Despite their collaborative effort, they could not withstand Tang Hao's full-force strike, leaving the surrounding crowd in a state of astonishment. Although the might of the Spirit Hall loomed over them, the people silently marveled at the prowess of Douluo. The display of power was indeed terrifying. When Haotian struck down with his hammer, although much of its might was mitigated by the combined efforts of BB Dong and others, the residual force still managed to shatter the colossal angel statue that stood before the Papal Hall. The Spirit Hall should brace itself. What is owed to me will one day be repaid in full. With that, Tang Hao soared toward Shrek Academy, taking Tang San and Xiao Wu with him as they prepared to depart. The ruckus he had caused was intended to draw the attention of the Spirit Hall, facilitating his rescue mission. At present, his strength was insufficient to confront the Spirit Hall directly. It was far more formidable than it appeared. Beyond the Papal Hall and the Elder Hall, the Spirit Hall also housed the Douluo Offering Hall, which was filled with formidable beings boasting soul power levels exceeding 96. Each of them was extraordinarily powerful. Tang Hao understood that now was not the time for a direct confrontation with the Spirit Hall. His primary objective was to rescue others. As long as he could lead Xiao Wu away, the people from Shrek Academy would naturally be safe. However, just as Tang Hao was about to leave, A soul power message resonated throughout the area, echoing across the heavens. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure appeared in the sky. The sudden arrival of this enigmatic man, clad in blue and gold robes, resembled a deity descending to the mortal realm. Tall and strikingly handsome, he emanated an indescribable elegance and composure. His long hair flowed like a cascade of stars, shimmering with light. His visage was deep and mysterious, betraying experiences far beyond his outward appearance of being in his 30s or 40s. As his gaze swept across the square, everyone felt an invisible pressure that made even breathing seem laborious. The aura he exuded was heart-stopping, far surpassing anything they could have imagined. Even more formidable than the combined might of Tang Hao and Bibi Dong. At that moment, the atmosphere around Shrek Academy seemed to freeze. With just his presence, he could confine the void, leaving Master and his companions utterly astonished. As the most formidable theoretical master on the continent, Master quickly delved into his memories and exclaimed in shock, "I can't believe he is still alive. This spells great trouble for us." Master recognized the imposing figure in the sky. "Who is he?" Flender inquired, his expression grave. He had initially been thrilled at Tang Hao's appearance, believing that the imminent crisis was about to pass. Little did he expect that another powerful individual from the Spirit Hall had emerged, truly astonishing. The man was Title Douluo, the former Judgment Elder and the current head of the Elder Hall, as well as the Grand Offering of the Spirit Hall. He was the biological father of the former Pope of the Spirit Hall. Master proceeded to recount what he knew. Title Douluo was rumored to be a 99-level limit Douluo, one of the most powerful beings on the continent. Known as the Title Angel, he bore the moniker Sky Invincible in the outside world. The mention of the Sky Invincible Title Douluo sent shockwaves through the hearts of the Shrek Academy members. He was on par with the Haotian Douluo, a figure who once dominated the world, yet Title Douluo belonged to an older generation. Tang Hao, being a younger generation Haotian Douluo, could not possibly compare to him in strength. The news of Title Douluo spread rapidly through the crowd, stirring excitement among the soul masters who had come to witness the finals. It was unimaginable that a figure once renowned across the continent, who had overshadowed his contemporaries, had resurfaced. "Leave behind that 100,000-year soul beast. You may take everyone else," Title Douluo declared calmly from his position in the sky, his words imbued with authority. As if issuing an edict that brooked no dissent, he cast a casual glance at Tang Hao, devoid of any murderous intent. After all, Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chen, was a figure of equal renown. If it were not for Tang Chen's influence, the Haotian clan would have long since perished. Upon seeing Title Douluo, Tang Hao's expression darkened. His hands clenched tightly, aware that today's events could not be resolved amicably. At the level of Title Douluo, every advancement became exceptionally arduous. Consequently, even among Title Douluos, those of higher rank possessed significantly greater strength than their lower-ranked counterparts. The aura radiating from Title Douluo was evidently far superior to Tang Hao's. Indeed, he was a being of the 99-level limit Douluo caliber. "If you wish to keep us here, let us see if you possess the capability to do so." Tang Hao's nature was one of unwavering resolve. Despite feeling somewhat dwarfed by Title Douluo's aura, he harbored no fear. His pursuit and cultivation was to confront challenges head-on. Losing held no significance for him. "How amusing. It has been ages since someone dared to speak to me so," Title Douluo remarked with a faint smile. He had traversed the continent for centuries, and the mere mention of his name sent shivers down spines. Yet today, he found himself provoked by a younger generation. Truly intriguing. As Tang Hao and Title Douluo faced off, Luban gazed up at the sky, his eyes filled with anticipation. He was eager to witness the pinnacle of combat prowess on the continent. With his current strength, Luban was confident that he could easily defeat Title Douluo with a casual strike. Yet the strongest representative of the Soul Master world was still a sight to behold. It was no wonder that the second trial of the King S9 trials involved safely leaving Spirit City. It turned out to be a tumultuous event, with Title Douluo making an appearance. In accordance with the events of his previous life, Title Douluo had not intervened. And this unexpected turn of events could very well be a butterfly effect triggered by his crossing over. With Title Douluo now present, the leaders of various factions seated at the VIP table grew solemn. Title Douluo was the most formidable presence in the Spirit Hall, a figure whose existence had allowed the Spirit Hall to dominate the continent for years. With him around, the major forces of the continent had little hope of rising. Even those who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, such as Shui Luotian, Huowudi, and Feng Batian, now wore expressions of concern. They were acutely aware of Title Douluo's might. Now that he had emerged, Luban would likely find it challenging to cope. In everyone's minds, although Luban's strength was extraordinary, he was still no match for Title Douluo. The latter was a legendary 99-level limit Douluo, a thought that instilled dread. Having not engaged in battle for many years, Title Douluo considered today a chance to stretch his muscles and observe the current talents of the continent. In midair, Title Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, addressing Tang Hao with a dispassionate tone. Without further ado, he initiated the confrontation. Rather than unleashing his martial spirit or activating his soul rings, Douluo exerted the oppressive force of a limit Douluo to suppress Tang Hao. The chaotic hammer technique. Tang Hao inhaled deeply, gripping the Haotian hammer tightly in his hands, ready to face the challenge. At this moment, he began to wield the unparalleled soul technique of the Haotian sect, the chaotic wind hammer method. In this instant, one could see the resolute light shimmering in Tang Hao's eyes as he moved, his form darting forth like a bolt of lightning towards Douluo. The Haotian hammer in his hand, accompanied by a howling wind, descended swiftly upon the crown of Douluo's head. This seemingly simple strike embodies all of Tang Hao's strength and soul force, as if he intends to shatter the very heavens above. However, such formidable power is merely the initial gesture of the chaos wind hammer technique. Immediately thereafter, Tang Hao's figure moves with a ghostly swiftness around Douluo, his Haotian hammer morphing into a series of afterimages that simultaneously assault from all directions. Each blow lands with unparalleled precision upon Douluo's vital points, as if aiming to obliterate him entirely. With each swing, the soul power radiating from the Haotian hammer erupts, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that ripple outward. The gusts of wind slice through the air like razor-sharp blades, producing a piercing howl. The chaotic wind hammer technique of your Haotian sect is of no consequence to me. While the audience was utterly astonished by the display of the chaotic wind hammer technique, Douluo, at the heart of the storm, remained unfazed. At this moment, a golden protective barrier enveloped his body, completely shielding him from Tang Hao's hammer strikes. Even the ultimate technique of the Haotian sect failed to penetrate Douluo's seemingly simple soul power defense. Observing Tang Hao being suppressed, the members of Shrek Academy wore expressions of anxiety, with Tang San feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. The Haotian 9 absolutes. Yet, at this instant, Tang Hao unleashed a skill of even greater potency. Standing resolute like a pine tree, he grasped the colossal Haotian hammer, appearing as one with the heavens and the earth. An invisible majesty emanated from him, causing all in the vicinity to tremble. As Tang Hao took a deep breath, 2 beams of brilliance erupted from his eyes. In the next moment, he moved, transforming into a streak of light, hurtling towards Douluo. In midair, he swung the Haotian hammer, each strike seeming to tear the very fabric of space. The first of the Haotian 9 absolutes, the breaking heaven hammer, was unleashed. Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer high and brought it crashing down with tremendous force. This mighty strike, imbued with cataclysmic power, hurtled towards Douluo. In swift succession, the second and third strikes followed, each cascading forth like a tumultuous deluge, submerging all in the vicinity within the terrifying essence of soul power. The Haotian hammer danced in Tang Hao's grasp like a tempest, with each swing embodying the force of a thunderous tempest. In this confrontation with the Haotian 9 absolutes, Douluo finally unleashed his martial soul, the 6-winged angel. Despite the manifestation of his martial soul, he refrained from employing any soul techniques. In the sky, 3 pairs of resplendent golden wings unfurled from Douluo's back, flapping with a swiftness akin to the wind, as rapid as lightning. Each attack from the Haotian 9 absolutes was effortlessly intercepted by Douluo's hands. Indeed, your Haotian 9 absolutes have reached an exquisite level of mastery. However, they remain ineffectual against me. After gracefully receiving 9 strikes from Tang Hao, Douluo calmly stated, "Do not hold back any longer. I am aware that your Haotian sect possesses the more formidable Great Sumeru Hammer. The Great Sumeru Hammer is an exclusive cultivation skill of the Haotian Douluo." Douluo was well acquainted with it, having previously engaged in combat with Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chun, who had employed this technique. "As you wish." Upon hearing Douluo mention the Great Sumeru Hammer, Tang Hao bellowed, abandoning any restraint. Great Sumeru Hammer. He directly invoked this extraordinary divine skill. As the Great Sumeru Hammer was activated, an intangible aura of majesty radiated from Tang Hao. He inhaled deeply, gripping the Haotian hammer tightly. The resolute light shimmered in his eyes, and the soul power within him surged like a torrential flood, summoning forth all of his soul rings one by one. Under his command, the soul rings gradually merged, transforming into radiant beams of light that infused the Haotian hammer. As the power of the soul rings continuously flowed into it, the brilliance of the Haotian hammer grew increasingly dazzling, as if it sought to illuminate the entire sky. Tang Hao's figure surged with intensity as he wielded the Haotian hammer, charging towards Douluo in an instant. At that moment, Tang Hao let out a furious roar, and the soul rings upon the Haotian hammer began to explode one by one. Each explosion was accompanied by a deafening roar, causing the very fabric of the surrounding void to tremble. The terrifying energy unleashed by these detonations surged into the Haotian hammer, amplifying its formidable presence. Tang Hao stood aloft like a war god, the black gold Haotian hammer in his grasp radiating a cataclysmic power. With all 9 rings detonating, the full force was channeled into the Haotian hammer, representing the ultimate output of pure strength. Observers from various academies, gathered below to compete, gasped in astonishment at Tang Hao's display of the Great Sumeru Hammer. Heavens! The attack method of the Haotian Douluo resembles that of an ultimate output style, they murmured. Indeed, It appears as though all the power from the 9 soul rings has been infused into the Haotian hammer. What was once merely a resemblance was now unmistakably a different form of ultimate output. How terrifying. It seems that the Haotian clan has already mastered such an advanced style of ultimate output. Incredible! This is the first time I've witnessed a melee variant of ultimate output. Truly astounding. Who would have thought ultimate output could be wielded in such a manner? It seems that without long-range soul skills, one's martial soul can still evolve towards ultimate output. Chapter 110, The Overbearing Title Douluo in the Sky. The clash between the two Title Douluos left the spectators below utterly speechless. Such a formidable display of power was fortunate to take place in the heavens. Had it occurred on the ground, it would have undoubtedly resulted in a cataclysmic disaster. Both the Haotian Douluo and the Angel Douluo, renowned Title Douluos, could unleash devastating soul skills capable of annihilating an entire city. The onlookers had never anticipated that a battle between Title Douluos could be so fearsome. Now, as Tang Hao unleashed the Haotian clan's ultimate technique, the Great Samurai Hammer appeared, its overwhelming might beyond imagination. With a single strike, an entire city would likely fall. Witnessing the deployment of the Great Samurai Hammer, the crowd swiftly recalled the concept of extreme output flow, as the two appeared remarkably similar. Previously, their perspectives had been limited, believing that only ranged attack-type soul masters, like Luban, embody the true essence of output. However, confronted with Tang Hao's demonstration of the Great Samurai Hammer, they finally recognized that extreme output flow could manifest across any attribute. A force-based extreme output flow, exemplified by Tang Hao, possessed equally formidable power. The emergence of the Great Samurai Hammer illuminated many minds, as if they had discovered a new direction for the development of extreme output flow soul arts. This shattered the previous notion that only ranged shooters could cultivate extreme output flow. It is worth noting that, throughout the continent, soul arts capable of extreme output flow are exceedingly rare. Even numerous factions seeking to nurture such talents often find them elusive. Now, with the sight of the Great Samurai Hammer, the possibilities for soul arts expanded significantly. Amidst the fervent discussions, as Tang Hao unleashed the mightiest technique of the Haotian school, the Great Samurai Hammer, Title Douluo finally made his move. This pure power-based attack skill posed a significant threat to him. Consequently, Title Douluo resolutely unleashed his 7th soul skill, the true form of an angel. As the true form was activated, the entire world seemed to change its hue. Title Douluo stood in the heavens, draped in a flowing robe, resembling an angel descended upon the mortal realm. With a solemn proclamation, his body began to emanate a dazzling radiance, as if enveloped by divine power. Title Douluo's figure gradually became indistinct, merging with the brilliance of the cosmos. When the light receded, a transformed Title Douluo emerged before the onlookers. At this moment, he appeared even taller and more formidable, with 3 pairs of magnificent wings unfurling from his back, akin to a true celestial being. The angelic wings were pure and immaculate, shimmering with sacred light, seemingly harboring boundless strength. Title Douluo's countenance grew increasingly solemn and dignified, as though a genuine angel had graced the earth. Around him, the elemental forces of light surged wildly, as if rejoicing in his arrival. A formidable aura radiated from him, instilling a profound sense of trepidation in those nearby. This aura is imbued with sanctity and majesty, as if he were the sovereign of the universe, wielding dominion over all forces. The true form of the angel manifests, and the angelic domain inherent to his martial soul unfurls, significantly amplifying Title Douluo's strength once more. In a bid to showcase the might of the spirit hall and the angelic deity before all soul masters, Title Douluo invokes yet another soul skill, the angelic holy sword. This is his 6th soul skill, and he aims to vanquish the Grand Samurai Hammer with the angelic holy sword, thereby establishing the might of the spirit hall. Title Douluo clasped his hands together, and a torrent of soul power surged within him, as if it sought to engulf everything in the vicinity. With a resonant prayer that echoed through the heavens and the earth, a resplendent radiance erupted from his palm, soaring towards the sky. In an instant, this radiance coalesced into an enormous sacred sword, emanating a brilliant glow. The blade of this sacred sword is resplendent and transparent, seemingly forged from the most pristine essence of luminous power. It emanates an intense radiance and pulsations of energy, rendering it almost impossible to behold. As the angelic sword takes form, the very heavens and earth appear to tremble in response. A formidable aura radiates from the sacred blade, instilling a profound sense of trepidation in all those nearby. This aura is imbued with sanctity and majesty, as if it embodies the most formidable power in the cosmos. Title Douluo stands aloft, wielding the angelic holy sword. His countenance is stoic and resolute, with a gentle sweep of his sword. A resplendent beam of light instantaneously cleaves through the void, hurtling towards the heavenly hammer with a fierce roar. Where the radiance of the angelic holy sword traverses, the air seems to be severed in an instant, leaving a straight trajectory in the sky. Its velocity is astonishing, nearly traversing the emptiness in the blink of an eye. Colliding with the heavenly hammer, the black and gold luminescence of the Great Samurai Hammer collides with the resplendent golden brilliance of the angelic holy sword. unleashing a cataclysmic roar that reverberates through the heavens. At that moment, the vast expanse above the Grand Plaza transforms into a seething sea of flames. As the great Sumeru hammer meets the angelic holy sword, the entire sky shifts in hue. The immense silhouette of the hammer trembles violently under the impact of the dazzling sword light, as if it is struggling to withstand this irresistible force. Ultimately, with a deafening crash, the great Sumeru hammer succumbs to the sharpness and might of the angelic holy sword, beginning to fracture from its core. The fissures swiftly propagate, resembling a spider's web that envelopes the entire hammer. Soon after, this colossal form begins to disintegrate. Shattering into countless these fragments dance through the air like a magnificent meteor shower. Bathed in sunlight, they shimmer with a brilliant radiance. As if each piece harbors astonishing power within, the fragments collided with the surrounding structures, producing deafening roars that obliterated everything in their path instantaneously. The entire battlefield seemed to tremble under the force of this cataclysmic explosion. A powerful shockwave radiated outward in an instant, hurling all surrounding objects violently through the air. The sheer magnitude of this force seemed capable of tearing apart all obstacles, reaching straight to the heavens. As the aftershocks gradually dissipated, the onlookers beheld the scene on the battlefield. The once mighty great Sumeru hammer had vanished, leaving only a myriad of fragments swirling in the air. Yet, Tian Douluo remained steadfast. Wielding the angelic holy sword, his countenance both austere and divine. In the remnants of the tumult, his figure loomed large and formidable, as if a true deity had descended upon the mortal realm. This scene left everyone in a state of shock. The renowned Title Douluo of the continent unleashed his most formidable strike, only to be effortlessly repelled by the angel Douluo with a single sword. At that moment, all present collectively gasped in astonishment. Witnessing the terrifying prowess of Tian Douluo sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, leaving them enveloped in an icy dread. His strength was simply overwhelming. It was inconceivable that such a figure existed within the spirit hall. Among the audience, many were merely teenagers, possessing no prior knowledge of the ancient and formidable Tian Douluo, who had lived for nearly a millennium. They were aware of the spirit hall's formidable strength and deep-rooted heritage, but could not articulate just how powerful or terrifying it truly was until today, when Tian Douluo revealed his might, allowing them to grasp the true terror of the spirit hall. Chapter 111. Tian Douluo in control. Ignorance breeds astonishment. The comparison is staggering. While few knew of Tian Douluo, many were well acquainted with the illustrious reputation of Tang Hao, the Hao Yin Douluo, as the youngest Title Douluo on the continent. Tales of his prowess circulated widely. Yet, despite Tang Hao's exhaustive efforts, he could not withstand even a casual technique from Tian Douluo. The strength of the spirit hall was truly fearsome. The specifics of Tian Douluo's power remained unknown, but his effortless defeat of Tang Hao extinguished any rebellious sentiments among the crowd, inciting them to silent reverence. "Are you finished?" At that moment, an unexpected voice rang out from the audience. Everyone turned to see a boy clad in a garish green uniform standing boldly, addressing Tian Douluo with a nonchalant tone. "Once you're done, we shall take our leave. Shrek Academy has many matters to attend to, and we cannot afford to linger here." The crowd was taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. They quickly recognized the audacious youth as Luban, the boy who had previously captivated attention at the Soul Master competition. No one could have anticipated that Luban would possess the audacity to openly address a Title Douluo. It is worth noting that Title Douluos hold an exceptionally esteemed status on the continent, even warranting a standing ovation from emperors of the two great empires. The fact that Luban dared to converse so brazenly with someone of Tian Douluo's caliber was astonishing. "Are you addressing me?" Tian Douluo, wielding the angelic sacred sword, stood majestically in the sky, looking down at Luban with a cold demeanor. Being so publicly disrespected by a mere youth struck a blow to his pride, igniting an unexpected anger within the typically composed figure. In response, Luban nodded and continued, "What, do you wish to exchange a few blows with me?" The audience was left in utter disbelief. They rubbed their ears, convinced they had misheard. When had a mere four-ringed soul master become so brazen as to openly challenge a Title Douluo? It was simply unbelievable. Goodness, has Luban lost his mind? This is not how one seeks death. The crowd was astounded by Luban's audacity. Ha 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 ha. On the other side, upon hearing Luban's bold proclamation, Tian Douluo could not help but burst into laughter. The laughter sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, as they realized that this young man, Luban, was in dire straits. "You may leave if you can withstand a single strike from me. I assure you that you will depart from the spirit city unscathed," Tian Douluo promised, a smile gracing his lips. "That is your word," Luban replied nonchalantly. "If I can endure one blow, the spirit hall shall not trouble us." Including Xiaowu. Though Tian Douluo was not the pope of the spirit hall, he still wielded considerable authority on its behalf. "I declare your release, and none shall dare to impede your departure," he affirmed with an air of confidence. In such a public setting, his words, backed by the Pope Bibi Dong, carried significant weight, and the crowd understood the implications therein. The fact that Tian Douluo spoke without Bibi Dong daring to interject indicated his formidable strength and status within the spirit hall, surpassing even that of the so-called Pope. With Qian Daolu's declaration, Luban decided not to linger any longer. He unleashed his external spirit bone, the wind and thunder wings, soaring into the air to align himself with Qian Daolu at the same altitude. Make your move. In the sky, Luban emerged as a strikingly handsome youth, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. At that moment, he stood resolutely, exuding an aura of bravery, with his sharp brows and bright eyes, a noble nose, and an elegant yet commanding presence. The slight upward curve of his lips revealed a blend of confidence and composure. Faced with Qian Daoluo, a peaked Douluo, an unparalleled master, Luban displayed not a hint of trepidation. His deep black, soft, and voluminous hair danced gently in the wind, embodying a spirit of freedom and elegance. The wind and thunder wings behind him radiated a mesmerizing glow and pulse of energy that captivated all who beheld it. The wings of wind and thunder are immense and resplendent, as if forged from the purest essence of wind and lightning. The flickering arcs of lightning upon the wings dance like silver bolts, exuding an overwhelming sense of awe. Standing aloft, Luban resembles a deity who commands the forces of wind and thunder. Perfectly harmonizing with the wings, he emanates an unparalleled charm and majesty. The audience in the grand square is profoundly astonished as they witness Luban boldly challenge Qian Daoluo. Qian Ringshu, the prince of the Tiando Empire, is profoundly moved by Luban's audacious display. It is truly unexpected that Shrek Academy has birthed such a fearless and extraordinary being. The indomitable spirit she exhibited bears a striking resemblance to that of Tang Air from years past. At the Tianxue Academy's team position, Captain Shui Binger gazed at Luban with a look of utter astonishment, rendered speechless by his overwhelming prowess. It was evident that this young man was nothing short of extraordinary, embodying the heroic figure she had always envisioned. Meanwhile, at the Chihua Academy's team position, Hu stared at Luban, her face equally etched with shock. Her complexion flushed, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. She found him utterly captivating. He appeared even more valiant and commanding than when he had boldly ventured into the Fire Clan's ancestral grounds. Luban was, without a doubt, her ideal partner. Goodness, he exuded such charisma. In another corner, at the Shinkong Academy's team position, Feng Xiaodian was thoroughly captivated by the heroic demeanor Luban displayed. Confronting a formidable opponent with such unyielding composure was beyond his own capabilities. Perhaps this was the innate confidence and tranquility that accompanied true strength. On the side of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, Vice Captain Hu Laino was instantly entranced by Luban's striking visage. Being part of the Wuhuan Temple, she understood the weight of Qian Daolu's name. Even those Title Douluo, who held lofty positions across the continent, would bow in deference in his presence, reluctant to utter any words of disrespect. To her astonishment, today, Luban, a mere adolescent, dared to openly defy Qian Daoluo, stirring feelings within Hu Laino, who had always admired strength. Luban was, indeed, the epitome of her long-held fantasies about the perfect companion. Witnessing Luban's current actions, the members of various academy teams from the two great empires, gathered in Wuhuan City for the competition, were left utterly dumbfounded. They had not anticipated Luban's audacity. It seemed he had previously kept a low profile on the battlefield. Very well, let it be so. As Luban appeared with an air of nonchalance, Qian Daoluo instinctively narrowed his eyes. He sensed a